Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first day of TI10. We've got a great lineup here for you today on Stream C, but first game of the day is pretty exciting. What do you think, Purge?
It's gonna be really good. Virtus Pro versus Undyne. It is. There's. It feels like I can say this for so many teams, but there are so many teams that we just don't quite know how they're gonna perform. I loved the DPC season this year. Obviously, there's a couple faults, but as a whole, the amount of information storylines that it gave us is really a lot more rich than normal. Where sometimes it might be like, they played one random tournament 4 months ago. It was on LAN. We don't. There's not as much history, but like we have a really good storyline for both of these guys. We can start with the Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro consistently crushed their Eastern Europe region every single DPC season. And then when they would end up showing up towards the majors, they would generally underperform under expectations. People kept thinking, like, this is like a top six team. They're going to do really well. And consistently, they would either lose their first two series or they would, like, win one, maybe.
Hmm.
So they qualified to TI relatively easy because they got first place in their season, both seasons, or their region, both seasons, but they did not perform well. But everybody has high expectations for them. They
Well, I
think
mean,
they can do well.
the other thing about that too, like people don't realize or they forget sometimes, this is a young VP squad. This is a lot of people. I think it's the second youngest team. I believe Spirit is the actual like youngest in terms
Sounds
of
about right.
average.
Hmm.
But they're very young, so they're having the success. They're playing, in the DPC. Online games are going great, but being on LAN, it's completely different. There's new stressors, there's things that you have to adjust to. So I'm very curious to see if they've kind of worked through some of those kinks with like their boot camps and whatnot.
Yeah, fingers crossed. It could be a stress thing. It could be an inexperience. It could be that playing it with tons of preparation is a little bit different. That kind of thing. There's a lot of stuff that can really happen. So before the game gets started, we can go over Undyne really quick. Undyne, maybe a team that everybody's kind of sleeping on because their results on paper haven't looked very good. The NA region only got two major invites consistently throughout the DPC season, and Undyne was very consistently third place. In the first season, they lost 0-2 to EG. They beat Quincy Crow 2-1, and in the tiebreakers, that could have gotten Undyne to first place of their DPC region. They got third, so they basically just missed the major in tiebreakers. It was very close. Season 2, they ended up losing to both Quincy and EG and solidifying themselves in third place. So they basically were an inch away from the major both times. They had to win their NA qualifiers to even get there, to get here, and they did convincingly. So my theory is that, and they also performed semi decently in one of the recent tournaments. They went 1-2 against LGD, so they beat LGD in a game. Okay, again, that was Zhao 8, but still. And then they also played against Team Spirit and went 1-2, and Team Spirit's pretty solid, honestly. So I think Undyne has potential here, but we don't really know how they're going to match up. Is VP going to play at peak performance? Is Undyne going to overperform people's expectations? There's a lot to find out. I'm really excited to see how they do.
I love how we keep going back to the fact, yes, they beat PSG LGD, but they only had Shao 8. And it's
Well,
like, Shao 8, man, like, he's a legend. Like, how do
he
you just toss
is
him out like that?
because he lost mid almost every game. And yes, they still got second in the tournament to Tundra Esports, who's unfortunately not here. But they had some cracks that were clear. Like
Hmm.
he would consistently lose mid. They would still win the game. He would still roam well, that kind of things. But it's important to bring it up. It's like, well, it wasn't full power LGD. It
True.
was still like LGD. They got second in the tournament, but it was a bit early. Maybe they were picking weird heroes. But day one TI is always so interesting, especially when the last couple patches have been like small balance adjustments where you don't necessarily know what the best hero of the meta is. People have guesses, but after the first day, basically everybody goes into with their scrims and they say this is what we think's good, and all the teams that win, people say like, okay, that it must be because these heroes are strong, and then you kind of see this like weird bounce action where it's like heroes that won day one are gonna be picked day two, and then they truly find out if they're still good on day two, and it's so much fun to watch to see how everybody goes.
I mean, how often do you get it where, these people they've been scrimming, obviously. This is a really cool thing about everyone being able to boot camp in like one region is they're all scrimming each other. So we're not seeing as much of like this regional sort of flair coming in from different like metas
Yeah.
necessarily, but what we are seeing is like the team metas. And I think that's even more interesting is that you might have one particular team that keeps picking up, a certain hero and it just looks so good when they're using it. But then, when that team picks it up themselves, they're like, how did they make this work? Like, I don't understand. How did Winter Wyvern, like, how did they just totally dominate with this hero? Like,
Yeah,
I
and
love that.
and some of it's like really small little game stuff. Like BSJ was talking about Carry Tiny yesterday, and I asked him about it because everybody had been talking about Carry Tiny as this thing, and he's like, oh well, he made it he summed it up very easily. He's like, oh well, you only play side lanes, you never hit jungle because you run out of tree hits, so it's not efficient. So instead you just push side lanes, you hide in the trees, and sometimes you pop out and get kills if there's a solo guy, and you keep doing that until you have BKB, and then you fight. So it's like, oh, when you describe it like that, that makes a lot of sense, right? You farm crazy, you push side lanes, you potentially kill any supports that come to your lane, and you buy Echo Saber Shadowblade, and all of a sudden you're just like blowing people up in the mid
Yes.
game. So it's like, but if you don't play that right, if you say like, oh, Carry Tiny won a lot day one, so it's day two, you roll up and you're like, well, we did bad day one. Our ideas must be bad. Let's pick Carry Tiny, guys. But you jungle a little bit instead. It could like mess up your whole tempo. It
Right.
makes the hero just suddenly drop like 5% win rate or something, or 10% win rate because you're playing it wrong. So if you do try to steal ideas, it's very important that you identify exactly why it's powerful and that you replicate it as close to possible. And sometimes it could be dependent on other factors. So it works, but it's important that you pick a support that is good at team fighting. It could be something like that to cover weaknesses or like enhance, and then you have to team fight at a certain point. It's like there's so many high level things that are really difficult to just figure out unless somebody tells you or you get the insight from like really digging into replays. So there's so many fun games to watch, and it's slightly sad that we can't watch them all because there are four freaking streams going on at any point. So there's a lot of matches and a lot to catch up on. You guys can participate in fantasy in game. There are chests to unlock and things like that.
You can cheer too, I believe, as well. I believe they're implementing something where if there's like little buttons inside the act. It's not on Twitch just yet, but it's going to be
Okay.
within the game. I think you can click on the team and it'll make like a crowd roar. I think I saw this morning. Like that's
Oh, okay.
very cool.
I don't know anything about that,
It's
but
just Slack screaming every single time.
yeah, it's just Slacks did all the voice lines for
Oh,
it.
I could totally hear him do that.
Whoa!
Yep,
That like high pitch. I can't make the noise. It's a little bit.
it was close.
Give me some helium, I'll get it.
Hmm.
But yeah, I'm actually so excited. There's just so many question marks. Like all the teams have legitimately great shots to maybe not win the tournament, but go deep. And this like first couple days to see where everybody ends up is really interesting.
Is this one of like the most? I don't want to say the most balanced like across the board for all teams, but like it feels like it's very tight. Like you've got a couple teams obviously that have kind of risen to the top
Yeah.
because we've been seeing them throughout different tournaments throughout the year, especially towards this ending point. But I feel like that middle section is like so close in
Yeah.
terms of like skill and strategies and all that. Like, and of course, right now we're in groups. It's going to be best of two format. So some teams they do really really well when they have 3 games, right?
Hmm.
Because that gives them a chance kind of to warm up, figure out what are we doing, how are they playing. But this is just right away. You only have 2 games to figure out what you
Yeah.
want to do. So
But I mean, it's important to do that for scheduling reasons, especially because it makes it easier on everybody's lives, production wise, player wise,
oh yeah,
talent wise. You got to do these BO2s, especially when you have to play every single team 2 games. It also just helps with like it like helps with tiebreaker reasons, I think, a little bit as
oh, I'm not
well.
criticizing.
So
I love it. I love the
yeah,
fact
it's
like
fun.
you better show up today, guys.
Yeah.
You don't get that extra game to figure it out.
Yeah, that's true. You could argue that it gives an advantage to teams that have prepared strats or feel like they're really ready for their opponents, I would argue. Whereas if you do a longer tournament with best of threes, it gives advantages to those like very smart captains that can kind of figure things out and mix
Hmm.
things up and like adjust in the banning phase or the picking phase or whatever else. But no matter what happens, there's going to be so many good games to watch today. And watch probably after the day is done as well to catch up on replays that we're in for a ride, that's for sure. And I can't wait to see where things end up. Like some days you have days where like it starts and like VP goes like 0-6 or something, and you're like, oh, VP must suck. And then day two they're like, I go 6-0, and now it's like everything's like thrown up in the air. And then their ideas about day one get, there's just so much cool stuff to analyze. We're gonna see new meta heroes most likely. We're gonna see. I mean, there's so many games. I think there's like 120 games total being played on
Oh
average,
my
something
gosh.
like that. So it's like really high chances that we're going to see basically everything at some point in the tournament, especially because there's so many different areas. It can be valuable to pick new heroes or to stick to staples. Just so much cool stuff. I can't wait.
Yeah,
Can't wait. Oh, it's gonna be so good.
you
Feels good
can
to be here.
you can tell that you're very excited.
Of course, I'm excited. I
He's
love
jumping up and down
watching
the hallway
the,
earlier,
the
guys.
the meta aspect of like new tournaments, especially TI, is like always the most special time because you get to learn so much new stuff. And I'm just happy that we're going into this without like too many heroes that are on top where we're like, oh
Mhm.
god, I can't. Been sick of watching X hero like carry the game for a month or something. It's like we don't have to worry about Clinks as much. We'll see him certainly,
He's
but
nowhere near as powerful
but
as
he's
he was
not
when he
he's not as
first.
busted, yeah.
Yeah,
So I am excited to jump in with no frustrations about Dota mostly.
mostly
Um,
the keyword
we'll
mostly.
get there, I'm sure. By the end of the tournament, we'll be like, God, I hate watching Carrie Crystal Maiden. You know, that's so over it.
I mean, one of the really cool things we talked about the fact that we do have a slightly different patch, right? We had Dawnbreaker added in as well. She did have
That's true.
some nerfs, but I think what's really fascinating to me, especially when I was doing all my research, is seeing how many of these heroes can literally be put in any position now. Like the flexibility of drafting is incredible, and I think it's going to become one of those things when we look at these drafts, especially because it's the first day of TI, guys. Like
Mm.
it's going to be would you rather, because there's just so many different heroes that can go in so many different spots. You have to decide, do we let this slide? Do we have this particular, hero in the draft that can be in any different position, or do we just say, no, I don't want to see it at all?
Yeah, that's a good question. And it really just depends on the team. And there's certainly in like later stages of the tournament that's immensely important because it gives you an upper hand in time and mind games and drafting. It's like you open Monkey King, which is very likely going to be one of the most picked or banned heroes of the tournament. Very good at supporting, it seems like. Very popular. He's basically played by virtually every team in pubs, but also very effective as a core. Always has been in those melee matchups. You open him early, you don't really know where you're going to put him. The other team doesn't really know, especially this early in the tournament where people have like slightly secret strats. You don't know where he's going to go. And then the other team, every time they pick a hero, they have to be like, well, if we do this, then Monkey could be here. But if he is, then his support's going to be here. And that's going to affect that. It's like a lot more logical steps than saying like, oh, well, our core matchups against Monkey are kind of important, but
Mm-hmm.
that's all. It just makes the drafting so much easier. But in the same vein, it might just be better to pick stuff that you're really comfortable with, that you feel like you're going to get into a game that's slightly high stress. Well, all right, let's that bit of an
Slightly
understatement.
high stress. It's only TI
Yeah,
10 purge.
it's there's gonna be a little bit of stress for the teams, but you got to figure out what works for you. And I think that is, like we talked about, probably one of the most important things for VP, who has issues in maybe the high stress moments, or it could be that in circumstances where their opponents have way more prep, or it could just be that the Eastern European teams. That VP just has a massive advantage over them, or maybe they just really know how to beat the Eastern European teams. It's hard to know the answers unless you're truly in the room on the teams or can figure out what's going on. So not really sure. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be exciting. I actually prefer these sorts of games where you're just really not 100%
Hmm.
clear on who's going to rise up on top. Because, like you said, in the past, Virtus Pro, they've been on top of their groups, especially over in the Eastern European region. But also, we watched Spirit. Spirit's made quite the ascent recently. And
Yeah.
I know that they actually took a game off of VP during the season two.
Ah, okay. During season two. Oh yeah,
They
yeah, yeah.
almost won
Yep.
the whole series. They had a little bit of a dive problem over on Spirit.
It's hard to remember all the games blend together, but
It was quite a bit, yes.
no, Spirit's been doing very good as well. I've It's been fun to watch them. I remember watching them in season one. You saw like some good stuff, but they were like kind of they were good, but Navi was pretty clearly like the better team. Then Navi kind of imploded and exploded or whatever. They're gone effectively. Like they just basically they kind of ruined things with their roster swaps. So then all of a sudden, Spirits like it was the perfect timing for them. They didn't have to worry about Navi being a competitor for second spot, and they had cleaned things up and just started playing really good. And all of a sudden, they qualify for the major and they do okay. So yeah, it was great for Spirit. Really happy for them as a whole to see them doing well. But VP should be going deeper than Spirit on paper. And I would love to see them succeed because obviously they're a very well-known org. But if it's five relatively new players that are young and trying their hardest, like they don't have that much LAN experience, but to see them do well would be a really fun storyline. So always cool to see new blood,
Yeah,
and that's why we
especially.
brought Moxie here.
Except
Her
I'm
first
like
TI.
I'm like an 8 million-year-old bog witch, so young blood. I don't know about that, but no, yeah, very very excited for TI. I'm here with a
Hmm.
great veteran here, dude. I used to watch your videos like when I first got started.
Hmm.
I'd like fall asleep listening to them because they were very
Man, that's
long,
that's really
but
good you're telling me that because now that there's
it's
no fans here,
it's very
it
soothing,
brings me
dude.
back because normally I hear that like approximately 50 times per LAN. So
Good. I will
I
tell you
got
that
one under the belt.
constantly, and I will also just thank you, Purge. Thanks, Purge.
Thank you.
Can go into different languages,
I can't
occasionally
wait for
too.
that. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
really excited to hear that.
Gracias, Purge.
Wow, thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Really enjoying this. I thought I was gonna get away from the fan moments, but
Oh no, 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 no. No,
if I knew you were a fan, I would have asked for somebody else. But that's fine. Just keep it to yourself.
Nope, nope. Now that we know that it's a pressure point for you, we're just gonna do it constantly. I can also make like loud shrieking noise if you like, so you can feel like you're with Slacks as well. I can do that.
Ugh.
Yeah, yeah.
Which one's worse? I don't know. It's a hard decision here. Unfortunately, the game has not started yet.
Not just yet, but I mean, we can go back to the fact that we talk about how VP and Spirit as well, they're kind of the young guns, the up and coming, new
Mhm.
fresh blood. And you look over at Team Undying, and they do have some younger players, some fresher blood, but you also have some people that have been around the scene for quite a while. So younger, we think about like Bryle. He's when he first came onto the scene, I think it was with like Animal Planet is when he kind of made that first big
Mm.
splash, and they almost got picked up by Iceberg. Something happened with that; it just fell through. But I remember Baby Bryle, as I like to call him. He probably hates that name, but
How young is he? I don't even know.
he's pretty bitty. I don't remember how bitty, but
Okay, I can look it up
you can look it up.
with
You
my
are
incredible
my
eyesight.
analyst. But I remember like he had to get his parents' permission.
Ah,
Like
okay.
that's how young he was at the time. And then of course, you've got people like Tomato who have been around for quite a while.
Mhm.
And there's some really nice interviews out there too where, he's talking about how he was kind of one of those first people to kind of rise up out of South America
Mhm.
as a player, and people were very excited, but he just never really quite found that squad that clicked for him.
Yeah, it looks like Brow's been playing since 2017. Because I have recognized, yeah, he's got Animal Planet, Iceberg Esports. Like he was on DC at some point. Like I've recognized his name for sure. It doesn't have his birth date listed, but he's made 90K from playing Pro Dota, so he's certainly done pretty well. A lot of that's from the DPC, um, but not terrible for him. Yeah, he's had actually a pretty good year so far.
Yeah.
Good amount of prize money that they won as a team. So um, yeah, he's been around for a while. The rest of the team, a lot of other staples. Dubu played against Dubu on LAN when he was actually a fresh Dota player. He was still very good then. Moon Meander, we all know and love, was on the original OG squad when they were
Yep.
like the most dominant team in the planet. Saberlight, probably the newest up and coming player, like very high MMR right now. Excellent player. Decided to join NA team from the EU region. He's from Czech Republic, I believe.
Mm.
It's a fantastic team, genuinely a really good team, but unfortunately never got their shot to really make it at LAN due to due to the two NA slots. So I don't know if they'll get three slots next season, but with hindsight, I feel bad that Undying didn't get a chance to go to LAN more often myself. Because I feel like, I don't know, maybe they would have done well, maybe they wouldn't have, I'm not sure. But like they were just so close to getting there that it makes me assume that they have the magic to do at least okay, potentially, or at least to have a shot. So it would have been nice to like throw him one land bone kind of a thing.
Throw him a land bone. No, man, you gotta earn that. You gotta fight and claw your way there, dude.
I
You
and
can't just do
but
that.
and they were very
NA
close. They were very
bias.
close.
No,
So it feels bad.
no, and I think that's one of the nice things about the DPC though is the fact that you start to see these teams that are getting the opportunities where they have a stable ecosystem, right? Where they play like once a week, sometimes twice a week. They know that there's something at the end of this too. That if you still have trouble, you're still in it. You
Hmm.
still have time to play. You still have time to figure things out and make sure that you have stability within your roster. Because I know that's a huge problem in the South American region in the past. Is you didn't make a qualifier? Okay, see you later. If you break up, you go find another stack.
Yeah.
And I think that's like so excellent that they have this opportunity. But then, of course, it sucks when you don't quite make it. But it's the same thing with Tundra, right? You see these teams that rise up out of these, the situation that is given to them because they do have that more stability. Um, and then you can see, as they improve. And unfortunately, it's just a little too short, like you said. But because of this, it gives us great storylines. It gives us a lot of hype. It gives us these moments of like they have been looking like they're hot, they're on the up and up. This could be their moment.
It could be. It definitely could be. And I think they're mostly experienced enough as a team. I think Febby is coaching them right now as well. They all have tons of experience as a whole on the team, so I'm sure that'll help a lot. Even if you have like a new player or two, where you can kind of pull them along and say like everything's okay. Like this is gonna happen sometimes. We're gonna have a bad day where you lose a bit too much maybe, and you just have to like pivot faster and try to come back and win your matches. So it maybe is also helpful for them to play against a relatively stronger expected team in the first day. That way you don't necessarily like lose your expectations, because I
Mm-hmm.
think one of the hardest things can be like, all right, we're starting the group stage, you play against a team you expect to be able to beat, you think you did your homework, and then they like crush you. That can like destroy your morale. You're like, oh, that was a W we were supposed to get. So you can put your warm-up games on the matches that like you're maybe not expecting to win.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that they absolutely shouldn't try to get one win here at least.
That's like such a
um,
bad, I don't know, that seems like a bad attitude. Just like, well, guys, we're probably not going to win this one. We're just going to view it as a warm
Look,
up.
I'm just saying that there is going to be stress for first game of the tournament,
Yes.
and having that align with like a team that you're expected on average to lose against, I think would be a little bit valuable, is all I'm saying. It's better for those to be together. If you're going to lose and be stressed out, most likely, then it's better for those to be in the same game. It's not good for it to be like, I should win this, and I'm stressed, extra stressed, more than normal. Like, putting those together is like, oh, we might actually lose a match that we're not supposed to because it's like first game nerves. That's all I'm saying. Does that make sense?
Yes, but I also don't like it. But it makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
It
You
makes
don't have to
sense.
like it, but it does make
Yeah,
sense. All
this
right.
is why you're not a coach.
That's all I needed you to say. You're right, Purge. That's all I needed to hear.
Yeah, no, nope, nope.
Then we can end all of our arguments. That's all you got to say. You're right. And I'll be like, okay,
No.
I am right.
No. This is gonna be. You're gonna enjoy group stage with me, Purge.
I bet. Game Corner did drop briefly, but it looks like it's back up, so fingers crossed. You wrote ready in chat. I can see that over here in the lobby.
Yeah.
Oh, you haven't scrolled down, that's why. Or did you? Okay, I don't know what's happening.
This is why
Don't
we've
know
got
what's
this over
happening.
here. Yeah, no. You've lived in Korea, right, for a while?
I did for a whole year.
Do you know what dubu means?
Say it again?
Dubu?
I feel
Player
like
name?
somebody probably told me once, but I have no idea. Right.
Tofu.
Tofu?
Tofu.
Really?
Mhm.
Man, I wish somebody told me that like 7 years ago. That would have stuck in my head for sure.
Yeah, because like it's a popular Korean dish. It's like sundubu.
Yeah, I love
Which is
sundubu.
like
It's
the
my
yeah,
favorite.
yeah, the
favorite Korean
spicy
dish.
soft tofu.
Oh yeah, like yeah,
the
it's like
in the stew.
tofu soup. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like tofu soup.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. Also my favorite Korean dish. I was thinking tteokbokki. It's like
Tteokbokki.
tteokbokki.
Tteokbokki. Tuk. It's got 2 D's or 2 T's depending.
Tteokbokki.
No, not tteokbokki.
The
Oh, no.
spicy rice cakes.
Yes, it is.
Uh,
Do you like it with the fish
in
cake
my
in
top.
it too?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah. It
You
helps.
get it with the cheese though, because they make one that's like laboki also with like ramen.
This one
ramen?
time we went to this city that was like a little. It was like in the LA area, but it was
Mhm.
like a little bit more remote. And
Mhm.
we went to a Korean place there, and we got tteokbokki there. And
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's making me laugh.
don't
every
make me
time.
swear at Tia. I'll do it.
Bringing out
We,
the
and we got
sassier
we're
side
like,
of
oh, we'll
Purger.
try the ramen and cheese, and it was basically it was bad. They made it was like a lasagna. I don't think they should
Like
have
a
been there.
lasagna. That's not right. It shouldn't taste like lasagna.
It was lasagna like. It was when you
Oh,
eat food
no.
sometimes and you're like, I recognize this is food, but it doesn't feel like I'm like nourishing myself when you're
Yeah,
eating it.
yeah, yeah.
It was like that. It was a bad experience. We were like thinking about yelping them, but we didn't. We held back. Maybe we should have to help people out. Be like, guys, by the way, if you're used to Korean food from like anywhere in the LA area, this is gonna be worse. Something like that.
Oof.
But it's okay. It happens. It happens. Food can't always be perfect.
All right, so you like tteokbokki and you like
Sundubu.
sundubu.
Yep.
Anything else?
I mean, I've eaten plenty of stuff. We had lots of kimbap. I'm blanking on names right now. What is the dish? Bibimbap obviously is good. I like whenever someone's like, God, I love bibimbap. I'm like, it's good, but it's like
Have you had really good bibimbap though?
probably not. I've just had like semi-generic stuff. I haven't like gone to a really nice Korean restaurant and be like, I don't know. It's good, but it just doesn't like blow my mind, I guess. But maybe I'm just not putting enough sauce on it, or
I have been told I make excellent bibimbap. So if we ever get the chance, I will make
Okay.
people. I'll make people
All right.
bibimbap.
What is the secret that you do other than like the ingredients have to be right?
You have to season everything. Like you have to have a good balance of salty, sweet, and spicy,
Okay.
and the right amount of rice too. Because if you have too much rice, it ruins it.
Yeah, because then it's like
And the
combo
texture,
is
mouth texture, very important too. Like with the different vegetables and things that you put in, different meats. You usually have to the egg on top where it like spills open.
okay. That sounds all very important.
Yes.
Details that an average restaurant or food place would probably just be like, throw it all in the bowl.
Well, a good place won't.
That's true. All right. Well, I'll keep
Now
that in mind.
now that I've made us all hungry while we sit here waiting
Not
for
me.
the lobby to start.
Do you want to see my waffle that I brought from breakfast?
You
It's
brought
in
a waffle?
It's in a paper towel over here.
Brilliant! I should
That's
have brought
pretty
a waffle.
pretty good. I could eat
I
it on
think I
stream.
have some like fruit snacks in my bag.
I mean, if we're talking
felt
about
like-
eating on stream, I might as well.
I felt like a mum. I like went over and like offered something. I was like, "Do you want some fruit snacks? Some Cheerios out of my bag?"
It's like 8 Cheerios. It's like, what is this supposed to do? Cover me for like 8 minutes?
That
One-
would cover you for 8
That's
minutes.
like one
8
team,
Cheerios.
one
dude?
team fight of calories of my brain spinning up.
Oh, that would be really interesting. Like, how much food, like how many calories should you put into a team fight?
That's a good point because you might have to save it for later. I mean, diet is really important. I read this article. It was talking about chess dieting, basically, like how much, because for like the top chess players, they naturally just think faster than the other high level player
Mhm.
than other like good players. It's like comparing like a 10K MMR Dota player probably thinks faster and processes info faster than like
Mhm.
a 7K player. That's
Yeah.
part of the reason they're better, because their brains just work quicker. So the article was talking about chess players and how much weight they lose at a tournament. They usually
Hmm.
lose like 10, 20 pounds because they're spending so much time playing, they're eating less, and their brain is constantly working hard because they're constantly playing
Yeah.
like deep, deep ass matches where like they have to think about 15 steps ahead constantly for hours. It's like they just burn more calories because your brain's working harder.
So
So
do they eat a lot of like more like fatty acids and like a lot of sugar? Because I know sugar is
uh,
considered something very good for your brain.
unsure. I don't remember that part necessarily. Like they talked about, but basically they talked about like getting their weight up before tournaments, like
Hmm.
exercising regularly to make
Yeah.
sure, getting basically like getting their body in a healthy state. That way, when the tournament comes,
Hmm.
you don't get destroyed. And I ended up retweeting the article because I was like, oh, this is pretty applicable to like playing video games. It's like
Yeah.
mostly a mental sport where like yeah you're clicking and stuff and your adrenaline goes up, you're thinking faster, and there's a lot of pro players that interacted with that, and I thought that was really interesting and applicable, which made sense to me, right? Because
Yeah.
it's like you are burning calories when you're thinking. So a lot of these players, especially when you're going to a different region,
Hmm.
you don't always get the food you want, and we've had that trouble basically in many tournaments where you go and the food isn't quite what you're expecting. It doesn't quite fully satiate you, and it's always been a common complaint actually for Chinese teams that would go to
Yes.
Seattle. They couldn't get the food they were used to, so they're always on a bit of a handicap because they weren't always as satiated. They maybe didn't have as much energy. Maybe they're sleeping worse. There's like a lot of little factors like that that really all add up into like, can you win Virtus Pro versus Undying? It all comes back to that.
Yeah, it's all about creature comforts too, and you have to pray that the beds are comfortable, you get a full night's sleep.
Hmm.
Like you said, food's a big thing. Chinese players, some of the Southeast Asian players. I know like some of the South American players even had some issues depending on where they are because just the food quality is just either it's just different or they're having some stomach issues on some things
Hmm.
too.
Or
Like
you can't just get like the comfort foods that normally happen, like where you feel like, oh, I feel like I need to eat this once a week, and you just do it
mhm.
normally because you're like, when you think about it, you're
Yeah,
like, you just go eat it. But now when it's gone, and you get to that moment, you're like, man, there's something I'm craving, but I can't
there's
quite
something
figure out what else.
missing.
It's winning Dota
Hmm.
games. That's what I'm craving actually. But
Have you been on a
um,
losing streak?
I didn't play that many games. We figured out this way. There's an Ethernet cable. This is a pro tip, guys. When you're traveling, they're like, oh, just use the Wi-Fi. It's easier. But a lot of our TVs are plugged in by an Ethernet cable because they want the streaming services or whatever apps are on
Yes.
it to be high quality. Unplug from the TV, plug that into your computer, then you're on some LAN, baby. So once we got on LAN, I didn't play that many games, but I played a few. I played like 2 unranked. I played really bad the first game, the second game I owned, so that was okay. And I played one with cheaper and own, and I played moderately good. But it's like the setup's different. My laptop's good, but like
Hmm.
the monitor's a little bit farther away, so
Yeah.
it's like less surface area than I'm used to. It's usually like this big, and then so your brain has to get used to it, and then your hands have to get used to the different keyboard, and so there's like little things like that that
Do you bring your own? Because I know some of the guys bring their own keyboard.
yeah.
So you bring your
I
keyboard
don't
separately?
personally
Oh,
because
okay.
the keyboard on my laptop is quite nice,
Mhm.
so I'm comfortable. It's just smaller, so I go to press glyph and it's like, or I try to go to buy an item and I just bought a TP instead because it's F4
Mhm.
versus
Mhm.
F3. So like the spacing's, it takes time to get used to it. That's why it's so important to have like similar ergonomics and similar table and similar gaming chairs because you want it to feel like once you get in game, you just don't think about the fact that the ergonomics are different.
Oh
It
yeah,
makes a big difference.
everything feels different. We were even just trying out the setup here, and I was like, oh man, the mouse is moving like way faster than I'm
Hmm.
used to, and like this, and this. Yeah, it's definitely creature
But
comforts.
luckily for all these teams, they're playing in their team rooms, I
Yes, I
believe,
believe.
for group stage, which is pretty normal. Actually, yeah. Usually, you would almost always play in your team rooms. One team would usually play on like a stage area, where they like swap that one. That would be like stream one. That way, they have way better camera shots and stuff.
Hmm.
Due to COVID, doesn't make sense to move people constantly. You'd have to. It would take more time. So everyone's playing in their rooms for group stage. For main stage, I assume we're going to be using stage, obviously, which is great for us, not great for you guys, because I'm gonna sit out there and watch games. I'm gonna have a whole arena to myself and have a great time. But sucks to be you.
I
That's
just imagine what is it? Your sub alert is you as an astronaut, just like yay!
hooray!
Like I
Yeah,
could just see you
yeah,
doing that in the crowd there
by myself. Yeah.
by
Wow,
yourself.
that was such a cool play. It's
Hmm.
like just me in the whole stadium screaming.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
You can
It's
have the
gonna be
best
good.
seats in the house at least.
Yes, for sure. I have literally no idea what's happening, but I'm happy to
Um,
keep talking to you
It
guys.
seems to
So.
be some sort of a client issue because I
Mhm.
keep saying that the coordinator has gone up, it's gone
Mm.
down, it's got an update, then it doesn't. So I think everybody's kind of wondering, what exactly is happening.
That's fine. I don't need to sleep tonight. Not a big deal. I woke up early. I'm ready for this. work first 3 series of the day, and then we're done. So even if this is major delayed, it really only screws over the people that have to work late,
This is true.
which isn't us. So I'm happy hanging out with you guys. You know what? Let's take viewer questions from Twitch.
Oh,
What is
no.
streaming without
Oh,
this?
no.
Stop talking. Start the game. You know what? Yeah, I'm the one holding this back this whole time, actually. I was choosing not to start the game because I wanted to hear my own voice. So I'm
You're
glad
the
you
shadow
recognize that.
leader.
Let me press the button right now. The game has started. Let's jump in. No, of course. Come on, dude. Come on. Think this is help? You're on Dota 2 Ti _3. You think I have control, bro? Come on. What are you thinking? Think I'm the admin? I don't have the brain power to do that and try to analyze. Come on. Let's see. Suns fan has a bag of hot Cheetos in his lap. You know, I wouldn't put it past him. That's definitely possible.
Dude, do you know what's crazy is like we got food last night, right?
Mhm.
And you know, talking with Jenkins and things, because he was like, Mox, you want to be degenerates and get like fast food or something? I was like, nah. And then last night I caved,
Mhm.
right? So we went over, we were hanging out with like Pyrian, T-Gov decided to come along, Lyrical chickened out on us or whatever.
Coward.
But like I messaged Sunsman because I was like, oh, he's going to want to be a part of this. Like there's no way he doesn't want to be a part of this. And I get a message back and he's like, when are you, we're still finishing up, like, what are you doing? And I was like, you know, take your time. And then he's like, nah, I think I'm just gonna eat downstairs. And I look at the
Wow.
phone, and I'm like, who is this?
12 hours before that, he was like,
This isn't
mega
Suns
complaining.
fan. Does Cinderin have your phone? Cinderin, this isn't funny.
Yeah.
Because there was no way he was going to pass up
Yeah.
on fast food,
He's,
dude.
he's very picky guy. But they had burgers for lunch yesterday, which everyone was really happy with. And
yeah.
then at evening they had burgers and like
Fried
these
chicken or
like
something, right?
fried chicken,
Yeah.
which was quite good. So I think everybody was pretty happy. So I think they finally won Suns fan over, which is a really big deal. Let's take a look at how Twitch has gone. It's going great right now.
Excellent.
Stop
excellent.
talking. I mean, we could just turn the stream off if that's what you're interested. That's not gonna get you what you want. You're here to watch VP versus Undying, obviously.
Trust me, we would love to be
And,
watching this game. I am
yes,
super excited.
I would also be very excited to watch the match, but unfortunately, we're having some issues. 30 minutes already passed. You know, you guys are really not. You're kind of just screaming into the void here. You got to tweet at Valve Software or something. Like there's
no,
there's a slightly
you're
more
gonna get a
constructive.
message that just says, Kevin, why did you say that? No.
You think anybody reads that Twitter account notifications? Come on.
You're gonna, that's gonna be your job next year. Do you keep this up?
There's no way people read those, so send them there. That's better than Twitch chat. But feel free to vent. I get it. I want the games to start. You want the games to start. Can't wait to see who gets fantasy points. You guys playing? Are you playing fantasy?
I am playing fantasy.
Okay.
Points. Yeah,
Who'd you run today?
I think I was trying to run a lot of my gold cards. I've got, I believe I put some mail up there.
Okay. Good choice. Good choice.
I'm trying to think who else I had.
You can literally check on your Steam
I can
profile
literally
right now.
check. Oh my gosh, you are totally right.
Just click anywhere on the left side of your
Clicking
screen,
everywhere.
and then
Fantasy. Clicking that.
you gotta click 7 October.
7th
I don't know
of
why it didn't pop.
October.
It's bugged in, doesn't show anything.
Excellent. It
So,
says S total score. and
All of
S
this
day
is
score.
all of those recommendations are false. So, yeah.
I believe I played quite a bit of EG and OG, if I recall.
Okay. Those are all teams that play 3 sets, so that's the
Yes.
right thing to do. Just tell us to come back in a half hour. Believe it or not, when Valve says that the games are going to start at 10, they are expecting them to start at 10. But what happens is shit hits the fan that is unexpected, and then nobody knows when it's going to be fixed, and there isn't necessarily time to communicate that. So I get that it's frustrating, and we hear your complaints and understand your frustration, but
I mean, we could also take topics from them. If they don't
there's-
like what we're talking about, we can also see what
That's
they would
true.
like us to talk about. You could give us some more dating tips, Purge.
I could.
I'm sure some of these guys would love to, and ladies, you know.
I
they'd
don't
like,
know if they're in the mood for that one.
They don't
to
think
be
they-
to be constructively criticized right now.
I'm not saying you constructively
I need to
criticize
only- I
them. I'm
only
saying
need to
give
give
them
them
some
compliments.
positive tips.
You want me to play That Dota Feeling written by Suns fan?
I don't remember all the words to it, or else I would sing it.
It was
honestly.
nice. It was nice. But no, we're not going to play it. I'm sorry.
That was a good suggestion, though.
It was a pretty good suggestion.
You know, I like that. I like seeing actual, suggestions instead of just angry.
Yeah. Smiles per hour said, I stayed up for this Resident Sleeper. I feel bad for you,
That
genuinely.
sucks. Yeah.
Like, it is the worst when when a huge tournament that you really want to watch happens in a bad time zone for you. It feels bad because it's like I care about the Dota, but I don't want to destroy my personal life as well just to watch some of the games
well, it's
or
like
most of the games.
I think
It's
everything
tough.
started 2 a.m. for U.S. East time zone, or so. It was very,
Oh,
very
I
early.
suppose yeah. It would start early
And
in
like
the
we've
U.S.
definitely
and
got
then
we've
yeah.
got US fans here, Team Undying, man. They've got a very strong fan
That's
base.
true. That's rough.
Mhm.
Rough for the fans.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got to stay up late. They can catch the second half of the day pretty conveniently if they, don't
Mhm.
have jobs like me. But yeah, that's a bit tough. It sucks when TI's not in your region. I wouldn't know what that's like most of the time. I'm literally always, it's either in NA or I'm working the event. So,
It was very rough. The last TI actually,
oh, China, right?
yeah, it was China. So I was doing Jungle Jam,
Mm.
the alternative like rebroadcast sort of thing,
Mhm.
and we were told we weren't supposed to watch any of the games at night
Mhm.
because we wanted it to be fresh. Obviously, that
Yep.
makes sense. But then like on the last day, we had like a big watch party because we're all gonna watch the grand finals together. But
Yeah.
my schedule had been so like weird and messed up at that point that like I'm sitting there and I'm watching. And I'm super into it, but I'm also like I'm going to die.
Yeah.
I'm so tired. Like I'm not used to staying awake for because like I had to stay awake and cast everything before that too. So it wasn't like I could
Oh.
adjust my sleep schedule. So I was literally just trying to stay awake for as long as possible.
Yeah, we used to do that a
Caffeine
lot.
did nothing for me at that point.
Early
guys.
Dota 2, we'd sit there in the first BTS house and we'd just be casting at like 3 a.m. And usually that like 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. areas where I'd like be casting, I'd literally like fall asleep while I'm like mid sentence, like where you know where your brain starts
Yeah.
dreaming a little bit, where
Mhm.
like it does something
You
like
start hallucinating.
yeah, it's like you interpret something weird and where you're like, oh, that was definitely like beginning dreaming, like
Mm.
that happened to me a couple times because it's hard to shift your schedule right away and do. I mean, back then we'd also like cast for like 10 to 12 hours straight, but which we might be doing here. We'll see. That's 40 minutes down. Many hours to go. Really excited to.
Yeah.
to
Anything new here in chat? I'm guessing that all of these, all
Wh-
the games are having
a
trouble.
lot of when does it start is what I'm seeing.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair question.
Dark Willow in all caps. Yeah, somebody's gonna pick her at some point.
Can you do the Dark Willow laugh? You know who's really good at the Dark Willow
I
laugh?
don't even know what it sounds like.
She sounds psychotic and crazy. It's wonderful.
So.
Frankie. Frankie does an
Oh.
incredible Dark Willow laugh.
Did she learn it on purpose, or is it
So
just
we were
like?
playing. We were playing because like for
Oh,
those
that's
of
right,
you.
because she was playing Dark Willow,
Yeah,
right?
because so we started playing Dark Willow, and I said like I love her laugh. I want to do it. And Frankie's like, oh yeah, and she listens. She's like and then she goes and she just replicates it. I was like, oh my god, that's incredible.
I mean, but she
love
also
it.
has like a lot of vocal training too, right? Like she's very, very good at singing also.
Yeah, yeah.
So
She's
I,
had
I,
some
I don't
training.
know. Does she have music background?
I think she has a little. I don't know how much, but she's got a bit of training from what I
Okay,
understood.
that's
'Cause
what I
she
think.
was saying, I think like a long time ago, she had lessons or whatnot. She's like, oh, I'm out of practice. I was like, oh, content peeps, Frankie, I'll teach
You might want to talk to her about it because I think she's like she's legitimately very good at singing from my perspective. I know I don't have as good a taste as you about singing, but I was there when she did karaoke one time and she was very impressive.
I
So
want to do karaoke.
I
with her.
feel I can't
That's
help
fun.
but think that she might have like similar background to you in terms of like
No, not to
not
that,
that
extent.
deep. Maybe not that extent, but like legit like she did it in college a little bit or
Yeah, she
something
took.
like
I
that.
think she took a couple lessons, like when she was younger.
Gotcha. Okay.
But she
Something
does
like
an
that.
amazing Dark Willow laugh. Can you do any Dota 2 impressions?
I can do the deep ogre voice.
Ooh,
I've
let's
never
hear it.
done it on stream before.
I want to hear it now, dude.
Okay. Just getting ready. Okay.
Okay, okay.
Wait, no, that's wrong. Oh, who said that? No, that's not quite right. It's like deeper. It's weirder to do it on camera.
Of course, it's weird.
But it's like I drop my jaw really far. I do it sometimes at home when I'm by myself.
Are you going to continue? Or?
I didn't feel like it.
Okay, all right, that's fine. I asked Cinder in the at one point. I was like, "Do you do it?" He's like, "I do a really good Earthshaker voice." I was like, "Oh, really?" And he did it. I was like, "Wow, that's actually very impressive." Jenkins also, he does the TI announcer. It's John Guthrie, right?
Oh, that one, yeah.
Yeah, he does a good one because I also
Jenkins, did you say?
yeah.
His voice is not that deep though, is it?
No, he can do a very good impersonation of it though,
Oh.
and I can also do. So what we did is he did that voice, and I can do the impersonation of the woman in the lobby who says like,
The game's
dire
about to
turns or
oh, yeah.
whatever, dire teams tend to pick or whatever.
Mhm.
Like so we just like started futzing around with that one day because we were like waiting for the game and it like still wasn't happening, much like this happening right now. Yeah, we're just going through all the impressions that we could do for Dota 2.
We cannot stop this. I'm sorry. This is this is your life now. You must. Oh wait, this is Pimp Muckle
That's
writing this in chat.
JJ.
JJ, you have slightly more control than the average person.
You do.
So you venting in chat is really not helping.
Well, then give us something to talk about,
But
JJ.
it's a bad sign that he's writing in chat. That means he's not currently observing, which means we are not the only ones
No, I
encountering
figured
this.
because
Which
I'm also. I just watched a picture of Jenkins' face that just got frozen on the television for like half a second there. So I figured that if they're not going through different matches right now,
he was
then
just probably about to do his announcer voice, and he needed a moment to collect himself.
he's good at it, man. He's good.
I believe that. Yeah. I'm just too spooked about doing voices on stream. It makes me uncomfortable.
You're good. You should just
I-
relax. You
I
did a good
could.
bear voice when we did Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah,
We
it's
played the
'cause
D&D.
there was no comparison. It was just I did a voice, and you're like, wow, that's a voice,
No,
and I
but
like
like you
it.
could tell you were putting like actual like effort into it. You know?
I usually put some effort into my
I don't know.
into the things I do.
No. I mean, like,
Um,
because when you were playing Mogomac, a lot of the times it felt like you were just, like you thought about the character, but you didn't necessarily do a voice. If that makes sense.
Yes, I literally never did a voice.
Yeah, but then when you did the bear,
I was forced to do a voice.
you were forced
yes.
to do a voice, and it was good. It was excellent.
It still felt weird. I didn't like it.
You got to be like Gary and do like lots of variations, lots of different accents, and high pitch, low pitch. He just does not care.
Look, I get that it's an expensive event and there's a delay, guys, but you got to remember that sometimes it's like Steam-wide issues that could be happening. I have no idea. It could be a weird internet outage. It
I don't
could
know if it
be
has
a
something to
tech
do with
problem.
the ticket or something.
The fact that all of the games aren't starting
Yeah.
makes me assume that it could be
Because they asked about that. They said add the ticket, but I don't see a ticket, so I'm not sure if the ticket
Yeah.
like is borked, perhaps.
that could be really important because there's stuff like they set everything to work through the system. So if you can't set it to the correct ticket, then like it doesn't like make their website track the matches properly, and it's like a cascade of like things that could be an
Yeah.
issue. And who knows? It could be that, it could not be. We don't really know. But can you read the chat from there?
So fun fact, I'm actually legally blind without my contacts, so blind caster lol.
So you can't see.
I can kind of see.
Okay.
Not super well over there.
Okay.
We need an opening ceremony. Can you do an opening ceremony for us, Purge?
That's all I got. How's that?
It's more than I expected, honestly.
Add this guy to a list of people to ban later.
Excellent.
Gonna ban him everywhere on the internet. I don't know if you guys saw those Twitch earnings lists, but I have connections, okay? I'm gonna get you banned everywhere on the internet. I swear to God.
I have a list I can give you if you want to help.
I'm the
help a
1900th
sister out.
highest paid Twitch streamer, okay? In the last 2 years. Of all time, 1100.
Ooh,
That's right.
wow.
And when I saw the number, I was like, damn. That's a lot. But then I was like, wait, it's over 10 years. It's really not that. It's really not. It's like it's a job. It's
I
good.
still think it's good, man.
It's good. I'm pleased
Mhm.
pleased with my position in life. I'm very lucky. But don't think I won't ban you. I will. Guys, watch your asses.
Who was it? The other day, some of the talent was talking, and like someone was being like really rude about another talent in chat, and Brian was like, "It felt so good." The second I saw it, was just like, "Get out of here! I don't want to see
I
that."
think I watched that
nonsense."
exact moment.
Yeah, he was very like
He,
it was
like-
very satisfying.
It was a good moment. Yeah. No, it's important to do that stuff. You gotta like the way most people learn about social things is when they make a mistake and somebody has to like either politely tell them they're wrong or more rudely, depending on how strong the comment is, and it helps everybody learn what's acceptable and what's not. And the internet is still generally a garbage place, but it was a really garbage place for a lot of people 20 years ago. So you gotta slowly get with the times so that everybody can feel accommodated and have a nice time watching VP versus Undying, which will happen.
Oh, there he is. There's JJ in
I just don't
chat
know.
there.
There's
so-
several updates to Game Coordinator right now from Valve to get the ticket fixed. Okay,
See,
so
that's what I thought. I thought it was ticket because
You're
I
right.
noticed. Yeah.
someone wrote ticket in chat, and that was indeed the issue. So when they fix the ticket, I imagine we're gonna just start seeing a bunch of games start. And as you all know from playing Dota, if your game has already began, usually it just keeps going all the way into the end. Almost always, exclusively. So. All right, so if you guys are here for Elephant versus Beast Coast, that's going to be delayed because our first game is delayed, probably. But the matches for today, we got VP versus Undying that we're waiting to begin. When that gets fixed, then we got Elephant versus Beast Coast, which we'll be here for. It's going to be another excellent match, another like what's going to happen match. And then we're going to see another VP game, VP versus Alliance. Alliance, another team, which frankly could do well. Maybe they won't. I'm not sure. And then after that, we won't be here for this, so you guys should definitely turn off the stream then. Vici Gaming versus SG Gaming. And then the final match of the stream will be Aster versus Undying, which a little bit of another question mark
That's
because
a long day for Undying to go like all the way.
first and last. Ooh,
Yeah.
that's very rough when the game coordinator's down. Have that extra hour on the start of the day.
You got to keep up that energy, right? You
But
can't.
this way, their NA fans get to catch at least one of their matches.
That's true.
And it will be against Aster, who's got a stand-in basically because one of their players was a little bit too sick from COVID, unfortunately, so he could not play. So they got a stand-in. I do not know much about him. We talked about the player, but it's kind of up in the air information. So.
Yep.
But the expectations are when you get a player swap, you're gonna play worse almost surely. Like there's so many feeling things in Dota. Like when you play scrims and stuff, you just get used to like habits. Like you don't always know why you're doing certain things, but like your brain is instinctively going to be like, this feels right, this feels bad, because you got punished sometimes. You're like, oh, when I go here I feel like I die, or I feel like the game outcome becomes bad. So you just naturally start doing the right thing. And that happens in high level pro game team environments too, where you're not always like mentally, you want things to feel routine so you can spend your brain power on doing in-game strategy stuff, keeping your eye on the mini-map, like thinking about your itemization, adjusting based on what they're doing, that kind of stuff. So like if all of a sudden you swap a player and you have like almost no time to practice with them, you might have like a honeymoon period, but like there could also be other times where like he's just not on the same page as you. It's like I win a team fight, I go push a creep wave for 30 seconds, and I look at the map and my team's literally going high ground. I'm like, oh god, I should really be there, you know?
Yes.
Like there could be stuff like that that happens. Obviously not that extreme, because we're still talking about TI caliber players. But you know, it's definitely gonna be a disadvantage for Aster. Plus, some of them also still have COVID. Hopefully, their symptoms aren't too bad, so it doesn't affect like brain fog or
Yeah.
other stuff like that. But who knows how well Aster is gonna do? We have literally no idea. It's a big question mark. So
Like it's a huge question mark. You know, thinking about too. You talked about the fact that when you have a stand-in, generally speaking, it's very difficult to adjust, especially if you've been doing scrims. And like this is high pressure at this point. You're at TI. Every single game, you know, matters. But just like, you know, you think about some of the other teams, like maybe someone's very, very aggressive. Maybe they tend to sit back a little bit more. All of these things you have to keep into account because, you know, maybe you've got a mid player, super, super aggressive, and you're just not like, what's the word? You're not necessarily ready
Good
to
at Dota.
follow. No, I wasn't going to say that, but wasn't necessarily like ready to just jump in after them because you're not used to it. One second, please.
she's got COVID. No, I'm just kidding.
Go do that.
We get a test every day. It's completely fine. No, I actually had this moment last night. No, I got to tell this story first. It's very important. I was sitting at my computer. It was like the end of the night. It was like 8 p.m. And I'm just sitting there. I was like thinking, and all of a sudden I like went to breathe, and I must have had like a buildup of moisture on the end of my tongue. I just sucked it right into my windpipe. I just start coughing on my own spit, and I started like dirty coughing and stuff, like barely being able to breathe. And it was
no.
like I could feel it was the tiniest amount of liquid that went down the wrong path. That's my story. Let's go to a break.
Let's
We'll
go
be
to a
back
break.
as soon as we're ready to fill more time. Catch you in a minute.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm sorry for that little bit of a delay. We were having some troubles with the coordinator, but it looks like everything is good to go now, and we are going to have some Dota 2 TI
That's
time.
way stronger words than I would have used. I've been like, I think that we're about to start, but something could always go wrong. You never know.
You never
But
know.
it does seem like things are about to start. We had some lobby issues. We just restarted our lobbies. Everybody's in the lobby. It seems like maybe missing like one or two, but probably starting soon is my assumption. I just want to formally apologize, guys. Before, when we were reading Twitch chat, I was reading the wrong Twitch chat the whole time. And after it happened, I was like, did they know? And honestly, I have no idea.
No, someone did. Someone called you out, actually.
they?
Yep. They said, Moxie, can you make sure that Purge is reading the correct Twitch chat this time?
Yeah,
'Cause
there
he
were
was
some
reading a
tells.
different
There were some
page.
tells. But in our defense, we are on stream C internally in the documents. I was like, C is gonna be stream 3, but in reality, it starts stream 1 or stream A starts on TI_2 or whatever.
Yes,
Twitch.
because we've got the multi-stream. If you head over to the main one, and then after that, we're all followed by numbers, and it gets a little bit thrown off, just a tiny little bit. So
Yeah, so I was trying to steer the ship the whole time, but I was trying to steer people that literally weren't watching.
I was
us.
impressed with the way that you were trying to
Yeah.
steer him, though.
Thank you. That's what I do every time I stream. Got to correct the ship. Very important. But we are still super excited to watch the games if they happen. And when they do, we're going to be really freaking excited. And I bet we're getting close. I haven't seen much action in lobby quite yet.
Well, the good news is that we have seen the pick and the side pick up. So, we're
Have
on
we?
the right. Yes, we're on the right track.
Oh,
here.
there it is.
It is. It's over
Let
there.
me hide this. How do I do this? I don't toggle
You
broadcast.
toggle. There you
there
go. You've
we
only been
go.
casting for how long, homie?
I'd only figured out how to do this like literally a year and a half ago. They're like, don't you know when the coin spins? And I'm like, I've never seen that in my whole life. And they're like, you have to toggle the broadcast. 'Cause as a caster, you like join the slots,
Right,
you know?
right.
And as a player, that was like more of a recent thing. They used to coin flip in lobby chat. You would type /flip, and it would say X player gets whatever, you know? But there's like an actual coin that like
Yeah.
spins, you know? I didn't
It's
see
a
that all the
very
time.
neat graphic.
Anyways, for those
It
that
improves
care,
the experience.
first priority goes to Virtus Pro. Second priority gets Undyne. So VP won the coin toss, and VP chose Radiant, and Undyne chose second pick. Radiant has a higher win rate than Dire. That's pretty standard. Has advantages for being closer to Roche. Typically, you have more TP points. Your top tier 1 tower is valuable for Roche proximity, as is your mid tower. So, that's one of the things that increases your win rate. Generally, Dire camps are closer together. So you can usually, if you have an AoE skill, it's easier to farm like 2 camps at once instead of 1. So there's obviously some Dire advantages too. But the Roche one's really big. It matters a lot. So, and there's other probably harder to explain advantages on the Radiant side. So
We're like the king of explaining, dude. I'm pretty sure that you could probably walk us through some of these things.
I don't necessarily know them, so it's easier to just talk about
Fair,
platitudes.
fair.
Like, oh, well, there are things you could say. I will choose not to. It's because I don't always know all the small advantages. There's like juke paths and like how much time does it take to get from the mid lane to the small camp or from the mid lane to another jungle camp. There's like things like that. Guys, you're not gonna believe this, but the game just started. I'm so excited. All right, let's see what's going to happen. Virtus Pro versus Undyne. We talked a lot about them earlier. I think it was yesterday. No, it was an hour and a half ago. Very similar.
It is Radiant's
But
battle.
the draft is beginning, and I can't wait to see how this goes. All right.
Let's go. Let's dive on in. Of course, we do have some
Turn
new
to
things that are
battle.
going on with this particular patch. We do have, of course, Dawnbreaker has been added to Captain's Mode. But I think, doing all of our homework, which we did earlier on, we realized that, Monkey King and Tiny, very, very popular. I also expect to see, some Sand King, some Earthshaker popping up here and there. And
Earthshaker was the big one, and like almost all the pub data that's been happening before the tournament, every team has played quite a lot of Earthshaker games.
it's that and Sand King. It seems to be the two.
Sand King too?
Yeah, those are the two really big ones that keep cropping up every time that I'm doing my
5
research.
seconds
No matter what,
remaining.
region you come from.
But without a doubt, the Monkey King and the Tiny were the ones that pretty much everybody expected to be like heavily picked in there. So yeah, we got 3 out of the 4. Io was somebody people talked about a couple weeks ago. I would say it's like, oh, Io's probably top band, but as the weeks went on, Tiny and Monkey got a little bit different priorities. So if you are a little bit new to Dota and you don't know what second pick, wow, there she is.
There she is, Dawn Mommy.
If-
Let's go.
If you're a little
Let's
new to
go.
Dota, second pick means that it's the order of drafting. So while VP gets the first overall pick, now Undyne gets involved with 2 picks together, which is generally seen as the better of the picking orders. But VP valued Radiant very very highly, and it could be for lots of reasons. It could be because like they have a Radiant strat that they want to run. They have like some heroes that work better on the Radiant side versus the Dire side. Sometimes that happens. Like you want to play Medusa on Dire side usually because the camps are closer together, so you farm faster, for example. But maybe it's Radiant Dawnbreaker. There's some lore synergy going on. I think that's what VP's doing. TI's on the line, but it's all about lore and synergy with design decisions. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Sir.
Tell me a little bit about Dawnbreaker, if you can. What do you got?
So Dawnbreaker, I believe that she was created by the Keeper of the Light, and that she is not actually.
You would create a woman. Makes sense.
Yeah, he's a pretty thirsty old man.
He is.
Yeah, Creeper of the Light, as we like to call him.
Yeah, that's pretty
But
close.
I hate this hero. It makes sense that we're seeing Silencer. It feels very strong and powerful, and also the Sand King, which we discussed, was just has a high pick rate in those pubs. But yeah, I hate Silencer. He is just so obnoxious during the laning stage, and like you have to be so careful that you don't mess up with your, losing too much int. But like I had this conversation actually with Fogged on the shuttle over for one of the days, and he was saying, yeah, Silencer's strong during that laning phase, but when it comes time as it gets later into the game, you've got so many ways to like purge off all of his spells, right? You've got Witchbane, you've got Flicker, you've got all this, so it really doesn't scale too
Eul
late.
Scepters and Lotus Orbs, and there's
just the neutral items alone, like you have things to
that's
handle
true.
them.
There's a lot of neutral items that can really help. But yeah, Silencer's laning stage is pretty good. It gives you pretty good team fight advantage in certain circumstances. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Silencer against any opening, but against Dawnbreaker, you could say it's pretty good typically too, because you can prevent her from using her ulti. One of the big advantages is that she can always show up. She's basically a save hero. That's where you get your advantage out of her. And frankly, I'm a little surprised to see her picked. There's talk about her being good. A lot of the pub win rates were weak on her, even though a lot of teams messed around with her. Some teams didn't touch her much. But her advantage is basically you try to kill one of her teammates, she starts pumping out heal, she turns that fight globally. And if she can do that, she has good value. If that doesn't work out so good, or you have a couple misses like that, her team fight impact are a lot weaker than some other heroes. So she can have some issues. Storm Spirit is the reaction for VP though, very strong mid hero right now. It's not seen as necessarily insane, but it's very mobile. You can, when you're lane, you can farm jungles quickly, you can gank the map, you can team fight well, you can split push. There's a lot of good things about Storm.
Yeah, it seemed that he was very, very popular. And of course, GPK, definitely one of those very aggressive kind of players over in that mid lane. He's going to want to make things happen very early on. And when you have something like a Dawnbreaker, you're able to have that global presence once you get the 6. So you can really coordinate quite well.
That's a good point.
And be able to, make things happen early. And that's something that VP, they love to do this, right? They get that momentum going, and they just never take their feet off the gas pedal.
Yeah, that's really true. And in some ways, Dawnbreaker is good for VP in that way. DM plays a lot of heroes that are like team fight, initiator kind of things, heroes that get active, and that's pretty common for a lot of offlane heroes, but I feel like it could definitely fit VP, because even if Dawnbreaker has some lackings, if you win the laning stage, and she has a pretty darn strong laning stage, despite it being slightly nerfed recently, then he can use that to become active on the in the game with good utility items. And one of the heroes that I always think about, he obviously has played lots of Mars. Mars been nerfed a lot over time, but like his Kunkka offlane was pretty iconic in a lot of ways. He'd go like Spirit Vessel and Solar Crest or something like that. Just items that like help his team win fights, and he plays a hero that can participate well in those engagements. So in terms of second phase bans, a lot of strength heroes being banned out for Undying, Lifestealer, Night Stalker, and Lycan, and they're going to go for a Mirana open immediately after. Great combo with Sand King. Sand King is going to be the guy that initiates, so that's the 3-4 most likely. And now the response.
Yeah, we speed drafting right now.
We are. They know what they want.
They know exactly what we got. The Bounty Hunter pickup, which is a little surprising. We've been seeing a little bit of an uptick recently. And then, of course, that Darkseer, because the Dawnbreaker, we talked a lot about, position 3s and whatnot, but I was wondering, where exactly are they going to place that Dawnbreaker? So this kind of lets us know a bit more.
And we have seen a decent amount of Dawnbreaker 3 in pubs, but also a lot of 4. So it wasn't completely clear. I made it sound that way because I'm bad. But more likely, Darkseer is going to be the 3, Dawnbreaker's the 4, Bounty Hunter probably 5. But one thing they're kind of missing is disable stuff. They don't have the most reliable disables right now on the VP side. We'll see what their last pick ends up being. It'll be their carry. Usually you don't see a huge amount of disable coming from the carry. And over on the Undyne side, they pick up Leshrac. I did see a decent amount of Leshrac
That's a Brile specialty
and
right
pub
there
games.
too.
Yeah, there's just it's a good hero on a lot of players, but it's another great combo actually with the Sand King. Leshracs are playing a little bit more mobile now. They go like Bloodstone builds, and then they go for like a mid game Blink Dagger, and then I've seen a lot of hexes afterwards. So they can be like Blink Hex, land a stun, and at that point, very likely Mirana arrows there to follow up, or it could be like Sand King Burrow Strike, Leshrac stun follow up. So when you have like multiple ways to start the team fight, it becomes a lot easier for you to make these engagements happen. Plus good damage output for Undying, and pretty good team fight. So obviously they've got Vacuum Wall over on the VP side, they've got the Dawnbreaker ulti, but Bounty Hunter usually lacks team fight a little bit. Storm can lack team fight. He's going to want to like jump the back line and kill Silencer ideally. But right now, I like the Undying draft quite a lot. We'll see how everything rounds out. But I think Undying's heroes just look a lot more like proven and tested, in my opinion. VP is going with something that they're confident with, but it's going to be a little different.
Yeah, I was taking a look at some of the pub strats that were coming out because, you know, you follow some of the different players as they're going about, and you can't obviously see their scrims. One of the things that I saw that Nightfall was playing quite a bit of was a lot of the heroes that have already been banned, right? The Monkey King, the Tiny, but also a good deal amount of, like, Sven, which we talked about, you know, having that disable. Not usually, you know, it's a common thing to see on your position 1, but that is, of course, an option. But like what I like right now when I look at Undying's draft is, yes, they have these disables, they have these ways of initiation, but also they have tower push right now. They have people that are going to be able to hit the building. And currently what we're looking at here over on the side of VP is that they're kind of lacking in that department currently.
Yeah, they really are lacking there. I mean, they've got Bounty Hunter tracking against Mirana as well, so they'll be able to scout their opponents and keep track of them, potentially. But with the Gyro ban, yeah, they need some like tanky frontliner carry that is going to be able to hit buildings if they do end up picking a Sven.
My
Well, there.
homework, it paid off, dude.
So the coolest thing about VP, insane mobility. All 5 of these heroes have very good mobility. Sven, you could argue a little bit less, but he's got Warcry to benefit his whole team. So they've got Surge, they've got Bounty Hunter moving around, Invis, Stormspirit can jump, Dawnbreaker can move. If they get an advantage, what they basically want to do is they want to prevent Undying from like initiating with a stun, landing a second stun, third stun, maybe killing that guy. They want to like half engage on Undying, ideally disengage, maybe force staff the guy that gets stunned so the follow-up stun doesn't hit, and then that allows them to like jump back into the engagement after Global Silence is down. So they have to be careful how they poke these fights, and Bounty Hunter's a great hero for that because he's going to better be able to see where Undying is, and then they can choose where their fights go, ideally, is what we'll see. But curious to see what items he buys on Bounty. I'm not quite sure what the perfect meta is, but he did get played a lot. I saw him being played a lot in pubs.
Yeah.
The last couple months, but it was like a variety of roles and game states that I would see it, so we'll see what they do with it.
Well, what's really interesting is because we can actually see the multi-stream over on the other end. Just very quickly, I took a glance. The amount of heroes, the diversity of them, they're all over the place. It's incredible. It's actually so exciting to see so many different heroes getting picked. Like, there's nothing that's dominating currently.
2 Morphlings, and other than that, it's all entirely different heroes.
This is a
2
5
Undyings.
Dawnbreaker.
5 Dawnbreaker instead.
Kingslayer's
Okay.
playing 5.
So Save's gonna play Bounty Hunter. That makes a little bit more sense. Dawnbreaker, I would say, is maybe a little weaker as a 5, but it's not that bad because you can just rush the Locket, and Locket not that expensive, and Tomato's gonna go for the Juggernaut for the carry. Yeah, pretty strong. It's very good against Darkseer is the big advantage that you can Healing Ward to stay alive. You can spin, kill creep waves as well. If there's a lot of Iron Shelled creeps, he has better safety against Bounty Hunter. The Bounty Darkseer dueling is more of a threat in a way because, especially against the Silencer, like because Silencer's a 5, that was one thing I noticed. Like, you don't want to play Silencer 5 against a Bounty 4. That's a little scary. If Bounty gets Orb of Venom and he's got an Iron Shell and he's Invis, it's like if you try to mess around with pulls at all, like, it's not difficult for them to catch you and get a kill on you. So you don't want to get too behind on Silencer because then it's going to make the mid game harder when Storm Spirit starts aiming for you. So whether or not Silencer gets killed a decent amount on the laning stage could really change things. The more levels Save gets, the faster he gets track, and that can snowball the game in a lot of big ways. So it'll be a cool game. Can't wait to see what happens.
I mean, let's be honest. The Silencer has a big ol' X painted on his back. There is a Bounty Hunter in this game, and there is a GPK Storm Spirit. So this guy has got to watch his back constantly. But, you know, this is it. We're going into game number 1. It's a best-of-2 series. I cannot wait to see how all of this unfolds. And
I just want you guys to know you picked the right stream because this is the first game of TI. Every other stream is behind us because they have slow, probably unintelligent drafters. But here we got the best teams and the best game to watch. I cannot wait to see.
You get the best observer too, because I am observing the stream right now here. But like we said, you know, we've got some heroes that, especially Undying, are very, very comfortable with. We've got, of course, Brian on that wreck quite a bit. I know Tomato likes playing the Jug. I think he's a bigger Morphling player, but I believe he was also banned out here, so A lot of these comfort picks, I'm expecting to see some courier snipes coming out from Save and from Moon Meander as well. And yeah, we're already going to see a little bit of skirmishing over here because Save is on the trail. He's keeping some tabs over here on Brile.
Helps to have the vision advantage. Yeah, they've got pretty good level 1 with Iron Shell. If they get like 2 of these out, it can be really good. But Tomato being the guy that they go on doesn't sound great. You get a little slow on him, but that's why he's playing low ground. Just trying to get information here and be pretty safe. Look how safe they're playing. It's very important at these moments to just not get caught by like the enemy team, especially if your level 1 is worse, and that's why they're playing so defensive. Like, yeah, they could land like a burrow strike into an arrow into like a Leshna.
Look at them, they want the silencer, I told you already. Dubu immediately getting jumped upon. They need one more hit to do the trick. GPK is going to be very happy with that. Tomato already committing now to the spin. Is going to try to dish out a little bit of damage, but blood has been drawn.
That wasn't bad. I mean, he did a little bit of spin damage, and obviously you killed the silencer, but the important thing is that it went to GPK. And it might seem like in games where like the enemy mid gets first blood, it doesn't seem like a big deal, but for pro players, it's huge. It really advances what they're trying to do in the match.
Look at just the amount of harass Save is able to put on Tomato now, too. That's actually so annoying, right?
Yeah, it is. Big movement speed for bounty hunters.
Moon Meander. Burrow Strike doesn't quite connect here. Kingslayer chasing after him. Needed one more hit to finish off Moon Meander as he does go and use his salve. How do you feel about that?
I mean, he's forced. Like, he does not want to give up the kill, but it's the right thing to do is pressure.
But he's so low now, though.
It is tough, yeah, but...
Saber like this is just a dirty lane. When you have any sort of stun paired up with Dawnbreaker,
it is looking pretty good. And that's the best counter to Starbreaker. You just have to interrupt it all. And they do have 2 disables, but, you know, if Moon Meander dies there, they still put that pressure on Saberlight, and yeah, maybe he gets back to lane a little bit faster, but he needs to make sure that he can block the camp or do whatever else in the lane. So, and they are just pressuring him. They just come, run at him. He's forced to burrow strike defensively. He keeps getting these 2-man burrows, which is great, but he's barely evading death, and they do not have that much regen.
He managed to get the courier at the very least, but there it is. There's just another salve. It's going to get placed over on the Sand King, so... This is a very scary lane. I mean, the nice thing that's going on for Undying is the fact they have the Burrow Strike, right? You do have, you know, Murano will eventually take the lead, so they'll be able to try to disengage, but until then, they have to play so carefully. Like, look at this again, another Stormhammer, chopped down, and that's just a dead Moon Meander. He can't do anything here.
Absolutely nothing to do. And this is really bad for them as well. Saberlight is being a little bit greedy in his itemization. He's trying to get a fast Helm of the Dominator, most likely, because he's queuing up the Helm of Iron Will. And when you do this, you basically try to get it really fast, because once you get it, everything's going to be fine. But the first 2 minutes so far has been pretty rough for them. We've seen them take tons of damage. The regen that they bought at the start of the lane has not quite lasted, so as a result, he's going to get this item a bit later. And until then, Moon Meander, that's part of the reason this is going rough, because he's sacrificing to do this. So, and because they died, Kingslayer also gets a stack off on the small camp and blocks the large camp, so with time going on, things are going to look pretty good for him.
This is a very speedy Kingslayer as well when he does have those boots online, although doesn't have that mana, so... He gets a little bit of a reprieval here for the side of Undying. Let's check in with the top lane, though. I saw that they are going for that, you know, the Ion Shell over on the Bounty Hunter, just trying to be as annoying as possible. That is going to make them go through a lot of regen as well.
It's doing pretty good. Level 1 Ion Shell is decent. Not necessarily the best, but it can do a lot. In the mid lane, GPA doing quite good. 17 last hits, 18 last hits almost. Up against Brile's 12, so he's doing a little bit better there. So far, both of them have their bottle. Again, he does have first blood, so he got his item to move the bottle a little faster. He's going for the Soul Ring build, getting a little bit more popular on these end heroes here. Just there's not as many good mana regen items as there used to be, so now people are saying like, well, the next best is now Soul Ring, so that's why we're seeing it in the meta. Even though it kind of fell off for anybody that wasn't a strength hero.
They have a nice word over here placed. They're going to be able to identify that Moon Meander did start to move over a little bit. He suspects that there's ward drops. The sentry doesn't find anything, though. So.
And terrible thing. Saberlight is going to take a stun here.
Oh, he's not looking too healthy. They're going to try to get just a little bit more damage. The body block's coming out from Moon. Going to try to get a couple clicks off. Gets that leap, a little extra movement speed here. Kingslayer, though, look at this. He's like, yeah, you're going to come back here sometime, but you're going to walk right into me. And he's looking. I don't know. Oh, he does. He's definitely got Saberlight here.
He was almost able to get the...
Oh, is he going to get double?
Oh my god, that was incredible. It was close to him not getting Sand King. Sand King tried to cut back the other way to get behind the third hit, but it barely caught him. And then also able to clean up Moon. What a big play.
Drag back here from GPK. The teleports are out. Are they going to be on time? He gets the stun off. They need a little bit more. No, they'll cake down Brile. Now Moon Meander is here in the mid lane. Looks like he's going to try to go deny the water. Very least.
Yeah, but they're still going to have the other one, so this is really not that bad at all for VP. 5 kills now, 1k gold advantage. They are just feeling all over the map right now, and it's just a lot of kills going on.
It's a lot of pressure, and like we said, this is typical of their play style. When Virtus.pro start just getting that momentum, they're not going to let up at all. They're going to continue to be very, very aggressive. And you can see that, too, in what they drafted. The fact that you do have a double stun lane here on the bottom lane with the Sven and the Dawnbreaker. You've got, of course, you know, the Bounty Hunter and the Darkseer and then Storm. Like, GPK just, in general, a very aggressive player, just period.
Yeah, and Boots coming up for Saberlight now, so now when he gets gone on, he has a better ability to run away. So this will help a lot. I guess he's just going to sit on the Helm of Iron Wolf. I mean, it could be like a Crimson Guard or something, but I assume it's Helm of the Dominator based on this build, but we'll see. Sand King does need regen. Armor is great on him too. Here's the pressure.
Again, arrow does not connect. Turn around with Burrow Strike and see if they can put out enough damage. Maybe get some hits off over here onto Nightfall, but still, at the end of the day, Saberlight will fall, and Nightfall will be able to just walk away, get healed up by Kingslayer.
It looked almost good. Like, if those creeps were lower when that fight started, it would have been fine, because Saberlight was prepping 2 melee creeps, and those creeps die with Caustic. It does a lot of AoE damage. Nightfall did get low when it finally ended, but if those creeps need to die just a moment earlier to buy them some time, make their opponents feel less confident fighting, but the timing didn't quite line up, and those are the small margins that you have to exploit as a top-level team to get wins in these lanes against other insanely good players.
Safe taps on Brile. Be careful, though. 6-minute runes are coming up. They're looking to make a play here. Brile's getting for the rune spot. Safe. Waiting patiently, looking for the opening. Gets a couple of hits off, but he needs to be careful because there was also a Moon Meander who's just going to Starstorm and wreck his face. Yeah, they have a sentry.
He just came over and he put the sentry down. He's like, you know, this guy's going to be an absolute jerk.
Nightfall's a little low, but return here. Kingslayer getting to position. Doesn't quite manage to land that stun. They do throw out. Oh, are they going to be able to? No, they're ending up taking down Kingslayer. And it's a little spooky here for Nightfall, who also now has to teleport away.
Really nicely done. Getting the burst right there while still close to Sandstorm. So he got to protect himself. And now the game is like kind of even, surprisingly. And this is like one of those moments where you might be like, well, if they got 6 kills, how the heck can they be close? And if you're just more efficient on the map, then it's all going to be fine. So sometimes that Moon Meander would step out of lane, arrow, creep, that kind of thing really makes a big difference. But most importantly, getting some kills when your opponents are beating you is going to offset a lot of this.
There's very little tower damage happening across the map too, which is pretty interesting as well.
And teams are just going to be very safe about protecting their buildings. And if you have hard to kill cores, it makes it easier to do so. Like pressuring top lane, kind of difficult against Jug, because usually you want to get the kill first, then take the tower. So if Jug is survivable, it's not easy. Sand King can push really hard, fairly safely, so pressuring his lane is going to be hard because it's hard to kill him in the first place. So want to dive mid, but Dudu's playing here, as is Leshrax, so...
They're getting in position, though, because they do have they have level 7 over on Storm. Just have to be careful, doesn't have a whole lot of health here. But you can see, too, Save trying to just keep tabs on everything going on. Poking a bit over at Tomato. He's trying to be a nuisance more than anything else.
Just thinking about Omni Slashing here, but if you do, you can drop the wall, it'll create an illusion of Jug, split the damage a bit, it's not going to feel nearly as good, but Safe does grab a little healing ward kill that's going to keep Juggernaut a bit low on HP briefly here. But they're certainly playing mid. They're looking for these kills if they can get them. They do find the Observer Ward though. Gonna get the enemy sentry.
They got Nightfall's Courier though. Who's on that?
They're thinking about Effie's bottom.
Yeah, there it is. The arrow. No, it's just a little bit out of time here. It'll turn right back around again over on Saberlight. Brile is turning around though. Starstorm comes out. They need to be able to hold him into place, lock him down, and able to get this kill. And they don't quite have it.
It was hard. The Burrow Strike was used earlier, so landing and follow-up was basically not possible, unless he kept fighting, and Lesh was able to get close, but I think Nightfall read that one. Their Observer Ward probably spotted his rotation. What's so funny?
I'm laughing because Doob was just hightailing it out of there. He knows Save is just creeping. You got Kingslayer on the Dawnbreaker here. They'll find themselves a Moon Meander, drag right back in again. It's a beautiful Burrow Strike though coming out from Saberlight. He's gonna go for the Epi as well, so they'll be able to find a kill on Save, and it looks like they'll be able to find a kill on Kingslayer as well. Very nicely timed and played by Saberlight on the Sand King.
No kidding. Great rotation, and I'm surprised Murano was able to stay alive. He took a lot of heat there, but Raindrop, Magic Stick, and 2 leap charges able to get away. Helps also that Storm was a little bit low at the start of that. He wasn't as confident getting aggressive, but big fight there. That's going to keep the game even and definitely keep Undyne in this game.
Now, is this a situation where now that the epicenter is down, that they can potentially make a little bit more of an aggressive play from the side of VP?
I mean, potentially, but Epicenter's not like one of those abilities where you're like, God, if Epi's down, like, you can't do anything, because you still have a stun. He can still Sandstorm push creep waves. Pushing creep waves alone affects the game a lot in the early stages, because most heroes are okay at pushing, but it costs resources and that kind of thing. So.
The play up to the top lane, though. Tomato, they drop the wall. He's going to try to spin, try to teleport away. I don't think they have quite enough damage. But he is going to survive the gank here.
Yeah, not terrible. Got him to go all the way back to base. He's going to have to rebuy TP. Almost had Echo Saber, but instead he's just going to finish his wand, get back on the map. So they're doing a good job invading. They're getting some D wards. So far, mostly sentries.
They found themselves a save, happened to wander right past them, so that is a dead bounty hunter. They're going to try to take these stacks that Dubu's been painstakingly working on here, but they're going to back off now.
Dubu is just so hyped that he doesn't have to stand between his mid-tier 1 and his mid-tier 2 anymore, because that was his life for legitimately like 6 minutes there. And now they can get aggressive themselves. Saberlight is very tanky. He's got a hood after his Helm of Iron Will. Kind of an interesting build so far. He bought Helm just for the lane regen and sustain here. But they're going to go on Sand King.
Jump in.
Oh, good silence.
Follow up, though. They're not going to be able to go and save him in time. Down will go GPK. And this tower is not looking too great either, although Nightfall is getting into position. Goes in for that God Strength. He's going to back off.
They want to stop this, but they can't. Bryle just pops his Diabolic Edict, and the tower's going to go down. No deny either, and now they Burrow Strike a
the
bounty.
Jump again over onto save. He just... Oh, it's a double kill now for Moon Meander.
Undyne is doing it.
And the tips go out.
1k gold advantage. They lost their safe lane tower, but their mid is still alive, and this is one of the big benefits of having a Leshrac, obviously. And with Sand King being so tanky, it's very difficult for VP to commit to some of these engagements here. And because Undyne has the great chain stun, hey, that's what they got to do. They did have to pop global to set this up. They silenced the Storm. They got the disable follow-up set up on him. He wasn't quite playing safe enough, but they're in a good spot now. I mean, going into the late game, their heroes still look pretty solid, so looking pretty great for Undyne at the moment. Game's definitely not over, though. Lots going to happen.
I should hope that it's not over.
I mean, I could do with another 1.5 hour break. I don't know. Maybe not just yet. Later on.
Perhaps. You can see now that the side of VP, they're moving together. They're looking for any sort of pickoff. Save, of course, you know, is doing typical bounty hunter things, but they're very prepared for this because they've got sentries just lied out everywhere. Arrow connects over onto Save. He's just unlucky enough to eat that. And they go for the dust, so they know that he's there. Just gonna back off. Realize that there's probably more going on. No one's really showing on the map.
Yeah.
Except for perhaps Bryle here.
I mean, it's really hard to walk up high ground. They must have spotted him as he was going invis. That's why he went for that arrow, and then he confirms he's there. And when that happens, even if he doesn't die, he knows, like, oh, this is pretty hairy for me. Like, they saw I was coming somehow. Where was he exactly? I don't know, but, like, it just lowers your confidence and makes it harder to get the information that you're supposed to be getting. This is supposed to be his job, and he's supposed to hang out in this area and at least sap experience or something. But instead, he just runs bottom. He's going to build towards a mech, which is a great way to contribute. Some team fight that normally Bounty doesn't give much advantage towards, but on the other side of the map, Nightfall hitting creeps as expected. Everybody getting farmed more or less, and Storm and Nightfall are still in a good spot. But yeah, game's still up in the air.
Dota 2 is a fun and
and
balanced
also talking
game.
about just, you know, other advantages like vision-wise, right? Like you see that Moon Meander just got tracked over by the Bounty Hunter, and that's very useful when you look at everything else that they've kind of got going on over on the side of Undyne. They don't have a lot in terms of the vision game.
It is pretty hard, yeah, with what they're working with. They just have some wards kind of like blocking the half of the map. And that kind of makes sense because Sven typically does farm faster than almost all carries in the game. He's naturally got cleave, he does not have to buy. Juggernaut's probably, he's got half of his Maelstrom finished here, so he will have some farming speed, but it just takes a little bit more time for Jug to come online, which is okay. But he's about 800 gold, of course, behind Sven. And that's going to keep going that way unless Undyne starts convincing the lane fights. And it could be even worse because they've got a Bounty Hunter on their team, so that means any team fights that Sven participates in, he's going to get even more gold than normal. They did pop Mirana ulti while Silencer was tracked, so this one was a bit of a miscommunication. It's like one of those things where they're like, oh, this is a good time to fight, but they didn't look across the map, check everyone for tracks. In the meantime, though, Bryle might get a solo kill at the bot room. It's going to be kind of close. Yep, and they pop global.
They pop global top lane. They're able to take down Save. They take down GPK. Undying is just starting to really amp up here.
That's amazing. They were able to get 2 kills with the same global. What value?
That's what all Dota players love, right? Is the efficiency.
Yeah, that's
and they weren't
really
even,
good stuff.
They're on the other side of the map too.
Their positioning's been so good. Tomato basically on pressure at this point. Again, Sven is still farming quite well. Nightfall's happy with his game position, but he'd really love his allies to be sitting in a better spot. So they're going to start getting aggressive. This is the part of the game where Kingslayer starts feeling less effective. He doesn't have his Holy Locket yet. He's close, about 200 gold, but if they just get a bunch done right now, this would be great for Undying to get another pick off or two.
Placing down some of these sentry wards in advance because they think that perhaps Save's going to show up. Jump forward there from GPK. They're looking for this opening.
We missed Bro.
Go right back in again. Here comes the Dawn Mommy coming in over onto Saberlight here. We'll be able to go land the Starbreaker. Saberlight needs some help. Looking for this opening. Not going to be able to go in for the save though, as Nightfall will collect the kill.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Dubu, is it going to make it out? Tinius.
They missed the Burrow Strike on Saberlight, so there's no follow-up there. They thought they were going to be able to grab the Storm, get an arrow follow-up, but once that stun misses, it's pretty tough. So at least it was Sand King Dine and not Bryle on the left track. He's more important.
A lot of Radiant heroes over here.
They do have an Orchid. If they catch him, they can certainly kill him, but they have to have vision of him without him realizing he's being seen, and then they got him with the Orchid. They might go now. We'll see.
Moving forward, the jump forward again. Vortex, Starbreaker, and they need one more hit.
He's dead.
There he is.
They got the
Orchid on him. Elastic Orchid. Kingslayer is going to try to teleport away, but they do have a Yule, so he's not going to be lucky here. Followed up with the Split Earth, and they're just going to burn him.
He does not care. They got the big kill. They got the vision of Jug. They did the Orchid as they jump in. And as soon as Jug gets hit by Orchid, he's in a bad spot. So big kill. Really nicely done. We'll see if they get that ward that they placed de-warded later on. But for now, Save's going to continue baiting if it gets a track.
Oh, Saberlight, the bottom lane.
Wow. I wish I caught that one.
Yeah.
That was a big kill. He didn't even epicenter. He just must have been low from the earlier fight.
He must have been. Like, all I saw was that the Burrow Strike was there, so.
Yeah.
He just got a little too greedy, perhaps, or, figured he would be safe on that side of the map.
Yeah, probably like
and
I'll catch this wave on the way home kind of a thing. And then Saberlight like followed and hunted him, knowing that he's like, oh, maybe I can get a clean up here. Like the creep wave is there anyway, so it's possible Saberlight was heading there no matter what, but also very likely that he just outplanned him. A big kill to get a solo kill. That basically offsets that Jug kill in a lot of ways.
We do have a smoke play coming out now because the BKB is completed for Sven. This is his go time here. Currently sitting at the top of the net worth as well. So they're going to try to reclaim their jungle, and they're going to walk right into Dubu and Saberlight. The global silence comes out by a bit more times. They're trying to regroup over on the side of Team Undying. Nightfall's very, very far forward. Does have Save nearby as well. I'm not sure. They're chasing for quite a long time. Do have a couple of the tracks off. Find Dubu over to the side. Kingslayer starts putting out a little bit of damage. GPK jumping in over onto Dubu. Looks like they'll be able to take down the silence with the follow-up here with Nightfall and Kingslayer. They'll be able to get the kill on Moon Meander, and they'll find the kill on Bryle as well as Saberlight trying to hide in the trees. They're not going to be able to cancel the TP in time.
I kind of feel like Undying baited themselves a little bit. Like it looked a little bit rough. The global silence was a bit, you'd say, wasted in the sense that like you had to use it for a defensive moment. That's not good. But it's better than losing the fight. And then they disengaged to the right, and then they're like, oh, well, we can stun Sven. And they're like, oh, then we can stun him again, and we can use Epicenter. But it's like, yeah, you did some good damage. You got him to 40%, but then you just BKBs, and then like the rest of the fight is like completely unfortunate. So it looked kind of good for Undying, but they probably should have just fully disengaged and re-engaged on a different hero. Ideally, somebody that's less tanky, doesn't have BKB, because they are pretty spell-based. They need spell damage to get kills, and Jug was not there, I don't believe. If they have like an Omni Slash on Sven in that moment, great. They maybe get that kill, but baited themselves, now they're 4K behind.
Again, this aggression, Bryle immediately getting pounced upon, but looks like Kingslayer wants to perhaps back out.
Oh, he dodges it with the illusion rune.
Very nicely done from GPK.
That was a good one.
Going back in now. Another track out the jump forward over onto Dubu. We talked about the silence. They're looking like food for Storm. Save will be the one who collects the kills. The rest of Undying now running away. 4 over in this area. They just lost their silencer, and this is so much more breathing room here for Mr. Nightfall on the Sven.
All these kills are a really big deal, because it's not just like getting some enough kills, it's that dynamite. It's just dumping money into Bounty. He's got his mech finish, he's got another little piece coming, the buckler's on the way, and he's going to finish Greaves really quick. And because the Undying combos are so bursty, it's like the more heal you get. Stun on Sven top lane, they're going to commit the Omni Slash as well. He's about half HP, used Warcry.
Turns around. He's going to be able to walk away from this. And they might re-engage because Save is here. Let's see, Saberlight. They're out the Janata. Rest of the team, though, regrouping over on the side of Undying.
That was pretty good for Undying. They did not, I mean, they used Omni Slash, of course, but that's also God's Strength and BKB on Sven. And obviously, you can use God's Strength to farm, so it's not the worst for VP, but I'd say, all things considered, it was okay for Undying. But yeah, the Warcry, very good against Omni Slash. 15 bonus armor there.
Forward again, they had the vision on Saberlight. Kingslayer standing nearby, as is DM Split. Earth connects, though. Mommy gonna try to save a life, cancels it out, so GBK ends up falling, loses some of that int. They use the epicenter as they go forward, but they're kind of split up though over on the side of Undying. One person chasing after the DM over on the side, they're chasing after Nightfall, and just because of that moment of indecision, it looks like they're not gonna be able to get a kill, but it seems like they want this Roche instead, knowing that Storm is down. Only for about 30 more seconds though, so they gotta make haste.
I gotta say, the Global Silence is feeling really good against Dawnbreaker. Like, even though she's getting her ulti off, all she's outputting is some heal here. And it still gives you a lot of time to guarantee this kill against Storm. If Storm has BKB, I'm not worried for VP, but the fact that Undying can win some fights right now is giving me a lot of hope. They are still behind, but hey, they're gonna have an Aegis here, another 1k gold from Roche dying. They just gotta keep getting these kills, keep getting advantage, and like eventually try to outlast the Sven if possible.
Alright, well that is going to be the first Roshan of the game. And Tomato will pick up the Aegis for himself. So I'm interested to see, are they going to continue to be very aggressive, or are they going to kind of just kick back a little bit? Because it looks like they're still working on some items here for Tomato.
I mean, they're still going to play the map, basically. Like, Tomato, obviously, he has some needs, right? Like, he wants to carry this game, but he also needs some Orchid solution, because otherwise he's 0-1 and 0 right now. He has tried to fight a couple times, but he's also hit a lot of creeps. He's been 12 kills. He hasn't been a part of any of them. And his Omni Slash before was quite hopeful against the Sven, unfortunately. So, with that in mind, he has he's got to get the Manta, and even when he gets that, it's not going to make him good against Storm. He feels a little countered this game, I gotta say. Maybe his itemization is a bit weird. Maybe he shouldn't have gone Echo. Maybe he should have gone like Maelstrom Manta or something. But yeah, do your best, I guess. They're going to go try to maybe kill the Bounty Hunter here, but he's sticking around a bit.
He says, I mean, there's no one showing on this map right now. You don't have anyone showing on the side of him. Now he knows exactly. He's like, yep, nope, not going to show.
Does retrack, revealing that he's in the general area, but finding him exactly is a bit tough here. Leshrac queuing up for his Bloodstone now, just went for the Hood and the Yules to buy time. Bloodstone's going to secure basically mana regen for the rest of the game. And a lot of spell lifesteal too.
Another smoke play here. They're hoping for a pick-off so that way they could take some sort of objective. They definitely want to take it when they're just not on their side of the map, right? Like, that's the whole deal. But look at this. DM's got like a spider sense or something. He realizes they're not showing, we don't know where they are, and everyone's just vacating this triangle.
They know what was happening. Oh, they're going to catch him.
They do manage to go and find themselves. But he's got the BKB. He's going to just teleport out.
It's very close. The distance was, it's like one of those moments where you're invading, you see him, you got to burrow strike when you see him because he's going to see you. And the arrow got there just a fraction of a second too late. BKB gets popped, and that is why that worked out. I mean, VP had a lot of information there. I don't know if you saw it, but on the map, Kingslayer was standing on that high ground spot to the right of Roshan.
Yeah.
He was trying to break a smoke that came. So when nothing came and nothing was showing, they were like, uh-oh. They're not going here, they're going to our tri-camp instead, and that's why they started escaping to try to get out. But either way, they got the BKB popped, so that's going to be another window where VP doesn't feel comfortable fighting it, and that's why Undying now is pressuring the top tier 1, and they're going to be able to secure this. Not always the best tower to kill, but for Radiant side, it's still valuable. It's closest to Roshan, so not bad for them. They take the tri-camp, that's going to force VP to play the other side of the map, but the game continues about even.
I mean, that was what I was about to say too, was the fact, yes, it is near the Roche pit, but also, you have a Sven. You have a Sven who wants to take stacks, he wants to stay in his triangle for the most part. So if you can gain control of this area, I think it's very, very worth it, especially at this point in the game.
But now VP's going to try to defend their tier 2. If they can. GPK's got BKB, Orchid, Iron Shell on him too, he goes in.
Jump in, they drop the wall over onto Tomato here. Silenced up, needs a little bit more damage. They'll pop the Aegis. Okay, there it is, the global silence coming out.
hit an
Saberlight
illusion.
backing out here.
They gotta leave for sure.
They don't want to take. They don't even have the Sven either. They leap forward again over onto Saberlight, the Guardian. They drag back right hand again. Can they finish off the Sand King is the question. One more hit should do the trick, and GPK will find a kill.
Man, it just feels so hard for Undying to stand up to these counter initiations. Basically, the Orchid, this isn't like a freak incident. Orchid's very common for your mid players to have, and it's a Storm. He's gonna buy Orchid, but it just feels like it is like the hard counter to their lineup. Undying doesn't have a lot of save things. They've got Global Silence, obviously, but like if somebody gets Orchided and a couple spells are casted, he's getting killed. That was his Aegis, and that was like not a crazy initiation. It was just like he jumped in and there was a little follow-up. So not having the Manta here like literally just completely stops their push and costed them an Aegis and a Global Silence, and they still lost Sand King too. So it's like it's pretty costly when they get a little advantage. That Orchid just keeps pulling them back and giving VP a go-ahead, like a way to catch up or get more advantage of this. He's got the money now though. We'll see if his courier gets sniped. Okay, it's gonna be okay. Alright, Manta's finished now. Now he's got some solution against Orchid.
Bottom lane, save, getting jumped on by Bryle and Saberlight. Even goes, pops those Greaves, but just not going to be enough. They're going to be able to purge off the track and just immediately move their way to another lane.
He'll show on the wave anyway, so it's not necessarily about vision in this case, but yeah. Normally, like, getting away from letting them know what moves you're making is super, super important. Even the fact that, like, he delayed letting them know where he was for 5 seconds, you know, that can be helpful. Otherwise, you see, like, oh, he's clearly TPing, blah, blah, blah. That'll influence your decision. So I think now that they've got Manta and Juggernaut, things are going to be easier. He's not the only guy that's a little countered by Orchid still. Saberlight's got to be a bit careful. They need a solution. Glimmer doesn't really work because their opponents have a Bounty Hunter. So as long as Bounty's there to track, you're always going to see the guy. So Force Staffs are really useful. Dubu's trying to farm that by standing around. Oh, he's got the Philosopher's Stone, though, the perfect item for this circumstance. And he's almost got the money for Force. He's saving buyback right now, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him buy out with this Force Staff. It easily could save himself or an ally. But for now, play near the stunners. That's going to be Leshrac or Sand King. Those are the guys they need to play near. And Sand King's almost got his Lotus Orb finished as well. Another great way to remove silence. So Undying's finally getting into the period where they don't have to worry as much about the nasty things that VP are throwing.
Now 26 minutes in, we have a 6K net worth lead currently for VP. And they're also very tightly moving across the map. They go for another smoke play. Looks like they're going to try to go over into this triangle area. We'll probably send Save a little bit ahead, try to get some of that information. But yeah, look at this Moonlight Shadow. They're on the low ground.
They got the vision, but they don't have a sentry down, so they don't actually see anything right now. VP did not spot Undying on the other side.
Look at this.
Undying didn't spot anything either.
Surged up. They're looking for the opening. They are in the high ground, though, over on the side of Undying. This could be very, very good for them. GPK trying to find this opening. You see the Mirana. A lot of hesitation going on, though.
I mean, both teams did not discover each other for a long period there, and I would say this is maybe a mistake on the VP side. If they had a sentry near this observer ward, they would have spotted Undying and they would have initiated, probably crushed that fight, honestly. But because they didn't have a sentry near that cliff spot where they had that great ward, the fact that Undying happened to be Moonlight Shadow at the same time means that they just don't get initiation opportunity. And then both teams get spooked, because eventually they realize, like, oh, my smoke broke, your smoke broke, we can kind of see you, we kind of know where you are. But, like, if you don't have the vision, it's way too dangerous to run uphill to initiate. They try to catch GPK here, but...
Just too fast to fingers. He looks like he wants to get himself a little kill on the way out, though. They have Moon Meander. They've got not quite enough damage here. So, we'll force GPK back. Saberlight going with the dust does manage to see Save, but looks like they don't want to hard commit to this fight just at this time.
Yeah, they're able to keep Moon Meander alive. Those Yule Scepters to be able to use defensively, just so important. And they do finish the Force Staff on Silencer as well, so... VP still playing in the same general area. Storm's got a gem now too. This is a big advantage.
Big. Sitting up on the eye spot, looking for the jump in with the BKB pulling down over onto Saberlight. They want to take him out, but again, they have that beautiful wall vacuum combo coming out on top of that. Burrow strike forward, gonna try to dodge the Stormhammer. They do have that healing ward down as well. They push back, and it's a lot of everything for nothing at this time. Still looking for the opening. The zip forward again from GPK. He wants to get this kill. He wants to try to grab Saberlight. Ends up grabbing Bryle, but they do manage to finally take out Saberlight. They'll take down Bryle. Nightfall now, of course, with the God Strength, with that BKB, chasing after Tomato here. Gonna try to go for the play with the Omni Slash. They're just going to go for the full-on Delta Hug. This is is not looking good now for Tomato.
Oh, he dodged.
Just managed to go for the dodge, but they pull him right back in again. It's beautiful. It's a triple kill now for Nightfall. Tomato spinning the one, trying to get back to his home, trying to get back to his son. He cannot do it. It is an ultra kill.
Man, the target priority for VP was so good there. They recognized that. Well, I've talked so much about Yule's Scepters and who's got defensive items. The one guy that still doesn't have anything, it's Saberlight. He bought Boots of Travel after his plate mail to get around the map faster, to split push more, but then he just doesn't have an Orchid solution, and this like one item just continues to punish them. It's a really, really big deal here. There's that replay once again, getting that kill on Saberlight. The second Orchid ended up providing the solution there. Dubu tries to run to the side or help a little bit, but man, everybody just... You want to save him, he dodges the first stun and he gets the Force Staff away, but then that vacuum forces them to be committed. After that, it's just working them down. 14k advantage.
Okay, nice land here with the arrow. They need to do more than this, though, because men, okay, right into the split earth, a bit unplanned here, but they have the BKBs dragging back again over onto Saberlight, trying to just get rid of this pesky sand cake. Looks like they're not going to be able to quite manage to finish off. Oh, Moon Meander, though.
He gets 2 kills.
Two of them.
My god.
It feels good to be this good. It feels good to be this good.
Honestly very good timing there for Save. He absolutely deserves to gloat about getting 2 kills like that when he was completely by himself. It really was, yeah. Half track bonus now is what he's picked up, so he gives his allies 10% movement speed being near track targets. So, man, VP's just doing... Remember what I said in like the draft? It's like, oh, Undyne's got to be the one to poke and prod. Man, VP has been doing it so well here.
I mean, they have the perfect poke and prod heroes. As they zip in, they found Dubu. They say, yeah, there's not going to be any space for you in this fight. See you later. Tomato now dragged back with the silence. Solar Guardian coming in contact. You don't even just finish it off because they have the global silence. Now Bryle running for his life. I'm surprised that, you know, VP, they like to go chasing after people in the bases. I'm a little surprised they didn't go for that dive, but you know, they're calm, they're collected. They have a Roshan to kill.
I guess so. I mean, Global's been doing great at interrupting the Solar Guardian ulti. It makes it a little bit harder for VP to execute their fights, but it just feels like the Orchid usage from GPK has just opened up so many engagements. It shut down Undyne's top tier 2 push. It gave them 2 openings against the Sand King eventually because he still hasn't finished his Lotus Orb, but that's understandable because like the game's been very busy for him the last 5 minutes. He hasn't had time to slow down and farm, but Save in a perfect position, going to spot Undyne heading to lanes. They need to keep an eye on Saberlight. They know he's going to hit creeps. This is where he's headed. He doesn't necessarily need to be there.
Look at this, GPK, he's already arrived. He has very little mana, and this will go, use the Moonlight Shadow to try to protect him, but they have this vision, they have the track on him, and then that's just a dead Saberlight. Does have buyback available. They decide to continue pushing very hardcore, but this is a huge issue. He needs these items.
He does it, but Sage completely reading him there. He knows that he needs to go hit the creeps. That's the safest place on the map to farm. He gets all set up, gets the vision. GPK gets to make the decision to jump, and plenty of damage to get the kill. It's unlikely that he's going to get ganked there, so Undyne didn't even have heroes in the area to necessarily protect him. But this has been the way that Undyne has lost this game so far is they needed defensive items against this Orchid, but they just have been... VP found the fights, basically, to make it hard. Just punish them.
Moon Meander getting a little cheeky. Has to be very, very careful. The rest of the team is very close by, and again, GPK is the one who has the Aegis. Moon is going to try to be a bit cheeky again. He is a Mirana, but when you get tugged, oh my god, you can't go over that area. VP owned that area. How dare you?
Yeah, stayed a little long.
Step
for
foot
sure.
there.
I don't think sticking around to land the 300 damage on Storm was very valuable in that circumstance, unless maybe he's trying to bait something out, like a half initiation that goes well. But once again, their save items are not the most incredible.
They found save though. The follow up immediately though from Nightfall. He can't land that stun just yet. Spin, so force out that Guardian Greaves.
Full Satanic on
Opening,
Sven.
though.
Good stuns.
Oh my god. That's right. Zip in from GPK, just right into the back lines here, trying to just take out Tomato as fast as possible. That silence, though, coming into play yet again. As Saberlight getting chased so far back here. Looks like they're going to behave, though. They'll back off. Nightfall. You get the stun. Follow up again over onto the Storm Spear. GPK, he's going to go down the first time.
All right, they
Rest
got
of the
Burrow.
team, though, they're just getting into this position here. The follow up, and they do it. They follow up. A beautiful vortex right into everyone as they just zip back and forth. That's a kill. Tomato is dead. Saberlight's going to have to fight back. Nightfall looking for this opening again. Ryle chasing him down. The burrow coming out from Saberlight. They go right back around yet again. GPK is just poking and prodding. We talked about this. He's doing so much work here, but it's they finally have his number. Tomato sitting so very, very low. As he was just playing back and forth, and this is not looking particularly great here for Save, as he's been like trying to track Saberlight the entire time. They don't have any detection though, so he is going to survive it this time around.
Looked like the game was about to end to me. I mean, that Orchid when Storm respawned was perfect. He catches the Sand King right before he burrow strikes. So it would have been like a full epi burrow that hits him, but instead it just bought more time to continue fighting. But
Tomato? Oh dear. Tomato, he's trapped, he is stunned. He's gonna have to spin away. Looks like BP, they don't want to hard commit on this. Save again, forcing staff forward here. Saberlight trying to find the opening. They back off. Immediately smoke right back in again.
They are tracked though,
right
so
on top.
No.
Both of them though. Both of them went in for that smoke. Saberlight turns around. They see Kingslayer. Nice arrow coming through, followed up with all the stuns, all the star storms. All right, that's going to be a dead Kingslayer, and I believe that means they pick up a gem on top of this.
Hey, right thing to do. Even if they know that you guys are smoked, you got to get these kills. Storm's dead, and now Dawnberg is dead too, and maybe Sven as well. Can they get him?
He's got to get out of there very quickly. Here, turns back around, gets a decent hit off over onto Saberlight. They do find DM though. It's not looking great from the Stormhammer coming through, but they follow with a beautiful burrow strike. That's going to be able to buy just enough time. Turning back around, look at that cleave damage though. The buyback coming out now as well. Tomato running for his life. They want this kill. They'll take down Tomato. He's got no buyback. Moon Meander tracked up here is just trying to just run out. And the rest of the team though, look at this Undying. They're going to have to teleport away. They want this kill on Moon Meander so bad. It's a double kill now for Nightfall. You cannot run and escape them.
Sven without ulti, not so scared, but when his ulti's on, man, that got terrifying quick. You got to be careful. Like if you commit on this guy and he does have BKB and his ulti, you have to be absolutely careful. But his raw HP is so high as well that like their single target damage just isn't being felt much. The Jug's net worth is okay in the game context, but compared to Sven, it's like not even close to the same. So they just don't have that much single target damage if Jug's not having a good game, and that's where we're at. Like you got Omni Slash, but past that, he just doesn't do that much damage.
I mean, you got to give credit here. Saberlight is landing some very nice burrow strikes. They're just like mini Ravages, but when you see GPK zip in, get the Vortex the way he does, and look at this, immediately jumping, and they want to get rid of Saberlight. They might be able to get rid of Ryle too at the same time. They're both down. There is no buyback. Over on the side of Team Undying, you do have Moon Meander, who's going to be respawning very shortly. You have Dubu, but they're just food at this point.
They are. 3-second AoE stun from the Storm, very effective. Gives them 2 vacuums this game to combo with some of their AoE stuff, whether Sven or Storm himself. But the push continues. 30k gold advantage, almost certainly VP is going to close this one out here in 36 minutes. There were some times where it looked a little bit rough with Undyne, had some good fights, but just some small issues. It felt like Jug didn't really ever get in the game too much. They had issues with the Orchid that felt a little bit oversized due to the way VP was playing very well. So the upper hand goes to VP, and the track gold kind of clinches things with these fights going one-sided. So VP can get their second racks of the game, and the game will continue, but doesn't get much better against Bounty Track. So that's a big problem as the game goes on.
Of course, that second rack's down. Undying, trying to find an opening here. They see Tomato immediately. He spins out though.
Can't even kill a damn creep wave in his own base.
Moon Meander thinking about setting up with this arrow, but of course there are creeps blocking this path. They can't go for that other rack just yet. They do have to handle this one tower here, which DM is on his way. He's working on it.
They got lots of time for now. There's no reason to push it. Just wait, go buy your items. They just won a bunch of fights. Go purchase the things you need, and then look for a pick-off. And then from there, you can close the game out. So lots of safety they can do for now. Pick up their new neutral items, get some good vision control. Right now, Undyne does have some wards on the map. It's not completely hopeless for them, but they pop a smoke. They're going to try to look for a pick-off here.
It feels like they have to because they're being choked in their base. If you just sit there, you're not going to get anything done. There's no hope. You have to make kind of a risky play at this point.
Yeah, they kind of do, for sure. Yeah, if they sit in their base, there's no way they win. No. Not against this Sven.
But, I mean, they're playing. Look at this. They're playing so tightly over on the side of VP. And in fact, they go for their own smoke. So it's going to be smoke on smoke action. Only one that's showing currently is, of course, Ryle.
I like this. Wards on high ground for VP.
Double Damager is available bottle where it looks like Tomato should be able to pick that up. But they have to be so careful about their movements around the map. One more bad fight could just be the end of Undying.
Yeah, almost for sure. Their buybacks they're not gonna have a lot of money right now, and if they save it for buyback, it's like their chances of winning the fights are low anyways. So yeah, they're looking for an engagement. Very wisely, VP playing near their cliff ward spots with sentries. That way they can spot if their opponents get nearby, and now they're just gonna hit buildings because they know that on the map Undying's looking for a pick off. And look at that, he just only hits the tower like 6 times or something, but that's all they need. They just need to poke it here and there. Sometimes don't run into the stun, but didn't know that was coming.
Brow's got to be so careful in his positioning. It's like you said, they don't have any good ways of saving. In fact, they jump in immediately over onto Bryle, and they just absolutely obliterate him. It's a double kill now coming out for Nightfall. Turn their attention over to base, turn around, they see Saberlight, they say, yes, thank you, I will take that too. GPK gets the kill, they go right into the queue. They just call the GG. There's just nothing that Undying can do at this point. They put up one heck of a fight early on, but again, once VP, they get into that groove.
They did. I mean, they VP did better in the laning stage. They got more kills. I would say they definitely overperformed in the safe lane against the Mirana and the Sanking. Just those like small little mistakes about losing a lot of regen early. Moon Meander popping a salve to stay alive longer. They constantly pressured. They constantly pressured the Mirana, or sorry, the Sanking afterwards, and then. Though Undying did catch up a bit, there was just a couple like skirmish moments where Undying just overstepped a little bit. And against like some of the best teams in the world, you cannot make those mistakes.
No, you absolutely can't. And you know, this is another thing we talked about. You know, if we take a look over here at the scoreboard, you know, you can see like Nightfall had a perfect game here. Perfect. 13-0 and 13. Like this guy was just allowed to hit creeps. They made enough space. And Undying, they did a lot of really, you know, they had some very nice plays early on, but they felt like they couldn't keep up.
Yeah, they couldn't quite keep up. They were getting some kills, but not quite enough. And then they had this like long, like 10-minute period of the game where Tomato needed a Manta, and somebody else needed a. It's like every hero had to buy one defensive item to protect against Orchid. But in reality, what they really needed was one defensive item that they could use on whoever got gone on. That's really what you need. It's more resource effective, right? But Glimmer doesn't work very well because they probably have a bounty hunter. So like they needed an item. It's like they needed a fast Lotus Orb, and I can't help but look at Sanking and Saberlight to say, like, he had that Helm of Iron Will that he never upgraded. He bought a Hood, then he bought a Blink, then he bought Boots of Travel with Soul Ring, and then he bought a Plate Mail. And it's like, one of those needed to be a way to, like, if you just got a faster Lotus, maybe, then you could be the guy every time that removes the Orchid, and then they don't have that, like, 10-minute period where they lose their timing. So that, like, hurt them a lot. And they still tried to win later, obviously, but it's like they missed their timing without a doubt, even though they were a little bit behind, but yeah, that mid-game period was really where VP just like completely ran away with the show.
But well, it is, of course, you know, the first day of groups, first day of TI-10, so, you know, you're going to have different teams trying different things, and they're going to learn, I think, very, very quickly on their feet. So, of course, this is a best-of-2 series, so this is only game number 1. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have game number 2. Back here sometime, buddy, you're going to walk right into... Back here sometime, buddy, you're going to walk right into me, and he's looking. No, oh, he does. He's... All right, welcome back, everyone. This is the International 10. This is Group Stream C, I believe, and I think we're number 4
Yeah,
in
don't
terms
tell
on
them
push.
about C. That's just going to
Sorry.
confuse people. We're
Anyways,
stream
welcome,
number 4.
Welcome back, everyone. We're very excited. We've got game number 2, of course, between Virtus Pro and Undying. And Virtus Pro showed a lot of dominance in that first game. It's time for Undying to see if they can bounce back again.
I think they can. They started off at a 5-0 deficit on the Undying side. Then they got some big pickoffs. They had some signs of strength, but they weren't maybe as crisp as they needed to be to be able to pull out a win. And the fact that their opponents were also playing with a bounty hunter makes things harder, because then it's like if you make mistakes, they're amplified in a much bigger way. And they did a great job shutting it down for like, the 10-minute to 20-minute period. But then all the times they tried to be aggressive on the map were just so countered by that one Orchid that was used so expertly by GPK. So let's see how things change up. Dawnbreaker banned in the first phase, and that's going to be a Monkey King pick to start things off for Team Undying as a result. Also an Elder Titan ban in the first phase, so what are we missing that was in the last phase? I should take notes. That would be very smart to do.
10 seconds remain.
Monkey King picked by Undying. VP is going to respond with an Earthshaker and a Pugna, actually. Interesting. Is this a like, I want to use Pugna against Monkey King thing, or is this a prep strat for VP? I'm kind of curious. What do you think, Moxie? Earthshaker and Pugna?
I'm not 100% sure. I think, it gives them some of that push potential that they'd like.
5 seconds.
But yeah, there are definitely some options there. Sorry, I'm having a little moment here.
It's a little loud in my ears, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little loud.
Just communicating that. But, it's interesting, definitely. We talked about earlier how we have a lot of these heroes that are really showing up very strongly in the pubs. Word. Especially,
It's a loud wolf.
Very loud wolf.
Is he in the room? I think Lycan is here, actually.
I think he's behind us at this point. But yeah, no, the Monkey King, slipping through the draft this time around, of course. The Earthshaker's been popular. Not so much that Pugna, but, it does provide a role, especially if Bryle loves that Leshrek. And picking up the Pugna is a very good deterrent if he decides he would like to try that again.
But I could certainly see Pugna support. It's not necessarily amazing. It has at various times been popular in various metas, but I could see it be thrown into a weird situation. Kind of depends where the Monkey King plays. If you are, like, you could certainly play Pugna 3 potentially against like a Monkey King 1. That wouldn't be too terrible, because if he tries to build up Jingu stacks, you just get in the decrep and you walk away. But wherever Monkey King is, I think it would be fine to have Pugna there, frankly. Lycan against Pugna would be a good time for Undying, most likely. The Wolves have a lot of magic resistance, so Pugna would not be able to clear those well. But again, there's still so much that can happen in terms of draft.
Yeah, the other thing too, like with the Pugna, typically I've seen it really run in that mid lane. I thought that was going to be GPK who's probably playing it, but you can move it to whatever lane depending on what's necessary. Like you said with the Monkey King, making sure that they don't have the stacks Jingu, and then I've also seen it run by supports in terms of being able to be that little battery, right? So you stick on the outside of the fights and you just try to keep everyone alive. So a lot of possibilities with this particular pickup, but it looks like this time around Undying, they like the idea of being able to run at them, take these towers. The thing I'm a little concerned about is you're running at them, and then, how do you hold them in place, when you have that Monkey King too?
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult at times to lock them down, despite having a Monkey King. But yeah, there's still lots to go in terms of the draft, so we'll see how this ends up finishing up. Spectre is going to end up getting banned, kind of interesting. Pugna is a little bit weak to diving, so, and I would say Earthshaker kind of is too, so this kind of makes sense to see this banned. It would be problematic to deal with. So,
but how concerned are you about counter initiation in this case? Because yes, you're running at them, but you also have to be hyper aware that you're not all running in at once, especially when you have a zoo, right, with a Lycan, when you have all of these creeps, because that's just giving more fuel and ammo to Earthshaker.
You do have to be worried about them running at you. Counter initiation is good, but Earthshaker and Pugna kind of provide that. It's like whoever gets gone on, you give them the decrep. Right now they're all physical damage, so obviously Lycan could control some like Dispel type creep hero, but I don't think they're too concerned. Earthshaker's a great counter initiator. All it takes is fissure sometimes to like reset things and buy your team, a second to reposition. Phoenix can work as well. Drop the egg if they're fully committed. Sunray, whoever gets gone on, but most importantly, I think VP's lineup is just safe right now, because you just don't really know what's going on with it just yet. The most likely thing is Phoenix Earthshaker support, obviously, but could be Earthshaker core. Always a possibility. And another diving hero for Undyne, 3 in a row now. Monkey King, Lycan, and Storm Spirit. They've got great way to get aggressive. Let's see. Next pick for Undyne is going to be the Bane now. So this is a little bit of lockdown that they were kind of lacking a bit. Single target disable is going to be great. Enfeeble, the first skill, excellent against any heals. So between Sunray and Pugna, that could actually shut things down a lot to really limit the amount of save the VP gets naturally from their heal skills.
Yeah, it's got a lot of potential to be able to try to heal, save, whatnot. But like you said, with having that Bane pick, when Bane seems to be very, very popular, I'm actually surprised that we haven't seen him picked up more. Or
we have watched a lot of games at TI so far. That's true.
No, but like even before that though, like you saw him popping up in a lot of pubs. It felt so. I'm a bit surprised. But okay, with the puck pickup, that's most likely, if I had to guess, going to be GPK. So I think that the Pugna is going to get shifted into the support position. I'm more than certain that it's going to be DM on the Earthshaker.
Yeah, and Puck is a hero that was godly 6 to 8 months ago. Has been getting nerfed and nerfed and nerfed. Witchblade is better slow right now. It lasts for longer, but it does the same damage. So arguably a worse item to getting pickoffs. But Puck has very obvious advantages against mobility heroes. Like, great hero. Dream Coil's perfect. Stops Storm from getting out of trouble, basically, for a while. Gives Lycan punishment, gives Monkey King punishment. So no matter who the core is, Puck's going to be happy with the matchups that he's looking at.
So does this now also shift this Monkey King in the position for what we have just available coming out for the data for Undying? Because obviously, Brow's going to be on a Storm Spirit. Do we shift then? Is Tomato going to be playing the Lycan? And are we going to see, the Monkey King like 4 or 5?
Not necessarily yet, because Bane's obviously support. Lycan offlane is not that uncommon as well. So
is that typically paired up with the Bane, though?
What, like Lycan plus Bane? No, Bane's almost always safe lane because it's pretty much a 5 hero.
Right.
If it was offlane Lycan, Lycan basically just like gets farm and he doesn't really kill in lane. So you could basically do some 4 that like is gonna lane stabilize, mess up pulling. So I think like lane wise they're not too concerned. Like Bane will lane stabilize just about anybody, pair some with Lycan that's gonna give Lycan an okay like first couple minutes until he can get some armor, and then he's basically like really difficult to kill. So everything will be fine after that.
Yeah, I'm trying to look to see because like nothing on this page right now really screams Moon Meander's hero to me. He's played, again, we talk about Earthshaker being extremely flexible, but Shaker's already clearly picked up. The IO was banned. Monkey King's picked up already. They took the Pugna. I mean, there's the Weaver possibility too, but Weaver was, of course, banned now too. I'm just realizing it. So I'm not sure what the play is. I mean, you could opt for something, you have the old combo of the Mirana Bane sort of deal. We know that Moon likes playing that, but I feel like that's not going to be enough for what they need.
Yeah, Mirana Bane's kind of bad right now anyways, because if you are slept, you can always press BKB while the arrow hits you.
True.
It's like one skill interaction that's like really not that good, actually, unfortunately.
They think that they're going for their position 1 here. They think the Monkey King's most likely a support.
A support. I think that's most likely. Like almost every monkey I saw, it wasn't like every monkey, but I saw a lot of support monkeys. It's kind of
such a crazy sentence you just said.
it's I don't remember what I said.
All the monkeys. You're just like, every time I see a monkey, and then a monkey. There's just like so many monkeys.
A lot of monkeys, yeah.
We're talking about monkeys, guys.
It's like a semi-new core played as a support is how I would describe it. So it's been a while since support monkey was a thing. It's like years at this point. So there's a lot of players that were like, okay, well I need to get good at this at least a little bit. That way, if it is the hero of the meta, that they're ready to adapt quickly. So, yep, Lifestealer is going to be their carry. They were pretty sure about that being not their carry. So Lifestealer against Pugna is pretty decent because Lifestealer doesn't have to worry about getting decrypt himself. He can rage to get out of Puck stuff. Obviously, get silence is a bit of a problem, but you can protect yourself against Earthshaker too. Phoenix, Egg as well. You just rage and slap, kill that. Have yourself a little omelet or something. Looks good. There's lots of infest targets on your allies to help them dive or to go with them. It looks like a pretty good pick for Undyne. I like it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of physical damage, honestly, coming out from the side of what VP has currently. So I'm almost curious. I'm trying to look at what they have here, and that's something that's going to provide a lot of physical damage, but also play very tempo.
Yeah.
That is the big question right now.
I think PA is kind of a bad hero right now, but it kind of feels like it's good here. It's like a lot of single target damage. It's got built-in evasion, which is pretty decent against like Lycan Monkey Lifestealer. The downside is that Grip is pretty much always good against it, and you're not really that useful against Storm until you get like your third item, which is maybe a Basher ideally. But I'm not really sure what they're gonna what the perfect pick is here. They will go for a Bristleback. Very interesting.
That's very aggressive as well.
Not the most standard carry, and a lot of players basically just kind of gave up on Bristle for a long time. But this kind of throws them in a cool place, because for run at you lineups, that usually provides a situation where it's like, if your team isn't like positioned well, you just have to all run at the same time. But a Bristle is different, because you just turn your back and you're like, I'm made for this. I'm made to be dived. And while you're being dived, you're still doing damage. And because he's the carry, but he's a Bristle, it's like you don't have to have, like, your laning stage is going to be fine, because most offlaners have like decent laning stage compared to a carry. So it's like his net worth is going to be like relatively high. His levels are going to be pretty good. He's okay being ran at. He does a huge amount of physical damage. If you build that way, maybe he's not going to probably go AoE lifesteal. He's going to go like Treads or Phase, and he's going to go like SNY, maybe a Vanguard. I don't even think he really needs a hood this game. The only magic damage is from Storm Spirit, basically. So it's like, if you don't have to buy a hood on Bristle, you're already happier. So it's like he's going to be able to buy like AC, SNY, Treads, probably get Ags. It's been nerfed a bit, so maybe we'll see a different item build. I think this is a really smart choice that solves those like single target damage problems, makes him like semi-survivable against Lifestealer, and gives him, he can be the ultra tanky single target frontline that they needed to like let their other allies play around him.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this draft coming out from VP. It really feels like they know exactly what they need to do. And, you know, we always talk about how simplicity and just having the pieces fit together easily is always a huge benefit in Dota. And it's very clear what their game plan is. Whereas I feel like Undying, you know, yeah, they've got some very meta picks, but also, like, I feel it's a little bit more difficult for them to kind of put all these pieces together.
Yeah, it can be. Run at your opponents and make better choices than them, I think, is Undying's game plan here. And if they can make that work, it can work. Because if a Bristle gets behind in net worth or team fights, he starts to feel pretty weak. Like, if they can get advantage and pick up their Nullifier or whatever else, or some Silver Edge, if there's a lot of potential Silver Edge carriers, then that could be huge too.
It feels good to be this good. It feels
I'm glad
good
that they
to be
are
this good.
enjoying these caster voice line packs.
So if you bought that PPD voice line, you just clearly have an ego. Is that how it works? You're like, oh, I can't wait to use this, you know? Like I would be embarrassed using that unless
Really?
I only use it if I'm like bad or something.
I guess. But I mean, that's also saying like, because Lyrical's voice line as well is like, I'm so good at this game.
Oh,
like,
that's
you
true.
know,
That one's
I don't
different,
think that's
though.
very wholesome sounding.
Well, the way
personally.
PPD said it was very like, I'm so good.
Yeah, but
you
can
know?
you imagine Peter saying it any other way though?
Yeah, of
Really?
course not. I mean, it's certainly on brand. I'm not disagreeing with that. It's just,
Man has a strong brand.
it's yes, it's very strong in what it represents.
You can already see some positioning happening in terms of fighting for these runes. I got a couple of these nice tips getting dropped out as well. Some friendly ones. I do appreciate the friendly ones.
Friendly tips, yeah, those are good.
What is
I
it?
like them. But
He's got this whole meta where he's like, when you lose a fight, you tip the guy who wasn't at the fight. I was like, see, you're so toxic. Oh my
I thought
god.
it was going to be something unique that you told me. I was like, no, that's very normal. Very common toxic tip. Who was not at the fight, tip him.
Also, all of our friends have already started to say that Effie's laugh is super triggering now.
Yeah.
They're like, every time I hear it, I'm like, oh god, I did something wrong.
Somebody did.
We're going to see the audible flinch on panels eventually when we panel and she
Yeah.
giggles.
The real
Like, oh
question
no,
is
what
like
do we
how many like hotkeys on these pro players' keyboards that they have to like add to voice lines. There's so many voice lines now. It's like they probably had to add like a couple extra chat wheels or something
dude,
like
my
that.
friend actually set up, like, helped them set up a kick pedal so they could go through chat wheels
More
for one of the
chat, wow.
teams. Yeah, I kid you not.
Yeah, it's how some people express themselves. Andrew securing that range creep top as they fight. But Nightfall spamming the quills. He bought 4 mangoes to come to lane here. Gets a magic stick next. He just wants to stabilize in this lane. He should be okay though. In the mid lane, got the Puck versus the Storm. One of those nice classic matchups, I gotta say. So far, looking about even in last hits, and back in the bottom lane, It's a core Earthshaker, so it is a 3-position Earthshaker paired with a 4 Pugna. So a little bit different, but you know, he's gonna get his items a bit faster this way.
This is about what I expected, though, honestly. Like, once I saw that puck pickup, I was like, okay, this is definitely safe. He's going to be the little battery. He's going to sit on the outside of the fights. And Earthshaker has just been... I don't think I've seen much of it being played in that 4 position, really. If possible, they always seem to want it in that 3. Get the farm online, get those levels online, and then just start being a terror.
I mean, it's huge. Counter initiation, especially in all these like little pokey fights that are happening very often, having an Earthshaker be able to come in and just turn the tides is huge for your chances to win. So makes sense that it can be valuable if you can get there. He's got his Soul Ring instantly purchased here, which is going to make him semi-survivable against lifesteal. But one of the downsides is that Earthshaker doesn't stabilize his lane very well. Doesn't like stay alive when he gets pressured. So at some point, if Save leaves this lane, DM's just going to get like out-regened against Tomato.
It's pretty quiet for the time being. Looks like there is that water rune over here for Braille to snap up.
He's got his bottle already, so that's good for him. GPK is on the way here. He's going to try to protect his water rune while his courier comes. It looks like he'll be fine here. Still getting the range creep. That was really nice done. He ended up sacrificing the refill for that, which is a bit interesting, but could have gotten a little bit more regen, but hey, if that's important to you, it is. A little bit of pull attempt by Moon Meander, ends up getting 2 melee creeps through to regain those. I don't really see money kills happening in the top lane, for example.
Kingslayer has to play very out of place. Like, he has to go for an Icarus dive, like, aggressively, and then just get caught out, honestly.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's the only way that you'll find a kill.
Because killing Bristle's pretty unlikely. Like I said, Lycan is not really expecting to like be a lane winner. Maybe we'll see kill mid. Bryle and GPK have been fighting quite a bit so far. That could be it, or I don't know, maybe like Pugna dies or something like that. Or
I think we see a rotation. I think the first rotation coming out most likely, because Bryle's going to want to farm just a little bit longer than GPK is, unless he gets that Rune of Opportunity. I think that's most likely where we're going to see the action start ramping up. Yeah, being very aggressive here.
Did some good damage there. He approached GPK, missed his silence, I believe, to try to harass him a bit. That's kind of what it felt like. So GPK takes a bunch of damage. Bryle going for the Soul Ring after bottle, as we almost saw last game. And oh, there's an FB on the bot lane.
That was my T-Tor. Sorry, fam. Didn't realize that was happening so quickly.
I guess I just ran him down. I mean, didn't use that many resources. DM, like, he's just got Soul Ring 1 point of each. Kind of interesting that Dubu died there, but maybe got out regen. He's gonna head back bottom again, bring in a salve for Tomato, and they'll keep fighting.
So far, they're feeling pretty good about this lane here.
I mean, DM is doing a decent job pressing. Good rage there.
Good rage, but still needs to be very careful.
Ooh, that was not a good. Actually, I was thinking it was Blast on the same team. I was thinking it was the other team. You thought, my bad. The downside right now for fighting DM is that Earthshaker's HP is not so high that Feast is giving him a big advantage. So like if he just does the enchant into slap, it's a pretty big trade against Tomato here. So it's actually going just fine for Earthshaker.
It's a very slow start, it feels like, for most of these lanes, like we discussed earlier.
Yeah. Just the reality is that the kills are less likely to happen is all. It's always going to be either mid or down here, the Radiant safe lane.
Meander going to try to mess up some of these stacks here, doing a lot of scouting. Pretty typical stuff. This is the kind of hero that he does very well on. You know, things like the Mirana, who are able to do a bit of scouting. Things like the Monkey King as well. Seems to thrive on that. So we'll be trying to be as obnoxious as possible and mess with Kingslayer's stacks and whatnot.
Yeah, but right now Tomato's still being pressured. He earlier raged to dodge an enchant totem, and then when that ran out, DM just fissures them. It's like, it feels like no matter what they're doing, they're getting harassed heavily in this dual lane. So VP, kind of the masters of the laning stage, at least in the Eastern European region for Weather. Dubu taking a bunch of damage. They're moving over, looking to fissure block him. Ooh, unfortunately misplaced.
Wrong side, unfortunately.
Back to slapping creeps. Phoenix is going to do a double stack. In the mid lane, GPK hitting 6. Storm is just slightly ahead of him. Lane's pretty darn even here. Rune's coming up. Let's see. It looks like VP's better position, but they're just going to go for the 50-50, and GPK does get the haste rune. Certainly some kill potential here. He chooses to move with it, but it looks like he's going to save it for now.
think he'll probably wait for like some sort of a response, if I had to guess. Or just seeing that opportunity really just show itself.
Like waiting for
like
somebody's
trying
rotate.
to dive underneath tower or something like that. You know, that sort of like I feel like right now he's gonna play a little bit more reactive unless.
Makes sense. It's hard to gank a lifesteal anyways. You can't just like Dream Coil him. So you'd have to like chain stun into silence into Dream Coil or something like that. It's gonna be a little bit harder.
Dubu, Fissure Block comes out, stun him, hold him into place a little bit longer, in comes GPK. It was the position that they wanted, as now Tomato getting chased down, getting a couple of these clicks off here on this Puck. Still has the Dream Coil available, there it is, there's that rage we talked about, just gonna duck away again. Get up a couple more clicks, wait patiently, and that's a double kill now for GPK.
Honestly, Tomato played that perfectly. If he doesn't rage when he does, he gets hit by another Illusion Orb and then kind of just like right-click him to death anyways, so he played that correctly, but yeah, they get a little bit aggressive and Dubu gets caught again. The Pugna just doing a lot of damage with blast and right clicks. He's offsetting what Bane normally does, which is win trades, and then he just gets fissure blocked and is forced into this like crappy fight. So Puck being able to show up as well, kind of close to the tower, just made that perfect for Burst Pro.
And they're just gonna go back to, you know, again, we see Moon Meander trying to interrupt whatever he can, keep some tabs over on what's going on in the jungle, knows that Kingslayer wants to be creating these stacks and whatnot.
He's trying to protect him in the meantime. Yeah, just checking for like cliff wards on the top. Moon Meander's going to try to interrupt this pull here so he doesn't get a stack. I mean, it's a pretty effective way to spend your time here. This is almost certainly not going to work.
Very close, but unfortunately, yeah, he managed to...
Ooh, and Storm wants to take him now. Let's see if they can swap Kingslayer. They do, but they know they just want to take the stacks.
There's nothing that Kingslayer can do. I mean, the Puck is on its way. GPK hoping to possibly, you know, punish this, but has the Dream Coil back up. They have the
just then.
out.
He just got it up, like 1 second after that ball lane into the pit. So at first I was like, man, too bad they didn't let him stack it. Then you could have gotten a little bit more gold, but they got in and out just in time, forced some rotations. Nightfall would have loved to take those. Like, as you can see, he just started jungling here on this medium camp. He would have cleared this very, very easily. Bristol's definitely one of the best stack clearers right now, especially for non-ancients. They just have a lot less HP, so good for Bristle. He's got his Vanguard finished with a Soul Ring, so killing him in lane is basically not going to happen. But like we expected, Lycan's getting farm, but Bristle's got a lot more at this point. His ability to do AoE clearing is very strong. Only about a 500 gold advantage on him, though, so can't wait to see what he buys.
So I can't get out the sound cues with the taunts too. Like the whole Bane with the Parisian cheese.
It's a good one.
Sound effect.
Man, I'm impressed like how much DM has been able to just get like whatever he wants out of this lane.
Yeah, he really has just been allowed to do whatever. He's very close to this Blink Dagger now. Save. He's gonna continue. They get off the Fissure Block here. Rage coming out now from Tomato. Dubu's just going to throw out the Nightmare. DM's just chasing after them, though. Does have the Echo Slam if they want to try to go after this, but GPK also in the vicinity, looking to see if anyone's going to get too greedy. Is there any stragglers? But no.
That was a good try. They're just fishing. If he lands, like, you know, if Tomato makes a mistake, basically, they can get a kill there. So it's worth putting the pressure in just to see what happens. And rather than go like a Witchblade, GPK is actually going for a Veil build, which makes a lot of sense actually. Because again, we talked about how much magic damage everybody on VP does. So rather than amplifying his damage a bit, for a pretty large amount of gold, Witchblade is not cheap at all. So spending 2,600 for Witchblade is not going to be as good as spending like, what, 1,500 for Veil. Veil's going to amp his team's damage by 18. It works really good with Pugna's second skill, Decrepify. I mean, it should also amplify Bristle Quills too, actually, because technically it counts as spell damage, but it's just physical. So Veil
kind
makes
of a weird
lot of sense.
That, yeah.
And now he's just zoning the Lifestealer from his jungle. He like doesn't get a laning stage because he gets pressured a bunch. Now he's just getting followed around by GPK, and it's like, nope, sorry, you just don't get to farm.
I think, you know, I was about to say, we have a fresh Blink Dagger picked up on DM here. GPK also is going to be teleporting in. They're looking for this fight. They know that they want this tower. And with the smoke, they'll be able to jump immediately with the Echo Slam over onto Bryle, the silence, and that's just a dead storm.
Really nicely done. And they didn't even have to use Dream Coil either, so that's still going to be a threat on the map for the next 80 seconds. Big pick-off. And now that Undyne wants to pressure this tower, it's like they don't have their big boy Storm there. The level 9 hero with lots of levels. They
Still thinking about...
will try.
go. Land the boundless over on GPK. Immediately ducking away, though.
Big miss.
Does have the Dream Coil. Is just going to run into the tree line. And there's the fortification, so.
A little misexecuted by Saberlight there. There was only a 1 second stun on Boundless Strike. He goes for the Centaur. Right click a little bit too often, or too long, and as a result misses the stun fall. They might have killed the puck if they executed that correctly. Either way, they got puck to leave. Not the worst, because now Saberlight can basically just auto-attack this, but usually you want to get kills. But hey, across the map, they get saved. Not terrible for Undying.
No, definitely looking and finding these openings wherever they can get them, which is very, very important. I believe that's their first kill of the game now. Because like you said, you know, GPK's been very, very obnoxious in the way that he's been following Tomato around, trying to put pressure on them. But immediately silence, but they follow up with the Fiend's Grip. This is not looking good for GPK. Are they going to give the kill to Tomato? Give it to Brile. Super
well done there. The Dubu was ready. It's very difficult for Storm to catch the puck in that circumstance against anybody remotely good, but Dubu sitting there ready to grip was perfect. Hard for Puck to evade that with low levels of phase shift. So they do pressure Puck twice, top lane, and then once again here in the mid lane. So costing some resources, but Undying's playing really solid.
No, they definitely feel like, you know, sometimes you worry, especially in the best of two situation, right? You worry that, you know, they start to, maybe not tilt, but start to just get a little bit too anxious and they're not able to recover because you only get one more game against them here in these groups. So I'm glad to see that they've maybe not necessarily hit their stride, but definitely are feeling, you know, they're still feeling good. They're still feeling confident, and we're seeing it in the way that they're playing.
Bristleback is going for Egg Scepter immediately after his Vanguard. No boots upgrade or anything. Just wants to be able to control the enemy in team fights. And Eggs is going to be great for that because it's a good way to, like, despite not necessarily having time to right-click everybody, it's affecting the fight. You're lowering everybody's armor and giving them slow. And it's also going to make it easier to Roche because you get extra stacks against Roche. So if they do win a fight or get a pick off, then they're going to be able to turn that into Roche much easier than before.
So they're smoked up over on the side here. And Meander's trying to do as much scouting as possible. They haven't broken the smoke just yet. GPK will reveal himself. Moon still hugging around the tower. Think about going for that Wukong's. Gonna just draw it. Try to push them back, try to protect the tower, but there's just so many people here. The Sunray comes out on top of that, the Echo Slam, and GPK cleans up Meander.
Yeah, he put that down to protect himself from doing this aggressive move. He, you know, jumps down, he's got 12 bonus armor. And that way he can clear the creep wave and hopefully defend the tower. Because most of the time support Monkey King doesn't get much value out of his ulti. I think that was a fine approach, but they just had too much burst damage on the VP side. I mean, they committed an Echo Slam to it. They used the DD. I mean, that was a lot of resources. It's a 4-position hero, so it's okay. And they got the tower and unlocked the jungle. So considering how weak their team is at tower pushing, absolutely worth it in the context.
All right, well, we're seeing some heavy mirroring going on now on the map. You've got, of course, Lycan, who's pushing the top wave. You've got the inhabitants of Undying just over in the jungle, and you've got a lot of vision getting placed down over here on the side of VP, trying to shore up this side as well. So I think the big battle is going to be coming for these mid towers. Still haven't seen an egg just yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 5-position egg, so it's a little bit harder to get in the fight sometimes. But yeah, Nightfall with his Ags on the way. They're definitely committing to some tower pushing, and having a support Pugna is going to make that a little bit easier too.
He's just going to let it go though. Tomato kind of wandering around over in this area. He needs to be very, very careful. He does not get spotted out. But down goes the tower immediately. The illusory orb coming out from GPK, hoping that maybe they'll catch him. He grabs up the bounty rune and is just going to hightail it out. But they planted their flag over here on the side of VP. This triangle area, nothing's going to happen without them knowing about it now. Light also just teleporting back to his side of the map, and the top area now belonging to VP.
Okay, pretty good for them. Being able to control the Tri-Camp is obviously huge. Undying looking for a straggler here. Dubu's going to run into them. Not great for him. Puts a ward down to help Juke, but yeah, this observer.
I mean, they don't know that the storm is there, so potentially they can turn it back around. But no, Dubu just falls way too fast here. Brile trying to kill DM. The fall boundless here. Meander dropping the ultimate.
Oh, so
they
close.
get Brile, but they'll follow up, get the kill on DM as well.
That was unfortunate when GPK is so ready for that.
Yep, up dive drain. Nightfall just chasing down. Get the kill on Saberlight.
That's a tough one. If you don't have boots, like Bristol's gonna completely
You have so
destroy you
much
with the
slow.
slow. Yeah.
So much slow.
He needs his ulti there, and even if he had his ulti, he probably doesn't want to pop it just for that. He's almost got his Helmet the Overlord finished, but he had 600 more gold, and that was just a fight that Undyne was not quite ready to fight. They were looking for a small pick-off. It didn't go so well. Saberlight moved over maybe to help, but he gets caught too, so just really unfortunate there for Undyne.
It feels like VP is really just starting to choke out this map from the side of Undying. How concerned are we about this?
It's a big worry for sure. I mean, look at Nightfall's position right now. He's sitting on the Tri-Camp by himself because he knows he can clear this. Again, he's a Bristleback with a Vanguard and an Axe. Like, he's happy to hang out here. Skill build kind of interesting too. He didn't even max Bristleback. He's getting Nasally maxed out a bit faster due to the Axe, so he knew. He's like, I don't need to go that tanky this game. I'm going to be fine. He just plays up in his opponent's face. He's not going to let them farm efficiently. If they just stand here and Undying is done farming top, they're going to have to like teleport. They can't like walk to their Tri-Camp. It's like, it just makes everything more inefficient on Undying's side and helps compound the gold advantage for VP.
We get a momentary pause here.
我不理解。
Looks like they've got a little bit of a lag going on.
Oh no.
TeamSpeak is down.
Their TeamSpeak server for both teams is destroyed. I'm sure they got a backup.
Dota has their chat in game.
Start screaming. You're in the same room.
An ephemeral masterpiece.
Everyone's so spoiled now. Need a chat server to talk to their teammates. Like, come on, guys. I know you can remember back in the day.
You got to hear all the little details though when you're playing Dota. Like that's actually so important, Purge.
So, what you need to hear your ally like whisper, like he's got a BKB. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying like in general, like even for
They
me
can hear the
casting.
game sounds.
Yeah.
They just can't hear each other's voices as well as what I'm saying.
Right. No. That I'm saying like because you're saying well just talk to each other. You're in
Yeah.
the same room, but you got to be able to hear both. You have to have a
That's
good
true.
balance.
You have to take one ear off, and then it's just
Yeah.
you're losing the game sound. So that's true.
Yep.
That's true.
I mean, at least both of them are having issues, so it would at least be kind of balanced. But what if you have that one teammate
Interesting.
that's got a little bit quieter of a
Interesting.
voice?
That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough when the Valve TeamSpeak servers go down, man. You just gotta patch that one. It'll come.
There is a Steam voice chat. I'm just going to throw
Oh,
that
that's
out
true.
there still.
I don't know if that's reliable enough for
Flax
Valve
was
to put on
very
their
excited
tournament.
when that came out because he
was.
does not like the other service that shall not be named.
Yeah, of course, but he's gotten used to it. I think I don't know, his bias has slowly gone away. His complaints were a little interesting.
Let's
Maybe
shake things
dare I
up.
say overblown? I'm not sure. Anyways, 4K gold advantage for VP. Bristle's in an excellent place. Lifesteal's got some items. He's got a armlet and his Sange, so he's got damage. And most importantly, if they have like a pretty straightforward fight, he can infest somebody, pump up their HP by 400, soon to be 800. That's going to be big in some of these engagements because before Storm gets BKB, he needs to be able to survive these coil durations. And being able to infest Storm and give him 800 HP could be huge, assuming he lives long enough for the coil to go away. Or they need to somehow initiate on Puck and kill him.
That's very difficult.
So hard. You have to like rip him basically.
Yeah. I think you're exclusively holding that Fiend's Grip for the Puck if possible at this
Frickin'
point.
good luck, man. You could be
Oh, I know. I'm
Puck's-
not saying it was easy.
Puck silenced, fissured by Earthshaker. It could be, I guess that's it. Those are the only real disables, but so maybe not the hardest to get the grip off, but you have to make sure you don't get caught as well, you know? So
I think one thing that we can, because we do have this little bit of a pause, is we do have some TI records broken already with this game. Game before, previously, actually. It was the fastest Sven, was it Blink? So far for this TI?
no, this is BKB.
Oh, it's
The
BKB, sorry.
Fastest Sven BKB.
Fastest
I think
Sven
at TI
BKB,
before.
and it was also the closest net worth gap between the two teams at the time.
What do you mean at the time? Like when he got his BKB?
No, just in general. Like so far in this tournament.
Wasn't it the first game that finished?
Yes, in the first game. You get the message too.
I'm gonna look at it because
Just go look
the way
at it
you're
because
wording
I'm trying.
it is giving me
I'm trying to do
confusion.
it from memory.
That's a mistake. Stats are very important.
I am
All
very
right.
much in charge of like what you're seeing on the screen right
VP
now.
versus
Please,
Undyne
sir.
game 1 got some neat all-time TI records. Most couriers killed in a game 7, but that's very likely because it's the first TI
TI with-
where both
everyone's got
teams
their
have
own
5
card, yeah,
couriers, so that makes sense. It's the closest match. 3K net worth difference. That one doesn't make sense to me. And the third one, earliest Sven BKB, we can all understand.
Yes, we can understand that one. I mean, these are coming from Leia, right?
So the way he told me to say his name was Lemur.
Lemur. Okay.
Because it looks like Leah Mare or something, but a little different.
Okay. Well, we
Okay.
have we're getting stats fed to us here, thanks to Lemur. Oh, I don't think it's lemur. I think it's like lemur.
No. I said like the animal. He said yes. I think it's lemur.
Okay.
But
we will ask him.
I'll ask him again. I'll ask him again.
But we do have this infestation coming on now. The
Good
side
jump.
of Undying.
This
They
is
find
perfect.
themselves DM, but they can't follow up. They get the Fiend script off, though, over at the back line. They need to deal with Dubu. Nice stomp coming out, but still will end up losing that Bane. DM sitting very, very low. You can see the Pugna sitting into position. Already going to start putting a little bit of that juice back into the gamer over there.
I can really respect Dubu just holding that all the way. He's like, uh-oh, this isn't going good. His team's running away. He's like, gotta hold this down. And it makes sense. Like
He's in it, though, at that point, right? You can't just...
It's like, cancel. What are you going to do? Run away? Good luck.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Catching Earthshaker there was perfect. That was the guy they want to grab because they want to make sure that Earthshaker isn't there to land an Echo Slam. If you just interrupt his Blink Dagger, you've already done a lot, basically. Because then you only have to deal with Puck Coil, basically.
Right.
So it was a little hard for them to fully commit, and they wisely realized that they shouldn't ultimately commit. And it wasn't amazing for Undying to lose their cooldowns, but the fact they didn't lose more heroes than just one makes that not terrible. They just got to finish their Helm of the Overlord. That's still coming here. And once they get that, they're going to have an Ancient Creep instead of just a little regular one. That'll make their team fight a little bit better. But VP's just doing a great job playing the map. They're playing in the center of the map. They're playing in the spaces between the lanes, forcing Undying to have to run weird ways. And by doing so, they just are pressuring really good. Brawl split pushes a bit, but he TPs back again.
It's really all he has to do. Like, at this point, you just need to get that Helm of the Overlord online.
Yeah, it's really, really important. Interesting Monkey build, though. He went for fast Spirit Vessel this game. That's one of the cool things about Monkey support is you can build, like, almost anything. You don't have to buy boots, so, like, he goes for the Spirit Vessel. It's going to be great
look at this.
against Pugna and others.
So they go for the smoke because they want to know if the Monkey is nearby. Because they're already in the pit when they popped it. Very, very smart. Because you know that he's going to be on the prowl. But like,
these Lycan Wolves don't break smoke. So they get the vision and they don't know that they're there.
Go, drop the Wukong. So back out for a moment. The Wolf back in. But look at the position. They don't want it. Yeah, they end up losing some of those stacks of goo. They're going to have to restart. But again, look at what you have for AoE. You no longer have the Wukongs.
Yeah.
You've got the Echo Slam that you've got to watch out for. Is it going to be able to ground it?
Oh, the Echo for it.
And that is one dead Moon Meander and one Aegis of the Immortal getting placed over on Nightfall.
That was like perfect by Moon. He fissures, it doesn't get picked up, he jumps in, but they're like, hell no, dude. We're keeping that.
They were baiting it. It felt almost
I mean, it's an Echo Fort and Moon's up in 20 seconds. That was not a bad play at all by Moon. He slowed things down. He bought his team more time to farm. Really not a bad move. I was very pleased to see that happen. Tomato's going to try to slow down this mid wave, but again, if he gets...
out the rage.
He has to. Like, he can't stay for longer than like 3 goose stacks. And at least Nightfall's at half HP that helps. Brawl gets a kill in the side lane with Dubu. That's the grip. And now
they're
DM
gonna be able
as
to
well.
Get DM. This is big for them. This buys them a little bit more time. He's going to get nightmared here by Dubu. Moon Meander is nearby, and he's going to collect himself a kill.
Huge pick off there. That was so big that they got those 2 guys. Because you've got Bristle pushing the mid with Aegis, and you're like, oh, surely this is, they're going to be sitting behind it, but no. They were off on the map. That Undying Ward spots them out, and they're able to get that big double kill. The 3 position and the 2 position, all it cost them was a grip. What a pick off. Now they're looking for Lycan.
They really want him. Look at all these pings coming out. They know that he's up there. They saw that he was traveling out.
It's fine.
Don't have anything, though, to cancel out this TP, so he's absolutely fine. Someone needs to get a Yules or something.
What are you going to do, supernova that guy? Like, oh no, he
it's
might
going to take
TP.
too long. It's going to take way too long.
You got to preempt it, be like, he might TP in 3 seconds, so I got a supernova.
Yeah, and then you definitely get a tip when you supernova, and he just
he's
hightails
like,
it out.
What?
He was like, whatever, nerd.
Yeah, it takes a while here. Nightfall finishing up as Yasha here, so his right click is more effective. It's the build to go if you're playing core Bristleback. And he'll have it finished, but the split pushing on Undying soon is great. Look, they've evened up the net worth. Done a really good job here. Moon
Right.
Meander. It's close. GPK doesn't get the vision of him because he jumped earlier.
They have no way to cancel out the Rage Teleport, so Tomato's absolutely fine. Just going to go right back to the top wave and continue to farm, get that Scotty online as fast as possible.
Dubu making calls here. Head over to the enemy jungle. This is where they're going to make their next play. They've got grip up in 13 seconds, but let's see if they get spotted. They might have seen the Bristle. They know where he is, but they don't want to go for him. They want to go for that back line, and they see DM.
They've got the back line. Oh, beautiful hit here, but they back off. They're too unsure.
The rest of the team was still very focused on going towards the mid lane, and they might not have seen Nightfall there. So yeah, now as a result, VP is the one smoking. If Monkey's in a good spot, this could be perfect here.
The way that they're approaching, the jump forward immediately from DM. They want to get rid of Moonmeander. They've had enough of his nonsense. He's being held in place. They've got the life drain, and that's a dead Monkey King. Rest of the team here, they're getting into the tree lines. They're saying, it is time to go, my friends. In fact, hitching a ride, actually, in Brile, so.
He had to do that because he TP'd to the top lane early. That was pretty much ideal for Undyne once again. Like, they engage on a core, Monkey breaks the smoke, he gets a ward, D-ward at the same time. That was initiations, they were separated, that you're again trading a core for support. And that's hurting Puck a lot. Like, Puck's net worth is still relatively fine, but it's not ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, they have an Infest Bomb and a double damage over on Brile. The drag back immediately onto DM. Need maybe one more hit, but again, saving the perfect positioning. Again, we'll be able to keep them alive. Another Nightmare coming out. They're looking, transfers it over immediately. Dubu's on the other side of this. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to survive, though. There's just too much damage and too many heroes.
All right, not too bad. When Dubu's going for the Ags on Bane. I love this item if you can get it. It gives you 2 Fiend's Grip illusions, and it lowers your cooldown by 45 seconds. And we've seen some very crucial Fiend's Grips so far this game, right? Like big grips on Puck. It is. So lowering the cooldown by a lot is big, and creating 2 illusions, they're pretty separate from you. That means that you can't just interrupt it with 1 fissure or necessarily 1 Puck silence. There's like always going to be one of the illusions holding the grip. So it's going to turn Dubu's ultimate to be even more powerful than it was before. And the fact that he's kind of almost there, 1,800 gold to go, is impressive, honestly. I'm surprised he's getting this close to finishing the item. So
I mean, he's been very active. He's a big participant in a lot of these ganks that are going on. So
that's true.
He's getting that goal. They're jumping over onto Saberlight, though. DM making his way over. They do have the BKB finish now for Storm if they want to try to engage on this game or to get that. Oh!
Moon Meander, absolute MVP of that one. Holy crap. The fissure came out, he instantly starts TPing, which is really sick by Saberlight as well, and then Moon protects it with the Boundless Strike. And they burned Echo afterwards to try to catch him, and they didn't get him. Looks like they'll get the tower. Oh, maybe not. Oh, wow, what a play. Still Aegis on VP, but man, Undyne's just really dragging him across the map repeatedly here.
I mean, I told you, that's the kind of hero that Moon Meander really shines on, are the ones that can just provide some poke in like the vision and just be a general nuisance.
Dubu playing bot here. GPK's in the area, would love to get the snag, but that Dire Ward's going to spot it out.
Okay, they're going to open up with the Dream Coil, drop the Veil. Over on the back lines, Dubu getting jumped upon. Going to get the Storm out. They're not going to be able to save Dubu, though. Dubu is, in fact, toast.
Yeah, as soon as GPK uses the ulti there, Dubu does the right thing. He can't really approach past the creep wave to try to grip GPK, so instead he runs immediately to the left, knowing that enemies are likely to come with, and he's able to interrupt some of them to help guarantee his Storm lives. So, you know, they tried it, it didn't work out, everything's fine. 2k gold advantage for VP though, so they do get a small advantage from this. Them playing the middle of the map is always going to be more efficient because the distance to the sides is less, whereas Undyne is doing a lot of like push out one lane then TP to the other one. That gives you less options for moves, so maybe a bit more predictable. So if VP keeps reading this like they are and punishing a bit, they're going to keep getting more gold advantage. So maybe Undyne needs to change it up, do something a little bit unsafe to try to get a pick off where their opponents don't expect it.
We do have the Aghanim Scepter completed now for Lycan, so we're going to be seeing some of those wolf bites going down.
Undead Wolf incoming. You don't want to do it on a ranged hero because they become melee, so you're definitely not going to want to do it on Storm, but on Lifestealer, very good. Max movement speed, and he's going to get a crit, and any damage that either of them do life steals the other. So basically, like, killing Lifestealer, good luck, and the damage amp that you're going to get from it is huge anyways. So you know, it's like a free Daedalus or something. 40% chance to crit for almost double damage, so it's a 40% damage increase on Tomato. It's big.
Ooh, they spotted DM over here. They were going for a smoke play for themselves. Brile
they thought it was the illusion though.
Now the jump forward again. Nightfall turning his back towards everyone as Tomato starts chasing after. He is, of course, that undead wolf like we talked about. Just getting handled a little bit though. Can't quite find the angle to come through. Got a lot of speed here. Trying to get themselves over onto the high ground. Moon Meander giving a lot of vision again. Nightfall just continues to stack up. We've got 7 stacks of that nasal goo over there. But again, this is a very fast Lycan. If you don't have that lockdown, he is just going to run away. Rather, not the Lycan.
The Lycan Eggs. I mean, it's actually so good that they have it for that reason. Like, if they don't have Lycan Eggs, he's actually so countered by Bristle.
So walking towards the shrine here. VP very much in control of the situation.
guess there.
Dubu, again, looks like he is going to be the sacrificial lamb. They're going to place a lot of attention on chase him down and just slowly but surely burn him away.
Oh, sorry, it was the outpost that gave vision of him behind the tree. That's how they got that. But yeah, if they don't have Lycan ulti on the Lifestealer, he just has to play this game where he gets like enough goose stacks in his float. He's like, well, I got to pop Rage now. When Rage is done and he runs away, that's when VP chases and goes for the chain disable as soon as it ends. So by having Lycan ulti on him, it actually gives him a better window to try to look for openings. It's actually such a smart item build in this game against the Bristle carry. It's still kind of commonly built anyways, but this game, it feels really good to have.
I think it's definitely situational, you know. It made so much sense.
And because Lycan is like, he's got decent net worth here, but lots of split pushing is what we're seeing. Saberlight pushing out bot lane, now going to pick up a shard and base. He's going to be using that to summon some wolves now, get some lane push out, which is going to make it a little bit easier for them to continue splitting VP around the map here. Mage Slayer finish on Monkey King. This can be very good against all the magic sources from VP. Kind of similar to how Veil is good. Mage Slayer's good as well against the same team. So he's doing great.
Have we seen an egg yet?
No.
I didn't think so.
There's been no eggs. But think of how... Ooh.
Jeez. Okay, Brile was
Missed another one. That was a good
caught there by that Dream Foil.
Echo Slam as well. They probably led Echo Slam, I would imagine. But depends.
I think you're very happy about that. Yeah, Nightfall just going to walk right into the base, start whacking away on the tower here. Of course, Dubu can slow it down just a little bit. But how do you approach this? I mean, at least you don't have the Echo, right? So that's one thing that
that's true.
Feels good if you're Undying, but just you're trying to get this beast out of the way.
Yeah, you just got to slap him. But his regen is really high. And Feeble helps. They've got Spear Vessel, but they got to... I mean, they're going to lose the tower. Probably the melee racks, but we'll see. They might engage ahead of time.
Looking to move forward here, Tomato. Of course, that Undead Wolf, like we talked about, they're just trying to get rid of this Helm of the Overlord. And look at this. Look at the battery pack that they're able to do over onto the Bristleback. Stands toe-to-toe the entire time. Again, the snap comes out. The follow-up, though. Tomato's still left over here on the side, and they're giving them the suck over on the back lines coming out from that Pagana. DM, though, taking so much damage. The egg does manage to go up. They've got the Quiver Kit to turn back around. Can they save him in time? Takedown save. Dubu buying back. Nightfall's not looking very good. He's going to fall next as Kingslayer is left behind. Tried everything he could, but is going to eventually fall.
They do it. They save the melee barracks. I'm really surprised that they were able to pull this out. And only one buyback from Dubu. That's it?
Yeah, that's all it took.
Incredible hold there for Undying. I'm surprised they're able to make it work, but their combo of abilities just looked so good at the start. It was looking a little bit iffy on Lifestealer. They used the coil on him thinking, oh, we can get this pick off, but the Nightmare buys him a second of invulnerability, and then after that ends, they just turned and started slapping the Bristleback. And I think that helped keep Lifestealer alive a bit. And then the nice Monkey King ulti, the grip instantly on Earthshaker, so there was no follow-up to guarantee the Tomato Lifestealer death. That kind of like turned the fight in a big way. So turns out that they're able to win that one. And now Roshan as well with a shard. Great moment for Undying.
Was this a situation where VP just got too impatient? Because, you know, they got that pick off, right? But
I wouldn't say it's impatience. It's more like they saw an opportunity, but it wasn't that good of an opportunity. That for whatever reason, I don't know if it was like Earthshaker got hit by Boundless Strike, but what should have happened is as soon as they Dream Coil and the coil breaks on Lifestealer is that Earthshaker should be on top of him pressing his buttons, and he was like 400 units to the north. And I didn't see what interrupted him. It could have been, you know, a stun from Monkey King. It could have been an Orchid from Storm or a right click from Storm or something.
Yeah.
For whatever, it could have been a wolf attacking him. You'd have to watch.
Just something that
you need a weatherman to figure this one out, unfortunately. But it was a very crucial moment that they were able to grip him and stop that follow-up. And as a result, VP used resources. They didn't get the kill they wanted, and Undying's able to make a play to turn that around as a result.
Oh, look at Brile. He does have the side over onto safe. He just didn't pick up a 4-7. He's got the Essence Ring, so pretty survivable. He's going to be able to just walk away from this engagement, but Saberlight, of course, continuing to put that pressure down on towers, will be able to take the top Dire.
Ooh, open wounds on Bristle here. He's got an AC, though. He's really fast, and he's got spider legs, too.
He's zooming, baby.
He's actually max movement speed with 9 stacks right now, between S and Y and spider legs. This is insane. It's going to be the same speed as this freaking Undead Wolf.
It's a speedy fight here, as he just spider legs right over the cliff, because it does not give them free pathing, unfortunately. Not like the scooter legs.
I mean, the Lycan Shapeshift axe is still good, but like the fact that Bristol's the same speed is kind of bonkers.
It's very scary.
It like offsets a lot of your advantage there on the lifestealer. With that said, I mean, they've got slows, they've got Scotty, they've got a lot of anti-healing, like an insane amount of anti-healing in this game, which is very useful against Bristle. He went for the health regen talent, which is pretty common if you're going right click or quill stack damage is nice, but I generally like regen when I'm more right click Bristle. But yeah, they've got the Scotty, they have Spirit Vessel, they've got tons of anti-regen, so Bristle does have to be careful. No BKB in sight, he's going to start building towards it now, but until he gets that, if he does get moderately out of position and his team can't back him up, he is definitely killable this game.
I will say that Undying continues to be able to just push out these waves very, very nicely. Tomato having to be a bit careful. Dubu, though, always very close by, ready to jump in if necessary, or give his life in many of the cases, which it seems to be.
And Tomato picks up Shadow Blade next. He's going to go for the old Silver Edge build to give him an ability to break the Bristle. Now, that if in that circumstance they can like just kill Bristle, even if he's not too out of position. But for now, not really the case.
Really the case here, as they do end up taking down Dubu, and they're seeing an opening now to fly away here. Coming up from Kingslayer, does still have the egg. Tomato, he's very, very fast, but he does get stunned by DM. He's going to start putting out a little bit more damage here onto Nightfall, but they have a couple stacks of goo over here. Those spider legs just cutting right through. Wants to make sure that Moon Meander can't head out in those trees. DM, another fissure coming out. It's just getting very, very difficult to deal with Tomato, though, like we talked about. And again, he's that feral wolf. Back off, Moon Meander sitting in the trees. Nightfall, he's split up from the rest of the team. GBK has to be very, very careful. Does have the Yule Scepter if needed. Brile with the BKB. They're looking for this opening. Kingslayer looking, just going to be able to go swoop off to the side. As they're putting a lot of damage over onto Brile, they managed to go and drop that Dream Coil egg over on the side as well. So hold him into place. Brile falls. The Echo Slam comes out. Tomato, he's left all alone. He is stunned into place. That is going to be an Aegis. That is going to pop as they wait patiently. Moon Meander looking for the opening, immediately throwing out the stun, trying to protect Tomato as much as they can. They get the buyback. Brile coming in, gets a kill on DM. So now Nightfall is forced to run away. Save nearby. They realize that he's there. The Force Staff's not going to be able to save him, as he's going to get dragged right back in with this Vortex. He's got silenced up. Not going to be able to go and get any sort of a life drain. Tomato getting the double kill as Nightfall has to run for his life. They have control over here of the outpost as well. Tomato looking for the opening. Moon Meander just jumping from tree to tree. Wants to keep tabs on Nightfall, but it's very difficult. He's very tanky, despite everything that they've done for the itemization. It's gonna be difficult, but...
Really nicely done by Saberlight. He keeps the top lane pushed in the whole time. Like, it's very clear the Ancient Creeps are not good against Bristle. You don't want them to be in the same area. He keeps the top the whole game, and now when they finally cross the map with a kill, Creep Wave's in the perfect position. They don't have to worry about pushing at all. And now they get a tower.
They might get even more than that, too. Now look at this. Nightfall has to be incredibly careful here. They've got the Silver Edge online. They've got this dust. They can see him. They're just running him down at this time. GPK is trying everything he can, trying to get him away from Nightfall, but they're losing these buildings as they're trying to keep him alive.
Yeah, Tomato's build just feels very effective. So much HP. Puck doesn't do much.
Alright, he manages to grab Saberlight. Not going to be able to run away that quickly. Moon Meander trying the best that he can to slow them down. The zip forward again coming out from Brile. Saberlight is down. Brile also popping the BKB. Get the Fiend's Grip off over onto Nightfall.
They got Bristle.
He is dead. Dead for 90 seconds. They don't have the buyback. Save too. It's just getting chomped away here by Tomato. Buyback coming out now from Save. They need to keep him up so that way they can keep them out of the base. But they end up losing Nightfall.
It's just this Lifestealer feels so survivable, basically. Bristle isn't a good solution here. Lifestealer slaps people, and he stays alive because his raw HP is high, and he's full movement speed, so like slows don't matter either, and he still has Rage ready to go. Like, look what Puck does to him.
No.
Lifestealer just starts hitting him back, and he's like, oh, I'm healing a huge amount from your HP. So like, Tomato doesn't have that many threats this game, actually. It's making him feel quite good, and Undyne has had 2 now very timely buybacks and skirmishes. They haven't been overcommitting resources, and it's been giving them a lot of advantage.
Look at DM, he's trying to be so patient. He's trying to look for this Echo Slam. Jumps forward immediately over on Tomato. Alright, that is a dead Tomato, a dead Lifestealer. DM, though, has to run. The rest of the team, they go up, they throw off the egg. Moon Meander trying to decide where he wants to go, but he does get decrepified by Save. Moon Meander, there's the blast, the stun from the egg popping. DM slowly clicking him down. Looks like Moon Meander's going to fall. Dubu looks like he's next on the list as the rest of the team is forced to run away on the side of Undying.
big team fight cleanup there. I believe that was a Decret plus rest of combo. Probably, I didn't see the very initiation, but it was probably like either Fissure from range or Puck Silence first. That way he doesn't get to rage, then all the damage he takes is massively amplified. He had good HP, but not enough to survive in that circumstance. He even has like the Titan Slipper, so he had some magic resistance too, but man, he popped almost instantly. So great fight there by VP, winning that engagement despite Undyne looking like they had some momentum. But on the bright side, all the creep waves pushed out, so even though they win that fight, it's not like they could cross the map and take a barracks of their own. They got to go resume playing how things are going, reset a bit. So.
All right, we do have some more ways of holding down this Raging Lifestealer, though. We do have the Abyssal Blade picked up now for Bristlebacks, so that's going to make these engagements a little bit tidier, but the way that they're playing, the way that they're dipping in and out, really just beautiful stuff coming out from here.
Saberlight just ultied just now to keep his creep alive.
This is not good, though, because it's not going to keep him alive, it's looking like. Kingslayer taking a lot of damage here, is silenced up. He's not going to be able to... Oh, no. Save coming in as a little battery. Actually going to be able to keep Kingslayer alive just a little bit longer. The Fiend's Grip coming out over on the back end. They'll take down Kingslayer. They take down DM. Rest of VP now forced to flee. Trying to keep tabs over here onto Nightfall. Storm zipping as fast as he can. Not going to be able to quite get their hands, though, over onto Nightfall this time.
All right. Good pickoffs, though. I mean, I thought Saberlight just ultied to cover his creep, and I think he did, but I mean, he's the perfect guy to go on. He's tanky. He doesn't do that much damage anyways, so like, he wants his opponents to use like Dream Coil. He does not care that much. He just wants to be the tanky guy that's constantly pushing in lanes, and he's doing a great job on it.
That fastest click of the buttons over here. Bryle trying to play with GPK. GPK playing right back with them, zipping forward again. Do have that Orchid Silence, but he's going to be able to use the Yules. He's going to be able to go dip away, and Bryle just doesn't quite have maybe... Oh, but they are in position, actually. Yeah, look at those Moon Meanders here. Courier does end up falling, but it's so hard to get your hands on this puck if you don't have Dubu nearby.
Yeah, very tough, and they spent a lot of time chasing him there, too, rather than pushing in. So a little bit of a detriment, but ultimately, VP's slightly in the lead with their 3K advantage. Preventing Undyne from crossing the map means they don't lose any major tactical things. Save pressure from top. Nightfall is hanging out top. He's got Abyssal Blade now, so now he's got some way to actually like set up the fight here. The Abyssal against Lifestealer is another great option. Abyssal Lifestealer, follow up with Echo Slam and Decrep and all that other great stuff. So VP gets options, but so does Undyne. AC's finished on Lycan now, so their survivability against Bristle has gone up a lot in this moment. Almost a nullifier on Monkey King. He's got a Sacred Relic picked up, so that's going to basically give them save against whoever tries to Glimmer.
His courier died.
Oh, that's a big
so it's
snipe
actually
then.
Completed as soon as he can actually get it retrieved off the courier.
It's very good against Pugna and Glimmer Cape. Like, and they have both of those items in spades, so 2 Glimmers and the Pugna to save an ally. So if you can just hit the guy with the nullifier, that supports dying, basically. It's going to make Lifestealer's job a lot easier because he's not going to have to carry dust to like run around the backline at max movement speed. Again,
Moon Meanders is going to be keeping tabs here. We'll throw Tomato forward. Roach is back up. This is a big deal. They definitely want to challenge this.
All right, here's a big change though. Nightfall just gets the book, hits 25, picks up the Warpath damage stack. He's getting 59 damage per ability that he casts. Now his right click is going to be insane. It's going to look like he's a Divine Rapier here.
But look at the poking back and forth. He's the Dagon over in Tomato as well. Decrep gets dropped, throwing out the Illusory Orb, trying to get as much information as possible.
It's a lot of orbs with the Arcane Rune.
This is, oh my god, this is like the hardest game to ops because you've got a Storm and you've got a Puck.
Yeah, they're kind of jumping around all over the place.
Apologies, guys. I'm not trying to make you seasick, I promise. It's just, woo, lad. Should have requested the JJ.
The Observer. Only so many observers to go around, guys.
There is. We are trying our best here.
So Undyne moving across the map now with their gem. Still 40 seconds left for the Monkey King Nullifier. That would have felt so good, but it'll come back eventually. VP also across the map. Earthshaker has smoked. Oh, sorry, just Ninja Gear here for him. But he'll be looking for his targets.
You know, a lot of delivery services are actually struggling right now to be able
really
to arrive things on time. So, you know, it's just a minor setback. I'm sure it'll get delivered, you know.
The Axe is ready on Bane as well. It's been up for a bit. He's almost got an Aether Lens too, so watch out for that. Dubu should have a good grip no matter what. Do they know about the Roach? They don't have vision, but they're going to guess.
There's a BKB coming out now for Nightfall as well.
All right, Wolves
It's
in the
not there
pit.
yet, though.
They
It's
see.
not there yet.
They're gonna have to
Motto
go.
jumping in immediately. They're going to try to fight through
Good
this.
grip.
And again, we get the grip off. That's very important. But the egg dropped over inside of the pit. Plus the Wukong. All the circles of the world coming out here. Can they finish off anyone? That was the question. Yes, they'll be able to take that Kingslayer. But they've already got the Aegis online here for Nightfall. Damn, falling. Nightfall is taking too much damage. That is going to be the Aegis coming right back up again. The buyback coming out too. Cheese was picked up over on Lifestealer. Nightfall popping the BKB is going to try to just get his way out. Maybe try to get a kill or two on the way as he turns back around. Looks like they'll find the kill on Dubu though. Tomato very, very swift is going to be able to walk out.
I mean, not bad. Tomato gets the Aegis, or I'm sorry, not the Aegis. He gets the cheese at least, and they're able to kill the Bristleback. I think the most important thing that happened was that BKB and Earthshaker gets popped before the grip. If he doesn't have that up, he's going to take way more damage. Like, Storm jumps in, he's gripped, like, Earthshaker dies without a doubt. So the fact that DM got his BKB off during that made a huge difference. So, ends up going about even. Game is still extremely tight. What was the other item? Was it a refresher or was it an Axe?
For who? For which one?
There was a third item, wasn't there? Wasn't that was third Roche, right? So there should have been another item drop. So I'm gonna go pick through everything and find anything that looks weird. It must have been a refresher, I guess, because I don't see any items.
Yeah, because the Ags that we're seeing visibly right now are all
Yep, they're all
low.
actually. Yep. So probably was a refresher that I'm not seeing. That somebody maybe popped in the chaos of the fight. 2 BKBs, something like that, absolutely is normal in those kinds of like hectic game moments.
All right, Wind Waker completed now for Puck.
That's a good one. Great, actually great solution. Perfect counter against Bane Grip. You just Yules the guy and Grip instantly ends. So you can basically use that to counter and initiate, basically offsetting Dubu's Axe. And, you know, maybe some other people that might be in trouble. So, not very commonly bought, but can be really good in a game circumstance like this.
Item.
It is. The downside is if your your allies BKB first, and then you get gripped, I bet you can't Wind Waker your BKB ally, I would guess, because I think you can't do that for your BKB too. I don't remember.
Smoke play now coming out from the side of Undying. Nightfall showing himself very forward here. They'll open up with Fiend's Grip, follow up on Ray, and they keep Nightfall alive though. The question, they're not going to be able to, no, there it is, there it is. It's going to get thrown all up into the air, followed up with a nice Dream Coil. The egg will pop. Moon Meander now is just left alone over the side, followed up with the Echo Slam. Are they going to be able to get this kill?
Huge fight.
Take down Saber Light, and then they'll follow up with Moon Meander. Tomato running for his life here. He's already went and munched on that cheese. He's already had a snack. It's not going to be able to leave in time. It is a double kill now for Nightfall.
Ooh, he made a pretty big mistake. I guess there was already a sentry down, but I can't help but think he maybe should have just ran instead. Enrage and Biz run for 3 seconds at TP, but either way, gets killed. That's a full wipe. Huge fight there, but Undyne thought they had the moment. They jumped on Nightfall. They did a huge amount of damage, but he gets BKB off, and at that point they're like, uh-oh, this isn't good, and now buybacks are going to have to come.
Right in there, yeah. Look at the damage coming out from Nightfall right now. He's got 9 stacks of Warpath here.
Yeah,
Just
Bristleback.
has a Sunray from Kingslayer. He's going to be able to just keep him healed up. Another buyback, though, coming out. Bryle jumping forward again. They've got that battery. The Briley just gets bursted down. That was a dieback immediately.
Oh, they got to be really careful now. Bristol has no mana at least, so they might have a moment here where they don't feel comfortable going high ground, but at the very least, they're going to poke
There's
these
no
racks.
Storm, though. There's no Storm to go and hold them down.
That's
like, you
true.
don't. Dubu's going to be up in about 2 seconds, but
There's no
I don't know
Echo.
about this.
No Echo. They've got Dream Coil. No Egg. Pugna's got a Hex on the backline, so that's the first rack. So they're just going to do the safe way. Kill Barracks instead. Much safer than going for Tier Force, because if you're that deep in the base when they buy back, if Storm does get buyback at any of these moments here, they don't know that he's missing 300 gold.
Another 20-something seconds here for DM to have that Echo back up. He's trying to get into place, though, again with that Ninja Gear, making it very stealthy is going to allow him to have a bit more freedom. Not going to be able to quite grab it, though. This is going to be another set of racks here.
They can't get the last one, though, so they're going to have to go for Tier 4s if they want to continue here.
Looks like they're thinking about it. Tomato sheeped up. The follow-up, though. And they get up. They do manage to go and break Nightfall. He's going to be very, very careful. That Yule's coming out. The snap as well. DM taking so much damage. They go. They drop the sentry. Not quite enough damage, though, to actually remove him.
And he did get to use the Wind Waker on a BKB'd ally. It still worked on him, so no matter what happens there, he protects DM's life, and he gets away with the Glimmer. So the fight is disengaged. Still 40 seconds left. Storm's got to get... He's a little close. 200 gold to go. He's getting as much gold as he can from the Philosopher's Stone, but he's going to be up before then.
GPK, it's hunting season. Wanted Saberlight not going to be able to quite grab him, though, as the Fisher just a bit off the mark. Safe has just been this little battery this entire time, just healing up everyone on his team, sitting very, very low himself. Does have to be a bit careful here. Motto, though, getting a couple of these bites off over onto Nightfall. Trying to find this opening again. That cheap stick coming out. The Echo Slam, the egg, everything. It's enough to take down Tomato. He has no buyback. And the Storm not going to be up for another 8 seconds. Egg goes off. They clean up on Moon Meander. Moon Meander has no buyback. And they're just going to rip through these buildings, and it's looking like they're going to go for a finish if they can. Nightfall, though, held into place. Jump onto the back lines, though, here over onto Dubu. The grab forward, though, from Bryle. He's trying everything he can. They don't want to give this up just yet, but he just has no solution right now. And this is looking like the end here. Purger just climbing after Dubu. He can't even get back into his fountain. Buyback comes out, though. They don't want to go down without a fight, but it's too late. The GG gets called. VP gonna take this 2-game series.
Very well deserved. I think Undyne had a great chance to win this game. They won that like top fight. They were pressuring the tower, but all of a sudden the coordination of VP really paid off. They would start jumping in and killing Tomato really quick, and they didn't quite have the way to save him, unfortunately. So really well played by VP by all means. It looked a little tough, but once again, at some point they like break through and they just like completely run away with it.
Yeah, and again, you take a look at the scoreboard over here, and you can see just how efficient the movements have been. And also just, the way that they split up the map as well, the way that they were moving about, definitely, it crippled Undying. They were slowly getting choked out, and they put up a good fight. Again, we talked about Moon Meander, just the way that he was able to use that vision, kind of poke back and forth, and of course Saberlight continuously pushing out these lanes, but
it was really cool to see like the different stages of this game, in my opinion. It's like Lifestealer's in trouble for a really long time, and then they get like Ags Lycan, and Lifestealer's like, oh, I can do basically anything and poke. And then it was like, oh, all of a sudden, now they're crushing VP, and Bristle doesn't look very good. And then late game, Bristle gets his 25 talent. It's like, oh, I'm a carry now, like actually a really strong carry. So it was a very fun game to watch, and a good series. Not an unexpected outcome with VP winning. Undyne kind of within stone's throw. I could have seen them winning that match if they execute a little bit better, but today, VP is the better team in this set, at least.
I mean, yes, this is TI10. This is the time where you're going to see all the best teams showing up here, and any little mistake that you make, you're immediately going to get punished for it. In this case, Undying, they look good. They had these moments. They looked very, very clean. But just a couple little mistakes, maybe some itemization, maybe some movements around the map, and VP they saw those opportunities, and they just immediately took them. So so our first game of the day is of course complete here with a 2-0 going over to VP, and we have plenty more games coming up. Our next series is of course Elephant versus Beast Coast, which should be a lot of fun. Two regions that don't get to really ever play each other normally, so looking forward to it. And we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back with that series. All right, welcome back, everyone. We've got the next series of the day for you here over at the Stream 4, I think is what we're calling it, not letters. But we are here, of course. It is the first day of the International 10 group stages, and we have a banger of a series for you here. We have Elephant versus Beast Coast, two teams that only ever meet each other on the international stage, so I'm not sure what's going to happen.
Yes, this one's actually another question mark. Kind of like in the last series, how Undyne was like constantly missing majors. That's the story of Elephant. Elephant is 5 players that probably everybody here, if you've been watching Dota for a while, you're going to recognize all 5. They consistently were getting 5th place in the Chinese region, so they just kept missing the majors both times. They managed to qualify, so they're here now. Beast Coast missed the first major due to COVID. Second major disappointed, I think, when they did end up going. And they didn't do so good in the ESL tournament either, the ESL Fall that we casted either. So
No, Beast Coast did all right in ESL Fall.
did they?
Yes.
Did they? Okay, I'll believe you.
They did better than expected, I think.
Okay. With that said, though, we have a lot of hope for Beast Coast. Maybe some bias on this panel.
I know you're a huge Beast Coast fan.
That's me. I just tweet about Beast Coast all the time. Love speaking Spanish, knowing the Spanish memes. That's me. Talking about
Gracias,
myself.
Purge.
No problemo, obviously. But I'd love to see Beast Coast do really well. They're definitely. I think it's pretty safe to say they're the most famous South American team. Everybody wants them to succeed because they had that great run in Vancouver, I believe it was. Originally, they got top 6. That was really cool. But hopefully they can pull it together. You said right before the stream started, you said that they're one team that's been sticking together for a very long time, right?
Yeah, yep. They're one of the few rosters, I believe, that has remained unchanged since 2019.
2019. That's a long
That's
time.
a long time. Like, I remember these guys back when, it was the Croatian minor, and they were getting their first LAN experience.
Croatian
It was
minor.
a little bit different, though. The roster at that time had a Brazilian involved. They had Dunal. And I believe one of their other support players was a little bit different. But, yeah, I'm very, very excited. Again, Elephant, one of those teams, everyone, the names are a little bit different.
That's true.
Obviously, so Somnus, formerly
I
Mimi,
lied to you guys.
Eurus, Paparazzi.
Same players, but they keep changing their frickin' names. The jerks.
These guys are, they're legends. They're absolute legends. And on paper, Elephant has looked, like they should be the team to beat with these all-star names. Yang is incredible. FY is considered one of the best position 4s. But for whatever reason, they've just been struggling a little bit within their own region. But you know what? Now they're here. They're on an international stage. They're going to get their chance to shine. So do have the IO first pickup, which is interesting because I remember a time when China didn't like picking up IO hardly at all.
Yeah, that was a while ago though. But I get your point. Yeah, it was just like one of those heroes that like Chinese teams didn't play in pro matches very often for whatever reason. Interesting on the first phase bans though. I guess they banned the A, hoping that the IO gets through, is my assumption there. Because IO is very countered by A, whether the Ice Blast hits IO or somebody else. And frankly, the nerfs to A weren't that bad. Like the lower cooldown on Ice Blast is not that bad. And once you get like level 12 and on, the cooldown is really fine. And they're gonna go for an IO Gyro combo.
A pretty classic pairing. I haven't been seeing a whole lot of it anymore, like recently, but I'm sure it still definitely has its merits. We've been seeing a little bit cropping back up in some of the pubs that we're seeing here, but
Exactly, yeah. I mean, both heroes have been played, and Gyro is played a little bit from what I see. So yeah, it makes sense to pair them together. It's arguably
definitely
and always
stronger
yeah, it's
together.
almost always going to be one of the best IO combos, so it makes sense. Beast Coast, on the other hand, however, after seeing the IO, they go for an ET in a line. Both heroes have AoE stuns, which are very strong. Being able to lower armor. A lot of IO pairings are going to be agility heroes anyway, so having ET Ore is amazing because the agi heroes usually have like 28 to 35 armor. Taking that away is godly good. And just knowing that like, oh, here comes a relocate, you prep the stomp or you drop the ulti or whatever else, you're just more likely to hit more heroes. So AoE heroes just feel so much better against IO Gyro typically.
Now, are you of the same mindset? I know that I know Kyle particularly does not love when 2 supports are picked up during the first phase.
I mean, it does restrict you a bit, especially because, I mean, you can play like ET3, but it's pretty clear that these are probably 2 supports. So yes, it can definitely give you negatives, but the nice thing is that like IO is like the most obvious what you're going to do with it hero. Like obviously you can play it, some people are playing as like a 3 instead of a support, or
Yeah, there was an offlane build that I was seeing
yeah,
recently in pubs.
basically the same, but you just get last hits, so you just get your like the normal items faster. That's all. So you get your locket faster and you get your mech faster. That's basically it, and more levels.
Okay.
So, but the reality is that like because it's IO as the opener, it's probably less draft it hurtful to yourself to like grab your 2 supports because you already know, despite only seeing like 1 hero, it's like I already know like what they're gonna do. They're gonna do an IO combo and then they're gonna grab 3 other heroes. So
Right.
it probably hurts a bit less, but it is gonna make the bans a little bit easier to target for Elephant for sure, which can be a negative because you're like, well, those are probably your supports. Now let's just ban the best offlaners or the best carries or best mids or whatever.
Important to note too that both of these teams actually do have coaches. Over on the side of Beast Coast, there is Papita, who recently, he was on Team Infamous. He's a bit of a legend in the South American community. And speaking of legends, we have, of course, ROTK is the coach over on the side of Elephant.
Ooh, they just got to put as much star talent as possible on this one team.
It's loaded, right? You can make a film out of all these people, like.
I mean, I remember Super TI2. I think he was on LGD then. He was a mid player. Used to play like DK all the time. FY God, as we all know him, the Rubik player. He's made TI finals. Excellent player. He's always been so good. Yang is less known in the Western scene, but he's like very, very popular in China as a streamer, right? And he's always been like a top player as well. Maybe Somnus is effectively like the Miracle / Sumail of China in a lot of ways. Always been a fantastic, excellent mid player who gets crazy good stats in games. And then Paparazzi is like one of the best carries to come out.
Yeah, Yang's actually so popular. Like, he's extremely popular. There's a whole like explanation about like his nickname actually means leather shoes because he wears a lot of leather shoes. But apparently he's very rude. He's extremely rude, but the way that he's very rude is extremely funny.
Okay.
So he's got like all of these fans because it's basically like someone who BMs, but it's just really, really funny the way that he does it. I don't fully understand all of the translations.
Like
and
slacks.
I can't play Dota with Slacks. Love them to death, but I can't play Dota with them. But it's very interesting to see this amount of star power coming out for the side of Elephant, and a lot of like these familiar kind of faces coming out for the side of Beast Coast too. So.
Second round bans, Earthshaker, Night Stalker, basically the heroes that are going to start the relocate or scout for it. All 3 of those heroes are great for it. You start the relocate, you instantly after get hit by a fissure, and all of a sudden Gyro's directly on top of you. Beastmaster gets vision with Hawk, can roar to start it. Night Stalker pops his ulti, starts running at you while the relocate comes in front of you because you know exactly where you're going to be. These are all great heroes to set up IO combos, so these all make sense.
This is also, speaking of all-star player sort of thing. That's very interesting to me too. We have 2 of my personal favorite position 4 players in this game. We have Schofield and we have FY, and both of these guys are just absolutely incredible to watch. I think we're going to see a lot of like really fun plays where they're chasing after one or the other quite a bit and making all the space.
Moxie, they picked 3 supports. What does this mean?
5 seconds remain.
It means that they're doing some wacky stuff.
Doing something weird.
But you know what? Weird is good sometimes.
Weird can be good. Most likely on paper is ET3. That is occasionally done. It was done pretty successfully in EU DPC by Brame, typically, when they started Season 2, was it, I think? Brame was just kind of owning with ET3. Then it kind of fell off right away, and they ended up like getting eliminated down to Division 2, I believe. But that's the most common, but I gotta say, some potential for Tuskags. I played it recently. It's pretty sick. You need to justify like your lane going well, and that can be a bit difficult. But if he gets Ags and you're with an IO and a Gyro, you just roll on the IO and then you kick him the hell out of there. And then he has to like retether, which sometimes is on cooldown. If that's the case, IO is legit useless. If he's not tethered to somebody, you're going to have a bad time. And the kick is like a 10-second cooldown. So hypothetically, if his survivability is enough, he could just kind of get in there and just keep kicking that ball light away.
This is a South American team. They are very good at football. They live and breathe it,
With that said, though, like pretty classically Stingers, they're is he their Tusk player? No, Schofield also does. I feel like
I would say Schofield would probably be on it.
Yeah, they play. I've definitely seen a lot of Tusk on Beast Coast historically. So
the reason why I'm saying it's probably most likely going to be Schofield playing the Tusk is because he tends to play these very elusive heroes that have the potential to make these plays where it's very hard to get your hands on them. And while Lion is got some really nice nukes and whatnot, and they can be played as a 4, and they could perhaps prove me entirely wrong. Have a feeling that it's just more suited to Schofield's playstyle.
Well, with the Tusk being revealed, burst damage is a lot of the name of the game for Beast Coast here. I do like the ET plus Tusk synergy. It's kind of cool. It's like lowering their magic resistance and their armor, so now they kind of cover like physical damage and magic between Lion Tusk. I like that. But the downside is that Slardar is now feels strong. He's like much tankier. He's gonna better be able to like tank those initiations.
Oh, baby. Queen of Pain. Chris Luck, Queen of Pain.
I was wondering about Quap actually, because when I was looking at their pub heroes, both of them had played Quap like 10 or so games, but they both had high win rates, like 60 to 70%. It was one of their outliers that they likely are going into this tournament thinking like, you know what, we feel pretty good about Queen of Pain. We've had some success in pubs, so I was wondering if it'd pop up here, and it has. Orchid is obviously valuable. You've got AoE damage that can be great towards picking off. You can very easily relocate to help with either ET initiating or line initiating or Tusk initiating. That's cool as well. You just can't frontline very well, typically as Quap. You need to follow up almost always. So the fact that ET and Tusk can be aggressive is going to lend that.
Yeah, you definitely have some very tanky frontliners, and this is a hero that, with the changes as well to the Shadow Dagger, being able to get a little bit of the lifesteal off, it just sustains a little bit better in lane. I would say, I feel like Void Spirit perhaps just a little bit more of an edge just because of the idea that his silence is built with the Agnum Scepter, which gives him a lot more stats. But also, it lends itself well to what they've built so far.
Yeah, like if that's a good point about the Axon Void. Like if he initiates first and catches like Lion and Tusk with silence, it's like the fight is not going to look good for Elephant. If they can only catch some of them and they can counter initiate, that could be really good. I assume Void Spirit's relatively safe against Quap and lane as well. Yeah. You can dodge Dagger if you want. Generally, when people play Quap right now, though, if they go mid, they just like don't get that much Dagger. They'll get like 1, maybe 2. But the more you get, the less Scream you get, and then your farming after that is like weaker anyways. And there's so much regen from like rune spam right now too that like spamming Dagger feels a little bit irrelevant to me.
Okay.
It's almost like you need to like get a lot of Dagger levels for it to work well, or you need the ganks, I guess. It's like if there isn't a gank, it's not worth like going all in on Dagger is my perspective. But we'll see. I think Quap makes a lot of sense though. You have to be a bit careful about like Slardar amp. If Slardar does get on top of you, you can die pretty quick.
Oh yes.
But
she's not wearing much anyway, so
that's true. What's he removing? Just a little bit of the 4 pieces of metal attached to her body. And then after that, but as long as she doesn't get caught, she'll be pretty effective at evading or jumping at the right time to punish someone.
I mean, there's a lot of things here that are coming out here for the initiation over on the side of Elephant. You've got, of course, the Slardar. Once he gets the Blink, he's going to be right on top. You've got, the Void Spirit, if he can pop up, especially once he gets the Ags, gets that Remnant out to go and hold her into place. It's a little bit spooky, honestly. But they go for the Phoenix pickup here, too, on the side of Elephant.
This one's kind of interesting. I'm not quite sure where they're going to put the supports at the start of the game. Like, IO Slardar sounds pretty good. Give him attack speed so he gets more bashes. Putting Phoenix with Gyro sounds like a good way to defend against like a Tusk 4, because if you go in to do the tag team hits, you just hit them both with birds and you're like, no attack speed. So now tag team just isn't good. So that sounds kind of good to me too. But we'll see where they end up laning the heroes. But my initial impression is going to be Phoenix 5, IO 4, possibly starting bottom, and they're going to go for a Naga. And I like this. There is not that much AoE. He has advantages against Slardar. If you see the relocate coming, you slap that song in the sky and you shout your lungs off, and hopefully nobody interrupts you. The only negative is maybe like if you put a gyro missile on him, typically you're going to be able to interrupt the TP, but I think this makes a lot of sense this game.
Oh, it is going to be a Schofield line. All right, it's a Whispered Tusk, though. That's exciting.
So it is offlane Tusk.
This is exciting.
Okay.
I like it.
I mean, again, they pick Tusk all the time, but I just saw like the IO gyro, and I'm like, kick him. Like, just kick that little bastard. Kick him away. Kick somebody away. You can kick Gyro away. Like, that's good too. It's like 2,000 some range. It's not like insane like it used to be, but it's very easy to kick now. You just click the ground in whatever direction you want to kick, and whoever's next to you will get kicked. So he just needs to get close to the Gyro, knock him out of the battle, and that's like just as good as like forcing him to buy BK or a blink or something. And the best part is it doesn't matter if he's BKB'd. You get kicked no matter what. So like being able to just remove him from the fight is like a counter to IO. I was supposed to like, Gyro's always here, guys, and you can't stop him because he's ahead. Now you're just like, peace, I have a 4,000 gold item, and I'm going to kick you away for the rest of the game. That sounds
going to be very
cool.
annoying for FY to have to deal with, for sure.
But that's assuming that Whisper can have a laning stage, and that's the part that I struggled with a bit when I tried this in pubs. It's like Tusk does need to spend a little bit of mana to either harass or to get last hits, and he doesn't have a huge amount of HP. It's high, but it's not like incredible. So you kind of need to buy an item that's going to lane sustain you typically. So I experimented with Vanguard. I found that very good because then you have HP, damage block, and it kind of just like enhances his skills anyways. You get tanky up in front, and then if they ever try to stop you from kicking or yeeting your friend away, it's like, too bad, I'm super tanky. I'm going to get an HP talent. There's like an 800 HP talent or something. maybe something like that. It's like a lot of HP. You get real tanky on the hero. You just get like phase boots. I got a Vanguard and I bought an axe basically, and then you just start kicking. Works out good.
Well, we're about to see if it's going to work out well in this game.
They might not even do it. They might not even buy axe.
I feel like this is when I get baited when you're reading patch notes and you go on this long tangent. You're like, "This is gonna be so good, guys," and you go,
I've literally
say everything, and then immediately afterwards,
everything I just said was
you're like,
irrelevant.
just throw everything out the window. That's what I'm getting. I'm getting the vibes now.
I mean, legitimately, like I do not know how this game is gonna go. All we know is that he's off lane, and Whisper likes some funky stuff. I gotta say, I'm a fan of the player because he's like, I like playing int support type heroes as 3s. I love doing the same thing. So I don't know. Maybe we'll see it, but he could go something completely different. Maybe he's gonna go Shadowblade or something. You know, we don't know.
We do not know indeed. Now, how concerned are we if we? I like the question mark above FY's head here. How concerned are we if we look at what they're bringing to a team fight, right? So you've got lots of single target lockdown in terms of what the Void Spirit brings to the table.
Elephant side.
Yes, and Slardar, obviously, once he gets that blank dagger for initiation, I assume he's going to be going for that. But then you do have, you just have call down and egg, and is that going to be enough?
I mean, it's quite good team fight. You have to worry about the song is the biggest thing that's going to disjoint it a bit. Like if they pop egg and you can just song and everybody walks away, yeah, then you can re-engage afterwards. With that said, Beast Coast can also fish for kills relatively easy between Elder Titan or maybe Tusk running in. So I feel like
it's like Lacoste is sitting right next to us right now.
There's just a lot of ways for them to fish for initiations, is what it feels like to me. So maybe they'll have an advantage there. And again, it comes down to like Elephant's setup. Like if they blink and Slardar and stun at the same time that a relocate comes through, then Elephant can force a fight if Naga's not there to shut it down. So I think it'll be fine for Elephant until Beast Coast gets a little farmed in terms of like their overall team fight impact.
All right, let's see how these lanes end up shaping up.
For ultimate glory.
Everyone heading back, leaving this beautiful bounty rune for Schofield. Good for him. So line of boots, pretty solid as the 4 typically. Lines may get a couple little nerfs, but still seen as valuable by a lot of teams. Disables are good, Hex is good, and yeah, they are going to do Phoenix plus Gyro to protect the Gyro. If it's just an IO and you can pump heals, it's like, yeah, you're offsetting some of the damage, but it's not as incredible as just being able to like fire spirits and say like, sorry, your tag team just doesn't do anything now. So I think this is a good lane setup for Elephant in the context of what's happening.
The support's already just whacking away at each other there in the bottom lane, and Stinger's just kind of showing his muscle here as he's trying to just zone out as much as he can. He knows that level 1 tether, you're not going to be able to do a whole heck of a lot when he comes swinging at you.
Yeah, basically. They do a lot of damage, but so does he. He's got lots of armor and lots of damage. He slaps FY pretty successfully here. Yang opted for his stun at level 1 instead to get last hits with it, basically, which makes sense. So for now, Stinger is going to be completely happy. If there's like a bash level, or maybe this is scarier, but at level 1, he's pretty content with this lane setup. And Naga's also got really high armor traditionally too, so I think she's going to be pretty content with laning against the Slardar generally, but I haven't done this matchup in a while. So we'll see if it's different.
Well, indeed. Crush over on Stinger.
Really, it's both of them. Like, Stinger's got armor from Astral Spirit, as does the K1, so I gotta say, Beast Coast's lanes look pretty solid to me.
Bottom lane, just checking in over here.
Oh,
Like they
good
get the
catch.
stun off over onto Super. Have to be careful. We talked about that tag team, but with the shards too. Look how slow Whisper is. He needs to be careful here. I think one more punch, probably going to be able to do the trick. Maybe one more. There it is. There's the first blood, but it's going to be followed very shortly by Eurus getting the kill on Schofield.
Yeah, so maybe slightly better for Elephant, but what I think is really important here, and sometimes happens in these laning stage situations, like Lion's already got boots, Phoenix does not. So like, even if it's better for the carry to have more net worth than the offlaner typically, if Super just stays behind, he's gonna get punished for longer, potentially. Especially because it's a Lion, they've got good disable, so they could certainly, if they catch Super with some disable before he dives away, or get hit by Fire Spirits, they can chain damage him and do a ton to zone him from the lane effectively.
haven't checked in with this mid lane recently. It looks like at this time, Somnus just taking the lead here by a couple CS, but very back and forth as expected.
Yep, looks standard. He's got 1 point in Shadow Strike. He got 2 Scream. He's just using Scream over Dagger because it's just not really worth trying to spam the Shadow Strike if he's going to dodge it with the Simulate. So, you know, it's going to be probably pretty passive in the mid lane unless Quap, like, if either of these guys like tries to go for a bit of a greedy kill under a tower, then maybe we see something happen, but they're probably just going to farm a bit, I imagine.
Getting dropped over in the mid lane. I think it'll be interesting to see if we have any sort of support rotations.
Could happen.
Going towards that mid lane, I feel like that is the time that you're going to want to see some sort of a gank occur. And when you look at what's on the table here in terms of ganking potential, definitely I feel like Beast Coast perhaps a little bit ahead. Hector taking a decent amount of damage though here in the top lane. Is forced back. You have a salve over on Stinger, is going to go pop it, hand it over to Hector. And he's going to go back to farming.
Yeah, the one downside of not being the IO combo is you just don't have all this like infinite feeling regen here. Ooh, it's a good bash on Stinger though. He should be okay, but yeah, now he is the low one. He's got to make a hard decision. Probably. Oh, he's got more coming. Got a perfectly good clarity potion. He heals HP up. Nah, that was
feels bad.
A bit unfortunate. But the creep wave is mostly under tower, so Hector should be able to get most of these anyways. And he's just going to get some D-ward checking and probably run back. You can't. Stack timing is not quite perfect for him, unfortunately. So it sucks to like feel like you wasted your time here, but you know, better than giving him a kill.
True. I assume that's what's going on though with that particular warding in general, and also knowing what I know about the way that they like to play around Hector.
Yeah, because he will move to the jungle as soon as it gets scary, so having the ward down now, it's going to save him time later on to have to deal with this. And that's a fast treads pickup for Naga Siren, so like jungling is really totally fine for him at this moment in time. So he's goes straight to it. And congrats on your lane, Yang. You're going to have full free farm.
That's very scary. That's very scary that he's going to be able to have full free farm because this guy's going to come online a lot faster. And we talked about it, you know, as the game goes longer and longer, the Naga obviously takes off more and becomes a bigger problem. But, you know, Elephant, they have to do really well in these lanes and really pull ahead.
Yep. But still, Naga, I think, is a great pick for this game. There's just a lot of heroes that don't deal with her super well.
Here we go,
typically.
here we go.
Oh.
Jump forward here immediately over onto yours. They have the shards. Chris Sluck, he's here. They've already used the missile over onto Whisper. They need just a little bit more damage, and they're really hungry. They want this. Let's move forward. It's not quite enough, though.
That was a bit interesting by Chris to do the Sonic Wave there. I mean, he was careful that he didn't push him over the ice shards, but it did get him separated enough where, like, doing the Scream of Pain follow-up wasn't good. So I don't know if he was, like, limited on mana at the time or what, but they just thought they were going to get that gyro kill, but there was just no follow-up due to the Fire Spirits. Fire Spirits really doing a great job.
Well, identifying that Chris Luck doesn't have a lot of mana here. Gonna get a couple of these nice hits. Still holding on, has enough mana for the blink if necessary. They're gonna try to challenge here. Schofield goes for that Earth Spike. He's got to be careful though. Immediately the Hex comes out. He's gonna run for his life because he's sitting very low. He does not want to give a kill to Somnus.
As a 50-50 there. He either goes up the cliff to safety or he picks the slightly longer way and Schofield read him there. But genuinely 50-50. Like Somnus is going for that. He just has to say like, okay, is he gonna do the obvious way or is he gonna mind game it? And then Schofield will be like, well, he thinks I'm gonna mind game it, so I'm gonna go the right way. And then Somnus is like, that's exactly what he's gonna do, and he was wrong. It was a double, triple mind game. Snow kill.
Ooh, I think it was BSJ. We were talking and he's like, man, those, you know, the Beast Coast guys are super talented, but they're absolute maniacs in my pubs. Like, they never do what you think they're gonna do. Like, they're actually just so crazy.
Yeah. When you do feel on the moment like that in games, like, it just feels so good, where you're just on top of it. They don't hit the stomp top as Schofield TP's in, although they're kind of still here, but now the Naga illusions are dead, so it doesn't feel as good to try to fight this.
Yeah, but you got Somnus making his way up towards this area. They have to be very, very careful.
Schofield engaging again, potentially. He's going to have to spend mana now, unfortunately. Gets caught, though.
Oh, there it is. Got the Hex. They need one more hit. They should be able to find it, though, very easily. The actual stuff comes out, and that's a dead Schofield.
Not terrible. He saved his wand, so he didn't lose too many resources. He would have died if he used it, even so, but a bit unfortunate. Speaking of which, didn't they see him rotating up? I mean, they've got this ward here that he was invised or something.
No, he just walked that up.
Okay, so maybe they were hoping to catch him and make it go instead, but it seemed maybe a little greedy, unfortunate for them. And because as a result of that, it's like Oh, I was going to say the tower's dead, but I guess not.
No, Whispers here, gets shards off. Chris Luck's also here, so they'll collect over on Young. They have Stinger, but they did see that with their ward. They saw Stinger making his way over.
Great defense. Keeps the tower alive. And that was the Tusk first rotation. That was Power Treads. He's going for an Echo Saber build, actually. So a little bit extra attack speed to get more tag team damage. So a little different than what I expected, but considering that he was already farming completely fine, this makes some sense. Yeah, Echo Saber probably an Axe eventually is what I'm expecting to see here.
Now, how concerned should Beast Coast be about the fact that Eurus is just basically getting free farm now here on this bottom lane? He's not being bothered at all. They had to respond to the top.
I wouldn't even call it free farm. Like, he hasn't died yet. He's got a kill, but he's only got 38 last hits. He actually has the same as Tusk. That's a big negative. Like, if you're a carry right now, like, look at Naga. Naga's up to 70. And if I tab over to net worth now.
Yeah, but a Naga's always going to have more, I feel.
And yes, and it's neutrals, but we can only really reflect this if we look at net worth, honestly. Like, Naga's almost at 4K and Gyro's sitting at 3.5 almost. So, like, there is a pretty significant separation. Like, you're supposed to get, like, 50 last hits at least by 10 minutes. And Eurus might hit that, but it's going to be kind of close, is what I'm trying to say. So it's like he's not exactly free farm. He's doing okay. He's not being punished massively, but he's definitely playing a little bit safer than normal.
They want to try to challenge us. They have very nice vision over here on the side every time that Eurus tries to go for the stack. They're going to try to punish. Backdoor. Smells farm on the map. Of course he wants it. And there's not too much that they can really do unless they bring more heroes over on the side of Elephant.
And they haven't quite spotted all the Beast Coast heroes yet. Like, they obviously see the Naga illusion on the creep wave now, but it's a little scary for them to play here. For now. But with that said, Somnus is top net worth at the moment. Sitting a little bit ahead everybody else, which is great for him. Chris Luck's not far behind, only about 500 gold. Spending some time on jungle camps here. Maxing out Blink pretty quick. Definitely helps. This is one of those places where getting less dagger is just better, because then your Blink is going to be maxed out much earlier in the game. Because, you know, every level that you get past like 10 or something, it just delays you, and then you miss your timing for your ulti at level 12, and you have to delay your talent, and lots of things like that end up adding up. So he's on a good trajectory here. Not sure what he's buying, but yeah, we'll make his choice soon. I assume it's going to be some type of Orchid thing, but it doesn't look like the absolute best Orchid game.
Ooh, they're smoked up FY. Just be a little careful. We'll just connect immediately over some.
It's like literally nothing they can do to Somnus. He's backed up by Io, and he can just press Dissimulate in a lot of cases and get out. So if Lion can get in and disable him, though, that's where things get scary. So keep an eye on how Schofield is approaching this. He's going extra wide. Eurus was sitting to scout this out, but he gets noticed as well. It's getting the right angle to dive. This is really what changes everything. If Somnus just dies, it's like, that's a dead tower. He does, Chris Luck keeps his tower, or his catapult alive. Nope, never mind. It's up dying.
He heard you say that. He's got the Arcane Room pop, though. They're looking to make some sort of a play, but if you take a look, you know, it feels like a little bit of a bait and switch, right? You've got Chris Luck over here. They saw the side of East Coast was in the mid lane, but they've made their way down to bottom now. They're going to put more pressure down. You can see Extor is taking, you know, all these camps to the side, which is kind of an interesting philosophy in the way that people are playing the game right now. Ooh, super. Does have, of course, the Icarus dive. Be able to quite grab them, but they're going to stop these creeps. Fortification comes out. How do you feel, though? Because I know, like, some teams will do the 4 protect 1 strat where they have their 4 on the other, or sorry, their 1 on the other side of the map, and then they put 4 other heroes to the other side. Do you like when they play around them, or do you prefer it when they make that space? Like
I mean, what they just did was pretty basically safe, because the offlane is a safe place for the carry to farm at this point in the game, and the fact that I mean, you basically keep 1 core mid. Oh, you're going to lose Stinger, unfortunately. But you keep 1 core mid, you keep 1 core in the off lane, and you kind of just bounce everybody else between those 2 lanes. So it doesn't necessarily matter that they weren't where Hector was at first. It's like they just want to be able to pivot and find these opportunities if they find them. The fact that they got the tower, they basically accomplished what they wanted to do. So both teams are basically extremely equal in this match right now. And interesting itemization for Chris Luck. He's queuing up the straight BKB. And frankly, it's not a bad idea. BKB is like one of those items on co-op that just feels kind of necessary, because like you will jump in, and almost every time you do, they're like, kill the co-op, and they just kill you. So having BKB is going to allow him to follow up on these disables without like instantly being like blink stunned by Slaughter. And Slaughter does have his blink. It's the first item he bought on Yang. Treads, Bracer, Wand, no greed here. He's just ready to fight to cover his teammates.
I guess the only thing I'm concerned about is if you get this BKB this early and you have a Naga on your team, the game is potentially going to go fairly late, right? So
yeah,
it's.
I mean, Naga always makes the games go long anyways. Are you just saying that like BKB is worse when you buy it early?
That's my only concern, I guess it is.
I mean, with the timer stopping at 6, it doesn't feel quite as bad as it used to. And frankly, just buying Yules isn't going to be good on Chris Luck this game. Like, they're going to find Stinger once again. He looks a little dead. But you know, if you buy Orchid, it's not that good against Gyro because Io's going to heal him. It's not that good to use it against Io because he's probably, you know, he's got Wand and other heal stuff. It's not that good against Slardar because he's tanky. And it's good against Void, but Void bought a Yules first just to protect himself. So it's like, there aren't really other items that like Quap really wants to buy. I mean, obviously, there's stuff that you could purchase, but like, it just feels like not the coolest Quap game right now to me. But as long as he doesn't die, you know, Quap can basically buy so many different itemizations. Like, she can be very flexible. So we'll see where it goes.
Smoke light coming out from the side of East Coast. Hoping perhaps that they could get the jump on Somnus. Whisper standing nearby. Oh, nope. Little Tumbler toy action as well.
Okay, pretty good, pretty good.
They're hunting. They do see FY over here. Can just tether away. The snowball comes out. They'll do the call down. Whisper perhaps going just a bit too far here because it doesn't seem like he has enough damage. Even drop the splitter and not enough to do much of anything.
Big
as
fight
FY gets it, and then of course you've got the Queen of Pain who manages to go get the kill on Yang. Drawing back though against Stinger, he's died a couple times now, and it just seems like this is going to be his fate. Even going for that piggy pull, trying to make it out, but it's just too hard. Not with 4 heroes chasing after you.
I mean, it was a miracle that Quap was able to get out in that engagement. Gets his ulti out, blinks away just barely. I mean, the fight was just likely to not go so well, right? As soon as Stinger goes for the snowball and he doesn't connect before the tether, it was going to be bad, right? He basically had to commit. Like, it's like, I'm just going to do as much damage as I can, and he accomplished that. But they did kill Yang, I suppose. Picked him up in that engagement.
And
so
he has been the killer over on the side of Elephant currently, with, you know, the Slardar being online as he is.
I mean, he's still going to be strong. Once he's got Blink Dagger, he's working towards BKB now. Like, he's going to do his job. So it's okay if he dies a little bit here and there.
About making that space here. Yours, who is getting closer and closer to that Agnum Scepter.
Okay, and he finished Maelstrom first, so this is a great build, obviously. It accelerates him. He got a lot of flat cannon. Got the flat cannon range talent. Whisper hunting, though. He wants to kill FY pretty bad here. Might get him this time.
And got the snowball. Focuses over onto Eurus. Tag team followed up with a stun, but quite enough as they're able to just go and teleport out.
Okay.
Relocate.
That was the reload.
Follow up now again. Schofield has just kind of gotten left behind here, so Yang will collect himself yet another kill.
Not terrible in hindsight. Like, they didn't use that many spells. Like, they poke on the... Like, the thing they're kind of missing right now is ability to easily initiate. They kind of need Blink online, basically. Because, like, every time they're trying to get a grab, they kind of, like, see heroes, but it takes... there's a little bit of separation between their initiation and that disable. So, like, Elephant is able to disengage a little bit. If Lion was having a slightly better game, he gets a blink at an okay time, and the game's maybe different. But you know, he hasn't really been super successful just yet. And there's just a lot of, like, dive and, like, escape kind of stuff. Like, the like, Void Spirit being effective so far has hurt his game, and therefore made Beast Coast weaker at initiating right now.
Well, I mean, the problem with, you know, when you have a Tusk, right? You've got Snowball, and he keeps using it as a way to kind of initiate. You can't do that, I feel, because of the fact it's just so telegraphed. You have this moment to prepare yourself to, you know, decide, okay, do we want to try to fight this? Do we want to back off? Do we want to do a relocate out? Like, what's the deal? So, like you said, they need another initiator, and it cannot be Chris Luck either because he is a bit squished here, as we've discussed earlier. So, I think it has to be a support, because you obviously don't want your 2 jumping in first and getting immediately blown up, and Whisper is just, he's too conspicuous currently.
Yeah, but it's still going to take a while. You gotta... They get the tower at least. Whisper is queuing up a Blink Dagger of his own to maybe solve this problem, but he's got about 1,000 some gold. But they instantly pop back in smoke, which makes sense. They got the tier 1 tower. It's going to be easier to invade now, and that's where their wards are, so they're going to head that way. Somnus is working on the creep wave. It just got pinged by our Tusk. That's where he wants to go, but we'll see how Somnus runs.
Down
Finds him right
forward
away.
immediately, going back into the rest of the team here, Stinger. All right, there's going to be the snowball we talked about, but they do follow up with a good spike and a big old punch, so Whisper will finally get a kill here on Somnus.
That's great. Schofield's been trying to hit him with that Earth Spike all game, but he finally lands one and gets him a really good kill. And that's just one of those moments where, unfortunately for Somnus, you just got to read the map. He had a ward, so he thought he was safe, but incredible web.
They do not like this bird. They
How did
do
this
not
hit?
like
Oh
it.
my
Oh, and a
God.
finger kill. So the stats begin.
I thought maybe he'd get out of that one, but the mana drain and then instantly the finger, big pickup. So some much needed kills for Beast Coast, and that's going to put Lion at 19, basically 2,000 gold, very close to his blink now, and now the game's going to feel so much easier for Beast Coast. And think about the other side as well. Like, Gyro's kind of scared most of the time. I don't think Naga has to be too scared with Manta here, because like if he gets gone on and pops Manta ulti, like I think he's covered most of the time. Unless there's some like really good chain stun with like Slar Stun and Astral and Rocket. Those are hard abilities to chain stun. So
There's just so many pieces that have to fit together, right? There's
Yeah.
elegance and simplicity.
I just feel like it's going to be way easier for K1 to stay alive on the map, and it's going to be good for Beast Coast to look for kills. So I just feel like Beast Coast is going to get a couple more kills over time than Elephant will. At least until they get Ags on the Void Spirit.
Yeah, they have the Ags at least over on Eurus. He's working on the
going bottom.
BKB for his next. Yep, they've got that relocate, but
JK, very easy to get a kill. You just blink Slardar stun, then you bash him, and then Somnus does a stun afterwards. So they got him, and that's basically going to give them the Ags on Void Spirit. 200 gold to go on that. So, and they did that in deep area. Kind of a similar...
Ooh. Naga, they relocated right back over near, but they'll go do the call down.
That's fine. Burn that cooldown. Not too bad.
Yeah, might as well.
Losing Quap was rough, of course, and he also had BKB, but he didn't want to pop it because at that point he was like already dead by the time he came out of that one. Rough death, but he is queuing up Orchid, so he's going to go back to the Orchid now. Maybe now regretting that he got BKB first, but because Orchid, the biggest thing that he's been missing is like he probably just has less farm because his mana regen hasn't been there, so he hasn't been able to hit creeps as much. That always hurts a lot when you're playing Quap. All right, they're on the map again. They did see Yang with their ward. Maybe they'll run at him.
Feels less like they're trying to get a kill and more just trying to get that control with the sweeping movements, because look at this, Yang's already hiding in the tree line. Realizes that, you know, people are not showing in the way that they're showing up on the other side of the map is probably indicative of the fact that
It's this ward, this radiant ward that's between the small camp and the large camp near the safe lane. That's the ward that's changing everything. Like, because that's the place where people are going to walk through to come kill you. So if you smoke to come, yeah, you're going to get those kills. But if you don't, if you're looking for like these easy casual setups, yeah, you're not going to get these free kills anymore, and it's going to force a lot of movements. So that ward really paying off. Super thinking about reading his book. Finally does it. Good for him. Get smart. Eurus doing his best to clear these illusions. He's doing okay for now, but as the game goes on, K1's illusions are going to be really annoying. Interesting build. Manta Diffusal instantly into Vanguard and to Basher. He's going straight Abyssal Blade. Wants the lockdown. But also, the damage block on illusions, not bad at all. When your illusions are already a little hard to kill, it's going to be really effective. Damage block also against Slaughter, excellent. Against all sources, because normally the damage block applies before the minus armor, so even if you have minus 20 armor from Slar ulti, you're still going to damage block a big percentage of the overall damage. So it's kind of a cool build, has some good merit here, and gives them lockdown against Void Spirit. I think is maybe another option.
That's very important, obviously. I mean, I remember when Void Spirit first came onto the scene, it was like, how do you hold this guy down? It was just Puck. That was the answer at the time. So you need to find solutions to this.
Yeah, and Lion's a great one, but Lion has the negative of being very squishy. So if he gets you first, you're super dead.
Yes.
But where in K1's favor, he's gonna have a lot of items. He's gonna have a lot of tankiness, some confusion by having illusions. So he gets more options to like start the fight with a Abyssal.
They do have nice wards placed, but there's just absolutely no one in this triangle area currently. So they could try to set up if they like.
There's a Radiant scan, briefly toggled on Roshan, but that kind of reveals they're not Roshan. Oh, they're going to smoke. They might imagine Roshan. Oh, this is going to be really bad for Beast Coast, actually. The fact that they're just starting it now might mean that Elephant get there plenty of time. plenty of time early.
As per usual, they're going to leave Schofield outside the pit. He's going to do a lot of just trying to break any sort of smoke. So they do have this nice ward vision over here on the side.
Right
Look
now.
at that. Immediately it breaks. They know they're in there. They're going to get into position. They're going to get ready to fight. And again, they have Elder Titan, who is one of the better heroes in that Roche pit.
And they get him?
It is.
Wow.
They're
Really
still
well done.
allowed to get it.
Little scary for them, but Elephant was playing that very carefully, very slowly approaching. I think it's because they realize they have to be so careful how they approach it against a Naga Siren. If, oh my god, Eurus is just dying at these illusions. A little scary.
Does not feel good.
They have to be so careful how they approach, because if you know, if they make a mistake and jump in and they get songed, it's going to be a big combo.
Oh, already Young popping the BKB here.
Trying to get, let's see if he can get Whisper. Oh, he blinks away.
Nope, they can't quite seem to manage it. He's silenced. The chase is on. They want it. The song's going to go off on the back line, but they do get the punch. Drawing back in over here onto Ektor. They'll go for the splitter over onto Young. They need maybe one more hit to do the trick. He's burning down. It's going to be a dead Young. Turning back around now over here onto Super. He does have that supernova. He's going to be able to get some of that information, but the song wave coming out, it's going to be Aegis Pop. That's a dead bird, though. As we're going to have the Naga Siren coming right back up again. Chris Luck popping that BKB. Whisper falling up over an FY. He'll punch that little ball to oblivion. And now the chase is on Eurus, that BKB, the buyback on Io. He doesn't want his core to die. He's going to be able to get there. Can he do it fast enough as they'll end up losing Stinger? Turn back around. Hector needs to be careful. The teleports are going out. Whisper's still nearby. Somnus hunting Hector over on the back. K1. He's not going to be able to make it out this time. They've got the spirits. They've got enough.
Really nicely done. Good buyback from FY there to turn that, because it looked like they were going to be able to clean this all up. Whisper played that fight so well. Stays alive, baits them in using a lot of spells. He punches, buys time with the sleep to kill Yang, and then it looked like, okay, now we just got to chase down Elephant and clean him up. But with the buyback from FY, they keep Eurus alive, and he's back to kicking, and his net worth is even with the Naga Sirens, which is certainly where you want to be. Like, and he's almost got his Mjolnir now, so more damage per lightning proc, and they bounce farther. So that'll be really important to dealing with these Naga illusions.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Looks like Elephant wants to finally take down this mid tower over here on the Dire side. Whisper trying to push them back. How fast he's hitting, though.
In the meantime, Slaughter's like, I'm not jungle.
He knows Eurus.
They're not going to defend
It's
this.
handled.
It's going to be fine. Yeah, but Eurus in a great spot. Mjolnir BKB Ags. Excellent total damage output. Whisper not going to go for the Ags build, unfortunately. Everything I said, irrelevant. But Solar Crest will be effective. Slap that on the Gyrocopter, lower his attack speed, and that's going to make it a lot easier to pick him off in fights. Almost Abyssal, sorry, on Naga Siren. So they're making some headway here.
Go for the scan. They'll go for a smoke. They'll bait Eurus a bit here. Stinger and Whisper trying to get in position. Somnus. The opening, Young. Oh, just a little bit too fast. Not going to be able to quite land that crush.
Great blink out. Very good he bought this item, because you definitely have some issues as Tusk. If you get ran at, you can't like snowball away, you know, almost ever. So having blink is, with the quick fingers here, if not for that, he dies. And much easier for him to frontline than Stinger in these moments. Give Stinger a little bit of a break. Stinger's still doing good though, 1, 4, and 5. He had some deaths, but most of them were tactical, so they're not in the worst spot, certainly. But they'll play the other side of the map. Vision's looking pretty good for the Elephant side. They got decent wards across the middle of the map, so time is bought here. A little bit of vision for Beast Coast could be a bit better, but just gotta keep playing your game. It scares me that Gyro's farm is the same though. Naga's supposed to be blown up a little bit, but K1 hasn't been able to get any kills, just some assists here. So he's getting stuff done, but not as much as he wants.
Well, he did opt. He has that Abyssal Blade completed now, so they are going to have a little bit more lockdown. But like you said, you know, this Naga should be growing very, very quickly, and Eurus is just keeping up, which
he'll be happy. With relocate and the heals behind him, and once he gets Satanic as well, killing him is going to start being really hard. Like, we're going to have to start seeing some heal solutions, some anti-healing, some like Shivas potentially at the Scotty. Once you have that, it's a little different because you're getting a lot less heals. But or they can just kill the IO. That works too. If
that
you
works
can
too.
manage
Could
it,
also go for, you know, the Spirit Vessel, something to try to Try to mess with the healing going on.
Yeah, I don't know who's gonna build that though. I don't.
True.
It's not a lion item basically. Like Tusk support, sure, but yeah. Instead, he's just gonna go halberd. They're just gonna try to stop the attacking. It's a good idea too.
This is a hard kill to get, guys.
Well, they could kill him. Just
But that's
they're
a
gonna lose
little
him
bit
after.
easier. That is definitely easier as they're able to blow up FY. They can drop
kill.
the splitter for it. Fall down comes out. The BKB comes out from Eurus too, and they go. They have that Abyssal Blade like we talked about. Chris Luck getting some of these clicks out. They'll take that Stinger over on the other side. They have to focus down this Egg now. They've got the song out, so Egg will fall. It looks like they're just going to back off. They took down the IO, but they're still just a little bit too scared here to follow up. Signs getting thrown out over onto Young. And the rest of Beast Coast just going to try to Delta Split, but unfortunately for Schofield, he cannot outrun Somnus.
I mean, they're using a teamfight ultimate's good. They pop the song consistently. Quap is aiming for that egg almost always in these fights. Just pops BKB, jumps in, kills the egg. They don't have to worry about that reset. But ultimately, a great Ice Shard's catch on Gyrocopter. They kill the IO instantly. That was like the ideal jump. They're able to force the fight on the Gyrocopter, but once he pops BKB, it's a little bit hairy. So they have to disengage, but once they get a little bit more farm on Nagasar, in fact, his itemization is adjusted. He started building BKB, but now he's changed to, looks like he wants a Butterfly next. He wants to get more evasion against the Gyro, which is good, but with the 20 or 30% proc chance on Mjolnir does give you True Strike. So the Butterfly's only going to give him about 20 evasion. So I'm a little unsure about it, but it'll be really good against Slardar and Void Spirit. That part is true. Those guys are not going to get True Strike anytime soon.
See a couple pings coming out as they're making their way into the jungle. Somnus jumping immediately over onto Schofield, and with that axe, it just does too much damage. They even bring the rest of some friends over here, Eurus and FY.
Yeah, they want to.
Hoping that they might have some stragglers, perhaps.
As much as you can get would be helpful. Lane's thinking about buying a shard here. A little surprised, personally. Obviously, the BKB aspect of it is quite good, but maybe he wants to get it because it'll make him more survivable against Void or something like that. But give him Magic Immunity against the Silence, potentially, if he can use it in time. But it's a bit hard. So, for now, still pushing out the map. K1's got his items coming. Yep, picks up the Eagle Song. Yep, he's finishing the Butterfly first. Some cool like jet noises I just heard.
Is that a taunt on the IO? I'm actually not familiar with it because it looks like fireworks, and I know there were fireworks.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Oh no, it's cool. I like it.
Also
Every time. I'm not sure if it's tied to the question mark too.
Got him. Eurus has 0 gyro items. Very, very boring. And FY has. There is a taunt pop the question.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
That's where he makes the question mark above him.
Yeah, I didn't remember that though. That's very cool. I like it. I'm disappointed that I don't have it.
They're gonna fight into their jungle. There's great vision for Elephant.
Oh, the drawback immediately though. Chris Luck, BKB comes out from the almost instantly. Chris Luck needs to be careful. Again, does have his own BKB. They drop the Earth Splitter. They're trying to find this open. They want to take down Super. They've got the Sonic Wave. They should be able to get that kill.
They save him.
Buyback immediately now coming out from Phoenix as we do have a fight breaking out over here on the side. IO coming right back in again. Chris Luck, though, does manage to get the kill onto Yang. Somnus looking for the opening here over onto Ector. He's got the rest of the team behind them. They want to try to protect him as much as possible. And it looks like Somnus is going to have to retreat here with the rest of the team. It's not full retreat, though, because they definitely have control over on the side of the jungle.
Man, they were really close to killing the Void Spirit, but a little too much healing from FY. But ultimately, 2 kills for him, right? They killed the Slardar on the side. That one fight that ended up way in the middle of nowhere. But there was also buyback from Super, so 2 kills and a buyback. Great engagement for Beast Coast. Now they just reset again, wait for their ultis to come off cooldown. The only really big one, I guess they use Finger of Death, of course, but the other big one is the Quap ulti, but everything else, it'll be back soon. So can still hang out near Roshan. Roshan is going to be spawning in about 6 here.
Somnus is having a very clean game right now. The jump forward immediately on Stinger. Does have the Force Staff, though.
He's going to have to anticipate that in the future. Roche does spawn. They see that. Oh,
Schofield needs to be very careful. Because Eurus was looking for a murder, for sure. Ector making his way over as well.
Nice song. Why does he say sleep? What was that? What am I missing?
What?
Oh, he must have gotten stomped from Echo Stomp. I was like, who slept Eurus? I was like, did they song? No. What's that?
No.
The others sleep. Not a lot of sleeps. I was like, is there a Ricky? There's a Ricky, isn't there?
He's just been there the entire time. What is the meme like? Ricky always has been. Oh, the jump forward over onto Ector. Getting a couple of these nice
Got
bashes
the
off. They have a beautiful egg on top of it. They'll end up losing K1 for sure here. And now Whisper is not looking like he'll survive this at all, as he is the next to fall.
Big catch there. I guess Hector probably expected Elephant to play the Roach area a bit more, and they were just ready to jump on him. Yang gets the catch, and his whole team follows up. Big kill. He had Song, didn't have BKB. If he has BKB there, he BKBs, he Songs, he disengages. But Butterfly didn't keep him up. Excuse me, what just happened?
So Chris Luck actually went bottom. He was trying to push into the base, and Somnus immediately showed up and punishes him for it. And again, he does have those boots to travel, so, you know, Schofield thinking, maybe I can break some ankles, maybe I can survive this. You're not going to survive this, my friend. And while this goes down, Eurus gets himself an Aegis. Things are looking very nice for Elephant at this time.
What? So much happened right now. They win a
Just
big
after
team fight.
one fight, it just, the tables...
He gets the big pick off, knowing that Chris Luck's going to split push, knowing that they are roaching. But the fact that he killed him, he must not have had BKB at the time or something, because he's got it now, but it must have been on cooldown, is my expectation when he went bottom, because I don't really see how else Void Spirit would be able to solo kill him like that, unless he was like really low or something. So, big fight, 10k advantage, tier 2 tower's dead, they've got Aegis now, they're high ground, they have Satanic. This is looking bad for Beast Coast all of a sudden, in like a minute and a half tops.
They also have the Shard now online here for the Phoenix. So you're going to get that Sunray action on top. So we already have so much heal for Eurus. He's got a Satanic, he's got an IO, he's got, you know, the Sunray that'll be able to come out of Egg, plus the fact that they threw that at him, and look at it, he doesn't even care. He's like, okay, that's cute.
Wow.
I'm just going to heal right back up again, and force me out of your base. I dare you.
If there wasn't a Satanic or an IO, that would have felt real good. Oh, he's half HP, he might back now. Nope.
Nope.
Creep wave spawned.
I don't know how they find the opening in here. Because the second that anybody jumps forward, Somnus is just going to follow up.
It's spooky.
Another sleep.
Ricky's back.
Okay, I'll try to dodge that missile. Another Shadow Dagger. MKB completed now for Eurus.
Butterfly feels useless now. This timing that Hector wanted to hit did not happen. And I don't know if he would have hit it faster if he skipped the Ogrex, but now he's going to be kicking himself for that one small itemization in moment. And maybe it was like he just shouldn't have played there or something, or maybe it was just Elephant was on top of it, but the momentum has certainly shifted. That's what we've seen.
I just don't know how you have to get some sort of like crazy pickup. I can't even think that you can't get Eurus. You'll have to jump on like the IO or someone else instead, and then...
Well, there is a solution. You just buy Ags on Tusk, obviously.
Yes, clearly. That was the solution all along.
For real, though, it's good. I'm not even kidding. Whether he wants to jump into those guys and kick them away, I'm not so sure, but...
I mean, Schofield's crazy, to be
True.
really honest. Smoke play, though, coming out from the side of Elephant. They're looking to find any stragglers here. This, of course, Schofield with the Invis rune. They were not prepared for that, so it's going to be allowed to survive for now.
I would like Schofield to spend some money. He's got 2,500 in the bank here. He's got 1,700 more than buyback. He's just not spending it. It's like, homie, you got brown boots. Like, spend the cash.
I think it's a situation maybe where he just doesn't know what the right item is.
I mean,
I don't know.
His normal life stance. He just takes all the TI money, puts in the bank, so it's probably easy for him to translate that into game. Looking for the initiation potentially, but they don't want to fight right now. Whisper's hitting buildings pretty good,
though. Yeah, they're trying to just do some sort of a trade because they don't feel ready, it looks like. But immediately, you know, the fortification flat comes out. They're just going to let them do that. All right. Somnus teleports home, cleans up. They do end up losing the tower, and these illusions do hurt, to be fair.
Yeah, that was good.
But
a lot of damage, a lot of physical. Not too much armor on Somnus right now, so maybe I'll think about getting the plate later, but they do finish the Heaven's Halberd on Tusk. He's queuing up an Orchid next. And honestly, I'm confused at this point. Orchid?
perhaps to...
Not good against Gyro. He's got Satanic and BKB. Obviously useless there.
The IO and
it's
the,
okay
the
against
Phoenix,
IO.
do you think?
Phoenix?
Go into a Bloodthorn eventually?
You could use 2 Orchids to kill Void Spirit, potentially, but...
I don't know, yeah.
I don't know, it sounds all a little bit wacky, I gotta say.
They clearly have a plan in mind. We just don't understand it yet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look how fearless Eurus can actually be right now.
Yeah.
Like, he just walks right up, he's going to take back this outpost. He knows that there's Beast Coast heroes all around him, but he's so certain that the counter initiation, if they try to make any play on him, will be so swift and so severe that he's probably going to come out on top.
Yeah, almost for sure. Like, having Satanic and all this stuff is just... Good luck killing that guy. It's not going to happen at all. Flicker gets picked up on the Beast Coast side. It's pretty good against Slardar ulti, but I don't really see it being like the item that changes things massively. There's BKB on Naga. That's what's going to make them feel confident to maybe fight here. Let's see.
They're looking to take a fight, though. Drop the Spirit, try to get a bit of information over onto the back lines. Does manage to find like 3 of them here. Double Damager does spawn bottom. I'm not sure if anyone has caught that out just yet. Oh, it looks like Chris Luck gets himself a little treat here. Aegis gets reclaimed.
Okay.
So they've timed it if they want to try to take this fight.
There is a creep wave in their base, but this is a decent time to fight. I love FY's positioning. It's like somewhere nobody would expect on their side of the map.
So far forward. Usually Anayo's going to be behind.
Oh!
The immediate. Oh my God! Schofield just immediately like evaporates here. Hector, he's taking so much damage. Look at this. He's trying to get the song off. Does manage to get it, but he's just getting ripped apart to shreds. Schofield needs to be so careful too. Even just those IO spirits hurt so gosh darn much. FY already looking for this teleport over. They get the missile over onto Schofield. It's a dieback.
Well, at least he'll buy items now. He's got 2,000 gold and he just dieback. Spend that gold,
Spend that
please.
gold.
But I don't know. He wants like an Aeon disc or something, and he was gonna die anyways probably, but it's okay. Elephant is really well positioned right now. Once they won that one fight top lane and Gyro sat even net worth with Naga, then they killed Naga mid. It's like the tempo of the game got really messed up, unfortunately, for Beast Coast. Now it looks pretty likely that this Rax is gonna fall, but maybe they can defend. They're getting ready.
We don't have song for another 30 though. I'm not sure how you approach. Just keep throwing out those stuns over the back lines though. They try to go and burst down Yang. It's pretty difficult though. They have so much healing. All right, they eventually take down the Slardar, but Hector, he's in a very bad position right now.
Almost
Stomp does
dodges.
come out, buys a little bit more time here. He's gonna try to just fight here against Somnus. He'll get the kill on Super, but Hector, he's down. He has no buyback for 88 something seconds. Whisper is still over here on the low ground. He's just trying to get off some of these spells. He gets drawn right back in again with the Aether Remnant.
They're able to win the fight. Still 2 dead heroes.
17k net worth lead. We had some diebacks earlier. This is looking rough for Beast Coast.
Line's got a 4-staff. Watch out. Here we go.
Got that gold, man.
Gotta do it, and there's the Megas. 40-minute Mega game. 19k gold advantage for Elephant, and they're gonna back out. They got no Phoenix right now. They've got some pretty solid advantage. I can't help but think they're not gonna continue, though. I mean, they still got like 50 seconds. Maybe they're scared about a buyback on the Naga. He is actually very close, about 200 away, so they could be expecting it, but yeah, here they go. Let's see if they can end the game here, or can Beast Coast somehow defend?
Go for a smoke play.
They don't have BKB on Quap for 16. It's so hard to go in.
All right, there's a buyback now coming out from Super. Chris Luck throwing out the daggers. They immediately draw back, though, clear from Somnus. Followed up with the missile, the splitter. The GG just ends up getting called. Beast Coast not going to be able to clinch this first game, and Elephant playing very, very nicely.
They did. I think Beast Coast played really solid the first 30 minutes or so, but those little mistakes they made, the jumping, losing K1 in the mid lane was pretty rough, of course, and among other things, just hurt him a little bit too much. They needed to stay ahead on Naga Siren, continue to get kills. It was easier for Gyro to constantly farm and be relevant. And while the song fights were looking pretty good for them, I just can't help but think that like Quap was not the right hero. I think Chris Luck played it well. It just wasn't a very good Quap game. The best thing that he did like all the early game was like, I will kill Egg, but like you can do so much more with a mid player typically. But maybe if his gank worked, that first gank that he did bot lane and got the Gyro kill, maybe the game would have had a better tempo for them, but it just felt hard to get Chris Luck in this match with Queen of Pain.
Do you think some of it might have been some of the itemization choices too? Because we saw that he went for that very early, the BKB. And, we talked about how like some of the other options weren't necessarily as tidy and nice to fit into this particular game.
Yeah, I mean, in the hindsight of Void Spirit getting Eul's Scepter first, I think, because if he doesn't get BKB and Void ever finds him, he like Astrals, Eul's him. He gets Remnanted afterwards, and then he dies. Like, so he kind of had to get BKB in a lot of ways. I feel like it just maybe it just wasn't a good. How the items kind of level or match up kind of feels weird. And I feel like Whisper did well too, but like I don't like going for. he has like hybrid damage and utility, and I kind of wish maybe he just got
pick one or
more
the other.
utility. Kind of like the Solar Crest is like fine, but I genuinely feel like Ags can be good. You can force a fight and knock one of them out. I genuinely think that build is potentially good. But obviously he played excellent as a whole. Like Beast Coast did play very, very well. It's so hard to beat some of these like amazing teams because like they know that their build is gonna like hit this timing. They play well in the fights, and eventually it's like all of a sudden like things change and like winning fights is really hard. So
Yeah, and I mean, you look at Eurus. Eurus had a perfect game: 4-0 and 7. Somnus 12-1 and 8.
Yeah,
These guys are killers. Like, there's a reason why they're legends within the Chinese scene. Like,
Yeah.
they just play so incredibly well, and you know, they're definitely showing up today for this match. So we do have another game here coming out for Elephant versus Beast Coast, but we are going to take a short break, and then when we come back, we'll see if Beast Coast can bounce back. Welcome back, everyone. We've got game number 2 of Beast Coast versus Elephant here for the TI-10 not the qualifiers. My goodness, the group stage.
They're
here.
qualifying for the main stage.
Yeah,
right
that is it. Yes, that's exactly what I was going for.
Even though they literally all go to the main stage from this, I believe, or does like 2 teams get eliminated?
I think 2 teams get eliminated. Yes.
Suckers.
But we have game number 2. Like we said, first game going over to the side of Elephant. They had really just beautiful gameplay that they had. No deaths over on Eurus at all. I believe only 1 death over on Somnus. And Beast Coast, they kind of have to go back to the drawing board, bring something a little bit different this time around.
I thought what they did was cool. It's just some of their like hero matchups where the quap felt a little bit inadequate. It like lane fine, it farmed okay, but he like felt pigeonholed into a BKB, which I don't fully disagree with. Like I can see the negative results of him buying BKB, but he kind of did have to buy BKB because Void Spirit gets like both defense and offense from his Eul. So it's like he kind of just was forced into that. Then it slows down his farm, and all the team fights, his impact was like a little bit weak. And then eventually they just like got picked off one time that led to like tier 2 and high ground.
Remember, one big fight, and then everything just kind of unraveled for Beast Coast.
Yeah, it was a lot of unraveled within like 90 seconds or something like that. So yeah, they did their best. Monkey King gonna be the pick though. It's gonna make it through the ban phase.
All right. Well, this is one of the big boys of this TI, I think, in my opinion. Yep. That and Tiny, which we've seen either. Honestly, I think we've seen him banned every single time.
Yes, every game today so far we've seen Tiny banned. That's right.
Now we get the Granny herself. We have the Snapfire and we have the Mars. So we're going Snapfire Mars combo. Could see this Mars being played in the mid lane. Could be in the off lane. Lots of possibilities here for this particular hero.
The hero's been just like subtly nerfed repeatedly for a while now, though, so he can have some issues. But Snapfire is another one of those heroes actually that's been picked consistently by like every team in pubs for quite a while actually. So Snapfire is just probably seen as like a safe, consistent hero. You can flex a little bit. You can play it as a core, either a 3. I've seen some 2s. When you get like Shard and Blink Dagger, it's actually quite strong. So I like it as a pick. And then a little bit of mobility. I think you break trees when you cookie hit 2. If I'm not mistaken.
I believe that is one of the. I remember. I think Robson actually made an entire graphic discussing like what actually breaks trees and what doesn't. And
not Macropyre.
Not Macropyre anymore.
He used to be so good at breaking trees.
Oh man, it was good stuff.
The best one was Ignis Fautus when it first came out because it was Coddle's ultimate. It would just be like a giant circle.
And everything's
gone.
Yep,
yeah.
everything just.
It's like a Mega Mars ulti, kind of thing. Abba picked, which is really appropriate because Abba is on the outside of the building right now. It looked very cool. It was one of the banners.
10 seconds remaining.
I wasn't sure where you were going with that for half a second, but yeah, no, and that's one thing that I think Elephant is showing that they truly value is having some sort of like heal or save or something to be able to protect Eurus.
Yeah, and Abba's very good for that. Very effective as a 5 at lane domination. Maybe not domination, but like very strong laner. Good at doing the regen trade battle. He's going to be able to dispel stuns. Against Mars, it's not always perfect because obviously they can be speared away from you or you have to walk past the Mars ulti to get that off. But lane-wise, it should look good. They can Monkey 4, they can Abba 5. So they're still very flexible on the front of draft. Ban-wise now, banning heroes that combo with Mars, that's the Phoenix. Supernova with Mars ulti means killing the egg becomes a big problem, especially when you already have 2 melee heroes, so that was a good ban, I think. And then Morphling banned by Beast Coast, which would have been a strong laner against Mars, and is also difficult to kill, because Mars is a burst hero, effectively, has a limited amount of damage. He wants to kill in that burst if Morphling morphs at all, and he's pretty much always going to, because the music starts and you're like, huh, what's about to happen? Oh yeah, F. You press the button and you're alive,
Yeah, so. it's like watching that tusk start snowballing towards you. You're like, I know what's going to happen next.
I'm about to be initiated on.
Yes.
Let's survive. So makes sense to ban out the Morphling, the strong lane hero. And somebody who has mobility, which arguably is plenty good to counter Snapfire mobility. So Elephant up next. What do they want to prevent or think about? The slowest drafting of the day, I think.
Have we had some of the slowest drafts, do you know?
Have we? No, we had fast ones. The VP.
Well, yeah, the VP one. They knew exactly what they wanted when they picked up the bounty hunter and whatnot.
Yes. Yeah. Vengeance Stead, interesting. Interesting that there's already clearly a Mars, typically almost always an offlane hero. Occasionally support, but that kind of fell off.
It feels strange that I haven't seen like that much. I mean, again, we just started the group stage today, but like I figured that Venge would be a bit more popular, considering that that Ag Scepter just makes it really annoying. You have to chase down, this other hero that still has all the spells.
You're right. It's annoying, but it did get nerfed. Again, the movement speed bonus from the Ags is not as high, so you can't just like respawn and be like, "Bye, guys," and you run away at like 450 movement speed, which is too good. It is a very good Venge pick game, though. This kind of tells me a little bit, maybe that Elfin is thinking about playing Monkey Core, because if it's Monkey Core, Venge is so much better because you just swap them out of the circle and you're like, "Peace, there's your ulti." So that's what that kind of tells me. I think they're content to play Monkey versus Mars, maybe. With that said, Beast Coast responded with Mars, so you'd think that they're happy with Mars Monkey. But anyways, Venge is good against Monkey. Also pretty good against Abba, too, actually. It's good against both those heroes, because Abba usually wants to sit, 400 units behind your ally. He gets stunned, you're like, haha, removed. But if you just swap the carry away and then go stun Abba, it's like he's not going to get close enough to shield. So that's actually a really smart ban from Elephant. Even if it doesn't necessarily fit the lineup here, it could allow them to like do some lane swapping and get that like really nice hero that counters some of what they want to do.
Well, there's so few heroes actually in the game that really punish positioning in a way that you can move them, right? So like Venge is one of them, Bat Rider is a second one. So it definitely, if you have a specific plan and it really requires being close together, very, very similar to the IO Gyro going on.
Pudge is the only one I can think of that's not banned. I was gonna say Tiny as well. Tiny Toss and Pudge are the other that are kind of similar. But Pudge is, I'm happy that teams are dabbling with him in pro games. There was one earlier today that ended up losing. I believe it was Aster picking him. But it's been a long time. Pudge is like, he's been the most popular hero literally all of Dota, pretty much. It's fun to see him get picked sometimes in pro games. But I get that he's hard to balance. Hook is inherently really good to move somebody that much. Yeah.
Low risk and high reward. If you want to look for an initiation, you just throw out a hook. Oh, you didn't catch anything? That's fine. You just leave. But
which is still a negative sometimes. But
well, they nerfed that was a big thing for quite a while, right? Is the fact that they nerfed the amount of cooldown for the hook.
Yeah, that's true. It used to have. Yeah, really long. It was like 29 seconds at level 1 or something. But yeah, there's various places where Pudge was good or bad. It's kind of interesting to see him adjusted, but yeah. Unlikely to see a Pudge here, even though it can be good against a Monkey or Abba hypothetically, but Venge Swap is like infinitely easier and better in the meta, so would have been more likely. But again, lanes could still kind of go everywhere. We see a Void Spirit ban and a Darkseer ban. The Darkseer ban is interesting. That one kind of makes me think that it is they're thinking about picking a hero that Darkseer counters, which is what, like Medusa, some other illusion-based heroes would be a good example, is my assumption, or maybe like a vulnerable melee. But Darkseer doesn't really like win crush lanes like he used to. Poor guy. It's not as smart as he used to be. That's really what it's about.
Okay, I like this. We've got like the Thunderdome, so to speak. You've got plenty of things to throw at the Mars Arena. You've got, ways to either set up or follow up. Interesting that they picked the Lycan here.
Why do you feel the Lycan's a weird pick?
I feel like it's a little interesting because you've got a Mars and Lycan wants to run. Mars naturally wants to collapse and hold into place. And it's a pretty wide net. It's not like, you have to be very, very close by. If you can just get in the general vicinity with a blink, you're holding him in place and then you can follow up with plenty of things.
That's assuming you can land the stun. Like, you're right that Mars ulti is great for restricting mobility, but you don't really want to commit it just so that Lycan wastes 5 seconds of his ulti, because it lasts long enough that he just runs in a circle, maybe doesn't get speared, and then goes and does something else. So you're right, but ultimately if they use it in that way, it's like they're probably wasting resources and they're not likely to win the fight. It's much better if he jumps in and traps Abba out of it while stunning Invoker or Monkey King Core. That would be a lot more effective. Mars Spear, actually, there's another way to move heroes that we didn't talk about. That was already on the board. That could be a way to do it. Drop the Mars, ulti, spear them away from Abba. That's a cool way to deal with it too. But yeah, Lycan, that's maybe their tower push is their goal. That's maybe the value of the hero, is that they have ways to split push and take buildings without necessarily having to commit a core role to it, since offlaners can do it. Invoker is going to be a great team fight, though. There's a lot of 4 strength heroes on the Radiant side. Is it time for Timbersaw? No, Timber's not good, apparently. With that said, East Coast has a very high pub Timbersaw win rate. It's like 70%. I was very surprised.
Whisper plays quite a bit of it.
And he's still good at it, clearly, because it must have been him playing it.
Yeah, and I know Schofield. Schofield is like a randomer, too. He likes to random all the time. He just takes whatever.
I can appreciate that. Yeah, against all these strength heroes, EMP is going to feel even more
But
effective.
what about the catch? Like, I'm looking at what Elephant's brought to the table, and like, yes, the pieces make sense,
point.
right? You've got yourself the Abaddon, and you got a Lycan, so that's going to give you a lot of push with the Curse of Avernus, and of course the entire zoo. You can also put the Alacrity coming out from the Invoker. But like, my concern is, how do you? Are they just expecting them to run at them and try to make something out of that? Because Tornado's nice, but
5 seconds remain.
Yeah, you're right. The disables are certainly weak on them. Generally, what seems quite common right now in meta is just like this fight just becomes spread out. You'll like dive them, and everyone just kind of like has to like spread out, and you have these like little skirmishes that maybe or maybe don't get kills. So you're right that getting set up is going to be a little hard, but yeah, whoever they pick last year is certainly going to need some good lockdown because Abba Lycan together are already like really not bringing much to the table disable wise. But the other thing you can do is say like, you guys run into us and we counter initiate.
Right.
Like, we tornado you as you partially initiate. That buys you 2 seconds. We can shield off disables, for example, but I do like what Beast Coast has for solutions. They have ET Stomp, they have Mars ulti, Snapfire is going to shoot globs on top of that, and there's the best disable hero in the game.
there's the big boy. I was waiting for him to show up.
So support or core, we do not know. I would guess a 4. It's probably Abba 5, Earthshaker 4.
Well, F White Earthshaker, dude. Like, how are you gonna pass that up?
It's good.
How are you gonna pass
that's
that up?
Dude knows how to team fight. That's
Yes,
for
he
sure.
does.
He's got great reactions, good executions.
5
I assume it's gonna be maybe playing Invoker like an offlane. I'm guessing it's gonna be Yang on that one.
Yeah, and Eurus would be playing the Monkey King.
I don't know. I can't help but think that Sven is still like pretty effective here. Earthshaker's obviously a lot of damage, and he was good against the Lifestealer in the previous game, but that was like a Pug Knight amplifying him. So I just feel like Sven's gonna have so much HP that while Fissure block and some Chain Stun's gonna be annoying, once Sven gets his BKB, it's like he just feels like he's gonna be a monster to me.
He's got to get to that point, though. That's always been a big thing.
Yeah.
Whenever you see teams that are playing against Beast Coast, they know that there's a high priority on K1, on Ektor. They're going to just try to take away as much of his farm as possible, try to choke out the map very early on.
Yeah, but we just talked about how difficult it can be for Elephant to initiate.
True.
So can they pressure Hector on the map? Again, Fissure will be a great tool no matter what. If Monkey is a support, it'll be a little bit easier to like keep an eye on him. But if it's like core Monkey King, you have less time to like move over to try to gank him without be feeling like I wasted too much time doing this.
I was thinking more in
But
terms of just like, the pressure of taking away towers on the map when you have something like an Abaddon and the Lycan.
that's true. That's an option too.
Force your will
Oh,
upon the
yep, I can hear
battlefield
Slacks crying out in pain right now.
Excellent.
Wind Ranger mid absolutely can work. And again, we just talked about how bad their disable is. That means Wind Ranger is going to be really happy. The negative is Tornado. Tornado is going to dispel your Wind Run. But Yang can't do crap to Wind Ranger. Abba can't do crap to Wind Ranger. Fissure Block is a worry, of course. And Monkey King is a little bit of a worry, but like it's actually a really good Wind Ranger game. Like they are very right-click reliant. Like 3 of those heroes minimum are right-click reliant. Earthshaker's positioning based, and Windrun can help solve that problem. And Wind Ranger is a snowball hero, so this is the hero that is going to, with help from the other 4, like get shit done on the map and ideally snowball into a nice advantage.
10
How do you
seconds
interrupt
remain.
Schofield in this game when you're laying down all the stuff, you're having a big
5
team fight? How do they get to that
remain.
back line and really?
It's got to be Tornado, Earthshaker, Fissure, maybe Monkey King stun, but if it's carry Monkey King, almost always you want to save the stun for like a big moment.
Yeah, like that's my concern. Is like I'm
usually.
looking at what Elephant has, and the draft looks nice, but I'm just concerned that I feel like you're gonna go open with the tornado, right? You're most likely gonna open with a tornado. You follow up with the Echo Slam.
It's not uncommon for like Monkey King carries to stun first to start because it's just an instant stun. So they could do like Monkey King stun into Fissure, or Monkey into Earthshaker blink combo, or like Monkey King stun into Cold Snap Spirit Vessel, and then it's like, okay, that guy's gonna die, But we'll certainly see that. But it's not necessarily a place that Eurus is happy to be. Like, oh, I have to be the stun initiator. That feels bad because I'd rather save it to like, what if we catch Chris Luck? I can use it to like get that fortune
Yes.
and then kill him, kind of a thing. So he may have to do more duties for initiating, certainly, or maybe it'll be Somnus if his positioning is good. But basically, what, Sven versus Lycan, I can't imagine that's terrible for Sven because he's going to be cleaving on Wolves.
Right.
So Wolves will probably die. It's probably why they were pretty happy to see the Sven. He's going to have to play against Monkey later, but his damage is so freaking high that it's probably all right. So I think I like the Beast Coast lineup this game. It looks pretty good to me.
Well, there's definitely quite a few legends of the K1 Ekdor Sven. And
Yes.
there's a good chance that we're going to see why he's a legend in this particular game.
Prepare
So
for
here we go.
battle.
Game number 2, Elephant versus Beast Coast. I'm hyped for these Echo Slams, dude.
Yeah, me too.
I'm actually so hyped. Smoke play coming out from Beast Coast. We're going to try to get some information just right off the bat here.
Got FY running down to put a ward down. We'll see if he gets the lucky. They haven't seen it. Oh, they actually see the wolf.
You see Super over here.
Oh, sorry, that's their wolf. Excuse me. Okay, so yeah, they see Super.
On their way. Open up with that Stormhammer. Throw down a little bit. Oh, that was
Good
a
stun.
great stun coming out from Monkey King. Lands on 4 of them. It's like little ducks in a line.
So the most interesting skill that we just saw was certainly the Little Shredder. It's a skill that basically teams kind of, it got really good for a while and people were abusing it, but he really felt like he needs it. He's got Blightstone, Little Shredder. His goal is to win his lane with this, so which is actually kind of cool because they're going to combo with Mars. Going to get Little Shredder, hit a bunch of times so somebody's armor is lowered, and then they're going to hit him with God's Rebuke, the second Mars skill, to do a crit damage, which is going to be even better because of all the minus armor. So it's kind of a cool little combo. Monkey King's armor is quite high though, so he's going to be able to effectively resist some of this. But hey, if that's what they want to do, I won't stop them. If they have stun there, like if they have like Cookie or something, maybe they do kill Abaddon, but their laning stage would just go a lot worse. So maybe they feel like they need to have it, otherwise they're not going to be able to out-trade Abaddon. I really thought that was you talking at first. I was like,
Oh, man.
that's how you get me to stop. You just start singing. Does everybody have Effie's voice line? It's a good one.
Everybody
It's a
uses
really
Effie's.
good one.
Yeah. It's very triggering. Get this Monkey King just kind of wandering through. Get a little bit more damage over onto Super. But again, position 5.
Not bad. A lot of mana too, actually. Every shield he has to throw down kind of hurts a lot. He's only got a mango and a magic stick, so it's kind of costly here. He's going to go for the D ward. But unfortunately, he's a melee hero, so he's going to have to run all the way around. And that's actually pretty funny, because now it's going to time out. He's not going to have vision anymore. So he's going to have to wait to D ward that first with his courier later. Might be able to get vision if he stands near the cliff. You can do that sometimes too. Or he would have had to eat in a tree to stand closer from the north side, but he didn't necessarily want to do that because he didn't know that Stinger was going to be in. Now Stinger very wisely is just like, goodbye, ward.
Yeah, you don't get to have
Someone's
that.
going to get you. Actually, no, he's given up. Okay, cool.
I think that Hector's saying, you know, hey, you can't leave me alone down here with both of these guys. Like, I need to be able to hit things. I need to be able to hit creeps. Please return. Please put some pressure on them. I don't like this.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a nifty one, especially because Hector does not have cleave yet, so his effectiveness against the wolves is not quite there yet either. So
He does have to be careful as well. He only has those boots, of course. Currently, he is bringing himself some stuff out. So on the courier, he'll be able to keep taps on it though. They did place this nice ward early on.
well, on the top lane, Super almost gets killed actually. Got low and then he almost gets speared to the tree to the south, but they missed it. It's a little bit too far. So as a result, Abba stays alive, pops himself. It's pretty low mana though. Last hit wise, everything looking about even. Somnus is going Quasso X as expected for these great mid-game impacts with rotations and disable. Very important.
Definitely makes sense here.
Spent a lot of mana in the mid lane actually. He must have gotten mana drain on Chris Luck because he's completely out already. A little early, but he'll catch back up.
More damage being placed here over onto Super. Immediately throughout the product shield, but he has no mana left at this point, so Hezos have to be careful. He's leaving a merry chase. Cookie hop forward here, piercing right over onto the cliffside, and as expected, that is a kill and the first blood.
That was a lot of damage actually here right there. I'm pretty impressed how much that was. But I mean, Mars does 64. Abba's a relatively low armor hero. He's got 3 right now, which is just okay at level 1. So with the Blightstone on top of that, yeah, easy kill. Good dodge by Eurus to stop that damage from going through.
Can you make clouds?
I didn't catch that voice line. What is something about
Clouds.
mist and clouds?
You can do X, but can you make clouds? Is what it says.
Oh, okay.
Great blocking so far, Whisper.
Very nice cookie hop forward. It's going to give him just enough time and space to Get away from Eurus and Super.
It's always cool to see those moments where a team realizes, like, we have this like little advantage here, we can get some damage in, you know? And that was Monkey King picking up his boots with Super stats. So despite Super dying, like, it gave them a nice advantage. Whisper can't continue dominating for, like, another 30 seconds until he full heals. So, tough moment, actually. And Eurus just completely zones him. Rough moment for Beast Coast.
Schofield doing Schofield things now. She's going to try to go grab himself some of these creeps, move them about.
It's very important to do this because if you can't lane against him, you got to pull the creep wave to make him have to go do something else. And it looks to me like Schofield's just going to like double these up and then TP home most likely. Abbott can't cancel the TP. No, he's getting too low actually.
He's got to be so careful.
He's got a fairy fire, but yeah. Yeah, this is the
hoping
smart
to wear
thing to do.
off. There we go. Just hops on down to the lower level.
Oh, and these will end up re-aggroing the wave. It's going to end up pushing. Eurus is pulling them together. So some of these will get denied, but ultimately this is for the best of them. But man, it's unfortunate for them that like quick boots that they got on the monkey due to the death on Abba actually hit them a nice timing. If that would have had to walk out, that would have hit like 30 seconds later or something like that. It's kind of a big deal. How are those other lanes going? Double water rune for Elephant. Actually, Crystalluck gets lost in the dust there, unfortunately. Tough one for him.
Definitely not doing quite as well as Somnus. They had that rotation early on. That's a nice courier snipe here coming out from FY to ensure that K1 does not have everything that he needs.
Was that his treads?
I didn't see it.
That's
I
big,
assume
'cause
that
he's-
that was some boots.
He's queuing up Echo Saber as expected, so I think that was his boots and his gloves of haze. That's a really big deal, actually, because that's gonna completely change how quickly he kills wolves, how much he can run away from them before they damage him, like things like that. That was a big snipe for a minute. Crystalluck's gonna cross the map and get the enemy bounty rune at least, so he's getting those in consolation prize, but Somnus is doing great, 25-5, Crystalluck 20-2, so just a little behind right now. Almost got his javelin, so he could go for a solo kill, whether on Invoker or somebody else. One of Wind Ranger's downfalls right now is that javelin's not as good of a power spike as it used to be. It used to do like 25 magic damage per hit on average, now it's only dealing 21, so it's a pretty 4-hole magic damage per hit. That's a absolutely massive decrease. So just a little hello to the enemy team.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot.
I know some of them, but I don't remember exactly which ones are which. There's like one of the Chinese voice lines is basically like, how does your team feel to know that you're such a failure? Are they okay with that, basically? Like the general gist of it. I was like, oh, dang,
Jeez.
man.
Doesn't it sound like AMS Saint Anyong?
Yeah, it does, but it's not quite.
Yeah, there's Chinese characters. I'm going to assume that's just something that sounds similar. Well, how's Yang doing on the bot lane? 14-2 versus Sven's 26-5. So either way, K1's doing great down here. Maybe got a couple more wolves than normal or something, but yeah, he's doing great.
I feel like this is generally. We'll see that Ector is going to get farmed like early on, and then things start to slowly. If the team is putting that
Thanks,
pressure down,
guys.
things
Thanks a
start to
lot.
slide out of his hands. But even then, even when the game starts to shift more towards the enemy, you're seeing him just have an ungodly amount of farm either way. Like he's usually still on top of it.
I have faith in him. He's going to do a good job, I'm sure. Especially with this good start, a little bit ahead of a Lycan. I don't think Lycan is literally ever going to be a worry unless he gets like a Dispel or something to remove Warcry. Because if you slap a Warcry on you and your team for 15 armor, it's like Lycan is just he's just kind of there. Maybe he's going to like run down the supports, but again, the supports are, what, a Snapfire who has some escape and is going to sit the back, and the other one's an ET, and ET's basically can defend himself.
Yeah.
So it feels to me like Lycan's going to be doing some tower pressure and stuff, but I don't know if he's going to do much else in team fights. Maybe do like disable on Wind Ranger would be good, but either way, once Wind Ranger hits 15, Crystalluck's going to get Undispellable Wind Run anyways, and then like his, like if he gets like Maelstrom, BKB into Ags, like he's going to have a good game, let me tell you.
I think that's it. I think it's Yuno's line.
Ah. The BM one.
Yeah. Let's be honest, that's what everybody wants to. Even the positive lines are still somehow twisted half the time.
I mean, mine's very positive as well, but it's like you can easily use it as sarcasm.
True.
That's the secret, guys.
You are a very sarcastic individual.
That's true. That's true. It's a
Maybe that was
triple
your
stack
plan
small
all
camp here by Stinger. I haven't seen this kind of thing on ET in a while. Can't wait to see how beefy this makes his hero. FY is going to go back to Fountain. He knows the pain is coming. Here it comes.
Here comes the pain train.
100 damage. Yeah, that's good. Oh, come on. Give him the little butt slap. Come on, man. All that ramp up. Dude, this extra armor on Yang is a big difference maker there. That was great.
But again, it's just giving so much breathing room here for K1 to be able to go and just continue to rack up those last hits.
It is, yes. Yeah, the old Helm of Iron Will Rush, still very strong build. Very common. Fast Medallion on Snapfire on the top lane, actually. Kind of interesting. That's a lot of minus armor.
Is indeed.
Definitely some kill potential against Super. He's got a raindrop on his stick, though, so should be able to stay alive.
I mean, that's a difficult kill usually. Like, unless you're really kind of balling out of control, it
Yep.
can be very difficult to try to kill with that.
Yeah, for sure. And K1 shifting to jungling a bit, getting zoned a slight amount, so cleaning up that triple small camp feels good. Unfortunately, he did it at a time. No neutral items. That would have been basically every neutral item in the game would have dropped right there. We would have gotten the
There's a
enemy
big stack,
ones as
yeah.
well. Like, they were all there, I'm sure. Stinger just really making F1 run for it here.
He's really just poking away over at him.
It's like, please follow me.
Oh dear, we have another pause here.
With that said, he could TP home if he wants to. I mean, I don't think he's getting this kill. Like, he's going to slap him
I think he just walks.
one, maybe two more times. Oh no, PC crash.
That's not good.
He'll be back. 2 points, a little shredder. He's ready to fight, dude, with Medallion. That's a lot of damage. Just not against Monkey. Just kinda
It's so weird,
can't
like,
beat against
after casting so much, like, South American Dota and, like, seeing them play, you know, South America and, like, the way that they're so aggressive, and then to see, like, how measured. It's really interesting when you consider the fact that they have been boot camping. Like, they boot camped,
你这么菜的队
I
友不
think
会
they
生
boot
气，
camped
你这
actually
么菜的
in
队友不会
North
生气
America,
吧，
but
哥
we're
哥？
playing European pubs because they were getting their vaccines done.
Uh-huh.
And I wonder if that's affected, like, the way that they play, because, you know, you do these regional
You're dead.
sort of not even like the tournaments, but just regional DPC league or whatever, and it's just a completely different meta, it's a completely different play style, and everybody's so measured, it feels. And again, there is a lot on the line, but it's interesting to see.
It is, yeah. FY just ran home, basically. Chryslux making his first rotation. He's going to get spotted by the ward, though. Stinger suicides to neutral, and yeah, Chryslux will commit to the kill,
He
but...
tried to get it with the wolves. He tried to get the kill.
Oh,
with
really?
The
Oh,
wolves,
that
yes.
would have been sick.
Yeah, no.
There's
There
the
it
rotation.
is. There's the cookie hop. Need to follow up with a little bit more, but FY makes his own rotation. Schofield not looking good here. He wants to at least get this courier, perhaps, but this beautiful just tornado coming right on through will ensure that that courier will make it out alive.
That was really a cool example of just discipline, right? Like, Chryslux goes for the kill, but he didn't, like, mega commit at all. He didn't use a wind run. He didn't over chase on super, because he knows, like, his opponents are going to do something funky. Gotta be careful. This is a potential kill, but...
Not sure, though. You have Somnus and FY very closely nearby, although Schofield is in the position.
They really are.
They've got those illusions. Spot out FY over to the side. Super was still coming forward here. Follow up with the MP Tornado on Chryslux. Cookie hop forward, no mana left. Be able to retreat behind his tower here in the mid lane.
It hurts, but, you know, with the cookie there, not that big of a threat of him dying. Just the toughest thing is that he's not going to get a rune here, and he really wants to get the bottle. They've really put a lot of effort in this, and keep in mind, Invoker doesn't buy bottle himself, so they did this fully knowing that, like, if Invoker loses rune control, he's just going to have a big regen disadvantage over most mid-heroes, so spending the hero resource on it has been really helpful.
And look at Stinger. He's trying to break these ankles, but eventually the tornado will find him from Somnus.
He looks sad anyway.
They've played these games before. They know what to do. So, a little bit of effort there. Game's still very even, though. Chryslux going to spend more time jungling.
Finally managed to get the kill on Super. We're still only level 5 right now on Whisper. I wasn't sure if he had hit that level 6 just yet, and they went in for a cheeky play like that, but...
He's got the 6 now, though. Monkey is certainly killable with the Soul Ring in the face. Mars's items are excellent here. He's got the net worth he needs to grab kills on the other side of the map,
Ector
though.
is getting pincered on so hard here. They go with
bad.
Fissure, gonna try to block him in. Snapfire making her way over. They turn back around. They do have that Stormhammer. Cookie hop forward, trying to buy just a bit more time, but the rest of Elephant is indeed here. This is not looking good for K1, and he does get run down. And it's looking like Schofield might be the next thing on the menu here for the Zoo, as FY and Somnus just chasing after him. He's gonna turn around, get off some of those spells, try to get some damage off, but again, he is curtains.
The best thing he did is drew them away from the tower at least, so at this point, with Chris Luck pressuring the tower and other places, they have to spend more time pushing the wave out. So it was, considering they lost 2 heroes, it was kind of best case scenario, but Wind Ranger looking dead here.
Oh, very quiet.
Yeah, it's too powerful.
Yeah.
The
It
powerful.
was a shot. God Strength gets committed here in the mid lane. Hector makes his way over.
Yeah, he just knows he's farming, so gotta get this done. Small camp is blocked, so some wasted efficiency there. Now they're gonna look to stack this. No, they're just going for it. It's time to farm.
It's time. Time for Hector to hit creeps. And there it is. There we get the, you know, the neutral item pinata where everything just kind of falls out. So.
Yep. It's got the Possessed Mask, not as good on the heroes it used to be, but still quite good. And they're going to hold their waves. So I haven't really seen Chris Luck accomplish anything major on the Wind Ranger just yet. And like I said, it's a great Wind Ranger game, but the hero does have some vulnerabilities. Like if you just don't let her gank you successfully, her snowball is not going to be quite the same. And her lane stability wasn't there either because Elephant did a really good job with their supports to make sure that he couldn't get water runes half the time. So, and then the power runes and etc. So like, if a Wind Ranger's not getting kills and you farm slower than the Invoker does, especially when he goes Midas like this, like they're doing a great job to make sure Chris Luck doesn't get to play his game the way he wants. Oh, he got netted. Okay, I was gonna say. I was like, why did he just stop moving there?
Ooh, the damage actually coming out from these wolves and whatnot.
Oh,
Look at this.
no.
Oh, pincered upon the tornado EMP. The cookie hop forward is not enough to save Chris Luck.
The lack of boots on him, it just feels painful. It kind of hurt him there because he felt like he had to use Wind Run just to gap close. Now they're going to run down.
Oh, they want
K1.
Hector. They want Hector so bad. They run. And just get the head off, and they will try to shell using those Snapfire Kisses. Hector, though, again, that Cyclone coming out.
Nice kill.
It's going to be able to take down Eurus at the very least, but Hector will be next to fall. Super taking too much damage, though, coming up from Schofield. They went and they held on, and we talked about this. The cage, the Thunderdome, Young just literally running around in circles, but the cookie is there from Schofield, and this is looking like a very dead Yang.
Nicely done by Beast Coast. That looked pretty bad to me. I was like, Hector is going to get ran down across the whole map, but the ulti damage from Snapfire was so crucial to have in that fight there. So much damage done to Monkey King. They were able to get him with the stomp as well. I guess that was the big thing. I mean, Natural Order, he's got 1 point in it, so a lot more magic damage. They get the cleanup. Monkey ulti's gone, and from there, just a little bit to deal with. So with that said, though, Chris Luck's still struggling. His net worth is now really hurting. He's behind Monkey King in terms of farm. He's significantly behind Lycan. Doesn't have his boots yet. Tough place to be.
Don't worry, Mortimer. I'm still here.
Well, and it seems at this point with the Invoker, like we talked about before, having that Midas, having a nice laning stage, he's actually overtaken Hector in terms of farming, which is something that you don't see very often in a lot of the games where other teams are against Beast Coast. So Elephant has to be feeling very, very confident and comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing great. 6,300 net worth. He's 4-0-3. He's been all 7 of the kills so far this game. This guy has always been a legend. The fact that he hasn't been on a top team is a little surprising, but like his skill is still there, obviously. The double no build, earn, he went boots, and then he's like, all right, I'm owning. Let's get the Midas and secure my gold advantage.
They used to call, yeah, well, I mean, they still call him M-God, but again, a harkening back to when he was still referred to as Maybe.
Ruined a perfectly good username. Maybe it was such a good username.
But he was, you know, like we said, he's a legend. This is a team full of legends.
So, in the meantime, they are slapping creeps. Earthshaker's got 1,000 gold on the way to his Blink Dagger. Helm of the Overlord, not too far away, 700 gold here for Lycan. He's pretty happy with his current position, I gotta say. And Hector is staying even with Invoker, which is not often a word or a sentence you end up saying.
No,
but
definitely
here's
not.
a smoke. Blinks on Mars, he's looking for the grab. wants Invoker so badly.
Jumps
Almost gets
forward.
him.
No, he would have been able to possibly get 2 if he had had that vision. More teleports coming out, though. There's going to be a fissure from FY. Stinger
Lost
has,
mana.
like, no health and barely any mana left, as is Whisper. Sunstrike coming in, sidestep off to the side. Not going to be able to quite finish him off this time around. And that's a lot of response here to this mid tower.
That was really big that he EMPs Mars, because then there's absolutely no way they can fight here. His HP would be too low unless he's crazy.
Chris Luck, I mean, he is really crazy. Nice spear, though. It looks like Chris Luck will not die, but very, very close there.
Feels rough for him. I mean, Wind Ranger is really about getting kills. It's very important. If you're not successful in getting some of those kills, then your hero is just not as good as some other ones. And despite him having the good hero matchups, if your net worth is this low in comparison to the other ones, man, it just feels rough. Don't blame him. Maybe he should have laned a little bit better or something, but maybe he should have bought boots and not tried to rush Javelin so fast. But he's thinking, like, if I get Javelin, then I can actually gank side lanes effectively. But you could also argue that, like, you can gank side lanes effectively with, like, boots and some null talismans, maybe. You know, rely on your other skills, not so much focus fire. But didn't work out.
Tornado EMP opening right over to FY, follows up with the fissure, and there's the boundless strike here from Eurus. Now Whisper running for his life. He's got quite the zoo chasing after him. And he has no way to really push them back as he's just trying to climb over. He actually goes for the arena play because he just knows otherwise he's most likely dead. Does manage to pin Yang over to the wall.
Good shield, though. That Keen Optic really helping out. So they do a big dive. They only kill Schofield, but yeah, and that was Glyph, actually. That was kind of a big mistake, maybe. They used Glyph to try to do some damage here, but it doesn't clear the creep wave. If they Glyph right now, this creep wave dies. They have to wait like 30 seconds, potentially. But maybe not. Maybe they force it anyways because they have so many summons. But yeah, that's the tier 2 dead. Now the Shrine's gone. Now they're going to lose map control. If they don't get some kills on Chris Luck soon, like I just don't see Beast Coast being able to scale so well.
I feel like Somnus wants to get a kill literally on Chris Luck right now. Look at this positioning here. FY nearby. They'll open up. Again, Tornado EMP. They do have F-Tor nearby, though, so they might be able to turn it back around here. They get the shackle. Chris Luck, he's just taking too much damage. He's dead.
It's just so easy to play with him with Invoker. That's like the one matchup here that doesn't feel so good. And with Somnus playing this well and having so much net worth advantage, good luck. They can maybe get Yang, though.
The follow-up Cookie hop forward just to make sure he can close that gap, and Whisper will collect the kill.
Well, Whisper's doing great, 4-0 and 1. I'm sure Hector wanted that kill though, but either way, he's still on the top. Finishing up his BKB. Now they're going to try to take the tower. Should be very easy to clean this one.
Trying to get into the optimal position. You can see Hector also trying to hit these creeps. Comes forward again, throws out the Stormhammer, gets the final hit on the tower. Gets some of these Snapfire kisses as well, but
just kind of puts them everywhere.
yeah. I think they were expecting perhaps more to show up.
That's reasonable. Maybe he was looking for vision, like, oh, where's the Earthshaker coming from? Trying to stop the Blink Dagger.
He's so close. Yeah, Blink is going to be up and running very, very shortly. There it is. He's picked it up. And all of a sudden, these fights are a little bit scarier.
They are.
East Coast team.
I mean, they're already so tough for Chris Luck, having to deal with, you know, just like Fissure and Tornado. But in all fairness, like, a lot of the fights have been him getting initiated on, not so much like him initiating on his opponents. And having that disadvantage is pretty big when you're behind and didn't have much movement speed, so I don't know. I'm not sure if this is much different if he goes for fast boots instead of like instant Maelstrom Rush. The Maelstrom Rush kind of left him vulnerable in HP. In terms of mana regen, he couldn't farm that fast. He had no movement speed, so he had to use Wind Run sometimes and not save it for survivability. But the main thing, I think he's just really expected to be able to get the Maelstrom at a good speed, but because he got pressured so much, it was harder. That's one good thing. He's got a Grow Bono. That's a great, perfect neutral item for Wind Ranger. But
Ooh, nice spear off to the side here on Super.
is that going to buy enough time? Let's see. And it was. Okay. Didn't stun him just enough. Good D-ward there.
The zoo is here. We've got that Black Dragon. This thing was so overpowered when Helm of the Overlord first came out.
It was. It was insane.
All right, this is a big item pickup here over onto Hector. He's got himself his BKB.
They can use this to fight if their opponents actually have to show their bodies to hit towers. And unfortunately, it's just a ancient Black Dragon with 230 damage or something. It's bonkers how much he does. So they clear that tower up. And the pressure continues. I mean, I feel like...
Ooh, Hector? Up the fissure. Can combo. Again, here it is. There's going to be an arena. They managed to go and grab Somnus. The long-range kisses coming into play. Plus, all of that does, though, be able to clean up Somnus.
Big pickup, 500 gold to Stinger. Once again, Hector really wanted that one. That would have been a lot of gold to accelerate him, but
he's going to get himself an Aegis, I think it looks like now.
Definitely committing ulti to this one.
Rest of the team, they are smoked up over on the side of Elephant. So they probably anticipate something like this is happening.
So much minus armor. The Wolf's going to scout it, though. He war cries. That's actually kind of helpful. I guess it lowers their damage.
Yep. Oh, the Echo Slam comes out from FY! The follow-up here, and they just absolutely obliterate Chris. Schofield goes down. FY, he's fallen, but he's already done what he needs to do as they're just chasing them down one by one. Buyback coming out here now. Both of them, they don't want to give this up. They're not going to be able to get there in time, though. This is all belonging to yours. There's no way that they get there. There it is. There's the Aegis pick up.
They did not expect Elephant to get there in time.
Not indeed.
I mean, they had a sentry down. Just the Wolf runs in, and they're just kind of like, oh, there's a Wolf here.
Not looking great for Hector. The Sunstrike not quite on the mark here. Schofield looking for the opening. Doesn't quite have that cookie. Just trying to buy a little bit more time for his team so they can just get out. What an Echo. It
was very good, very good. Catching 3 cores. I was surprised Hector had the discipline to run on. I was like, he's fighting to the death for sure, but he's like, nah, we're going to slowly make our way out to get into a defensive area. He made the right call. It definitely could have been worse. Here's that replay once again. Blink Echo, I think he TP'd to Shrine or something to get there at that point. And they're like half committed, but Chris look up, cleaned up really quick. Hector starts walking away a bit together with his team, but rough one there. The Wolves get there just in time. And now we see another pick off on the mid lane. That was Somnus grabbing Whisper. It's killing spree. First death for Whisper there.
Somnus and FY, like the way that they've been playing around together has just been so good. They, like we said, they get the initiation either with the fissure or with that tornado EMP. And then as long as they're isolated, they've found so many kills together. It's actually insane.
And they're just comboing so well. Just fissure into tornado, into other combo. It's not stuff they want to necessarily commit to, but it allows them to be annoying. Draining mana from Sven, that could hurt his ability to stun a second time in a team fight, that kind of stuff. It's going to slow down this push top. Went for the lifesteal talent this game, interestingly. Ooh, Eurus thought he was going to stick around.
Oh, he sees him, though. Like for any opening, FY throws out the fissures a little bit forward here. And oh my god, the damage that comes out. Woo! The rest of the side of Elephant now running away. Look at the damage. Super, he's trying to teleport out in time. It's just not going to be able to. The follow-up with a nice tornado. The Ice Path over here onto Whisper. He's taking so much damage. BKB is going to come out. There's the Sunstrike, a little bit off the mark. Eurus looking for this opening. They just can't seem to do quite enough damage as you've got Hector over here on the side. Whisper does fall. And now Hector, he's feeling a little bit exposed, is going to back off here with Schofield, turns around, puts out a little bit more damage over into Yang, but they managed to go throw out the fissure. The EMP coming out. He's got absolutely no mana left. They're trying. They have the cookie. But just again, and look at this damage. Chris Luck running for his life. Stinger also having to run. They had so many buybacks during that.
I kind of look. I mean, they look so good for Beast Coast at the start. They instantly blew up the who was that died there? The Earthshaker after he jumped in to do the fissure block. A little bit crazy by FY. Gets 2-shot basically. The rundown looked okay, but it's hard to fight into some of their heroes. The Monkey King just is a little too survivable right now still, especially when you have to worry about his ulti. And so far, Chris Lux has just not looked very effective.
It's very difficult for them. Oh, Endor though. Okay, the Shackle gets used over here onto Som
really
to get
good.
a stomp off. Do they have enough damage though to take him down? Chasing after this Invoker. They're being a little bit careful because this BKB duration is going to finish off very soon. Around, another cookie coming out from Schofield. FY with the fissure. Nice Shackle over onto the backline. Stinger will fall, and this is a dieback now at this point. As now, you can see Eurus, he's been wolf bitten, he wants Schofield, he wants this grandma. So he's gonna go running right into the base, accompanied with the dragon. It's a double kill now for Eurus. And now they'll be very disciplined, turn back around, put the damage over onto the tier 2 on the side of Elephant, as FY continues to just be the front man, throwing out the fissures and keeping them in their place.
They just can't stop him from running him down. Chris Luck, every fight, understands how extremely vulnerable he is. He doesn't have BKB, so he can't commit to these kills. So he starts the focus fire, but he can't just like sit his butt on top of his opponent and like actually threaten his own death. He's getting some damage in, the focus fire is there, but it's just not safe enough for him to commit, because at any point he could get tornadoed and then he dies, or he gets fissured and then tornadoed and he dies. It's really scary from the play because he's been behind the whole time, and then he can't catch up. Again, Wind Ranger is a gank hero. You have to get successful ganks and like continue that advantage to win. And unfortunately, Sax is gonna be right, is from what it feels like to me right now. He's almost got his BKB, but he's just not there yet.
And I'm surprised he didn't walk over here to this room and start dancing around.
Start cheering.
Quite honest.
He's probably just busy interviewing fans right now, so that's why.
Oh yeah.
Sacrifice. Dire are standing
Monkey
for
King
enemy.
aiming for a Silver Edge right now. They are looking to cut off their opponents. Wisely, East Coast going for the old push. I'm sure Whisper will hide here. We'll see. The wolves are following him. This is getting a little scary. If he doesn't like blink trees and hide. Yep, there's Fissure. Okay, now
Fissure, surprise! There's Monkey Wolf here at your door, and you're a very dead Mars.
for whatever reason, he was really sure that elephant wasn't going to come hunt him there, or maybe he thought he could get away. But I don't know. Felt a little weird to get picked off there in that moment, unfortunately, for Beast Coast. So
It feels like one of those moments when you're playing and you're just like, how did he get here so fast?
yeah, but if you watch from top down, it's like, oh well, it's just,
Yes.
they were planning this like 20 seconds ahead, which the really good teams will obviously do. This does give Beast Coast a little bit more ground on the bot lane, get some wards down as well. But Elephant will again cross the map. It's the nice thing about BOTs, you can actually do this. But the Wolves continue scouting things. Heroes very far.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Let's lose Hector. Hector's still number 1. They have a chance.
I mean, I feel like this always happens, though.
He's like the high net worth for sure.
He's almost always the high net worth, but it's not until the very end when everything starts to slide out of his hands. And the team just can't find those openings anymore.
He's walking under a ward to see if they want to go in. Oh, they jump on Abadman.
Okay, alright, they're baiting with Super. The follow-up here, though, from Eurus. And again, there's like no damage coming out from Chris Luck here. Just kind of tickles for the most part. Going for Wuhan's man. Jump back over onto the back line, though. Hector will be able to take out the Abadness. Eurus is now being chased. Everyone's so spread so far apart. They even go for the Earth Split. They go for smoke on top of that. And they manage to go and grab 2 of them, grab Samus, and they grab Yang. Running around in circles there. Samus, they need just a little bit more damage. They have the Sentry. They'll be able to take down Samus. Young, hold into place as well. Cooking up 40, just a little bit too fast. They get the shackle at the last second, and they'll clean up Yang.
Oh, they almost got out of that one with no losses on the Elephant side, but that insane jump by Stinger, catching both of those heroes, was crazy. Excellent, excellent arena blood in that case. And
Uh-oh. Schofield, though, he was going to try to just get that outpost back, and they were still lurking in the vicinity. And look at this. We got a double damage rune over here in the bottom spot.
that was cool for Elephant to fake back there. It's like that perfect moment where they're not going to expect this, you know?
Yeah.
They're going to see him with the Sentry Ward, though. Chris Luck instantly is like, get the hell out.
Nope, 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 nope.
Chris Luck's damage in that fight, kind of weak, but it's BKB on Monkey King. It's going to stop the Maelstrom procs, and as a result, the raw damage is not that great. So Monkey's still hard to kill, but they can get those other guys, especially the Invoker. He still doesn't have BKB, so he's still vulnerable if you get on top of him.
Gonna make a play over on Hector. They saw him just use the Storm Hammer. Guess not. Alright. Felt like they really wanted to make something happen there, but yeah, noticing this double damage chance yet, it seems.
Someone will get it eventually. It's good and all, but yeah, Monkey's gonna check him. He's got it. Good for him.
Does anyone have a bottle?
Nope. There's no immuno bottle because it's Invoker, so just gonna save it until they're like ready to hit a time, you know, whether that's
Makes
like
sense.
Roche or something else. Roche is could respawn now. It's gonna be a 2-minute response, moderately long, I think. That circle will always confuse me.
They're camping this double damage rune, and I guess it's go time because the whole team's together. They're gonna smoke up. Going to the triangle. They're looking for Hector. They know. Oh, they know he wants to farm. So they're looking
His
for
position
the
is perfect, though.
approach. Eurus has that Lincoln's on him immediately. The Fissure comes out. Sunstrike. They go in for that Echo. It's not gonna quite be able to do that much as these long-range kisses following up with the Earth Splitter. Did manage to go. Hold Yang over on the side with that shackle.
Oh,
Whisper following up with a really nice arena. Can they get enough damage off, though, is the question, because they go with the BKBs are coming out. Chris Luck just gets obliterated here. And that Whisper, he's trying to TP home. barely making it out, but they will end up losing Schofield. Oh my goodness.
K1 must have been looking somewhere else in that moment, or maybe it was just the night vision, but he was looking at that. He went to hit that small creep and he got interrupted, and he slapped the monkey twice, but he did like no damage and was like, uh-oh, this isn't gonna go well. Might have missed both. He's got an Elven Tunic. Solar Crest might have been what did it. Made him feel less confident to fight, and then his HP was low, so he's like, I can't engage on this, guys. Even though it was a good grab to grab the Yang there, it just wasn't worth committing to it. So he was like half out. Chris Luck kind of went in, but just got cleaned up.
I enjoy watching Yang run around in circles every time he gets put in.
Yeah, that's what you do.
Because that's literally all he can do.
It's been pretty effective, I gotta say. I definitely undersold the value of it during the draft, unlike you. It's been useful. Buy some
Deer Stinger. A nice quick pickup. Whisper's here though. They're gonna try to make some moves over onto Earth. They do have Chris Luck, they do have Schofield, and they're gonna have to pop that BKB. They do a decent amount of damage when you add that little shredder. But he's still just too healthy, too tanky to be taken down like that. Yeah.
Alright, Elven Tunic now on Sven. Great item. Movement speed, attack speed, evasion, all things he's really happy to have. Queuing up a Satanic next. Will give him the ability to fight to the death, basically. He's got the Warcry armor talent. That'll be great for him and his team. He just wants to be able to fight the Monkey, and it's hard, because Monkey is like a rare carry hero that has like basically insane lifesteal from his Jingu. So Sven usually just like kind of kills anybody in 1v1, but Monkey is gonna be a lot harder to deal with. With that said, Monkey doesn't have AoE. He didn't go for a Maelstrom. He didn't go for a Battle Fury. So his net worth is not like massive. It's good. It's gonna be a Basher next on Monkey. That'll be great for Sven, but they still have some options. Behind by 13k, it's looking scary, but Beast Coast could win if they hit some crazy team fights.
I think we have a very big fight coming up soon for this Roche. They're definitely going to want to make something happen here. Of course, he's going to show himself and clean up. They also drop down that spear just in case. Smoke is on though. Ektor very, very far forward. Do have Eurus, he's already bitten. Looking for the opening, finds himself. Oh, but they have the vision off to the side. They'll be able, can they bluff Eurus fast enough to take him out of the fight? Yes, they can. That is a 10 times God streak. Just taken away now from the side of Beast because as they're chasing after them. They need that catch. They want FY. They want to get him off the map. They want to be able to get themselves to Roche. They'll turn back around though to put some attention over onto Super. Super next to fall. No Abaddon available. As Beast Coast just starts running in towards this pit.
Dude, it is so scary to cross the map sometimes. Like they're ahead by a huge amount. And he's running in as a invis monkey wolf, but there's just a sentry on the ground. Boom, you get stunned. Like sometimes it's just so dangerous to face check, and he gets speared to the wall. Then he gets Sven stunned. Then he gets hit by like a shackle shot or something, and boom, all of a sudden, big net worth swing. They guarantee Aegis. They get the shard on Sven as well. Lowers his stun cooldown by 4 seconds, putting it down to 8. It's gonna dispel now. Is that useful? It's okay. Like you could remove. I guess you can't remove Jingu Master. Yeah, you'd have to self-dispel, I think, for that one. But hey, 4 second lower cooldown.
I think you're not complaining. I think you're not complaining with that. It's a free present, right?
Free net worth. Could have been a Gale Force, actually.
Oh yeah.
Remember when that came out and everyone's like, we gotta pick Wind Ranger right now. And now it's like, no, I don't need to.
You could do a Gale Force into an arena, dude.
That's true.
That would be pretty baller. Chris Luck has to survive long enough, though. That's the only thing that's a little tricky right now, but is, definitely picking up some more speed, some more damage, so to speak.
Whisper went for a shard of his own, actually, to get the double spear, potentially. Which makes sense, if you can spear 2 people to a wall, it's incredibly effective. If you can land it. If you can land it, it's incredible. And as many, like, wolves are running around here, you might need to get them both on the same stick.
You might need a shish kebab.
Helps them push too a bit, but yeah, Whisper's doing great so far. Been pretty impressed with this Mars. I think he's doing really good. Chris Luck is stabilizing a little bit. He's got a Demon Edge now, so he's going for MKB.
All right, we have the Smokes on this, looking to get into the position here. He immediately followed up with Fissure Tornado. Needs to be careful again. Trying to find this opening. This wolf monkey just leaping through the trees. It's terrifying in this jungle. His Stinger is just absolutely destroyed. Whisper trying his best. Does manage to go and get the arena off. Is he going to be able to make it out in time? Oh no, the last hit coming out from Young will be able to clean up.
The offlane Lycan actually did damage. It's impressive. I was like, that must have been Monkey. That was a good damage. That was some good damage. No, it's the offlaner. Yo, that was intimidating how much damage that was.
Yes.
That
very
was like
much so.
Alacrity. He runs and instantly kills Stinger on the Elder Titan. Even like that was so much damage. At least they can't get Roach. Maybe they get something out of the map, but Yang slapping creeps. Chris Luck thinking about buying out, but he knows he's got to wait.
He does. He absolutely does.
It's hard. His items are only going to be really effective when the BKB is gone. When the BKB is gone, it's going to be pretty good. He actually is going to buy out. Missing about 500 gold, and then he'll have it finished. But once the BKBs are dead, like he's going to be able to crush Monkey King, because it's going to be a lot of magic damage from the Monkey King bar and the Maelstrom. So they can just outweight the Monkey King BKB. They can get some kills. He's going for a focus fire kill on the neutral creep bottom. Very nice kill. It's like one good thing that Chris Luck can do. Gave it the shackle and the focus fire. Super easy. Justifies it.
And how much longer do we have? So still fairly fresh Aegis, and that seems to be why I feel like they're putting Hector very far forward. Another smoke play coming out now from Elephant. They know that they're in the bottom area, and they're sending the Wolves to get a bit of the scouting. Hector, though, Fissure gets tossed out.
He's doing such a good job playing frontline for his team, honestly.
That's exactly what he's got to do for sure. Meatball's getting dropped. Satanic is completed. Currently sitting now in his backpack. Once that Aegis is down, I'm sure he's going to
Put that one. All right, they're fighting.
swap it around. Trying to find the right angle, though. There's the Fissure, immediately followed up, and you can see, yeah, trying to get into the back lines, trying to make something up. Pops his own BKB as yours, jumps in immediately, wants to get rid of Stinger, is going to be able to do it. As he's chasing now after Scofa. Scofa with the cookie hop forward. Chris, like, he's trying to do everything, but they can't. It's just taking too long to take down Eurus. Another buyback coming out now from the Snapfire. As you can see, Chris, look, nice shackle coming out, followed up with a beautiful arena. But they also have to stand. There it is. There's the Echo Slam coming through. FY, though, he's going to pay for that with his life as this BKBs, they turn back around. They see Super's going to try to teleport out, but he's not going to be able to. They have the stun. They have the control. That is a dead abandon.
Dude, I didn't even see Monkey die, but he just must have blown up. Looks like Chris Luck got him there on the back line. Excellently done. And they win a fight. They still haven't lost the Aegis. It will come back, or it'll give my heal at least, but big moment again for Beast Coast. This is going to cut away a big net worth advantage away from Elephant, especially if you get this tier 2 tower as well.
Patiently here. When the creeps arrive, they're going to cheat through it. They do have buyback over on Monkey King. They have buyback on the Abaddon. FY pushed down for 26 seconds.
I mean, they might need it.
I mean, the damage that they can output here. Whisper jumping forward. They just want to get rid of this pesky dragon. They've had enough of it, so they'll be able to take that out of the picture now. Take down some of these wolves. Tornado still have that Aegis for another 8 seconds here.
Hopefully he's not taking damage. He's going to need that regen.
He's going to need that regen pretty hard. Again, look at this. Yeah, they back off to what?
Oh, they did it.
Oh, they managed to throw out the vessel here.
Very smart. Very smart.
Calculate.
I mean, if he's got full mana, full HP, that's quite different here in this little moment. But no arcane boots for their team. So. All right, they chipped away at some advantage. They got a tier 3 tower, not bad. I love that they damaged range barracks as well. They didn't touch the melee. They're like, we realize that there's a window, a small window here. So take your advantages and continue the game.
We've got the Aghanim Scepter now completed for Somnus. So positioning is going to be very key in all of these fights. But again, we've got those BKBs that are really proving their worth.
Yes, but hypothetically, if Earthshaker can start the fight on multiple heroes and get it's like the game can end. It's just really difficult because, especially with Hector playing the place that he was, he's playing so far forward, forcing Elephant to have to run past him and give him the threat of like just killing something. He's got Ags now too, so now his mobility issues are even smaller than they were before. Plus he has the shard, so he's got low cooldown stun. He got the Stormhammer stun duration because he got that free talent. He's like, I know my job. I need to jump in and like hit backlines, hit heroes, force BKBs, that kind of thing. If he doesn't do that, his team is not going to get covered.
Got some nice neutral items over here on the ground. Just leaving a spell prism. Come on, bro.
For Chris Luck here, get him that
Pick it
cooldown
up.
reduction.
Yeah, let's go.
So lower focus fire, more wind run. Doesn't have Ags yet. He's queuing it up. He's on his way. Could buy it soon. Well, once he gets that, he's going to be in a good place. I still think the Grove Bow's hard to pass up in a lot of ways, but hey, this is a lot of mana regen, some stats. cooldown of BKB is going to be huge, so he's gotta go with the spell.
Alright, well, we've got another double damager in here on Eurus. We saw how much damage he could output in that last fight. But he needs to be able to survive the burst coming out from the side of East Coast as well, which seems to be the tricky bit. We do have a full 5-man smoke over on Elephant. They know that they're pushing top. They're on the high ground. Luck hiding in the tree line. That vision, the jump forward, the Echo Slam. Can they burst anyone down with the Cataclysm? Yes, they can. Whisper will fall. The BKBs have been popped. Look at the damage coming out from Chris Luck now. And he's chasing after Eurus, just plinking away over at this wolf. He is out of here. Buyback now coming in. FY sitting very, very low. Hector trying to find this opening. Does manage to go jump forward. Gets that Superman hit off as they're just turning back around. They get their vengeance over on Chris Luck. Schofield, though, taking a lot of damage. Triple kill now for Somnus. They're going to go for the Monkey King ulti, but Whisper is here. We've got overlapping circles, but FY over on the other side, managing to go throw out the vision. The BKB comes out here from Hector. Going to get tossed up into the air again. He needs to turn around. He needs to be able to hit something. This is looking a little scary. He finds himself young. Can they get up enough damage, though, in time? Can he get the life? He's looking a little bit scared. Stinger now will fall. FY chasing after this Sven. Monkey King jumping forward. He wants this kill. They get a little bit of a stun, but no, eventually they take down K1.
He did his best to man up and fight, but Yang is just way too tanky.
Oh my god, Chris Luck. Chris Luck is being hunted by Somnus. Gonna try to fight through here. They drop the ice while Whisper is nearby. That's the BKB, though. He's gonna dodge out this deafening blast. Try to run his way home. Can he do it in time? This is looking scary. Eurus is there. He's been waiting for him, and that's another kill now for Somnus.
And Elephant all of a sudden crushes that team fight. I mean, they got to start things off picking off the Mars at the beginning with the chain stun, forces Mars to come back, and it was basically what we're talking about. They finally land that good combo, get the Cataclysm, and now it looks like they're going to be able to end the game. I mean, no Chris Luck in this fight. Hector could buy back here. He doesn't have God's Strength, though, so I think this is going to be it.
He's gonna buy back. He'll buy back. That's the fort. Very important that he's able to do something to survive. Whisper was looking for this opening, and he's just not going to be able to find. There it is. There's the BKB, but there's too much damage. Whisper, he goes, he drops the arena. Will hold them in place a little bit, but Hector, he's all alone on his own little island over here. He's just chasing after Somnus, getting kited very, very hard. And look at the rest. They don't even care. You get the Echo Slam over in the back line, over onto Hector. He's dead, and so is this Ancient. As Elephant, patient, absolutely patient, will find the victory.
They finally find it. It was looking good for Beast Coast at the end. Chris Luck was doing his job eventually. Like, he was killing the Monkey King in the back line. He was focus firing him. He was waiting till the BKB, and he just chases after him, gets that solo kill. So many fights that happen in a row. But it was genuinely that big initiation. They finally found the combo. It was probably Wolf scouting, and then all of a sudden FY jumps in, does the full combo. They do Cataclysm. They forced K1 out of the way, so he didn't take the damage. But instantly Mars blew up, and if Mars isn't there to like ulti and get a spear off on at least one guy, it made Hector have to chase so far to kill FY. He like jumped on him, killed him a bit, then he ran over the fissure, and then he stunned him again, but he blink dodged it, and it's like when that happens as a carry, and that's like the first crucial 8 seconds, and everything else was going a bit poorer than normal, it's like that fight ended up being really one-sided, and all of a sudden they just rode that wave and ended the game, basically. That was cool. Really close game. Beast Coast could have won that one despite what happened, but what a game.
Just a couple little things, like just with the positioning, like you said, the fact that Hector started getting kited. He had so much net worth the entire time, but it just, at the end of the day, they just moved together. Everything finally came together, especially, like we said, Cataclysm into just all the spells. Very, very impressive coming out from Elephant. I think that is the Elephant that people were expecting to see when they first announced this roster. But clearly, you know, the boot camp's working out, the coach is working out, and they absolutely dominated this this series. So it's going to be Elephant taking it 2-0, and Beast Coast is going to have to come back swinging. All right, welcome back, everyone. We've got our third series of the day going on. We've got, of course, Alliance versus Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro looking very dominant earlier on today. I believe it was our first series where they went and they 2-0'd. And now I think the question is, can Alliance come back? Because I think they also, do we have the standings here?
Yes, I do. Alliance lost their first series against OG,
Okay.
0-2, and this is now VP's second series. So it's both of these teams' second series. So not too much data. We got to see VP's first game. I would say they looked quite good. It sounded like, look, I'm just going to tell you guys straight. Sumail got me a fat amount of fantasy points in the first series, so I'm going to say it was a Duncan. Well, that was Kyle's tweet. He's like, summation of game one, it was like Sumail dunking on an Alliance hoop kind of a thing. Makes sense. Does that mean that Alliance is weak? No, not necessarily. It could just be one series. Could be OG's TI form like normal. It could be Sumail's amazing, which he is. Who knows? But this series, I would say VP favored, but who knows? Maybe Alliance is going to pull it together and show some cool stuff.
It'll be interesting, especially I believe both of them ended the DPC at the very top of their regions as well.
True.
So this is definitely one of those kind of duking it out, seeing which one is going to come out on top. And we said earlier, too, with VP, they were very quick with their drafting. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. So I'll be interested to see if Alliance has also got their entire idea just not pre-scripted necessarily, but, you know, if they've got a very solid idea of how they want this game to go.
Yeah, we'll see. Earthshaker is going to be the opening here. They are also banning AA in the first phase, still pretty common here. And then the Rubik in the first phase, that's the weirdest one by far, without a doubt. What's up with Rubik first phase ban?
Perhaps they're worried about the fact that they have kind of some big team fight ultimates in terms of, you know, with the Earthshaker.
Nah. You don't ban.
Okay, I don't know. I'm just throwing something
like,
out
Echo
there.
Slam, by all means, can do a shitload of damage. But, like, most of the time, a lot of it is Aftershock 2, because it's like you Echo, like, 2 heroes, and you get, like, an extra 150 or something. So it's like, it ends up being good. I mean, if there's, like, 5 heroes clumped, yeah, Echo Slam's still going to be, like, godly to steal. But if anything, it's got to be, like, unless they're, like, planning to pick, like, Enigma or something, or, like, some really easy-to-steal strong ultimate, I have no freaking clue. I'm so confused. Unless there's, like, some strat that VP's been running with Rubik or something.
I mean, all these teams have
weird.
been scrimming quite a bit, so perhaps this is an inter-team meta sort of thing where they absolutely got trounced by a Rubik play at one point, or perhaps, you know, they've been watching their pubs, they saw something that we didn't. So I'm sure there's a reason behind it. I'm sure at this level.
Yeah, there's going to be a reason. I'm just mystified what it could be. And we haven't watched all the games, so who knows? Maybe we missed some games where there was a Rubik play, but I'd be surprised because I thought everybody, from my perspective, was like, yeah, Rubik's straight up just not going to be good. So
10 seconds remain.
I'm not sure. It's really interesting. God, I wish I knew the answer to that. I'm very curious now.
We will find out for sure. But now we are getting that last ban over on the side of Alliance. And we do have some very meta picks coming out. We talked about, you know, Earthshaker being very, very popular. I figured it would be like him or Sand King, very popular, picked up. I figured Tiny was going to get banned. It seemed too good from what all the pros were saying. The Monkey King pickup. And then the Silencer, also just one of those heroes that seems very, very powerful during that laning stage.
Yeah.
Very difficult to deal with until it gets later on when there are plenty of ways to dispel a lot of the things that he likes to put out.
And those earlier fights as well. Just Global Silence was used really well by Undyne earlier against Virtus Pro. So they definitely got to feel the taste of like how annoying Silencer was to play against. So I assume it's going to be Nightfall playing that. But yeah, they've got 2 great ways to silence. They've got roam potential. Speaking of which, I don't think I've ever seen Save play Earth Spirit. I didn't really think it was like his type of hero, like this like aggressive tanky. Usually he plays like, in my opinion, like disable heavy heroes. Like he gets into the game by all means, but it's always like squishier ones. So
he likes Lion and he likes Shadow Demon especially. Those are 2 that are really his favorites.
Enchantress is the other one that I would say like micro type heroes, like kind of finicky. Like obviously Save is an amazing player. He's like he's very high MMR. I really respect him as a player. But
what if this is GPK mid Earth Spirit?
Oh, you're right. It could just easily be a core. But I don't know. Maybe that's why I'm confused. Maybe it's going to be 4 position silencer. I'd be surprised on that because it can kind of fall off, and then you're like, well, that's my 4, and now he's a 5. Good luck, guys. But yeah, I'm really excited to see how the rest of the draft goes. Storm Spirit ban, Troll ban. Troll's probably like the one hero that can beat Monkey in the ulti. I think is why. I think I have played Monkey versus Troll before, and that one felt bad.
5 seconds remain.
Because he just blinds you, and he turns on his ulti, and he's like, haha, I can actually win this one. Because getting to 4 hits felt impossible, so you never get a good stun heal, that kind of thing. So that one makes sense. Storm can break trees, so I think they're just really looking to make sure that Monkey is going to have a good game. Very likely it's going to be Core Monkey, I think, by those bans. That's what it looks like to me, because it's like, if you don't need to protect your support Monkey as much with bans, especially not the Troll one. Troll one's like a fight to the death type thing. So, what else we got? Morphling ban and Sven ban.
Yeah, I'd say those are things, especially like Nico Baby really enjoys playing.
It
So
is Dire's
definitely want to take
ban.
those out of the pool. Seems pretty meta as well. So no need to give that into the hands of someone who feels very good.
And Sven's not really that weak to Earth Spirit. Like, he's gonna, you silence him, you're not gonna be able to burst him full to 0 in a chain stun, for example. So, makes sense. And if they are thinking about pick and puck, yeah, same thing. Like, dealing with Sven doesn't sound, it's possible, but like, it's a lot to work with. But now they got the old punch plus coil combo. That's always very fun to have. I like that one.
10 seconds remain.
Puck pretty effective against Earthshaker generally, to either disrupt
5
backline or
seconds.
potentially interrupt his combo when he goes in. So I like that.
Have to see what the next idea is here. Unless I would like to see something that hits buildings for both teams. Actually, I know that currently, with the lineup that they have over on VP, you've got the disable, of course, and you've got very good, ganking potential in terms of like the Earth Spirit and the puck moving around together, but nothing really that hits those buildings just yet. And the same thing on the side of Alliance, because the Monkey King, while very good against heroes, not necessarily the best against buildings. And then, of course, Earthshaker. More there for the support for the disable and then also for the team fights.
Yeah, I definitely see. I'm not very good at Earthshaker myself generally, but like the amount of value that you can get sometimes from just like a long range 1 second stun is just so high, because it's like, if you have a shitty snowball or something, if that's your initiation, all of a sudden you just got a fissure to like, it just like cleans up so much of your draft in a lot of ways and solves problems. And fissure blocking is just like, it's such a cool hero because it's so high skill. I just really appreciate it. Like I can really respect watching people get the value out of it, because I have trouble with that myself. So
10
just love watching
seconds.
Earthshaker games. Fun to see him. Like any team fight hero as well. Like when they echo slammed in that Roche pit last game, I was just like,
That was
we were
great.
both just like, oh, it's just
Because it's such a satisfying thing. You
It
can
is.
just be like, oh my god, it's beautiful. And it makes so much happen. The worst is like when you get a beautiful echo slam, but there's no follow-up damage though, right?
Yeah.
You go in and you're like, oh, that was so cool, but we lost the team fight anyways.
Oh, I saw an Earthshaker recently. I think it was a pub game maybe. It was like the most beautiful. Oh no, I was watching a replay actually. It was maybe like TI qualifiers or something else in China, where he found like a 4-man echo to initiate. So it's like he
Initiate.
saw
Oh.
4 heroes, he echoed, and he almost fissured, but he canceled it, and he went to recast it, and then 2 of them used BKBs, and I felt so bad. I was like, it was like he got this like insane
Yeah.
4-man initiation and open ground, and he didn't chain stun it. Oh, I was like, oh my god, he found like the glory moment, but then he messed it up.
10
Felt bad.
seconds remain.
Hopefully we don't see that. Venomancer.
I think they're also hopeful that we don't see it either.
Yes, they don't want to have to deal with that.
No, they don't.
Venomancer, classically a great hero against Face's Void, because you do all damage over time. He can't offset the damage. You make him slow. Yes, if you have advantage, you can just run down the Veno or whatever. But with Earth Spirit, it's a good pairing, because Earth Spirit can catch. If he catches you, you get galed. You're going to get slowed and take all that damage over time. And Earth Spirit can help frontline a bit for the
10
Void. So I think that's a cool combo. Yeah, we don't know who the 5 is yet.
5
Unless
seconds
it's Monkey
remain.
King, I guess. But who will go with, let's see what they're banning. They're banning a
Ban.
Legion Commander. So I guess they're expecting one of these as a 5. Is it going to be like a Void 5 or something kind of wacky?
I don't. I might be the Monkey King. They might put the Monkey King as a 5 or something like that, because I feel like Void. We've been seeing a bit in China too. They were playing a lot of it for a bit in that core position.
Yeah, and yeah, I've usually seen it more as core, but I have seen some support. And
There's
the
some support, yeah, for
they're
sure.
they're banning offlaners, so surely one of these guys is a support. They're probably expecting like Monkey 5 or Shaker 4 or something like that.
I mean, that's a nice thing with this current patch meta is that not everything, but like a lot of the positions and heroes are very flexible.
They are, yeah. Yeah, that part is
10
always fun to watch.
seconds
All right,
remaining.
Alliance has about 20 seconds left to snag their last hero. Tons of
5
magic damage from
seconds.
VP. Not much physical yet. I'm sure their last hero will be a high physical damage carry, most likely. I like the Spectre band. That would have been really effective to fit with the high mobility and the team fight of VP.
Oh yeah.
Would have made it really hard for Alliance to fight, so I like that band. 4 seconds
Dire's
left, and they go with
Witch
the
Doctor.
Witch Doctor.
No one sees the last pick Witch Doctor coming.
They really don't. The hero is legitimately pretty low win rate. I think at Divine and above pubs, obviously not the best sample size. He's like bottom 10 win rate, I think.
Really?
It's not amazing.
10
They have been
seconds.
changing him a little bit. Maledict is still strong, of course.
5
Cask does
seconds remain.
ramps up damage now, so like if you get that +2 cast bounces, the last two do like 275 and like 300 damage. It's like a lot, so you can actually farm with it a little bit better. I found. I just played it yesterday. You could also do Holy Locket build
Right.
with the heal, because there's that 10 talent that reduces the mana cost by 25%. So that one's I've won games that way, where I'm just like we're death pushing because I'm healing like 55 HP per second in AoE. It's like insane how much you can output. So there's ways to abuse him, certainly. In this game, it looks a little funky to me, to be honest. He can lane stabilize. I think they're doing the heal. The goal here is like we need to win you the lane against Venom. Venom's going to do a lot of damage. We're just going to get heal level 1. And that's a fun way to play him sometimes because people go into lane, they're like, oh, I'm going to crush you, Witch Doctor. I'm just going to spam you. You're not going to be able to win these trades. And then you just get heal and like lots of regen and lots of mana regen. And then they're just like, oh, you're just out regenning all of my damage because like I think that's what they're doing with the Witch Doctor. It's not so much about like all the other skills. It's like we're trying to win the lane
Just
for
the
Face's
sustain,
Void.
basically.
Yeah, win the
Okay,
lane
yeah,
for
that's fair.
Void, and then later on we'll try to help out. He's gonna be full garbage against Puck. He's gonna maybe feel weak against Earth Spirit, but they just want to make sure Nico Baby has a good lane, and then he can transition to like chronoing Puck and winning team fights that way. I think that's what they're doing.
Well, we'll
That's my
find out. I
guess.
mean, I feel like the last time you gave me this elaborate of an explanation, it ended up not
He's
being
gonna
the case
kick
at
him
all.
all the way out of the team fight, guaranteed. I bet my life on it.
Oh dear, we'll miss you, Purge.
I'll be yeah. It's not gonna. And it is support Monkey King and 3 position Earthshaker. Okay. So they are gonna do that. It is a pretty good Witchblade game for the Monkey King. A lot of spellcasters
10
here. But yeah, it is gonna be
seconds
safe
remaining.
playing Earth Spirit. It's a Dusa. Gonna be the hard
5
carry.
seconds.
And there's not that much single target damage on the Alliance side, so I'd say it's a pretty good Dusa game right now. DM playing Veno. I think a lot of this has to come down to, I'm sure Dusa's going to have a fine game. It's going to come down to like Puck and Veno and how far ahead they feel.
Yes.
If DM has a rough laning stage and plays from behind, it's going to feel really bad. But, and it might be actually really dangerous. Like that's actually a lane matchup where Witch Doctor's going to feel good. If you Maledict and stun a Veno, and you both go on him, he's going to have a bad time because, again, he can't defend himself very well. So that's actually like a scary dual lane where FNG might still get heal level 1, level 2, but he could also just like Maledict kill DM with a little help from Nico Baby. All he needs is like 1 bash or like a boots advantage or like an Orb of Venom, and like Veno is certainly going to lose a lot of health every time they go for that trade. So
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if GPK wants to like wander about too along with Save, because right with the Venomancer you just kind of want to plunk yourself down in the lane. You want to have all those wards in place. So I have a feeling that you're going to see a lot of movement going up towards the lane that DM necessarily is in with Save with GPK once he gets that 6, and they're just going to start applying that pressure, because that's another problem with Void
Yep.
is he doesn't catch up farm very well.
that's true. You don't jungle that fast either compared to almost all carries. You're supposed to kind of like win your lane, maybe get like 1 or 2 kills, and then do some mix of jungling and like map pressure. Yeah, maybe they can make that work. I think yeah, DM on the Veno, that's the hero to watch, and both teams are smoking on the map. Let's see how the fight goes.
我不理解。
Prepare for
Парни, що ми надратили?
Oh, I like the one where you've got the dudum dudum sound.
Yeah, that one's cool. I like that.
Very musical. I enjoy that.
Did he make that sound with his mouth? I believe we were not allowed to use.
That sounds like dudum dudum, like definitely like mouth sound.
Okay.
Wards being placed over here, it's going to immediately probably get dewarded.
Limp knows there's vision, and yeah, that was cool. He immediately crossed, stood within the tower vision range. Now they know right away. Yeah, that with Puck being there, it's very clear that a ward was there. So they get the D-ward, but look at this.
Conskin walking right into several heroes over on the side of VP. Orb coming out from GPK. He wants that hit, but it's going to be saved. Who gets the first kill? FNG. He's already got the Voodoo Restoration. I guess that
Big
answers
fissure.
that question right there. But the fissure comes out. Save is going to be forced to just die, honestly.
Yeah, Voodoo Restoration, genuinely, like, this is an ability that's actually underrated. Like, people, like, think, like, oh, it's all about Maledict and stun, and it's great, but, like, 16 HP per second at the start of the game, he spent 100 mana on that, like, and he kept himself and his allies, like, full HP. That's pretty valuable when you think about how much people care about damage dealt and things like that, so.
Alright, well, they know what spells have been picked up first here for sure, so FNG just throwing out the Voodoo Restoration. It's going to make sure that they can go and secure that rune.
And back to the bot lane. 3 mangoes, and he's got a clarity, so this will be just fine for him.
He is prepared.
He's got one more Centroid. We'll see if he goes and blocks that one, but or blocks his camp, most likely. And yeah, Veno went for Gale level 1, which is not that unexpected. It's pretty good, actually, for level 1, because it does 50 damage now, so you can actually last hit with it before you couldn't. So it helps make up for the fact that his base damage is like 43 on average. It's really bad. But the poison and magic damage is really the value of the heroes. So once he hits like level 2 and stuff, it'll be a little different.
So it feels like there's not going to be a whole heck of a lot going on in this bottom lane. Consider that we do have the heal bot, which is FNG on the Witch Doctor, and of course, you know, Faceless Void, they just want to hit. They just want to be able to last hit. We're not going to see super aggression. The only thing I can think of is perhaps FNG, you know, maybe too far forward at some point does eventually get punished by save and DM.
Yeah, oh, and he, with that early kill that he got a fast Sage's Mask. This is a great item for increasing your mana regen in the laning stage. He had 1.1 without it, now he's up to 1.8. So it's, you know, Basie got really popular for a while there, but honestly, like, the Sage's Mask some games can feel excellent as an early support item, especially like this where your mana needs are going to be higher. So, Save will eventually find that Sentry Ward here. It looks like they'll be able to control that. So the small camp is for sure blocked for all. He does end up finishing the Basie as well. Not a great item for Faceless Void, I gotta say. Doesn't really do much for him, but hey, for himself, look at this. Look at this heals, pushing. Gale.
Not quite as afraid here. Look at this heal coming right back out. Save does spot out this courier. Not gonna go for it. I will say in the top lane though, they have been very effective of zoning S4 out. He's found it very, very difficult to approach here. He's had Kingslayer just hitting him constantly. He's trying to get any sort of XP that he can. Simultaneously not, you know, offering up any int along the way.
Well, he can't. You can only still int if you level Glaives of Wisdom.
Right.
It's actually like the most frustrating part about playing Silencer right now. It's like you have to skill Curse and Last Word because it just does way more damage. But that's like, but if you get kills, you don't get the victory and the pleasure of knowing that you stole their brains.
Uh-oh, FNG, I think your timing is just up at this point. You're on borrowed time, so to speak. And they won't be able to turn it back around. Get a kill on DM. That is, of course, the laner. So
Definitely.
pretty valuable.
It's so worth it for Alliance there. Keep your carry alive, get him towards his items faster. You kill the offlaner? Like, heck yes. If he didn't buy out or something, you're happy. Hanskin getting some chase in here. Went for the Jingu. This is actually not always the most common. This is actually a weird build.
He's got to get himself a kill because of that weird build.
So the build that everybody does is Primal Spring. It's a lot of damage. You use it to chase with Orb of Venom, but instead he's like, screw it, I'm not using my skills yet. He's like, I'm going to get Jingu and Boundless, and I'm going to get a kill. And against the Silencer, it's really good, because Silencer can't stop you from hitting him. He just slows your movement speed. But that's not enough when he's got an Orb of Venom. So this is a cool adjustment that makes a lot of sense in this matchup here. Like, he can actually just zone Kingslayer if he gets on top of him.
I actually really love the fact that he's very dynamic with this particular build as well. Because too often you see, you know, kind of the same things because it's meta or whatnot. A little bit of a dodge there. Might be in some trouble. Can he teleport out in time? Yes.
Nice.
We'll be able to about 80 hit points left.
Spent some good mana on that too, so not bad. Really nice movement. And the best part is the creep wave was under tower anyways, so there's like literally nothing for him to do while he was like, it doesn't bother him at all to be gone in this moment. And he transforms, gonna run back at high movement speed, and he finishes his Orb of Corrosion, so it's gonna not hurt S4 too much in the grand scheme of things.
Very efficient. It's what we like to see as Dota players. Do see that Save is making this rotation over to the mid lane. Limp, of course, just focused on hitting some of these creeps. He's going to reveal himself as they walk right on over. He's going to be able to secure up these water runes.
That was nice of GPK to go top, because he knew he was over there doing something. He gets to contest that one. Now he gets to do the double water rune if he so chooses.
I mean, why would you not, honestly?
Can't let Limp get that free regen.
No, man. No, you can't.
Big deal on the laning stage. So he gets both full mana. With that said, Limp is not that punished. He's got his free drop. He's got his clarity in the backpack, so he's gonna have options for sure.
For Hanskin in the top lane, though, taking a lot of damage here. Turns back around, throws at the balance. Should be able... Oh, it's close. That snake coming in hot. Yeah, I'll be able to secure the kill.
Gave him the chat line as the snake was going on. Maybe that's the other lane. Bot lane's fighting, actually, once again.
Lane is scrapping back and forth.
It's like one of those things where Alliance probably just wants to fight because they're like, well, we might as well. We're just going to offset the heals. And FNG's just not even going Maladin. It makes sense here.
Yeah.
The mana regen goes up by 50%. The heal goes up by 50. And with all this mana regen he's got, they're happy to hit their opponents. Screw it. Slap them.
A little bit of a water delivery here for Limp in the mid lane. Hanskin stopping by.
That helps too. Great way to offset the regen disadvantage. Gale hits FNG. FNG does not care too much. Level 2 Gale does do a lot of damage, by the way, so it can be a bit scary. It's like just over 300 damage or something like that. So if this man didn't have a built-in heal, I would feel bad for FNG's regen right now, but he's fine. S4 pretty low top lane as well, still getting bullied by the Dusa. You don't really see Dusa like stomp lane matchups that often. Well, that's not stomp.
It's not even stomp. I think it's the problem is just the silencer. It's just really, really annoying for him every time he tries to go too close or whatnot. But I mean, he's doing a good job. He's still getting the levels. He's not getting the farm, but he's getting the levels. And I think that's sometimes the best that you can hope for as an offlaner. Hanskin doing a lot of scouting. It is a double damage.
It feels good to be this good.
He seems fine, actually. Like, I really thought, every time I looked up there, he was getting, like, beat up. Like, his regen was being really cool. He got 8 at Fat Snake just now. But he's got 28 last hits. It's really not that bad. But he does have balls. He's just taking a lot of damage. He's rushing treads, too. Going for some enchant totem builds, it seems like.
GPK popping the double damage over in the mid lane. Does have the Cardi wave, so it looks like he's going to try to put some damage out here in the mid lane.
It's so scary to come forward. If he does, coil, roll, punch, Limp dies, guaranteed. But they walk away.
They find themselves an FNG. A couple of hits off, has the Dream Coil, get the kill on FNG. Limp now going to try to put out some of this damage, try to bide some more time. There's a lot of heroes here. Hanskin, though, will be able to follow up. Save having to be careful. He might take too much damage. GPK Leo, the roll forward, though. Save, he really wants this kill. Is he going to be able to get it, though, is the question. I think Limp's going to be able to get the kill before he's going to be able to fall.
That DD. He doesn't get that kill.
DK. Hanskin looking for this opening. Finds the kill on the clock.
Big cleanup there. Really nicely done by both of them. Limp barely survives. Gets out with like that one hit. Cleans up the Earth Spirit. Turns. Almost gets away from Puck, but Hanskin clean up. Look at his level now. He just hit level 5.
Yeah,
those are
very good about that.
Big moments where you get a solo kill on like the enemy core like that for a trade. And Hanskin's going to be able to abuse these levels for like a long period of time here because he's going to hit 6 faster, and he's probably not necessarily going to get his ulti, but
Limp, follow up, Kingslayer. They do get the silence, but it's a lot of damage, so they're still going to burn down the silencer. Limp, though, with that rotation here from Save, he's going to turn back around. Is he going to just chase down Save again after chase? Oh, my word.
Certainly dead, though.
Certainly dead, but not without taking someone else down with them.
That's one of those ones where you're like, you got the kill, but probably not worth it. But either way, with Hanskin having these extra levels, man, it's gonna help him out. Just make his laning stage even better. More Jingu points, more boundless. Basically, skill points on Monkey King are just really valuable for getting stuff done. So it doesn't have to be his ulti, but good for him to get these level advantages.
Water delivery, and they'll go for the smoke play. They've got the Dream Coil back up, and they're hoping to get the jump perhaps on FNG or Nico Big. But like you said, they're hugging the tower. They've got the Voodoo Restoration up already. And they do have the Chronosphere. Look at this. We're also seeing another TP. They're looking to fight.
Excuse me.
Gotta be careful with that ward.
The
fact that I got attacked there is kind of weird. I wonder if they're gonna notice. Like, it reveals that monkey's in the area, or they have some kind of vision. So
I feel like you might want to just back off, right? If they're that prepared, unless they're feeling very, very confident.
They're like, please, kill FNG. 3 points heal. He's ready, baby.
Yeah, he's so ready.
32 HP per second. Good luck killing him.
This is a get down, Mr. President sort of situation.
It really is. Oh, and the sentry behind to get the D ward. Oh, that was great.
Yeah, they just back off.
That great. Maybe a little greedy. I would just kind of say that was greedy by Kingslayer to smoke. They could have backed up for like 5 seconds, like, you know, a little bit of time, then smoked and done this rotation, and it wouldn't have been so obviously red. Maybe Alliance reads it anyways, but you know, that was a nice little moment for Alliance. They buy some time. Nico maybe lose a little farm, but they see the rotation coming.
Behold!
S4 doing everything he can to leech. Does go for the Echo Slam, though, over here on Safe. Followed up with a Fissure. Limp has made his own rotation. Not quite enough damage, though, to take down the Earth Spirit. So we'll see a rotation now from GPK. Looking to punish, looking to see who else is in the area. Still holding on to that Dream Coil. Is going to go and drop immediately over here onto Limp. He's taking a lot of damage because Nightfall's still in the vicinity. So they will end up losing the Leshrac.
That was like 4 heroes on Limp there. I thought he made it out no problem because he saw the puck TP and he instantly backed. Very good discipline there, but walked into the rest. And they get that rotation punished. A lot of TPs though, and that means that they have to take time to cross the map. In the meantime, not the worst for Alliance, especially Nico Baby. Still taking some damage in the bot lane, but he's getting pretty close to his Maelstrom, so can't help but think that he's doing a decent job. Time walking off some of the Gale damage that he's been taking here, but yeah, DM just playing pretty standard Veno, going for treads, earn, likelihood, needs to get a little tanky, and then he's just going to focus a lot on farming.
That makes sense. Yeah, there's still a tower down here, so that's going to be one of his other priorities. He's continuously setting up in this lane, making it difficult for Void to approach without having any other +1s. But VP now combing through the jungle, saving GPK. This is what I was wondering, remember, during the draft, is how tightly they were going to play together. Don't have that Dream Coil up for another 13 seconds. They just keep hunting after Limp, but Save learning his lesson from last time. I was like, he does just too much damage for right now. I'm just going to throw down some wards, and I'm going to just hang out with the homies.
Unless he's able to finish his hood, which he clearly needs. He keeps having these like small moments where he almost kills a bunch of people, but doesn't always work out.
Silence, double damage going for the snap, and that's just a dead faceless Void. Very well executed from the side of VP. Oh, and all the tips.
That was a big one. Big kill. Kind of a mistake there by Void in a lot of ways. Like he saw the rolling boulder come in. Maybe he thought it was just Earth Spirit. Limp gets a kill on the bot lane. They run at DM finally here. Help from Hanskin, but you know, if you see he maybe could have guessed that there was going to be more people there, is what I'm trying to say, and therefore been a little bit more careful in the mid lane. So maybe sloppy death for Nico Baby there, but he'll defend mid.
Well, they immediately used that information to their advantage too. The fact that, you know, they rotated down, tried to put some pressure on DM, knowing that there were several heroes over in the mid lane, jumping on their Void. And like we said, a Venomancer just wants to set up in one lane, not really leave it until he's been taking the towers. Kind of like an old style Broodmother.
Yeah, that's pretty correct. How you want to do it. Did Venom cancel his TP? Ooh, that hurts. He tried to TP bottom to refill a bottle for GPK, but he must have done something. That's a rough one. Doesn't happen too often in pro games, but you know, it's a tense moment. There's mistakes
LAN
happen.
Too. It's LAN. It's a lot of different stressors, perhaps, or you know.
Yeah. So pressure continues on the map here. FNG is trying to set up for the top tower. Kingslayer is like, okay, time to leave. S4 has got his Blink Dagger basically finished though, so S4 having a really solid game. His net worth has been really consistently high this match. And he's TPing back, gets his Blink Dagger, and he's going to go probably run bottom is my guess. Because if he gets bottom quick, they can maybe take a fight. That or he anticipates mid. And right now he's running mid, so he's anticipating a dive on his allies in the mid lane.
Dire's top tower is
He wants to make a big team fight impact right now.
There's a smoke play.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We're waiting for that setup. Hanskin getting into position here. Trying to get as much information as possible. So we're creeping forward just a little bit. Wants to get as much information as well.
DM come back. All right, here he comes.
The top lane, they managed to go. They use the Chronosphere. They get a kill. It is on position 5.
Alright, DM's gonna die now. There he comes.
Is he? Is he gonna go? Because they're jumping over onto the side and they get the kill on save.
Yeah, I guess it's a little hard. He could have like solo Echo Slammed him or something, but he's gonna pop hood, and the chance that you end up killing him by yourself is low, but they end up killing save instead. Still pretty good. Obviously they prefer Veno kill, but that's fine. They get one, and they got the Chrono kill top, and now Nico is pressuring the top tower. He's got his Maelstrom finished. Juice's net worth is still very high. Nightfall has not been touched, basically. They've kind of just been stabilizing lanes, but they'll get there. They have some solutions against her, some things they could buy that might be effective.
I feel like we've barely talked about Nightfall this entire time, and I feel like that's such a bad sign for Alliance that we haven't really taken a hard look at Nightfall, because he's just had so much space to be able to farm and get what he needs. Because he's certainly on top of the net worth right now, 8.3k. Next closest is Nico Baby, 6.4.
Breaks the smoke.
Breaks the smoke, throws out the cast, followed up with a fissure. S4, nice global silence though. Will force them back as they are double silenced on top of that with the waning rift. Hanskin looking for the opening. FNG, of course, will fall. Hanskin again jumping forward. That's going to be the Stone Gaze. Might be able to get themselves Kingslayer again. The roll forward though over into S4. Safe just going perhaps a bit too far, adjusting those limits just a little too hard. GBK will be able to finally finish off over onto Hanskin. Nico Baby looking for this opening again, trying to find this puck. They immediately find him in the corner, and that is a dead GBK.
S4 is owning this game, actually. Like, he turned on a dime the moment that global happened, and he re-engaged perfectly. FNG got his heal off for global as well, which is perfect, bought them some seconds. And then they get to re-engage, gets the fissure, guesses perfectly with the enchant jump, and just like maxing enchant totem out, like he's so ready to play this hero from a damage perspective. Like when we saw DM play Earthshaker before, it was like he just went 1-1-4, he was all about teamfight AoE, but Earthshaker's ready to like slap people with the totem, and it's paying off in these little fights. So still a K gold advantage for Virtus Pro. Mainly because Deuce's net worth is really, really high, but Void is a hero that catches up slowly by winning fights over time. So it's not looking terrible for Alliance at all. They're definitely in this game.
They're still neck and neck too if you look in terms of that of the gold discrepancy. It's only a 1K net worth lead going to side of VP. It's skewed a little bit, obviously. It's a Medusa. Medusa's always going to, you know, have a, well, you hope anyways, it's going to have, you know, high net worth. But
while Balim, there was a coil, but he instantly broke it at the exact same moment. It's a little unfortunate for Puck. It was like he was already in the air, so the coil stunned him, but he was like stunned while flying, so basically just didn't do anything good. Rough one there from Monkey King. If it was just a fraction of a second earlier, he's in place, Puck can actually go for a kill with the Witchblade, but so wasted coil, unfortunately for them, and that's going to give Alliance a nice moment.
you can see that they're making their push over here to the mid lane. There's not a lot of these wards set up again from DM. The Echo Slam over onto DM. They just want to get rid of him. They don't want to have to deal with this, so they'll be able to wipe him off this mid lane currently. The roll forward, though, coming out from safe. A little bit short here. Does manage to get the slow. Silence following up. You can see Nightfall. Oh, with the Chronosphere from Nico Baby over on the back side. They'll be able to, again, take down Kingslayer. Needs to do a little bit more than that, but the Stone Gaze coming out from Nightfall. This is looking like FNG is definitely going to pay for this. And that Buddha Restoration is not going to allow him enough healing to survive.
Just not enough oomph there, unfortunately. They need, like, I don't know, the Monkey King ulti to be down on Chronosphere, or Leshrac to be in there with them doing damage, because right now Nico Baby's damage is okay, but, you know, classically, it takes some time to get online with this hero, at least right now. You buy a lot of survivability items.
Oh, GPK, he sees Nico Baby, gets the silence. Not going to be able to lock him down for long enough, I don't think. Oh, never mind as I say that. There it is, Purge. There's that kick you were looking for.
Great
Kick
catch.
snap.
Great catch by GPK. Gets the silence off, buys just enough time for his ulti to come off cooldown, and then, yeah, that was enough. Earth Spirit rolls in, too. I thought he was going to be able to get away, no problem. I was like, silence again, he's going to jump, no big deal. But
that's what I was thinking. I just did not, you know, Save, we talked about it. He's not necessarily the person we think of when we think of someone playing Earth Spirit, but clearly he's been practicing. He looks good.
And maybe he played it before, and they just decided that it wasn't good in the meta for a while, and we're missing out, you know. But yeah, he's been doing great. Limp had such a good start, but everything's kind of fallen off a bit. Some of these, you know, he has to play aggressive naturally, and some of these deaths have maybe cost him a bit too much. His net worth is falling behind a little, but GPK's got some great kills. And Dusa continues to pressure, as does DM. DM has Spirit Vessel. He's got a fluffy hat to get a 4-staff. His raw HP is very high, which you need to do on the Veno to stay survivable as to front line. The downside when you play Veno Core, though, is it's sometimes hard to like force fights on your opponents, but Puck and Earth Spirit are excellent at that on the bright side.
Well, Nightfall is definitely having a very good time. Just finished up the Scotty. This is a very scary Dusa.
Super hard.
Let's get jumping down, jumping right back up again.
Pretty normal stuff. You just want to like counter push these lanes as much as you can, but he wants to go fight now, so he's TPing to the mid lane. They have to fight.
Going for the Echo Slam. They want to take out GPK, but immediately the Silence in play, turning back around Silence plus the Dream Coil. They wait patiently. Nightfall teleporting up as well. FNG gets taken out by DM on the other side. There's a whole other fight going down. They're still hunting, hoping maybe they can find S4 again. He's already used that Echo. Nico Baby hiding corn does not have the Chronosphere up for another 10 seconds. They're on the hunt. Can't seem to quite find him, though. They do a couple pings. 3 orb save. They find him. The silence coming out over onto Nico Baby. Yet again, the tip coming out from Kingslayer. Just trying to tilt him. They will be able to just wipe Nico Baby out here in the forest.
rough one. Man, he had a pretty good early game, but all of a sudden, just the last 2 engagements, they just punished the crap out of him. And in the meantime, not happening in Nightfall. Nightfall's having a great time killing towers, pushing creep waves. His Scotty's finished. He's almost got an SNY, so his status resistance is going to be higher. Somebody's dropping items. Oh, they're just slippers. Okay, we're okay. Wait,
We haven't reached that level of BM yet.
I mean, come on, guys. It's TI. Like, surely you don't throw your TI games. But, cleans up his Ancients. Now looking for more.
They're definitely looking for more. In fact, they can see FNG and S4 over here. Fissure comes out from S4. It's going to blink away. They're going to just start dropping plague wards left and right, trying to get more information, trying to just establish this area in control for VP.
Doing a great job. And now the Veno has all these
Bottom
TK
lane?
connects.
They're just poking away at Limp. He was trying to get some split pushing done, but he's not going to be able to.
It just feels like they're getting so much done with GPK and Save. They just are completely pressuring the map. Won't let them do anything. They just keep punishing. And every time that somebody dies like this, that's 40 seconds that Alliance is going to be struggling against the map pressure. Like, constantly DM is spamming wards down, putting the creep waves on their side of the map, preventing Alliance from getting away from the center, and therefore it's easier for VP to find these kills rapidly, and for their pressure to feel continuous. And that's why they're up 7K right now. It doesn't stop.
More gets spotted out. Plenty of silence, plenty of control. That's a Dead Earth Shaker.
Ooh, costly.
Go baby, of course, over here. He did use that smoke seat.
They wanted to fight.
Does have the BKB online.
But now he goes to push the creep wave, and look at this, Puck's already here for it.
Yep.
He has to jump away so the smoke doesn't break, but he'll hang out a little bit, most likely. Maybe hit neutrals, catch the next wave or something, but man, the absolute dominance. This is probably the most one-sided game we've seen yet today, I feel like. VP's just playing so well.
I mean, that was something that we noticed during DPC. They play very, very clean. They know exactly what their item timings are. They know where to go. They might be able to get something here against Nightfall. Not sure they have quite enough lockdown, though. Nightfall just turning back around. Has already used the Stone Gaze, trying to force them away. Limp, trying to teleport out. Should be able to do it. Hanskin jumping over onto the tree line. Nightfall just backing off here. DM is still in the vicinity. Draws some of these little wards, gets a hop down here from DM, but of course Nightfall's still nearby, so has to be exceedingly careful. S4 is here. Got that Spirit Vessel charge. He's just going to try to teleport out. It looks like they have nothing to cancel it, so.
Good Fissure too. And in the meantime, when Nico Baby was up hitting creeps, Earth Spirit went on him, said like, I'm going to do some damage to you. Nico ends up popping BKB and killing him. He had to chrono the puck to escape. And pop BKB. I think I said that already. But cost him some resources, he gets the kill. Not the worst, but if they kill Deuce here, this would be really big. No Deuce ulti for 45. But they need to approach at a good angle. Unfortunately, it's so hard. You basically have to smoke every time you want to fight because you have to run through these plague wards. Because if you don't, the plague wards are going to attack you, you can't blink. Everything just feels bad. I think they really thought that Duso was going to swing back around and start hitting that tier 2, but he's doing the safe thing, go to the opposite side of the map, knowing that his ulti's on cooldown. He doesn't want to stay there right now. And they find a Veno in the middle.
They do find a DM. He's going to go throw off the Poison Nova right before going down, but there's nothing else there for follow-up damage, so it feels more like a minor irritant more than anything else. So here comes GPK, so they are ticked down a little bit here. As for the silence, global silence comes out to follow to get a little bit more damage. S4 sitting very, very low. That's a double kill now for Nightfall. Nico Baby is in the middle of everything, but look at the damage coming out. He doesn't have enough here to survive. They're just going to chase him away. He doesn't have the chrono, he's just dead. Nightfall is just too big and too scary for him to deal with.
Yeah, he just doesn't have enough damage, period. He has to get BKB this game because he's against a Puck, but the relative net worth differences are just hurting him a lot. Like, Void needs to ride this like train of getting pickoffs here and there, and he's just not able to do it here. His cores are just falling too far behind.
On skin, and comes Nightfall. He says, don't worry, I will clean up.
Gets the crits, gets the damage, another kill, more now with the bench. 6-0 and 6 for Nightfall in this match. It is looking good. 11K gold advantage here. They're even standing in front of towers, trying to give the high five slap. I'm surprised he's not PPD chat lining him right now.
I feel like what I've been seeing mostly, and I want to look at the tower damage later, I feel like Nightfall just walks to a lane, starts hitting a tower, and then when everybody rotates, they either take a fight or he just backs off a little bit.
Yep, that's the way to do it, especially with the Dragonlance on Medusa, because your attack range, and most range heroes, if you're a tower hitter that's ranged at like a long range, you just get Dragonlance and then you outrange the tower. So there's like, you literally don't even need much of a creep wave. You just sit there hitting the tower, and most of the time it just dies. Or you have to rotate heroes. It's really resource expensive to deal with that. And then if they don't know where their heroes are, it's scary to even consider jumping on the Medusa, because if you jump on them and they're actually nearby, it's like, oh man, we're going to get crushed, die, lose that tower, and probably get our racks pressured. So it's to have to like decide what to do is very difficult. And now he just finishes up Aegis. VP being super efficient, already across the map, ready to get a catch.
Immediately saved, just rolling on in with the kickback here. DM coming forward with the nuke, and that's a dead Hanskin. No monkey for 40-something seconds. Does, of course, have the buyback if necessary.
Just so efficient. They get Roche low, Nightfall finishes it, they start walking. So when Roche gets taken, they're like, all right, we have like 10 seconds to do something. Nope, we're already there, jumping on you, getting a kill, and that's going to buy our next 40 seconds. Or force a buyback.
Roll forward again here from Save, going pretty deep because they found themselves FNG. Save perhaps going just a little bit too far, but they do manage to get the kill first on FNG. S4, he's taking so much damage. He's just trying to turn back around, wait for that silence to come off, but Nightfall, again, just too much coming out from this hero.
Explains so
Buyback now coming out from FNG. They're going to try to push them back.
Get some heal. It's really hard. They can Chronosphere, but they're
What's going to happen after that, though? Yes, they Chronosphere, but I'm concerned. FNG, he just bought back. That's a dieback now. Nightfall just turning around, hits the buildings again.
60-second dieback, not too bad. Hanskin's going to try to slow this down, but he can't approach. If he gets caught by Puck, he's in trouble.
Now that is indeed the problem here with this GPK Puck, is that he's just allowed to be the aggressor. They don't have any solutions for it. There's just too many things that it feels like Alliance needs to do right now. There's a tower up over here, so they will be forced back.
They're like, oh, I wanted to kill that top racks here.
I mean, that's what it felt like, for sure. But you know what? The creep wave is here. Everybody's still in position.
Nightfall's full Daedalus is finished. She's almost 25. Isn't that insane?
That's insane. It's a 26-minute game.
And you got a 25.
All right, they're going to try to make moves on Nightfall. Again, they burned through all the mana. Still has that Aegis, though, so they need to be careful they don't dump everything on him. All right, looks like they should be able to take down the Aegis. He's coming right back up again. The roll, though, coming out, plus the global silence. Look, he just ticks down. He goes down so quickly, and he does not have buyback for a minute.
It just looks so, that's so casually. Hanskin in trouble now, trying to slow this down, but I
think this game is just hemorrhaging at this point.
They have to get in there, but it's so hard. The Plague Wards, everyone's really tanky. Nightfall's basically unkillable. How can they get in there?
That's the question that Alliance is asking themselves right now, because even if they get in there, even if they land a beautiful Chronosphere, do they have enough damage even at this point?
Not to kill Dusa, that one's really hard. Yes. It has to be like Flesh.
Silencer again. All right, there's the Echo Slam, follow up the silence. They have the BKB on Nico Baby, but he just takes too much. Again, buyback now coming up around to S4, he falls. This Chronosphere, it was so nice, but it just doesn't have the damage. The GG gets called, Alliance has had enough. They're ready to move on to a fresh new game, get a fresh new start, and VP just rolling on over them.
They just, yeah, they got so far behind so quickly. Like, all those early mid-game fights were fine. They got their kills, they got their pickoffs here and there, they got Blink Dagger pretty quick on Earthshaker. And then we're like, oh yeah, that's right, there's Medusa in the game. And she's got like 1,500, 2,000 net worth over your other carry. And again, they just pressured so well. I think it was GPK and I think it was Save. Those two guys just went around the map getting stuff done. DM played his role very correctly too. Like he laned well. He pushed lanes. He skill builded to like max out wards as fast as possible. He's like, I'm not gonna really get a kill on Nico Baby. Nico Baby's gonna play safe. I'm just gonna get one poison sting. I'm gonna max out wards. I'm gonna constantly pressure the map, and then my Puck and my Earth Spirit are just gonna go around getting kills. And with that said, we can still criticize Nico Baby. He died mid that one time, right after I believe Limp almost got caught by Earth Spirit. Like, he got coil punched immediately afterwards. That kill needs to not happen. There's like little things like that add up that like delayed his BKB and therefore delayed any attack speed and any hope of him getting chrono kills. So certainly there's some justification to blame Alliance for this loss, but it's also VP playing like really good. They played so good.
I was about to say, like, you can't diminish that away because, did Nico Baby get caught out a couple times? Yes, but the way that they were playing, the aggression that they were bringing, especially when you have a Puck, when you have an Earth Spirit who they have the freedom to go wherever they want, that just makes the game so much harder. So, again, Nightfall, again, perfect. 10, 0, and 8. I feel like I see this guy consistently just very minimal death. Same thing with GPK. I think there was like a whole DPC season where he almost didn't die once.
He broke 1,000 XPM on Nightfall as well,
Yeah.
which makes sense. He got 25 right there before the game ended. That's incredible performance by him. That was great. What a game. Fun to watch.
What a game. Exactly.
That's how Deuce is supposed to work, guys. If you're not doing it like that, you're bad. Okay. That's all.
Well, that was very uplifting and positive. Thank you, Purge. But yeah, this is, of course, a best-of-2 series. So for this first match, Virtus.pro will be taking it with very clean, very nice-looking Dota. And we're going to see if Alliance is going to be able to strike back and even it out with a 1-1. And we are back with game number 2 of VP versus Alliance. Game number 1, VP looked very, very dominant and played some very nice-looking Dota. Alliance had these moments where they were looking very, very strong, but unfortunately the aggression that came out from VP just ended up being too strong for them to handle.
It was, yeah. And Alliance had some great moments, but things just felt a little disconnected. They didn't necessarily have enough damage to deal with the Deuce lineup. It's like they crushed the rest of the lineup for a while, but at some point I was like, you either need to like start threatening the Dusa, or you need to like crush the enemy team harder in map control, and they had issues with that with the heroes they did. So then all of a sudden the game kind of just blew up, and they got too far behind. So maybe a very different game this game in terms of that so far. Let's hop into the draft. We got bans of Monkey King and Silencer in the first phase by VP, heroes that were in the previous game, and then we're going to see a Tiny ban. Tiny's, I haven't seen him once today.
No.
I guess he's going to be the most banned.
Oh, I'm going to get those points, dude. I'm going to get them.
Is that what you put on?
Yeah, I said that he was going to get banned.
10 seconds.
He's the most banned hero.
I can't remember if I put him there in the end.
5 seconds.
I just felt like everybody was talking about him, and I feel like if everyone's talking about him, there's a very high chance that
I put Monkey King as most
I mean,
banned.
the days are early. Monkey King did just get banned.
I did do Earthshaker most picked hero, which is so far looking pretty good because we've
I
gotten quite a.
Sand King.
I haven't seen a
That
Sand
could
King.
evolve, though.
No,
It
we
could
did.
evolve.
We literally did see a Sand
Yeah,
King.
we did
earlier
see a Sand
today.
King earlier.
I was gonna be like, I haven't seen a Sand King yet. Wait. Okay.
Short-term memory, not your forte there, champ.
I'm missing a lot of brain cells from various things.
At least you didn't get a 7 for int.
Impossible.
That's true. I have more than 7 intelligence in D&D.
Poor Jenkins. That's like the level of a cat. He's got the intelligence of
Are
a cat.
cats smarter than dogs in D&D? I guess they are in real life too, generally. That's not always
Dogs learn
true, though.
better.
I feel-
Although I feel like cats just ignore.
Dogs are also much more bred for
Loyal.
purposes.
Yeah, obedience.
Versus cats are more like probably more aesthetics
10
typically.
seconds
Whereas dogs like,
remaining.
I need my dog to do X insane task because we're actually going to use it like a machine. Nobody does that for cats really, right?
I mean,
I'm going to make a
maybe.
battle. I'm going to breed a battle cat, you know?
Do it. Oh my god, that'd be so cool.
Why don't just get a lion?
Assassin
So
cat.
just
No, you get an assassin cat.
That's true, you could.
Teach it this to climb through. Cats are liquid. You could go anywhere if you taught that cat. Anyways, I digress.
Good point.
We do have the IO pickup over on the side of VP, and we have a Night Stalker and a Mirana pickup over on the side of Alliance.
Night themed on the dire side. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you know, it's always nice when you see the one of the side characters from the anime Dota 2 Dragon's Blood showing up, you know? Now we need to have a Luna on the other side, so that way they can... was that a spoiler? I shouldn't have
It
said that.
is Dire's ban.
I don't think we'll see it, though.
I don't think anyone cares at the point. We're like,
Except that one guy in
has it
chat
been,
who is
6
now going to have
months
a
since
vendetta
the
against
anime?
me. Like,
No, it's
way to
been-
go, Moxie, spoiling everything.
it's been like 7 months since the anime came out or something like that. If you don't know what characters are in the anime yet, you don't care. You weren't gonna watch it. It's not like we're really spoiling
10
much or anything.
What if we have new
Remain.
viewers, Purge? What if we have new viewers who didn't know that there was an anime on
5
Netflix called Dota 2
seconds
Dragon's
Guys,
Blood?
go on anime.com/Netflix. Flicks. That's not the URL. I messed it up at the
You
start, and I was
totally
like, I gotta
messed it up,
spin
dude.
this.
Totally messed it up.
Anime.com/Netflix.
Do not go there. We don't know what's actually there.
That's
Do
true.
not go there.
WhiteHouse.gov. Or sorry, .com. That's a throwback, guys. Moxie's gonna get that joke.
Oh my god.
It's actually clean there now. You're safe. Night Stalker and Mirana. Night Stalker is seen as definitely a potential or strong pick. Potentially good or strong
is
pick.
Radiant's
It's not on
fan.
every game kind of thing, but if Alliance wants to go with some vision control, some initiation, it can be really good. Just like jumping in the middle of like an IO pairing and silencing both of those guys is going to be kind of nice depending on the hero they're pairing it with. But the question is, who is the pairing? Is it Lycan? I mean, hypothetically, you could, because then you'd be like a really fast ball
be
light.
zooming.
But and Lycan core is certainly something I expect to see like maybe once or something, because you can switch up, be like, aha, it's not Lycan offlane,
I
it's
feel like
a
it's going
carry.
to be DM, though, on this. I really have the strong
Probably.
feeling.
But let's look at their bans. They banned Invoker, the IO Invoker. Whew, that's a combo right there. IO Razor actually can be quite good in terms of running at your opponents. The dangerous part is that like Razor's like kind of an insane run at you hero, and IO's like, I don't really want to go that hard,
10
buddy. You know,
seconds.
that
Well,
kind
you
of
want to always be skirting on the outsides, and if you're going a mile a minute, you know, chasing after
Dire's
someone, you're just like, we right at the. You have to really
Yeah.
know IO well, I feel.
Yeah,
in
that's
order
true.
To make that work.
IO wants to play on the edge, going in and out, and Razor's like, I would like to be on top of the enemy hero directly.
In the middle of all of
and
them.
no matter
please.
what happens, once I latch on, I'm not leaving. I'm going with them all the way.
Oh, it's leashes on leashes on leashes.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
a little bit
I need like a
centipede.
10 seconds.
Whatever it's called.
horrifying.
What's that movie?
Horrifying.
5
You know,
seconds.
we know Jenkins and Suns fan right here, and we know you guys are really sad about that. So we wanted to bring the poop jokes to Ti.
I didn't want to bring the poop jokes.
Somebody's
Why
gotta
did
do
I
it.
get roped into this? Help! This is my first TI. Purchase sabotaging
I would
me.
love to say this. You're look, I just want you to know you're allowed to swear, as of what Valve said a couple years ago, and it's probably still the same rule. Let's test it.
No, I am not open. No,
Just
no. This feels like a trap.
TV Band as well, and Medusa. So those are the high damaged,
10
semi-ranged
seconds
heroes
remain.
that are going to be able to turn out objectives after they get good map
5
control from
seconds
either Night Stalker
remain.
ulti kills and dives or Mirana ones. So those make some sense. Slark Ban, great pairing with Io, very effective laning against Night Stalker during the daytime. Night Stalker is basically a creep during the daytime, and Slark could abuse him really well. So that makes sense to ban that as an Io pairing. The obvious ones are still, Gyro and Ursa, I guess, is other Io pairings. But
Radiant's turn to pick.
there it is, Bane Io.
Dire's turn.
The classic combo. Oh my gosh, it's the Dota 2 anime
There
Dragon's
it is.
Blood. It's happening.
Well, they got to pick Dragon Knight now, and I just don't know about that one. But Io Luna is very good too. In some ways a little bit better than it used to be. Not that it hasn't. Anyway, you get Spell Amp when you tether to somebody
10
on Io,
seconds
so it can make your
remain.
Eclipse really effective. The only downside to the Io Luna combo is
5
that
seconds
you can farm
remain.
fast, but it kind of like leaves Luna a little underleveled, and she can already farm really fast by herself. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Io jump around. And in fact, with the Bane and the Io, it's very likely to be Bane Luna. Bane Luna is a fantastic lane. It's so good to play as. Bane's already like a strong laner. He can Nightmare, and now he's got extra damage from Luna Aura. It's like a disgustingly good lane. Very strong at winning lanes, and certainly something that's really appropriate for having to deal with a Night Stalker. So I like the Bane Luna, and then later on it'll become Io Luna. So it's just gonna be like Io Lycan. Lycan's literally gonna regen all the damage he takes. And Luna Bane's gonna be safe, and then VP is gonna have to pick their mid hero first here, unfortunately. So Alliance will get the counter pick, but
10 seconds.
Morphling pick itself looks pretty good. Not the
5
best transform
seconds.
steal type of stuff, but
It's a Nico Baby classic. Like he really,
True.
I think this is actually his favorite hero, if I recall correctly.
it's not the best heroes to transform into. But unless you did like Night Stalker when he used ulti, that'd be kind of cool. Turn into Night Stalker, turn on the silence, run a little bit.
But I feel like
Turn
Luna has
back.
such an edge too, like being able to see in the night as well. Like
That is true, but
it's
it's
not that huge of a deal, but it is.
Well,
It is a bonus.
It is, yeah, and yeah, you reduce your opponent's night vision when you use Night Stalker ulti, but Night Stalker's value is more about being able to see everything yourself, not so much restricting vision. And it's easy to forget that trope sometimes because Night Stalker ulti used to reduce your vision actually.
Oh, I hated that.
Yeah, it was kind of rough. It was kind of like, I really can't see anything
It is
right now.
Radiant's ban.
But yeah, the Night Stalker's like, I pop my ulti, I see where everybody is, and now we can make perfect teamfight decisions for 30 seconds because we should have perfect information basically. So, but you're right, Luna Aura does give everybody night vision, and it's a decent solution for that, especially if somebody can like get on a cliff or
10
you're gonna see
seconds.
Night Stalker coming more often on flat even ground, which is definitely
5
advantageous sometimes. So.
seconds.
The only downside is when you eclipse, don't you make it nighttime?
You do make a nighttime, yes.
Okay, so that could be bad if you're trying to eclipse Night Stalker. You could run away in that exact moment. Morphling, I think, is going to lane very well against Lycan. High armor. Lycan doesn't really harass that much, so Morphling was not a weak laner, but he should be able to abuse this. Tons of physical damage, so I think they're pretty happy seeing Morphling versus Lycan matchup. Because if Morphling has a good start, who's going to gank him? It's not going to be Luna. It's not going to max Lucent Beam. It's going to have to be whatever mid-hero VP picks, or maybe like a Grip. Because right now their gank is like pretty bad the first 10 minutes. Like they'll have strong laning for the safe lane, the Luna Bane. But other than that, Lycan's going to hit creeps, Io's going to stack, Luna's going to clear the stacks, then Io will maybe like
10
help Luna
seconds remain.
clear stacks earlier and faster. But VP's going to need some like
5
strong gank
seconds
hero.
remain
Storm, I
to
was thinking
pick.
Void Spirit right now. That's like the perfect hero for like moving around the map, getting stuff done.
Dire
Ban the Spirit
must
Heroes. Let's see what they go for.
That works. I mean, we saw how GPK played last game. Definitely will be able to provide some control, some silence, and a lot of burst, which is nice too.
And the other nice thing is that Puck's a little hard to kill, and Alliance's disable is not excellent right now. Outside of like Night Stalker silence into like a disable follow-up would be nice. That part's really nice, but like landing air on Puck pretty hard, landing Snapfire Cookie on him pretty hard, and I would say Morphling. Like Puck isn't that amazing against Alliance's heroes. That's not necessarily true, I guess. I feel like Puck's pretty good against like Night Stalker, Mirana, Snapfire. It's not so great against Morphling, but it's a great Puck pick. I like that. It just means that VP should have less carry potential than they would have with like a Void Spirit or a Storm, who usually go a little harder. But even that isn't necessarily true, because last game we saw GBK still like if you get kills and you don't die, you're just gonna have a net worth advantage. And GBK's amazing player. Oh my God! Anime.com/Netflix/Dota Dragon's Blood. Put it into your browser. Turn off the stream right now. Get acquainted with our friends. Unfortunately, it does not have the persona, which is a pretty big downer. But and let's animate it up. You want to just quote? I can like Google voice lines from the movie if you or the anime if you want.
Do it. Do it.
All
you
right.
said that you you offer it up.
Dota2Netflix.com/anime fun quotes. Dota2 anime.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
Quotes. Weird, nothing came up. That's too bad.
That's incorrect. What? Man.
That's really unfortunate. For some reason, Google is down. I mean, the internet these days, the websites just crash all the time.
Rich is a liar.
Twitch unreliable, Twitter unreliable, Facebook unreliable. What else went down? WhatsApp, Instagram. Are we gonna?
That's someone calling you a liar.
I'm just gonna have
right
to.
there.
I'm just gonna have to watch the anime later tonight and take notes. That's how I do my homework. Nico
Yep.
Baby does have that sick Morphling set.
That is really cool.
The shark set.
It makes
he
sense.
has to, right?
He's a shark.
He loves them shark lines. All right, talking about Dragonite. Dragonite traditionally is the Puck counter on paper. As we said this a million times on panels when Puck was godly, because when Puck leaves the lane to go gank, you just take the tower as Dragonite. You do a lot of damage, right?
They don't have the greatest heroes to be able to rotate and try to put pressure on Dragonite, which is another way to try to alleviate that sort of pressure, is you gank him when he hits 6, so that way he's not allowed to take the tower.
Exactly, yeah. Either gank him or just be like, hello, I am here as the support. And you're like, oh, I don't want to hit that tower because you're going to initiate him and TP like an offlaner and then kill me. So yeah, just keeping him away when he uses ulti is a great way to limit him. With that said, though, Dragonite's win rate's not so good. He trended pretty hard the last like 8 months or something like that. He got a moderate amount of nerfs, much like Puck. So the downside is that Dragonite's still in a weaker place. His Dragon Blood talent, unfortunately, has been reduced to be less effective, despite it being the anime name. You think they just leave that one untouched, but too much regen on the hero. He was just too survivable. But he's still an effective hero in the right game. He's gonna be great. He's also excellent with the lineup. Like, it's not even just like, oh, he's great against Puck. He's great with Mirana. You get a blink dagger at a reasonable time. You blink in, you stun a guy, you arrow them, boom, you get a fight. What are you
He's
laughing at?
also great with Mirana in the Dota 2 anime.
Wow,
Dragon's
you are
Blood.
so right.
I'm so sorry. I will try to rein it in. But yeah, that gives them, you know, it makes us space creators, which is really nice for Nico Baby. He's going to be able to allow farming. You've got the tower pressure that comes along, and it's also just a very tanky hero. However, on the flip side of that, a lot of pressure on Nico Baby to make sure that he has the physical damage necessary to be able to carry this game.
Let's see if they can find any engagements. They have the vision advantage due to Night Stalker.
That is a pretty. I like that they changed
the nighttime free.
Yeah, I like
me
that
too.
a lot.
Because it increases the chance that you have fights anyways. Whereas before you'd be like, oh, I see you across the river. I'm definitely not going to the river. Now it's like, oh shit, I might as well stay for the bounty like this, you know?
Last 4 will be able to snap it up, and then he is a very large creep for the next how many minutes?
What are you talking about?
He's playing Night Stalker.
Oh, yes.
It is
the
daytime.
Night Stalker, yes. He's got 5 minutes of pain, that's for sure. Save playing 4 position Bane, actually. Very interesting. Bane traditionally doesn't scale that great as a 4, but, you know, there's decent items you can buy that, like we said earlier today, Ags on Bane can be good. He's gone for lots of stats just to make his hero even better. And then, in fact, they're tri-laning here. They're going to just do a Lycan in the safe lane, which is going to be pretty safe to get last hits. And then, yeah, we'll see how this works out for him. They're going to prevent S4 from going to his creep wave, so, you know, he's going to continue being a creep here. The poor guy.
I mean, this was not going to be a super comfortable lane for him anyway, so I feel like even as long as he doesn't die repeatedly, which is again usually the purpose of having a tri lane, right, is to be very aggressive, I think they're fine with it over on the side of Alliance.
Yeah, as long as S4 gets some levels, it will be relatively okay, and Hanskin can always just leave an arrow creeps here and there, so that part will be okay too. But so far, Hanskin's been guaranteeing some of the experience. And yeah, but they're going to reset now. Safe ends up TPing back to the safe lane. He was just trying to like limit some of the advantage that S4 could get by keeping him out of lane a little bit longer, which was effectively done.
Do you like the way that this has kind of gotten changed around here with having the Luna up here with the IO?
It probably had to do with like scouting and lane setups for somebody. It was probably that Alliance wanted this lane setup because they had this really deep ward on the cliff. They probably saw DM coming bottom, and then they said like, oh, well, if he's there, we want to lane Morphling. That's what I said in the draft as well. I was like, Morphling against Lycan sounds pretty good to me. You wouldn't want to play Morphling against Luna because you're going to have to get fought all the time. But he's basically going to take no harassment now, and thus can be like full agi-morphed and getting good last hits. So that's probably why S4 got here late and thus couldn't TP. If he TPs to the lane instead of walks past, then they just TP Luna bottom, and then S4 stuck, and they TP Lycan top, and then it's like Lycan versus Nightstalker, which Lycan wants. So basically, S4 had to be punished in this moment, so I would say Alliance is happy with the lane matchups, and I don't think VP cares that much, frankly.
Okay.
Hopefully you guys followed all that. Lane swapping stuff is a little bit tricky. Oh wow, Limp getting 2 points in Breathe Fire. Pretty atypical right now. A lot of people just get like lots of Dragon Blood, but I think he just realized like I want to farm. And this is like the original way to play DK, but the last like year, it's a lot of armor points.
Lose together, win together, slay together, slay together, slay
Pretty
together.
quiet otherwise, though. As I say that, Save is taking some harass here from FNG and Nico Baby. But of course, there's only so much that they can do. So he does have a couple tangos on him still. Should be able to just regen back up again. And that was, you know, just a little side distraction here. So DM could hit a couple more creeps and not take as much damage. This is a double range lane.
Seem to be doing pretty even.
Save. That's Fairy Fire, turns around. Brain Sap, taunting his way out here. Looks like he's absolutely fine.
Okay, still a lot of damage though. It's going to force him to go back. Doesn't have enough tangos to offset this. Limp's doing great, by the way. 19 last hits, 5 denies. So he's doing better than Puck is. But, you know, he's got this damage advantage, and slight damage advantage, and Breathe Fire also reduces damage. So as long as he Breathe Fires on GPK, and generally Pucks don't like getting phase shift too much, and if they do, they only have like 1 point, the cooldown's a lot longer. It's 8 seconds, so it's probably just easier in Limp's mind to abuse Breathe Fire to guarantee that GPK has less damage. So I think that's why he's doing a bit better. And I believe Limp is classically a DK player, if I'm not mistaken, too.
Yes.
So
He played a lot of this during PPC. You know, his Tiny is really like, I would say world renowned.
yeah, for sure.
As well, but that's just a hero that we're probably not going to be able to see unless something else rises in popularity.
Yeah, for sure. And they get both body runes as well. They're doing a good job controlling those. So nothing for GPK. With that said, he's got a lot of stuff sitting at the moment. He's going to be completely fine. But last hit-wise, I feel like pretty even across the map. Pretty low for S4 at 12 and 17 for the Lycans. So basically both players, their offlaners are a little bit limited here. But almost nighttime. Nightstalker's level 4. We'll see what he goes for in terms of lane pressure. I don't necessarily see them killing IO, but you never know.
I don't really see them like getting super aggressive personally, unless they land like a really nice arrow, especially now that S4 is being forced back, forced to do some of this regenning.
It's
Not
just
sure how aggressive they're actually going to be. Their couriers are just dropping left and right now.
Ooh, that was a big one. That was a crown and 2 clarities actually. That's going to mean that Lycan can't summon nearly as many wolves in the next 2 minutes basically. Where I mean that's like 2 summons of wolves right there. He just lost, and he just cast one. He's down to his last set of wolves for a bit. Tough for him in terms of like lane stability, scouting, all that stuff. GPK not quite 6. Limp is though. See how committed Limp gets to pushing this creep wave, but GPK is going to do his best to offset that by pushing himself.
I think it's crazy the fact that, you know, there's Nightstalker in this game, and we were like, you know, oh, do you think he's going to get aggressive or not? It's actually Nightfall and Kingslayer that are getting ultra aggressive, and they've got a Cardi wave, and they're pushing, right, putting so much down. Slayer, of course, just with the overcharge. Hanskin and FNG making their own rotation, just gonna immediately get more. But oh, there it is, a nice cookie coming out from FNG. He's got his angles, he does his geometry, and that's going to be our first blood at 5:53 minutes.
That was really well done how they did that. Like, run the Night Stalker after the IO, force him to retether, and once he retethers, like, you know exactly where he's going to be. You land that great cookie stun, get the nice Starstorm off, and Hanskin's playing this lane great. They're basically just saying, like, we know this is going to be hard, S4 is going to get beat up, and we're just going to arrow range creeps, get levels. Nico Baby pressured a little bit on the bot lane, but realistically, they can't, they literally cannot kill this guy. He's a little slow, movement speed-wise, because he hasn't bought boots yet, but, like, he's just trying to finish his Morbid Mask. Once he finishes that, his lane is more or less guaranteed.
I feel like it's just a situation where, although DM, of course, did lose that courier, he just kind of wants to park himself in this lane and just continuously push, right?
This was cool by VP though. Yeah, like continuously pushes and park there is really good to do. But if they hadn't rotated Hanskin here, that was really well done. What VP did, they pushed him past the creep wave. He wasn't able to pull the creep wave past. That means the catapult stays alive. But with Hanskin TPing in and arrowing the catapult, this tower actually stays alive. The tower legitimately would be dead right now if Hanskin didn't have TP or hadn't rotated here. It was a really big deal. Hanskin's definitely holding this game together right now.
Surprised that we haven't seen any big rotations. I guess it's like you said, it's the DK effect. You don't want to leave your tower because you know that he's going to pop Dragon Form, he's going to start pushing. So I guess that's why GPK is kind of been chilling, because it doesn't seem like anyone's really super suffering here.
yeah, everyone's doing decent.
Just a number.
But there's always going to be space for this. I mean, Night Stalker being a little bit behind is slightly rough, but ultimately, yeah, Puck a little bit low on mana makes his rotations feel a little bit weird because he has to spam so much to keep Limp away from the tower. Tower did take some damage from Limp's first ulti. I completely missed it, but he's off cooldown again now. So we'll see if he tries to commit to pushing the tower.
Okay, makes this rotation, throws out the Nightmare.
Save it trouble.
The pop is followed up with a nice arrow. There's not really anything that GPK can do here. King Slayer also making a rotation. Get a little bit more regen over onto GPK. But they pop the Dragon Form, they get a kill, but they haven't managed to put the pressure on the tower just yet, so...
It's hard. They're just going to keep nuking. GPK just orbs every single creep wave here. They're hoping to get maybe a catch there with the cookie. Puck into Dragon Stun. Yeah, they actually find an Observer Ward too. That was a really good read. So they'll do some damage to tower. Not they won't be an insane amount, but Nightfall may dive top with DM though. They're going for the run in at S4. He's gone for lots of points, 100 than that. He wants the movement speed to make up for his slightly less his lower net worth, but tower will die top. So
this tower is absolutely crumbling. Oh yes, that. Oh, I forgot about that taunt. Oh my gosh.
The cat one.
The cat one. Yeah, there's two, because there's the one where she's got like the glaze and it makes like a helicopter noise, and then you've got the one that's the. Mask Madness complete on Luna, and you can see Sage just backing up. They're making some moves over to this bottom tower. They have to expect it though.
Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
Yeah, for sure. It's very common to do this, especially with Nico Baby here. Tons of physical damage. He's the catapult effectively. And with the Morbid Mask, his lifesteal's so strong. So it's not too common right now that Morphling gets kind of like a free lane like this in my experience. You're almost always pressured. You just don't really like crush your lanes like you used to consistently. Maybe not always crush your lanes, but pretty much always have an okay time. It doesn't always happen on Morphling, but if you can just have a lane like this where you're free farm, it puts you in a much better place than Morphling.
Oh, guess who's here? GPK gets the Dream Coil off. FNG's going to hop forward. IO joining in on this tether. Hanskin trying very hard, but not going to be able to survive this. Is now FNG, jukes around the corner. GPK doesn't mind the jukes. He can find him very easily.
Did a great job with saving orb there is so important, because otherwise FNG could juke you, end up going north thinking he's there, but get that easy vision to check your corners, and everything's going to be safe. So once again, Nico continues hitting the creeps. His net worth is a little bit, just an inch behind some of the other players, but everything else is going good. They've got a little bit more damage on the enemy tower. His net worth is surprisingly pretty close to Luna's. I don't know why it's so high, but damn, good for you, Limp. Must be hitting a lot of small creeps or something.
Yes, he was hitting a lot of the camps off the side. He was, even when the puck was trying to go and clear off the camps over here, he would just go over Breathe Fire, get the last hit. Bottom lane though, they're trying to make a play, and it looks like they should be able to succeed and take down safe. That is, of course, Hunter and the Knight that got popped. They're still hunting, seeing if there's anybody else in this area, but most of the side of VP, either in the mid lane or in the top. And they do have a nice ward over here, so they will recognize that.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty good rotation.
There's the scan, too.
They got the kill. They're going to take the safe lane, and in the mid, the exact same time, DK, who just sat mid all game, gets the mid tower. So pretty good moment there for them on the Alliance side. And now probably a Blink Dagger coming too, I would guess, on the Dragon Knight. Yep, there's his Blink Dagger coming. And now is where the real fighting is going to start happening a lot, because he's just going to be Blink stunning with arrow follow-up, and we'll see if they can hold those, or limit those deaths from happening.
And then Kingslayer's just walking his little piggy over here. Oh, I hate that they added that sound. I actually really hate that they added this feeling. Yeah, it's so annoying.
I think you'd get used to it after like the 4th time you turned yourself into a pig. You'd be like, oh god, here it comes. I'm gonna be a pig. I mean, I'm sure I'd squeal the first time, maybe the first like 4 times, but the 5th time I'd be like, all right.
It hurts? Do you think it's like a transmutation where like you feel all your bones just like crumpling up?
Yeah, that doesn't sound very pleasant. Unless it like it's like let's just do the polite thing and disconnect your nerves first before we transform your whole body.
I really appreciate it. Save again, the jump forward here from Limp with that blink, followed up with the arrow, and that's a quick and easy pick off and some party damage. Middle lane, Dream Quest gonna get used by GPK. They see FNG. Do they have the detection though?
Oh, that's a big mistake. Huge mistake not having the vision here. They don't have any vision for the Invis puck, but that's more understandable. Man, the fact that they kept FNG alive, because when he was dying, I was like, man, that would have been really nice for Alliance to have Mortimer's Kiss.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, it's just nothing. Get some Rana. That's a pretty big mistake. That's a TI level mistake you don't want to make.
Nightfall top lane, pressure being placed over onto S4. You've got DM running after him with all of these creeps. He's gonna follow him deep into the woods and keep tabs on him, and eventually down he'll go.
Nicely done. Did you put the shapeshifter on mid or something? Yeah, he probably used it in the mid fight and then ended up running top. That makes sense. Okay. Well, DM's doing great. Had a little bit of a rough start, but he's been hitting creeps very successfully since then. Morphling's now worth is still pretty good. Not like the most incredible thing I've ever seen. Hasn't gotten a neutral item yet. I'm very confused on that. Did they lose one or something? No. Dire team. There's a shovel. Dig man. It's a pig pole on Dragon Knight. I mean, they're not the greatest neutral items for Morphling, but maybe he's just not noticing. I don't know. It's just a shovel. It's not that incredible. You might die here, though.
Definitely possible. Got the signs, I got the dream coil, they have the damage.
Rough one. You know, I'm going to say big ol' mistake. That was such a huge mistake. He literally attacked the sentry 2 times before starting his morph shift. You know what that means? That means he had vision, and that means he saw the frickin' puck. Am I wrong? That's what it felt like to me.
Or maybe he was expecting that something was about to happen, but just didn't think fast enough. I don't know.
I don't know. Or maybe like puck was about to go in the sentry, and then he jaunted or something. Maybe the time that he had to react was a lot smaller than I expected it to be. That's very, very likely. But unfortunate that he dies there. His net worth was not quite going crazy like Luna's was, and now it's just going to continue lagging behind a little bit, unfortunately.
That is a little bit scary, especially because we know what a threat Luna becomes at that mid-game area.
Yeah, that's true. Hunt's going to really wants to arrow this creep, but these damn wolves are in the way.
Very
we got
did manage to do it. Look at him.
DM will. Nope, there's not. You can't instantly create a new one. That's okay.
Smoke coming out from the side of Alliance. They know that they're in their woods and they want to flush them out. Of course, Link does have Blink Dagger. Blink's done right away. We'll go with Moonlight Shadow on top of it. Down the silence. DM. Those Mortimer kisses are very, very close here. Okay, there we go. There's a kill. They were going after safe. They spotted themselves someone else, and they knew that the cleanup crew was there, so they'll be able to get themselves 2 kills.
Nicely done. They get the cleanup. Morphling does not get ganked in the meantime,
Look at
which is
GPK
perfect.
though. Look at GPK and look at Kingslayer. Just how they're haunting this bottom area, because they know that if he's not there, he's somewhere else.
I mean, the more kills you can get on Morphling this early in the game, it's a big advantage. Because, you know, later on his stats become so much higher. He's a much harder kill.
Look at this.
See how safe Nico plays it. He's not going super safe. But once again, like, if he just starts morphing, he's basically fine. They don't, unless he gets gripped. He has to get like gripped or silenced without morphing while being heavily agility morphed, and that's when he dies. So I think that's the thing they're aiming for, just this kind of advantage. And even though Luna didn't die there, getting those pickoffs are still going to help catch up Morphling. Like, because Morphling is If he's difficult to kill, his matchup will be good. You just got to keep that going.
It's all over here. GPK, he teleported in. That's a long-range arrow, but does manage to go and tuck out a little bit. Follow up with the Dream Coil. Both of them going to snap over on S4 and FNG as Highfield just runs back in. They get the Nightmare off, they get the Eclipse, and that hurt. He's dead on the side of Alliance.
That's a great try, but not enough stun duration. I mean, if he has more points than Dragon Tail, maybe it's possible, but I don't blame him.
Oh, Hanskin, he gets Beans gripped. Science gets to watch GPK at the last second. Just go and snap up that regen rune.
That beautiful regen. Great grip from Save to grab that one, and that's a tier 1 tower dive. And this is the moment that we maybe think back on if Alliance loses this game. They're like, man, they were doing so good, but then they thought they were going to get that puck. They didn't land the arrow in time, and boom, that's a big moment. Because if they're not gripped, like, Night Stalker definitely doesn't die. Or, I'm sorry, not gripped, coiled. Night Stalker definitely doesn't die. Maybe Snapfire dies, but it's not that bad. And then without Night Stalker dying, maybe you don't see Mirana dying in the river. Like, it's a really big cascading effect. And their tier 1 tower maybe dies, but probably doesn't. Just it all really makes a big difference. S4 Hunted, though, he's got great net vision. I don't know if he sees puck. Can you jump out of this? I assume you can, yeah. Yeah, you can jump while you're in a disabled field as puck. And now they're going to counter hunt, looking for Limp. They will see him.
He doesn't know. Nico Baby waveforming right forward here. Ooh, just a little bit off the mark here from GPK. Not expecting him to waveform like that, so perhaps saving his life with that one little mistake. S4 though sees Nightfall, sees Kingslayer. But now they're going to have to back off. These Lycan creeps are very scary, very big. Look at this jump up over to the high ground here. S4, they have the dust, but of course he's got Thermal Cinch. He's going to be able to fly up and around the pit. Hanskin looking to see if he can make anything happen. We'll just toss out a casual arrow. Will land over on a wolf.
Io one at least. Not the worst use of the ulti.
Nico Baby already nightmared here. Follow up. They have the silence. They have the control.
Nicely done. DM dies on the backside without boots. They run him down. Here comes the relocate.
Coming in for the reload. Land over here, Limp with that piggy pole running away from GPK. He's pretty tanky, but there's also the silence. Hans gonna get chased down here by Nightfall. The dead Mirana. Blink forward here again. There's a John here from GPK. They have so much damage actually. You know, we look at Limp and we think that he's such a tanky boy, but in reality, he's really not.
Rough one. Losing Morphling before that with the chain silences is very costly. Now losing the rest of their cores as well. Really tough. Still no BKB yet on the DK, which maybe wouldn't have helped him survive. But I mean, not great to use Night Stalker ulti in that circumstance. If nobody else gets caught, though, it's not that big of a deal. You lose some momentum, but just people can't die like this. They missed the arrow on the relocate as well. Just some more mistakes coming from Alliance consistently, and that's what we're seeing. Alliance still an excellent team, but you gotta make less mistakes than your opponents in almost all circumstances. We're just not seeing that from Alliance today.
I mean, Nico Baby, again, it comes down to a lot of this aggression. As Nightfall will be able to secure himself in Aegis, but just the way that they hunt him constantly. You're seeing him all over. And this is something that Alliance does quite a bit, is the 4 Protect 1 strat, where they put a lot of pressure on Nico Baby to be the one to physically carry. And sometimes it works, but in this case, it feels like BP kind of have figured out the... What do you call it? DM, though, he's going to try to run away. Pretty fast.
Not terrible. They would love to kill, obviously, but he still pops his ulti, so that costs him a bit. If they can kill the Granite Golem, that'd be kind of nice, but that's a tanky boy, and he's running. Morphling might get gripped. He does.
The Beans grip, but they have a reload coming in. Turn right back around.
Oh my gosh.
And all the tips coming out against Nico.
It's tip warfare, very strong in this game for BP, but this is the amount of mess with Nico they've been able to do is insane.
It's like they were suspecting it though. They go right back to where they reload out from. Kingslayer does get arrows, so it looks like he is going to end up falling. You still have save nearby though. So there's a lot of heroes that are trying to go and just make something out of the fact that they know that Nightfall and Kingslayer are going to be there, but they're just not able to do it. Casual big grenade on the ground. Hello. Limp, blink forward again over onto Nightfall. GPK though, is he set it up though? Or no, it's gonna be the Aegis going down. Turn back out here. They've got those Mortimer kisses. Nightfall's back up and running, and he looks like he wants blood now. But Career does fall. That is, of course, the gem. on it.
Oh, it's GPK's career. Oh, that's unfortunate, actually. FNG did not notice the gem, and he started TPing because he knew that he's like, oh, I got to get this and run. But maybe we're going to see S4 die here.
He definitely wants it. The question is, can they get him fast enough? Because they definitely do not have any way to hold him in place with just the puck.
The fake grenade he stole hit 20 movement speed there. That's the only reason he lived.
Clearly.
I think it was an enemy one, right? Pretty sure.
You gotta pick up your stuff, guys.
It was a radiant fake grenade. Now gone.
I think Limp blinked in, and that's where we had just noticed that the fake grenade was on the ground. I wonder if it's like a glaive bounce or something had happened.
I mean, he was there farming, and then it probably was flying through there as he blinked stun, kind of a thing.
Possibly.
It's just unfortunate timing for them. Oh, even with the damage reduction on Breathe Fire this game, Drake just wants to affect the fight in a good way.
They're still just looking, itching for the fight. They find S4, Nightmare to start off everything, and look at this damage coming out from Nightfall. Holy cow.
Good luck during daytime.
Good luck indeed.
3K
Well,
gold
it's nighttime
advantage.
for him now.
That's true. That's a good. I was like, no, it's not. Oh, okay.
Bottom lane, Hanskin's getting chased a bit. DM searching over here with his little army.
Have to go for the old lead to safety. It just feels like every game, VP is just like getting a small advantage, and then they just sit on the enemy triangle. Like the parts between the tier 2 towers, they play those areas so hard. Everyone has to split push against them, and eventually they make a team fight mistake. But VP just eventually executes better, is what we're consistently seeing. It's a good play style. That's how you close out games. Get an advantage, and then you gotta try to kill all the rats. Almost catching.
Limp, just a little bit too fast here. Does have, of course, the Dream Coil. If GPK is going to be able to... They use the Dream Coil, they cancel it out. The rest of the team is here. They have the IO to help just burst out that damage. And Kingslayer gets a kill on Dragon Knight.
Honestly, he could have BKB TP. And maybe he thought it wasn't worth it, but I'm a little surprised, to be honest.
Do you think it was worth it?
Oh, maybe not. He's not dead for that long.
Hanskin just leapt right forward in front of Nightfall. Hello? This is not good for you, Hanskin. That's just a free kill.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Did I do that right?
Is that a thing?
Slacks is. Oh, no.
No, it's not the same. Sorry, Purge.
You do it.
Oh, no. It's more like a Slacks thing. I'd have to screech a little
Yours
bit
is
more,
worse.
too.
Like, your tone is fine, but it's not accurate to the... It's
I
more like
haven't-
frustration, not like
I haven't
like
listened to it.
perplexed happiness. That's what I got.
Oh, no. It's kind of like a Slacks thing. I don't know.
Oh, I mean his voice line in game.
Oh, the one in game. I haven't listened to it that much. I just told you.
All right, I'll let it go. VP, they're good, guys. If that wasn't obvious, very strong team. Making stuff happen. They got a gem. Puck hasn't died yet. GPK is good at Dota. Who knew? Everybody did. Everybody knew that.
Smoke play coming out from Alliance. Looks like they're going to try to retake their jungle. It's difficult, though. Limp, though, finding this opening immediately over onto DM.
Great
Arrow
block.
will connect, so they should be able to just obliterate him very quickly. No! He's still alive! They follow up with the Dream Coil. The BKBs are coming out now, but Nightfall, look at this damage coming out. Nico Baby, he can't survive this. It's too much burst damage. As they're just chased back. Save does eventually fall here, but Nightfall, they're just chasing after Limp now. GPK leading the hunt. It's just too much for them to handle. It's a double kill now for Nightfall.
Do end up killing DM in the end, but losing Morphling and the Dragon Knight, that doesn't feel good in the slightest. GPK still hunting. Aeondis going to buy him some time. We'll see if he can get out of this. I don't think so. He's going to be silenced for a bit.
They feel like they're little... Oh, the relocate FNG. It's a godlike Nightfall. This guy.
I really recommend running Nightfall in Fantasy, guys. It's a
Yeah,
it's a good
apparently.
plan here.
That GPK too, man. We've got, what, 9-0
Yeah.
and 3 currently on this Luna.
Let me just go over to the old Fantasy
6-0
points tab.
and 7 for
Fifth.
GPK.
Hanskin has 14.3 points. I don't know how he's got all that. I mean, he did play really, really good early.
Play well. There's the BKB coming up from S4, but there's just too much damage yet again. They do manage to finally take down Kingslayer. Nightfall now a little worried here. They do have buyback on the eye if they want to try, but they're going to be able to lock him down, hold him into place for a little bit longer. BKB not up for another couple seconds as he wants to try to go and pop it. Looks like he's not even going to bother. So Alliance does manage to hold, but they still have this Thunderhide who's just chewing away over at this one little particle.
He actually is destroying the basement.
Indeed, there's this thrown out by FNG. Save needs to be so careful.
We'll see the cheese on the ground. Be like, he was here.
He was here! There are rappers!
Nature's wax rapper, of course.
Yep.
Oh, I think you might find him. He sees him.
And he found him over in the corner, the blink forward from Limp, and there's the waveform. Should be an easy kill for Nico, baby.
It's trapped in by FNGC. Alright, well, they got some kills. They held. The barracks is alive. The male barracks almost died, but it's going to regen. If they can just keep the game about even for the next 5 or so minutes, they're going to be sitting alright in terms of impact on the map. Let those heal up. S4 still kind of struggling here, but he's doing his job. He's running in and creating some openings for his team, and that's what matters in a lot of cases.
So just the aggression here over on FNG, but perhaps it was baited. Go for the Moonlight Shadow. Okay, takes him out. That's the Aeon Disc that does get wrong. The rest of the team's still standing nearby if they decide to overcommit on
MMR
this.
is just a number.
That's nice. Increase the Aeon Disc cooldown. This is a pretty early Aeon Disc, so getting it to proc for its second time there, it's now at like over a 2-minute cooldown. 145, almost the 165 level. But hey, if that's what you need to beat the Dragon Knight plus Murano combo, because if he doesn't buy something like an Aeon Disc, then he's just going to get chain stunned routinely. If he gets Lincolns, he still kind of has to worry about like Night Stalker potentially. A little bit more heavily than he would otherwise, because if he like blink silences when they do the chain stuns, like you still die basically. So good itemization considering 707 KDA for Puck, so he's still having a great match. See if they go in. They just smoked. They saw it, I think, with the ward.
Got the shard online for Luna as well. Those extra glaives bouncing everywhere. Dagon now. Puck. IO, GPK jumps forward, save is just blown up, but the rest of the team is here. They're going to see what they can make out of this. Kingslayer trying his best to just back off. He wants to try to survive. He's very important here for Nightfall, but it looks like they'll be able to burst him down. And now it looks like Nightfall, DM, backing off a little bit. They have GPK, but they do still see FNG. They've got the dust on him, and I think they still have a gem. So GPK's courier with his Dagon does eventually get taken down. They pop the BKB though over on Nightfall. They want to try to man fight against Nico Baby, but they need to find a way to hold him into place. They do manage to cancel out that TP. This is not looking good. Nico Baby is down.
Very hopeful TP. Very, very hopeful TP. It's so hard for him to fight right now though. Against Luna with Scotty and Shard, she just hits you with a Lucent Beam. That's a 2.5-second cooldown, and you get the 50% slow for 3 seconds. And less heal. So when he tries to shift into strength, it doesn't even work as well. He's only getting 60%. It is like they've hit this timing where Morphling is like unplayable now. Like he needs like an E-Blade or something. Like he's got a Scotty of himself for himself. It's very good against Luna, but Luna has so much net worth advantage that it's hard for him to remain competitive at this point.
I mean, this is the issue too. We talked about a mid-game Luna, one who's especially farmed that was taking off. The buildings are just going to fall so quickly. Kingslayer does eat an arrow here, but doesn't care. He's tethered to Luna. He doesn't need to move.
He really doesn't.
Does not need to at all. A little poking over at FNG. Top racks does go down. Middle already fallen. Nightfall
so strong.
He's ready to go here.
Might as well. It's just going to bounce. These towers are going to die instantly.
And there's nothing that they can really do. Hanskin popping the Essence Ring, trying to run away, but that's slow, like we talked about. It's just absolutely devastating. S4 looking for an opening. Now the question is, do VP back? Is it a fake? It's a fake back. Look at them. They go right back. In again, the Dream Coil, the Waning Rift, everything being thrown over onto the backlines, over onto FNG Hanskin. They go, they try to get the Glyph off. They're still going to take down Hanskin. He's going to buy back. Glyph also to fall. Buying back as well, FNG. They're chasing after S4 now. He's just trying to lead them out of their base. Buying just a little bit more time. The Nightmare taking a bit of a rest. Nope, he is dead as well. Mortimer Kiss is coming out. Look at this heal though coming out here from the fall. From that Kingslayer. They turn right back around again. You can see Nico Baby, he's trying everything to get them out of his base, but he's not surviving long enough as they do take down FNG. Limp getting chased all the way back into the fountain now. It's another kill here for GPK. Arrow gets tossed out. Nico Baby DM just trying to get a high five and not even going to be able to get it. Nico Baby's not going to survive, so the GG gets called. VP.
They are so good. They play clean across the laning stage, across the mid game. Everything looks so good for them. Like they're hitting their item timings, they're making almost no mistakes from my perspective. Obviously, Alliance has some moments of brilliance as well where they play really good, but GPK's died 0 times. Nightfall died 1 time. The amount of times we've seen him die today has been very low. He's played fantastic, always high net worth. They play as a team. They do everything so well. Kingslayer had crazy saves right at the end, kept Luna alive, barely relocated like 600 units away so he could re-engage. Like they just, man, it just feels like it feels like, yeah, we're playing a game against VP, and all of a sudden it's like VP decided to win now, so you can't play Dota anymore. That's what feels like keeps happening. So, wow. VP looking very impressive. Can't wait to see who else they play. Again, Alliance and Undying maybe expected bottom 8 teams, but good for VP that they're winning some matches when they struggled with that this year online.
Yeah, I mean, that was the big question mark in a lot of people's minds was that, VP online, they're big, they're ferocious. They even made a meme, I believe, and then it was VP on land. It's like the cute little teddy bear sort of thing. But this is definitely the big ferocious bear. And you kind of love to see it because, again, we talked about this. VP, one of the younger squads, one of these groups that are a little less experienced. They're coming in, they're hungry, and, I love this sort of storyline. I love being able to see a group go from, I think they were VP Prodigy, and now they've been upgraded to the next level. And, who knows what's going to happen now for TI. But that is, of course, the end of this best of 2. VP take it very cleanly, 2-0. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, there's going to be a different set of casters sitting in this chair.
welcome back, all you wonderful people out there in Dota 2 World. We got another game for y'all. Trent, we've moved streams. We were over that way just a second ago.
Yes.
And now we're here.
This way.
And now we're casting the two Gs. The SG versus the VG. My brain just like melted there for a second. I don't know what happened. I apologize.
Hey, you know what it is? It's not your fault because we got SG, VG, OG, EG.
More?
I'm sure there's more that I can't even think of.
There's
That's as far as I wanted to go. Yeah, but there's a lot of them. There's all kinds of Gs because you know why? They're a bunch of gamers, and so they throw the Gs on the end.
You know who's not here though? Is actual G. He was a gamer.
Nicely done.
Thank you. We do have a draft, which we can hop into now. Our wonderful producer is going to save us as we get into this one. So a lot of different things seen. Monkey King has been banned out continuously. The couple of games that I've seen of it, I feel like I've seen it go like 1-1 or something like that.
Remaining.
Although I know that there's been more games than that.
There have been a lot of Monkey games, yeah.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
do not have the numbers yet, but the hero's looking very strong. You know who else I've seen all over the place is Elder Titan. So I'm a little disappointed it's being banned out here. But my guy DY, he loves the ET, the position 5 ET. Now, guys, let me tell you a story about a boy named DY. All right?
Tell me.
I go to this event, 2018, I want to say, Hamburg. New player, untested completely,
5 seconds
DY.
remaining.
VG.
Gaming's turn.
First game, position 5 Bane. He dies in lane. It's position 5 Bane. I don't remember who the matchup was, but it was when Bane was still really, really broken in the laning stage, and it was like an impossible death, and I was like, who is this guy?
What happened?
He had the nerves. It's the only explanation. He played so horrendously that group stage. I thought, wow, this guy's a disaster. There's no way he comes back for another tournament. He did win that tournament in the end. And by the end of that tournament, I was like, wow, this guy's pretty good. Like, he wasn't that great, even the rest of the tournament. His team won, but since then, DY has become one of my absolute favorite players to watch because he's a true recognition of just like how much you can continue to improve even when you make it up to the biggest stage. And now here once again at TI, it is time for DY to shine.
10 seconds
and
remaining.
I look forward to some superior execution. Now, as the 5, he's not actually the drafter, as you guys can see, which is kind of cool. That does belong to Old 11, who's another one of my most favorite personalities to discuss in the Chinese scene. I don't know about you.
I think that he always stands out. There's always a story, like a storyline surrounding Old 11, and he perpetually feels like, I hate to say this, but like, perpetually feels like he's almost underperforming. You know what I mean? Like, there's games where he'll completely own and you can see that potential, and then there's games where he just disappears.
Now, see, I can tell you why this happens.
Tell me.
This is an easy explanation. So the thing about Old 11 is that he, I believe they actually have a, well, one thing is, like, character, we don't get a lot of character, of course, unless we get the translations from the Chinese players. Because we need to hear about, like, the stories from their community, the stories from, the players themselves, and, like, how those interviews get translated. Yeah, but we, luckily, of course, most of the English teams, we get to, hear them.
Exactly.
Right? But Old 11, I feel like he gives me character through the way he plays. And the way he plays is this, like, absolute lunatic that, of course, gains him a lot of fans in the Chinese community. And they, the last thing I was reading from some help from Moxie and Leon Arthur was this idea in the community that he is like, everyone else on the team is too stable. They're a little too boring. He is the one that helps bring this chaos that they need, because if it weren't for him, they'd never join fights. They'd be happy just farming forever. So without Old 11 being a little bit crazy sometimes, they wouldn't get anything done. You know? That's why he's there. He has had the absolute best games I've ever seen from an offlaner, and I will say that in Dota 2. And he has also had the absolute worst. Captain's Draft, DC, don't watch those games. Don't watch the Old 11 puck, guys. Wasn't good. But when he's at his best, he's unbelievable.
Unbelievable. You know, another player that I feel like is sort of an archetype of that is Tavo.
That's true.
I feel like it's another one of those players that, he can absolutely dominate a game. And then occasionally he just, like, falls off the side.
Well, you know who, I mean, one of the best clips of all time is also Costa Bile, of course. The Terrorblade, the 1v5 Terrorblade, Costa Bile, that's legendary, That's probably one of the best clips ever from an SA player, on the big stages, the big matches. And so quite the title to have.
I mean, I think it's so interesting, too, because so many of these players from SG were, like, perpetually sort of heralded as the next big thing coming from South America and all that stuff. And all of them kind of got supplanted by Beast Coast. And then it's like, well, what happens? You know, with all these guys that we saw, they were coming in there, or they're putting up, you know, taking games off secret, what have you, whatever it was, whatever, you know, iteration of the roster it was that existed. It felt like these players were supposed to be the ones that were on the come up. And now finally, they're again getting their chance here. I'm curious how it works, because I feel like they're definitely coming in as not just the underdogs in this game, but the underdogs in the group stage. They're probably, if we had a prediction for a team to go out in the group stage, SG would be up there for them, I think.
Here's, like, I did the entirety of the SADPC. I did every lower bracket or every lower division game and every upper division game for Season 1 and Season 2. And I would not have predicted SG would make the TI. I was just like sure that No Ping was going to do it. SG were not even the next team in line for me. And they performed so well at the qualifiers.
5 seconds
under a lot of pressure, too, because they got a little bit of flack in the community for their performance and stuff, despite having some pretty big names, right? That
of course
everyone expects a lot from them, too. And so to step up in that moment definitely shows a lot as a team. And I hope they can bring that again here, right? Like, again, they're going to be in a similar situation where they're all grouped up together, right? That's one nice thing about some of the communities being able to do that, like sort of a boot camp for the TI qualifiers. So they got to bring that energy once more under the leadership of Mr. KJ.
Mr. KJ. Just real quickly, we're gonna do something here. We're gonna try it out. If you're new to Dota, if you haven't watched that much Dota, I want you to just mute the broadcast for like 12 seconds, okay?
Why? Why are you doing this?
Just give me
no,
one
don't
second.
Do
listen,
this.
listen, just for a second. 12 seconds. Give us 12 seconds. When that next pick comes up, then you can unmute it. All right, here we go. All right, the normies are out now. We know that it's ADR. We know it's Adriano. We're going to call him 40R for the broadcast so the normies know what's up, okay?
What? No, I'm calling him ADR or Adriano.
They're not going to know who it is. Oh, God, all right. Welcome back, everybody. Hello. Hope you guys are having a good one. We were just having a nice little time here talking about the pick. We called Disruptor, right?
Yeah, no, that's great. No, it's fine. Look, it looks like ADR. Because first off, it's elite speak, so it's fine. But with like the period, it almost completes the slant on just a different looking A.
That's true.
So it's fine. All right, it's fine.
5 seconds remaining.
You know, more players. We haven't talked about Theolokor at all. This guy, for some reason, there's like 2 players that ever make me think of Bounty Hunter. And it's Theolokor and it's Piladai. Piladai killing a bunch of couriers, doing his thing. I'm really hoping to get some Theolokor bounty at this tournament. Because it used to be something that he really liked back in the day when support bounty was a little more popular. No, it's kind of sneaking back in here. Unfortunately, they banned the Tinker, which of course is a kind of a cheesy strat with the Bounty Hunter, so we might not see it this time.
That's fair. I will also say the other one that stands out to me with him was the Earthshaker, back when it was the old SG with the wonderful Leslau on their squad as well. But yeah, one thing that we'd sort of been talking about, just to bring it back to like the meta of the group stage, was we've seen a lot of Tidehunter, and Disruptor, it feels like, is that hero that I want to see more teams picking. It's so strong against it.
Yeah, we were going over some of the heroes. So the main discussion, guys, with Tidehunter, if you watched the OG Alliance series earlier today with us, they did not take an answer for Tidehunter, despite Tidehunter being picked in the first phase, and they were heavily punished, because if you don't have some way to stop this Kraken from occurring and dispelling the Tide and allowing the hero to get off the Ravage, then your cores need a BKB, or they just simply can't fight. So, you know, this is why you need these spells like Disruptor. He can't Kraken Shell off the Static Storm. He's stuck. He's silenced. He can die. That's good. And there's not that many heroes that fit that bill. We talk about, like, Night Stalker could maybe follow you around with the silence.
True.
You got Chronosphere, but that one's terrifying. Because if you don't kill him during the Chrono, now you really lost the fight. You
Black
got Doom.
Hole.
Yeah, Black Hole. That's pretty good, too. And then Disruptor. And yeah, I know there's some more. There's breaks and stuff. But we're not going to list them all. Disruptor's a good one. Happy to see at least one answer so far.
And it feels like it fits within a lot of the rest of this draft, too, right? Like Tiny, jump on one hero. Maybe you find that extra one with a glimpse. Lycan, you're starting to push down towers. People are like...
Vision combo, too, with Disruptor.
Right.
Is always good with the Wolves.
Well, and it's like, if people are saying, okay, we're going to come defend this tower, Disruptor's like, no, you're not.
That is how he sounds. That's actually one of his voice lines.
Exactly. It's so good.
You know, speaking of which, he has some of the best voice lines. If you guys want a hero to spam, it's Disruptor.
What's the one that
now that's more like it.
But there's another one.
What weathermancery is this?
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Good. Very deep and baritone. It's good.
And he's a sweet mount. I mean, look at that thing.
I'm actually not... is baritone
what
a
is
thing? We need to get Moxie back. She was the opera singer.
I thought you knew stuff about singing.
No, I just like to sing. It's very different.
It's just like Dota. I thought you knew stuff about Dota. No, I just like to play Dota.
That's why we exist. It's true.
5 seconds
It will also be,
remaining.
it's a
Turn to
baritone
ban.
voice. That's what it is.
Okay.
Just agree with me. It'll be great.
Sounds good. We are banning as if this is a mid-hero last for Vici. I think that's the way to go. I think Ori... I think he might have played... Oh, he played Shadow Fiend earlier in a game kind of similar to this. There's a Tiny, some minus armor.
10
Now, my
seconds
good
remaining.
friend of the show, Brian, promo code
5
Banana Slam at
seconds
Jamma,
remaining.
was saying downstairs, when I see a Tiny, I think everyone should pick 2 minus armor heroes. And look, there's a Tiny, and they have 2 minus armor
So-
heroes already with Weaver and Tidehunter.
I hear what you're saying, and I like that part of it. The thing that
Esports,
scares me
turn to
is that,
ban.
like, what if they just do nothing all game? I mean, that's kind of the Vici classic, though, right? Like, you just do nothing all game and eventually win, which maybe it works, but, like, to me at least, it feels like they wouldn't have heroes that, like, run around and, like, make action happen. It's like you plop a Tidehunter in a lane, and then
10 seconds
Medusa's off
remaining.
farming, and then what's SF gonna do? Like, it's just gonna chill out and stuff.
Yeah, but he's
5
swag.
seconds
Remember
remaining.
earlier
That's
I
true.
said my favorite heroes to cast, and Shadow Fiend was one of them?
That's
And
fair.
then I didn't get it, and then someone else did.
Gaming's
That's not
turn
fair.
to pick.
Ooh, TA band. That would have been a good minus armor hero.
That would have been a much better hero, too, versus the Invoker, of course. You know,
Right.
some good ones here. So, a minute and 20 seconds here for VG Gaming. Pick of the litter. I mean, hey, maybe we'll get ourselves another mid-Tidehunter. That was pretty fun from Thompson. Not expecting it, I wouldn't say.
What about Kunkka
10 seconds remaining.
Kunkka looks pretty good. Would
against the
answer.
Invoker?
They would have a lot of AoE.
5 seconds
Maybe
remaining.
damage issues, kind of,
SG
if they go
Esports,
Kunkka.
turn to
Oh, they're in. I like it. I like it, Lyrical. Well done. I mean, you're a Kunkka player. See, this guy, he's the third eye opening up of just
That's
like,
right.
yes,
I saw it.
I could see myself losing this game as Kunkka.
It took me a second. I was
It
like,
did.
he's complimenting me. And then I was like, wait a
10
minute.
seconds remaining.
It's not right.
The lore, though, Tide and Kunkka on the same team,
5
dangerous,
seconds
but
remaining.
they can set it aside for the victory, I'm
It's
sure.
just such a classic answer against the Evoker. And, all right, here we go. Big brain time. You
Okay,
ready?
huge brain.
Glimpse X. You nailed it.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's all
That's
you
a
need.
good one. Well done. Well done. Excellent counter to the Glimpse. I hate that when I play Disruptor. Juggernauts and Kunkas, man.
They're
you can't do
annoying.
anything. They just get away. All right, so if you don't know, and the thing is, it's not even just Kunkka, of course. He can X his allies if they're getting glimpsed and just save them.
Yeah.
It's a sick play. Excellent pick here from VG Gaming.
Well, SG, one last pick for
Okay.
themselves.
Offlane Lycan, probably, right?
I like that idea.
Yeah. So, and the 1,
So
they're
looking for a
banning for it
4?
anyway. So, well, they're banning for a 1, which I think is appropriate.
Oh.
You just, because the Ultra plays a good 4 Tiny, you ban the 1s because the 1s were the ones that were left
All right.
versus the Tide. There's
Okay.
not good 4 heroes that versus Tidehunter, really,
Yeah.
that stop the Kraken. So,
I mean, you already have Disruptor as an answer for that, though.
yeah. Yeah, but you don't want another one. Like,
That's
they banned
true.
the Void and the Slark, who are both very good versus Tide.
Dude, let's go Enigma. Let's go crazy. Give it to Tavo.
And do like a Lycan 1 or something.
Yeah.
I feel like they want giant Costa Belay hero.
I know they do. That's always that's the Costa Belay special. Remember when he was an Arc Warden player?
Remember when you could just pick PL every game versus Medusa and win? Huh? Those were the days.
That was sick.
Arc Warden versus Medusa, that could be something, but they go back for the
Select your
Mars.
hero.
Sort of similar idea of like the bubble versus the arena, which is kind of cool.
All right, Costa Belay, what are you taking here?
I think they are doing what?
KJ just grabs his heroes like, you guys figure it out. I don't know. I'm just playing Disruptor.
Yeah, what is happening? Is this going to be a 4 Invoker? No.
Nope. Nope.
Okay.
All right. Good.
Now, all right, what's
the other
the
one
name?
that's settled.
Okay. All right.
I like how we still don't know. So it's probably a 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the Lycan. And then back to the ever-present 1 Tiny. I don't think I'm sure there probably has been one. We haven't seen a support Tiny yet. We've just seen mid and safe.
Yeah, I think.
At least in the games that I was watching on broadcast. I did see offlane, actually. But I still haven't seen a support.
It looks interesting.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, the biggest thing here is just the Mars that is
5
very.
seconds remaining.
I mean, so I guess one of the things is you get kind of cool value out of it, right? Like you're gonna have this arena just to drop down to sort of stop the Medusa damage from coming out. But I just there's a couple of things in this draft that I just really like from Vici. The Kunkka for 1 and the PYW Weaver paired together with Old 11. That lane looks like it's gonna be able to put some hurt on him. Like KJ,
Yeah.
I feel like he's gonna throw out a Thunderstrike and he's just gonna get bugged to death.
Yeah, being dual laned as Disruptor is one of the worst feelings.
That's what all the games of Dota are, though.
Yeah, we're all dual lane now. Well, sometimes you have like a roamer who at least moves a little bit even now. You
That's
know,
true,
who wants to
yeah.
try and punish the mid lane, and as a disruptor, you can help lock them down in your lane a little bit by like pressuring the off laner. But Tide, you know, they have to go really hard on the level 1. I would expect a lot of harass and them trying to like make some sort of a cheeky play on him or something. But maybe many a mango for KJ here. Just keep spamming.
That's one of the best feelings too.
Do you think he will do the 2 points Thunderstrike? That's my big question for you. Always a tough call on
I
Disruptor
know.
because if it doesn't pay off,
It's
that
so bad.
glimpse point is so far away. Now, will he max it? I've seen some maxing lately too. Even.
I think that he is gonna not take the second point in Thunderstrike.
Oh, I don't know.
And I also think he's. Let's see what his build is. Yeah, he only
only
has one mango. I think this is this is definitely just like a single point. Like if you come to lane with like 4 mangoes, then you're getting it.
Oh yes, finally we got an Effie spammer. I've been waiting.
I know there haven't been that many. Old 11 is a fan apparently. But I think that I'm curious that they're actually the ones that they're spamming out a little bit of voice lines. Not a ton. SG is definitely on the train, but they're spamming their own voice lines.
I do like the Avo one too. Big fan. I thought OG were using that quite well.
Yeah.
So bring more of that here.
Just tossed a tree at him.
That was intimidating.
That was good.
I'm threatened. Man, that's 14 seconds of edit.
I wonder if that's like because I don't know if they had vision of it. You know,
he's sending a message.
Yeah, like, but that
well,
could be
there
a
was
thing
a wolf.
Now. Your admiral is
So,
on board.
you know, you can. There's shenanigans.
That's true.
Maybe he's saying that we knew that he had a ward or something. Where are the sentries? We got one on KJ. We'll see if he misses it here.
Ping the ward.
No, they haven't seen it yet though.
Yeah.
They don't know because Invoker placed it.
It's true.
They send in the wolves once again to scout.
The wolves, can they get one? Kills? Ooh, UAW. It's in there, 21 gold. Not bad,
Yeah,
not bad.
You're not
The
fighting
battle
this.
begins.
Meanwhile, the top rune as well. Cosvile outclicks him. So, there you go.
Much needed. 2 apiece.
Yep.
Oh, I would have loved to see one of the wolves go and deny that bounty.
Yeah, they were too busy bottom though.
Well, as we get off to the races here in this game number 1, Vici versus SG. We'd be remiss if we didn't mention that SG are definitely coming in as the underdogs. There's no question about that. But every team that's here is incredibly good at Dota, and nothing can be written off entirely.
Yeah, you really can't count anyone out at TI. Obviously, as we've seen in more recent years. So
True.
anyone can take it. Anyone can get on a hot streak, and all it can take is just like finding the right thing that fits the meta and also fits your team. And sometimes those two things line up to give you some unexpected victories.
True enough.
I think to watch for in this is going to be the difference between what happens to Costavile's farm versus what happens to Poyoyo's farm. Like, who's more impacted by the offlane they have? And right away, Theolocor's already just pulling. So this is what he does. Like, he plays anything as 4 because he can just do this with any hero, right?
Right.
Nothing stops you from doing this. He's going to do a double wrap. He's going way out there.
Yeah. That's really far. I mean, yeah, that's going to be great, though, because now you're going to end up with the double wave, pushes back under the tower. We should mention also...
He might just TP, too, right? Like, there's nothing to stop him because it's just a tree.
6-3 versus 2-0. This is the pain of the Invoker playing Quaswex and Skunk. It's just a tough one.
I mean, you brought this one up right away, and this is definitely a go-to. What I like about it is that it's not one of these matchups, too, where, like, sometimes you think of, like, picking Queen into a Viper. It's like you ruin the game or whatever. But sometimes Viper then, like, you know, maybe doesn't do a lot, depending on what you're doing. Kung can just do so much. Kung can go for damage builds. Kung can go for just mobility around the map and setting things up builds. Very versatile hero. And Theolocor, wow, he actually took just a bunch of
look
wallops.
at TY, though. The biggest brain.
He's huge.
Oh, my God, that's so smart.
He just chased him down.
Yeah.
What was so smart about that is that it didn't let Theolocor go for any sort of like a TPO play either, because when these are going to meet up in the jungle, then Theolocor just wouldn't be here, right?
Yeah.
So he was forced to contest versus a tree, and there's nothing a tree loves more than forcing you to do that when he has Orb of Venom level 1.
And the lane is still in perfect position for Poyo right now. So, I mean, again, it does get some amount of farm here for Theolocor, but it's a little bit funky. It is going to be a double range creep, although it looks like Poyo might be able to deny out his own. Yeah.
All the wolves. Nice. All right. Got in there.
very weird lane creep shenanigans happening down bottom.
DY though, perfect stuff here. Just knows that he only has the rebuke, right? So he doesn't worry about getting treed with the spear, so he just runs at him. Keep clicking him down. Could even self-armor if he wants to, which you don't really see on Tree, but Medusa's just like not under threat at all right now.
No. Poyo's had a completely free game. And no regen out, all into last scene potential, then misses a last hit in front of the camera. Perfect.
And they can't pull either because you just keep using the grasp like that, throwing it over and ensuring that they get aggro.
Mid lane so far, starting to catch up a little bit. The 1 Adriano, and he's going to try and secure at least some harassment. They're going to be a big contention going on for these creeps here.
Don't show that. Oh, did you show that miss last hit? Oh, jeez. No, nobody was watching.
But yeah, no first blood yet, but in spite of that, 1,000 gold separating these two teams, just because of what's going on in the lanes. And this is, you know, some of that strength of this Vici squad. They've been studying. They've been keeping up with stuff. All the lanes going well.
I can't decide if I think Theolocor's going to die first or KJ, but hey, I say that Theolocor, he's got a spear. He just ran at Poyoyo. Not enough perspective from DY. He will get out with the TP, but that was an excellent play from Theolocor. That was so much damage from harass for nothing. That just cost him a spear.
Yeah.
Okay, and a rebuke, whatever. 2 spells. Although, to be fair, that is a lot for Mars. That's all his mana. He's gotten very dumb over the patches.
It's a rough life.
Yeah.
As up top, they are starting to get some of that pressure on there. Oh, and the minus armor times 2. KJ just going to feed it up there. UIW gets the kill and has to take the bug off, but he hits so slowly. Kospile, look at all the damage that was dealt. Dude, that minus armor is crazy from the bugs.
Let me remind you from promo code BSJ, big brain player, minus armor versus Tiny. Ladies and gentlemen, you know how much armor he's got? It's 0. He has 0 armor. He's got a ring of protection. It's not enough to protect you. You're dead.
God. It's painful. It's really hard to deal with, just this double minus armor that comes out. And well, they are going to be able to force back Old 11 for a second as they come back on the side of SG with full resources.
Oh, we got Ori coming in and stealing the banner and perhaps a life.
It's not great.
Oh, neutrals? Neutrals?
Hadouken?
Hadouken!
Not going to happen.
Why? Do you not want to play today?
I don't know. Are you going to play the game?
Yeah. A coward.
Kospile again in some trouble. And as you said, with no armor, and he has to keep running. Look at the bugs.
No, not me. BSJ.
It's
as
BSJ
said, no armor.
Oh, God. Can they get away on them? Kospile, though.
That was sick.
Yeah, nicely done. KJ keeping him alive.
Oh, look at that. He's got 2 points.
That's
He's trying
true.
to save the lane with the 2 points in Thunderstruck. And you know what? I think it might be too late. It's already over, man. Like, now he can just hope to get multiple points to hold back the waves.
Right. It's the big play that you need to go for. Right now, we're relatively low on mana. That's one downside, but they're going to make this rotation over Theolocor.
Oh, this is good because they know that Kunkka wants to boat, right?
Yeah.
Like that, every Kunkka player gets 6. They want to make some sort of play with the boat, so heroes are going to rotate in. Theolocor's going to try and be there to interrupt that play and perhaps turn for a kill.
Oh, and gets lucky. Regen rune down bottom. So they're not going to give that one up freely to the Kunkka.
It looks like they're not going to get it onto the Invoker, though. PYW is going to force his hand. He has to take it.
Okay. So again, 3 kills and a 2,000 gold lead this early.
I love this build on PYW, too. The urn, the raindrops, and a stick. Combat ready, right?
Yeah.
Just wants to get in there right now and grab some kills.
The mana regen's going to keep them all nice and topped off throughout the whole time. And,
defensive boat.
Okay. Oh, spear comes out. PYW, still a second left here. And no detection from SG means that free runaway from Weaver. And PYW picks up the bounty and backs out.
He goes in for the bounty. Oh, that sentry just catches the ops. Well done, KJ.
That was needed.
Oh, that's huge. Just like wasting an obs like that.
Yeah.
Very well done there from KJ.
Well, and it helps a ton too because like he needs to get that extra bit of you know, gold reinvestment. He's got boots now because of it. and actually maybe sort of stay out on the map a little bit more. And the wraparound coming. Tavo TP's out. Does he get away? Oh my god, he dies in the base.
Oh no, he tied a tree in the base.
Oh no, his tier 1 tower. He TP'd to the tier 1.
Oh. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. So wait, so he died to the Orb of Venom?
I guess.
At the tier 1 tower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There might have been like some lingering damage from the Nature's Grasp or something that was doing the last
Or
tick
the
of
Orb
it.
of Venom.
Yeah, it could have been either.
Yeah,
But nonetheless, a 3,000 gold lead now, as we're seeing the team we expected to see from VG. And the laning stage has just gone pretty much their way. But again, you always have to wait for those big ulti fights.
Yeah, Tiny, of course, has a bit of a ramp-up period as well, as it looks like PYW in trouble again. So there we go. They will actually get the kill this time. That puts them at 1. Excellent way to start this game. Let's go SG. First kill. Get themselves in the game. But anyway, Tiny takes some time to ramp up, but at least he's doing well. His lane was pushed in pretty early, and he got bullied out, but farm up the neutrals. He is keeping an okay pace right now in that worth chart. Unfortunately, there are 3 Radiant cores ahead of him.
It is a little bit tough. And the other thing is that normally you try and find some type of a fight potentially from your supports. And
that was scary.
Core not quite able to connect on the mark there with the spear. Also, only just now level 4, so even the potential to sort of fight around that arena is going to be a little bit off and away. Goes to Vile, chased down again by PYW, and guess what? They got a haste rune on Kunkka, pulls him on back, gets a couple more punches. The Tiny again will fall. 5-1. Just absolutely giving it to him right now, Vici. Taking it down.
What's really interesting is that PYW sort of has this time of the game where he can play very aggressive like this, right? Run around the jungle, find heroes, help scout, help set up kills, and you can't really punish him until you have enough points in the glimpse. We just aren't there yet. No, there's a spear on GY.
Has Overgrowth ready, but won't go for it. So tier 1 tower taken in exchange for not a whole lot. As Vici able to protect their tier 1 bot.
The spear as a support is so good. Oh, that's 4 heroes.
Ran into everybody. All 11, and there's just nothing he can do. Theolokor misses the spear. Dude, that was literally just all 11. This guy's a bully.
I told you. He just, nothing would get done around here if I didn't do something.
He's got his old man strength.
Just a 9-minute 4-hero ravage for nothing.
What the heck was that? What the hell?
It was so casual.
He just walked in and ravaged. It was nuts.
KJ gonna come to the mid lane and try and set something up here. Helping out old Theolokor with the tome. So that looks like a smoke, right? That's what happens every time there's smoke. He is carrying the smoke, but they probably want to get level 6 maybe on Theolokor if they could. Still half a level away. Fortunately, he did actually just dig up a salve, which he really needed, so that's pretty cool with his trusty shovel.
Much needed. You keep on seeing this sort of looming threat of Yo. That's Yasha done. Got a pig pull in the works.
Oh, let's go.
PYW, they have 6. Static Storm, thinking about it. Ooh, hello. Save the Static Storm, maybe? Oh, nope. Oh, that was an attempt.
Yeah, he had to try something.
Yeah.
I was trying to think if there was any way out of that, but I don't think there was.
And 40R also gets in on the kill. Alpha. The Overgrowth comes. Chase down. Lord B.
Saves. Nice.
Very well.
They really need this, right? Like, you just get the Weaver, you're pretty far down, you gotta find some more kills.
X, good boat out afterwards, pulls back in, old 11 wanting to get all frisky. They take him down, the disarm is there, and now the cleave coming off from the side, looks for it, and gets the kill on Ori with the DD, pretty as can be.
A little bit of T-ball, just set him up there, and Tavo is in the ulti form, has the helm, has some utility, but can't get in there to help, and he on the mid lane, KJ just gets absolutely annihilated.
He just got punched down to death.
He just got snaked and right-click down between the Weaver and the Medusa.
Does have Arena, but not going to drop it. 6,000 gold lead in 11 minutes. Vici are styling.
I know we weren't looking mid, but I think what happened was PYW TP'd in, ran up, bugs, and got glimpsed back to base, and Medusa just finished the kill.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because Medusa has 487 XP and Weaver has 0 from that, so that's exactly what happened.
That's pretty good. I mean, that just ends up being worse, right?
Yeah, no, it's actually the ideal scenario for the Weaver.
What have we here?
Gets face afterwards. And, you know, we're looking forward towards these items that can maybe help. Like, Spirit Vessel will be good for Invoker. Unfortunately, it's feeling like, you know, as long as they have Ravage ready on Vici, like, how do you even fight into them? It's such a tough thing for this SG lineup right now.
I would say they have the Wolves, right? So ideally, you want to try and scout out where they're missing vision on Vici and try and get the Wolves in there for some scouting and see if you can get some kind of like cheesy glimpse kills in a sense of just like, oh, you know, you made the mistake of making this move. Maybe Ori's not nearby with the X or something. And then it's just smoke plays. That's all you can do at this point. I think they need to fight for sure. This is a good start.
Avalanche toss to finish. Kistabile on the mark. Nothing comes for free as Vici is going to walk in towards the mid lane now. And is this going to be another walk-in around? Old 11 is just not giving anything up.
Is there a hero in Dota funner than Tide in this scenario? This is my favorite way to play Dota. When I just know that I'm bullying them and I'm just holding Ravage the whole time and they can't do anything about it.
I mean, maybe like a Pudge that keeps on hitting hooks. That's the only thing.
That's a good one. Oh, the Glimpse is back. He's just being a nuisance.
Okay.
Interesting.
And that might actually set up Kistabile to take this tower, which obviously with the tree in the game, it's really good. Oh, but ran out of stick charges. By that, I mean tree grab charges.
It's a stick.
It's a big one.
Just a really large one.
Old 11. Trying to cut him off. Dude, they read this. They knew exactly where he was going. But Kistabile playing it safe.
All right, guys, come on. There's a tier 2. Let him go. Walk it off.
It does force a rotation, but this might not be the rotation that Vici want. If they get too far forward, did he try to stack their camps?
I think he did. Tried to stack it for Old 11.
Glimpse back again. X afterwards. Nice. Dude, Ori knew.
So you think I've never played Dota? Like, that was offensive. You think tips are offensive and question marks? That was offensive to even do that to a Kunkka.
That's true.
Trying to catch him, like, I don't know, shopping or something. He's like, maybe he's looking at the shop right now and not listening. Maybe he doesn't have the audio cues. I don't know. But Ori's not going to fall for that one. Got to think of something a little bit better here, SG. Good news, they are holding it relatively steady. I could have seen this ramping up much worse at this point with how the game has started, but it's still only a 6K lead. They just need that one fight.
KJ.
Oh, they didn't drop it.
He was thinking about it. Pulled back in afterwards by the X, and is just going to die. You could see there the idea. Yeah. He felt like, all right, we can see the Tide Hunter, but then out of nowhere comes the Kunkka, and as soon as Ori shows up, it's like, you just can't play that game.
There's no Tiny.
Yeah.
Just knowing that Kistabile is not there, they just can't fight it. Like, they need his damage if they want to go for play with the static storm. That's the main fear I think that KJ has, is wasting one. And then, you know, it's kind of like the Ravage in this game where he can just hold it and threaten. That's really the only threat they might have for this Tide.
Another spear off the mark, and Tavo going to get chased down. The arena is down as well. No man on the Kunkka. This gives them an opportunity here, although the minus armor starting to rack up, and they take down that Lycan. Kill off the creep. Vici. I mean, they're just everywhere.
Part of what's hard is that your support duo feels like the ones that need to make these plays. Like, you have a Quaswex Invoker, but he didn't get off to a great start, so he kind of feels like a support too. We got a support trio happening here, I suppose. And they were very underleveled, right, on the Mars and the Disruptor. And then Mars in particular, even when you have the levels, you really need that Blink Dagger. And to his credit, the Ulcore is getting quite a bit of gold. He's actually going to have a Blink Dagger at a decent time, I would say. Now, the team has invested in him. They're giving him some lane space here. So it's coming, but it looks like it's too late.
Radiant structures.
Roche is going to start to fall. This is a big opening here for Vici to keep putting the screws to him. And of course, SG wants to get something done.
This is good.
They can get this tower.
Taking this versus Tree?
Oh, but the problem is DY's in the area, and it might come at a cost. Are they going to be able to get it? They do get it, and then they'll walk away. Well played by SG.
That's, VG did not need to give that up. I would say that's a win for SG.
Yeah.
I would be very happy with that. Just try and open this up a little bit because you are going to be playing keep away for a while. Oh, Tabo, you got to move, man. You got to move.
Oh, this is not good as they're going to chase him down. Now, the Tidehunter's really far away. Gush afterwards. Tabo some trouble sitting with the Quelling Blade and the Helm of the Overlord. The boat's coming in afterwards. Tavo gotta run. The bugs. It's not gonna be able to chase him down. So SG able to dodge away from that damage. Howl, there's going to be the jump in afterwards, but the Ravage interrupted. He couldn't get the Static Storm down. Oh no, will it be enough to at least find this kill onto the Tidehunter? He just walks out of the Static Storm, and SG cannot catch a break. KJ's going to go down. Costabile's getting ran at. It's a disaster. Unbelievable, tough stuff right here for poor old SG.
Dire's top tower is
Yeah,
under
they are
attack.
struggling. They had to take that fight. They had the blink. It was the blink reveal, but this is the classic problem with Mars. When you miss the spear, it's this empty, hollow feeling inside of just like, I failed.
Yeah.
And it hurts. And there's even more pressure when it's a support. It's taken this long. They invested some of the core's gold going into this Mars. Like, Invoker could be richer right now, but they had to put in the Mars because he needs the blink dagger to operate. And they don't make the big play. Don't hit the big fight. And of course, by the time now that maybe he gets a good one, this Medusa's just going to be even tankier. And there's a 9-second BKB on this Kunkka after this Aegis too. So, you know, even if things go perfectly next fight in terms of initiation for SG, that is no guarantee of winning it.
And it's 3 minutes left on this Aegis for sure. All right, for SG, it's 12-3. You have these pieces that feel like it's answers. Like KJ is also trying now with the Philosopher's Stone to save up for that Aghanim Scepter, which can make a huge difference. Losing these heroes. Theliacore goes down over in the mid lane yet again. Game is hard. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Maybe getting on the mark there. No, old 11 is just going to walk it off. And that was Static Storm used yet again. No kill gained.
Surprised that DY's not even just going to chase Tavo. He's just happy to relax a little bit here. Despite all the vision back here, I feel like they could have even connected for a potential kill. Now they see him again still on this ward. Oh, Tavo. Oh, they're coming. They know where you are.
Yeah, that's...
oh, there he is again.
That's dangerous.
Dude, this ward is so good. No one expects a ward here in 20 minutes.
This has got to be tough.
He's just dead. Look at that ward. Seeing the angle into the trees. If that was up a little bit, Tavo lives. Excellent ward. Who placed that ward? DY. Let's go. See, that's my guy.
There he is.
Most improved player all time. Incredible.
I mean, yeah, that's clear. As they're going to start pressuring this mid-tier 2 tower now as well. And this is the thing, right? Like, the entire game, you've just given complete and total free farm to the Medusa. Like, yeah, orbs running around, making kills happen on this Kunkka. It's sort of setting up that space to be created. But now that Medusa is online, it's like, what do you do at this point?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Game looking a little bit rough for SG.
What do you do? That's the question they're all asking each other here, because it's slowly slipping further and further out of their grip. Tell you one thing, I'm loving a lot of these builds here on the side of Vici, though. It's so simple, right? Some arm like Kunkka, not an item we get to see too much, but it's been retouched again, so making it even more tempting. Of course, a little bit cheaper. Once more here, bring it on out, but very satisfying build to go for on your Kunkka player. We've seen quite a bit of drum lately too, but able to just grab the arm with BKB, and Theliacore not able to grab DY at first. Oh, he actually has no mana. This is a fake Ravage.
Chase looks for it. Static Storm down afterwards, just continues to punch away. KJ will fall. Old 11 on a killing spree. Looks like the rest will be able to back out and get out of there on SG. Both obviously a tier 2 tower taken. It looks like Vici are going to take back over this outpost now.
And then back to hitting creeps. All right, perfect. The life of the Medusa player here as Poyo approaching 13,000 net worth, and Theliacore approaching the cliff walls as he hides away. Little Tumbler's toy out of there. And cut off a creep wave. All right, these are the plays you need. Let's go, Mars. All right, and spear. Boom. Easy Dota.
Bang.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, I'm too weak. Oh, hurry. Please die. They could, like, rotate over and kill him in this time period.
I don't know if it would be worth it.
It's a good question. What should you do? He's just going to wait for another one. He has nothing else to do. Dying is worth it at this point for 1 or 2 more waves.
And I'm saying that on the side of Vici, I don't know if it's worth it to go kill him.
Yeah.
Like they're just happy getting their farm up right now. He's like, you know, they're fully aware of what's going to happen here.
Is there anything more annoying than like coddle players that do this, or Jakiros where they just learn techies, trees, they all do it.
It's just the play. I personally feel like it's the type of game plan that can tilt weaker teams and really cause some serious issues within it. But you know, this is a team in VG that just does it themselves, right? PYW comes over, catches that creep wave.
He puts his own ward.
Exactly.
That is a good idea.
Yeah, why not?
There's nothing you can do. If you try and chase him, he's just gonna blink away.
Wait a minute though. Old 11 in some trouble now. With all the rest of his team far away, can Old 11 get out of there? No. And now PYW in pretty up close and personal here as the Bugs go out, going to try and go for a chase down on a Costa Bile. This is the support Weaver chasing down the carry Tiny and actually killing him. They bring in the Invoker, but meanwhile on the other side, they find themselves a Tavo catch. It does look like he's going to be able to escape from there.
They missed the overgrowth. A couple of whiffs there from VG. Excellent punish on SG on a Tide Hunter, getting a little bit ahead of himself.
Yeah.
And they're able to just head back to their base, regroup, refresh, move back in on the map, and just know that things are going to go a little bit better than what would have expected. They could get their outpost back here in a second, too. That would be a nice grab.
You know, you had mentioned the Kunkka build, a little bit of a different one than what we've seen a ton. It's been a lot more of like, you know, Kunkka's going for the shards and the Agonins and all that stuff. This feels like just a good old punch in the mouth, you know, as the clips away happens and KJ able to get out before things go too far. But yeah, just, you know, even the talents that this Kunkka's taking, right? 30 damage, the extra strength, not opting for that torrent damage stuff that you tend to see with the Aghanim Scepter. It's just the good old-fashioned, I'm going to sit there and, you know, make you deal with my build.
I think it pairs really nicely with the Tide Hunter, too, because Tide, like, you know, he's looking for that reset on the Ravage, and you're going to be delaying these fights into an awkward state because of the Rum, too, so you just want to keep on swinging, right? As many different cleaves and hits that you can get off there in a big AoE.
True.
All right, 17 seconds till a potential respawn.
Dire are scanning.
It's going to spawn in 1 minute, 17 seconds. All right, you ready for this? Yeah, that'll be the timer.
I think it's going to spawn in 10 seconds.
117, 117. Here we go, here we go, here we go.
What does it say?
Here we go, here we go.
How long?
Not even close.
Wow. That's a late one.
That's a big old Roche. I would have liked yours.
That favors SG, to be honest. Like,
does?
if you can get into this Aghanim Scepter in time for the Disruptor, that's no... I was trying to find a good
you lost it.
there.
Yeah.
I was going to say no small chicken bones, but I don't think that's actually a saying.
Not aware of that one.
Okay.
The Wolves have been scouting out behind the side of VG. They know that they're in there in their jungle, and well, now there's a giant helm creep being attacked, so they really know what's there.
That's true. I do have to admit, though, that I really like the what you were talking about, the
small chicken bones
vision. No,
oh,
I like those also, but I really like the vision that they've been able to play around, because it's one thing just to like sort of say, yeah, and then you can play around the wolves, but to actually like scout those rotations as they're coming in, and then sort of, you know, play this far opposite side of the map and prioritize farm on these heroes that are going to win you the game.
And look at the Olcor. He's trying to bodyguard Costa Bile. That's why he's standing there.
Maybe an out. Overgrowth, though. Oh, that one hurts. Oh, that one really hurts. And yeah, the other core can't get anything out else here. They just have to back out. Damn, dude. You get the
His brain is so big. He had the blink, too, so he can even just, like, lurk and wait to see if he goes for it.
Jeez. Devastating. Devastating for SG. Just when we're talking about something good.
Sorry, just wanted to point out again that, you know.
He's the one making these plays. He's the Devastator. Is that his new nickname?
That's what they call him, yeah. Devastating Youth. That's what DY stands for.
Devastating.
Yep.
I think that they don't write it out like that.
No, that's a literal translation.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
All right, it's good. 16-5, 12K gold lead. And this one has not looked particularly close.
The Devastator here. Showing you what you have to do as a support player. Comes in with the Sentry, brings his Courier, checks the high ground. Yeah, you know, he kind of missed the obs there, despite putting the Sentry. So, not a Devastator of wards, it would appear. Oh, he's going back. He's going to see this and he's going to be like, oh, No, okay. He's just getting it. He doesn't
He's
want to
saving
die.
it for later, you know?
He's going to send in PYW. That's the real play.
It's like chili. It tastes better the next day.
That
it's
is
like
true.
the ward.
Yeah. Oh, hey, guys, there's a ward here. Oh,
Like,
cool.
yeah, so you think how great that was. I mean, chili. They get a ward down as well. Gonna eat their chili a little bit early now. It's Cosmile. Slow down. Old 11 gets caught. Oh no, he got pushed out of the arena. The Static Storm does nothing.
How does that still happen?
Oh, that one hurt. Oh, and now the turnaround, and they will find it.
I can't believe it.
Oh, man.
So that was a spear on toss? Is that what that
Yes.
was? Like he was tossed in place, he got speared, you're in a
Yes.
vertical axis, you fly over the arena,
Well-
right? That's how it works.
Yes, I think that's what that was. Yes.
That is so depressing.
That one really hurts.
Imagine if he had Agnes and that happened. That could still occur, right?
Yeah, it's true. That's a painful one. I mean, again, I don't... Even if they killed all 11 right there, like, does that fight...
Well,
even
I mean,
end
he
up-
had his BKB too, so
That's
I think
true,
they
that's
were
true.
fine by the looks of it. But still.
They're going to burn through Puyo.
All right, now he has the X, and now we can be really depressed if it happens again.
Yes.
All right, perfect.
Has
This is
been
what we
killed.
needed. We'll just pretend that he had the Eggs in the last fight, and it was just that bad, guys.
35 seconds. Can they stall out that long for a Roche fight? I mean, Roche is back up, and you know Vici want to get in there and take it, but they just used bugs, so this one's going to happen kind of slow. Oh, Static Storm 20 seconds away. This might actually work out perfectly.
All right, let's see this Radiant Vision here,
Dude.
though. All right, Radiant Vision. Look,
Vici,
they're
you're too
looking.
smart.
Oh, they don't see anyone. They don't know. They don't know what's going on. They're not showing mid yet. We're good. Oh, no, they're grouping. They're going for the smoke.
But Vici are too smart. Like, look, they're not even giving... They know that's the only way that you lose the game if you go Roche right now.
Yeah, but that's actually kind of okay for SG because they, you know, honestly, they probably could have done it fast enough. Oh, they got the wolf in. Good job, Old 11. Kills that. Backs out.
Poker trying to get towards that Blink Dagger and a smoke up now.
All right,
Everybody
now.
except for Puyo.
While we're not fighting, the wolves are at work. The shard is up on Lycan, so it's
Yes.
okay. They are pushing the sides.
They're getting it on. But is there anything else? A little bit of a push out. I mean, this is the other nice part about it, right? You just
Radiant's
TP out
top
with
tower
Ori,
is
then
under
push out
attack.
the lane, and then come on back afterwards. It's very nice.
Look at Old 11 helping to D-ward too with his courier. Goes up on the high ground by that sentry. Just double checks, make sure. Oh, smoke come in. The Old 11.
Careful, careful.
Do they know about the X?
I don't think so, as they got him.
They gotta commit.
No
kill.
BKB. They have to get this kill right now. Avalanche toss. He goes down. Is this the fight for SG finally? Tidehunter buys back in the game. Nope. Get away. Get away. Wait, he's far though.
Yeah, they got
There's
the
an
outpost.
opportunity.
It's okay.
Is under attack.
Let them go.
The buyback's just so strong.
The ultimate counter to the long cooldown. The buyback.
Yeah, that one hurts. And 60 seconds now.
Okay, but he's not going to get the Aegis, right? So that's still good. This is an opportunity.
It's true. Any little sliver of hope that you can find as SG is super needed right now.
Of course, I don't even remember Poyo hitting anyone. He's hit like 2 people this game.
Radiant's bottom tower.
So we haven't even seen like the raw power of VG.
I really wish that you could check out like dynamic hero damage, because I feel like Poyos would be like
he'd be
12.
like under Disruptor, you know? He showed up he's 2-0 and 3, but was he really there?
Yeah.
He threw some pretty good snakes, I'll say that.
He damaged the hell out of those creeps. That's for sure. So 30-minute mark, 12K gold lead. Ooh, and look at this. Corp going for the Heaven's Halberd, I think. That's nifty.
Not a lot to do
Dire's courier has been killed.
this game. Oh, hey. Oh, all right, nice. He bugs Ori up top. He ran into him in the trees.
Oh, this one's tough.
Okay, yeah, this doesn't make up for that, I suppose.
BKB, there's the root. Will he be able to live through it? Ooh, 4DR trying to keep him get too much.
Now remember,
under
they did
fire.
stop Ori's TP here.
Oh,
Okay.
the Ravage comes out and they blow him up. Catches onto both. 40R not able to escape.
That was their chance, man.
Dude, they were so ready.
That was a fight with no Kunkka. Like, he got stopped up top, couldn't TP back, got stunned by Theolacore, and unfortunately still not able to get anything done on the side of SG. Excellent Ravage there, great usage. 11, he's back, he bought back, he's got the blast rig. He's having a blast, at least it looks like it in terms of this match.
We are too. They're having a really good time in this one. And doing everything they want. It feels like they really haven't been contested that much in a whole lot. Like, the game plan has just been easy peasy for Vici.
They're definitely one content-looking team. They never push too far. They just don't care. They're just like slowly making their way, nice and safe. Except for 11. Oh my god, he got glimpsed back again.
It's like, dude, where is
It's
my
like the
X?
third time this game. Yeah,
is he pinging him? No, he's not.
He should be.
They're pinging for the ward, but that definitely is a ping on the ward.
Like the salt sea air.
He's going for Abyssal Blade. That's hype. Delacorte has himself
Radiant's top
positioned
tower is
to
under attack.
go for a big drop there of the arena. Things get spicy, but the
Alright,
wraparound
they're
potential.
gonna smoke. Yeah, here it comes. Alright, KJ. No pressure, but you're the only way this works. They're gonna try and catch him on his way back. Dire scan. They're scanning for the
Wolf bite.
wraparound. Doesn't catch. Oh,
Wolf
still
bite.
green. Still green.
Wolf bite. Wolf bite. Didn't turn red.
Dude, how? What?
Dire's bottom
That's
tower
dire
is
scan.
under attack.
There it is.
Get
Good.
it. Pay attention. This
Nailed
is good.
it.
Good thing you're here.
Avalanche, toss, KJ, the BKB comes out, got caught, in trouble, KJ gonna drop, Static Storm not gonna connect on the other 40 yard is just getting
Poyoyo's killing the barracks,
gobbled.
by the way.
Yeah,
Well,
he's
there's a
not
fight
really
happening.
it doesn't matter
He was
at
just
all.
ignoring Theolacore, killing
Like,
buildings.
nice arena, dude. I'm just gonna hit your buildings. Vici, the consummate professionals, as they have taken the racks, taken range, and feeling like they might just take this game
Alright,
here.
more hero damage or more building damage on
Oh, definitely
on
more building
Poyoyo.
damage. I think this is a more building damage
I think
situation.
he might. That would be kind of impressive as a Medusa.
As they are looking to finish this one off.
Meanwhile, Cosapili's also just hitting a building mid.
Yeah,
I'm not giving up!
we're going for it. DY comes back. Buildings being assaulted. Can the Tiny get out of there? Spider legs. Tries to run. And no mana for overgrowth, but does have the Holy Locket.
You could GG out before you die. Oh, he's good. He's good. He's out.
Oh, back over here. A little bit of a battle of brewing. 40R lift up on the old 11. Ori's over there to the side as well. Bugs out. Right clicks in. Old 11 gets the kill. And just like that, there's going to be a buyback on the Invoker. Stabile gets X'd. Afterwards, in Nature's Grass, good BKB, Avalanche, toss on a PYW, but the ulti comes out. Weaver able to live through that one, and now walking in, Poyoyo goes for the right clicks on a killing spree as they chase them down one by one. KJ gets bullied, gets killed.
He's padding his hero
Delacorte
stats.
goes down.
His hero damage is going way up right now.
It's a danger. Danger, danger.
Quick, hit more buildings.
Multiple buybacks as well as Vici going to set their sights now onto the third and last racks as we're looking at mega creeps. Maybe one last hurrah. They catch the Medusa down to half mana.
14 seconds Aegis. They got to wait for that if they have any hope, right? It's got to be a post-Aegis kill.
They're trying. Tavo giving out the voice lines. The disarms, the slow disarms with the halberd. And all of the Invoker shenanigans. But eventually that Aegis does expire. Opportunity here. Static Storm is available. Costabile down to very low HP. There's the Static Storm. Oh my god, but all the damage coming out right now from the Medusa, who just stands tall, does not appear to care. As GG is eventually called. Vici take this one in dominant fashion.
You know, I think he wound up with more hero damage. And they really came running in there at the end, trying to test the power of Poyoyo, and they quickly realized that it was indeed there.
Very, very impressive showing from Vici Gaming. Again, a roster that like a lot of people are coming in. You personally have them winning the event. You think that this is good?
What? Who told you that?
You did.
That's my secret compendium prediction. So I'll
Oh,
be
my
like,
bad.
boom, when I drop it later. That's all right.
Okay.
It's a secret between us. But yeah, they're gonna win the event.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm excited to see if that would actually happen. But 26-6. I feel like this is
Oh my god. He had like 200 more building damage. That's incredible. Can we show this? Oh, look
Let's
at
do
this.
this.
Let's go, Poyoyo. Objective gamer, ladies and gentlemen.
That's crazy.
Unbelievable.
Now here's what's crazy about this. That was like 6,000 of that damage was done in the last like 2 minutes.
Yeah, he was just hanging out all game.
Well, anyways, a very impressive showing from Poyoyo. Eyes on the prize, objective gamer, and the person with the most damage on that team was PYW. This
Unbelievable.
Position 4.
Yes, this was something we watched a lot of in pubs for the past like month or so with the Solar Crest and the Spirit Vessel. And I highly recommend. Not only is it very good, it's also incredibly fun.
Yeah.
Because like if there's not the right hero to punish you, which there's not that many, there's like Rubik is kind of annoying because he steals Shikuchi. But other than that, like if they don't have a great system of catch, you can just be this annoying little bug in the background, throwing out other bugs. It's an infestation of death, spirit vesseling, and I hope we see it in the next game.
It's death. That's what we're gonna leave you all with as we
Yes.
get ready to go into game number
Parting
2.
words,
We will
as it were.
We'll see you all in a few with game number 2. Welcome back again, friends. We're here for game number 2. Trent,
Yes.
it's all going down right now. It's all happening, and I can't wait to bring the game to all these fine people out there
Just
that
like
want to see it.
just like summon it into view so they can just like watch it
only
right
we could do
away,
it.
like the draft of the heroes maybe.
Getting ready to go into the draft.
Are you gonna press the magic? Yeah, it's right here. You just press this button right here. Ready? Oh,
That's the one.
wow.
We
That's
got-
amazing.
we
I
have
can't believe
a-
they gave us that power.
We have lovely production people that work back there. That's
Well,
so good.
here's what I figure is that we gave them a 50-minute fill earlier. So we should
Oh,
we should
yeah.
just never come back until the draft's ready. So they never have to
10
go through that
seconds
again.
remaining.
They're
like that.
scarred out there,
Yeah,
okay?
that's true.
We need to help them.
I
5
did sing a
seconds
lovely tune
remaining.
for the people, though, which
Well,
I think people appreciated.
yes, I was blamed for that.
You were. You
There's a
always get
rumor going
blamed for
around that I was caught singing in the stadium.
That's true.
Perpetuated by one known as Mr. Suns Fan.
You know who else? They also, like, there's occasionally things where, like, can you please stop saying this phrase? Was it?
Yes,
And
somehow
I'm
I
not
get
going to
blamed.
say it
10
now, but yeah,
seconds
they keep
remaining.
on blaming Trent, too. It's great. I love it.
SG
I'm just going to
Esports
keep
turn
doing it.
A very blamable face. It's fine. I understand.
Ooh, Monkey King. Speaking of a blamable face.
He does. He looks like a face you'd really like to punch, but then there's 20 of them and they punch you back.
It's
He is one
dangerous.
smug hero.
So we've seen some Ogre. I think it's exclusively Secret that's picked it.
That I've seen at least, yes. I'm sure there's been probably more, but you know, we only have 4 screens going on at once.
You think there's more? You think this hero's good?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
Okay.
10 seconds remaining.
It's got a lot of nice tools, right?
I mean, I was talking about it on the main
Gaming's
panel, and I feel like
turn
it fits some of the ideas of like this patch where it's like, all right, big, strong carry, and you know, give a ton of just like net worth basically by virtue of Bloodlust. But I don't know, there's something about it that just feels sort of like not great. It's like you don't. That's the
10
biggest thing that you
seconds
do is
remaining.
Bloodlust.
All right, so here's the thing. Here's the hero I always compare it to in my mind. All
Okay.
right, is
I'm ready.
Bane.
5 seconds
Okay.
remaining.
Now you're gonna be like, Bane, why is that a comparison? Well, listen.
SG
They're both lane dominating
Esports
supports,
turn to
right?
ban.
That's been a hallmark of Bane's existence. Now Bane has Enfeeble. Enfeeble
Okay.
is the anti-bloodlust. You're anti-bloodlusting the enemy hero.
All right.
You know what's a lot easier than anti-bloodlusting the enemy? Just bloodlusting your own guy before the fight even starts.
10
That's
seconds
fair.
You don't have to
remaining.
worry about it. You throw a bloodlust, and not only that, you can do it on multiple heroes. And it's a lot easier than doing
seconds
Enfeeble on multiple
remaining.
heroes.
SG
So
Gaming's
can I
turn
run
to
something else
ban.
by you though?
But Ogre doesn't go through BKB.
Can I run you through something
Yeah,
else?
no, that's fine.
Bane has this ultimate
Yeah.
called Fiend's Grip, which is quite good. Now,
Yes.
Ogre has this ultimate called Multicast,
Which is quite
which
good.
is garbage.
What?
Like if you're playing support, you have 1 point in Fire Blast. Like
10 seconds
at
remaining.
level 6, what's
still
the Ogre gonna
stuns.
do? What's the
Still
Ogre gonna
stunned. Dude, it's like 75%
5
chance
seconds
now. It's basically guaranteed.
Yeah, but that's 2 level 1 Fire Blasts. Like
Yeah, but
compare the
Bloodlust.
like compare the level 6 of the Ogre to the level 6 of the Bane.
SG
Now, here's the thing, though,
Esports turn to
Is that when you play
ban.
Ogre, all you have to do is run into the fog
Right.
and hope they stun you. I mean,
Okay.
that's an easy game
Yeah,
plan.
that's true.
Turn
They-
That's
like
true.
any
ban.
spell hits you,
Uh-huh.
if they don't stun you, you stun them. If
Yeah.
they stun you, your ally doesn't get stunned. It takes them too long to kill you. You're an initiator. Amazing.
I can sort of be down with that, and I think
All
that
right.
there is like a laning presence thing that has more to do with it. Also, it just
10
tells me that
seconds
whoever's
remaining.
playing Ogre is
Mm.
like, you know, not really going to be playing that much Dota. It's going to be
5
Bloodlust.
seconds.
So you
remaining.
agree that he's just better Bane. Excellent. All right, perfect.
take
I'm
it.
so glad that's been settled. Now, Vici, you know, you're talking about heroes and we're theory crafting a little bit and talking about stuff. Monkey King Tidehunter, these don't need any theory crafting or
No.
introduction or, well, a whole lot of anything because everyone knows they're good and they're all over the place right now.
They really are. They feel like it shouldn't be allowed. How strong they are, even with the disruptor in the game last time. Like he just walked out of it or chilled and didn't die.
Okay, now here's a question. Do you think Vici will ban the Tiny or do you think they'll just leave it in?
SG Esports turn to ban.
Yeah, I think you leave it in.
I hope so.
I mean, the only thing that's weird is maybe a Monkey King getting tossed out of his ulti. You know what I mean? That's kind of annoying to deal with, but you have BKB.
Yeah,
you
but
probably have
he'll
BKB.
probably be he'll probably be a 4
SG
anyway.
Esports
Okay,
turn
yeah,
to
all right.
pick.
Okay, so now here's the thing. Now, will they take it as SG? Yeah, that's the big
VG
question.
Gaming's turn to
Oh,
pick
they don't go
their
for
ally.
it. So Vici could have Monkey King, Tidehunter, Tiny. What is the ultimate, like, 5 heroes everyone wants right now? Because I think this is 3 of them to me, at least. Monkey King, Tiny.
I don't
What are the two big ones?
Like a Dawnbreaker, maybe. Although nobody's picking Dawnbreaker.
An IO, I guess, which is banned. But
Yeah.
oh,
10
Weaver. All right,
seconds
Weaver would have been
remaining.
good.
Weaver, yeah.
Excellent ban, by the way, because I think we all agree that Weaver was the hero of
5
the game
seconds
last time.
remaining.
It was so insanely strong. It did most damage in the game by like a pretty wide margin.
I would say they were pretty well set on this this Mirana pick too. I don't think ABBA's that good versus bad. I know it's okay. It's like a mediocre one, but I feel like they want to double value out of that ban by going back for something like the Mirana too. Because they're like, okay, now ABBA would have been like sick for you guys.
I'm trying to think of like
E.T.
E.T.
E.T.'s still in. It's a lot of wombo combo. Sleep, Wukongs. And we still have flex in terms of the rolls too.
Gaming's turn to pick.
I was gonna say,
Commander.
don't you need some type of like hard purge for the Bat Rider? I was wondering if like Tidehunter staying in front is a good enough one.
Yeah, some teams go for like the straight up dispel deterrent, and others don't. But they're played easy. This could be the 5 again. You know, it's looked pretty good in the games we've seen with the
10
Shard.
seconds
It's incredible.
remaining.
OG had an excellent game earlier, and it's also just a legit
5
position 3,
seconds
which
remaining.
OG also showed. So yeah, we only did an OG series, so
That's right.
You know.
That's why we keep talking about them. They get flamed again. That's great. I think Legion is strong though. I like this hero a lot. That 200 range, it's insane how much you can feel it. Because there were multiple games where
SG
we just see
Esports
like
turn
Legions blink up to high ground. It's like, well, who do I find? And,
yeah.
like it
Yeah,
changes.
that range
the,
is so much better. It feels more like Coil than Duel.
Yeah, you can play this hero in a different way. Before you had to have vision, you had to know where the person was, and you had to be like right on top of them. Now you can actually just like you can play it like
You
a
can basically YOLO a little.
Yeah, you can.
Which is great if it's old 11. I actually have no idea who old 11's
5
playing.
seconds remaining.
Theoretically, it could be Monkey Tide or Legion. It's probably not Monkey, but I almost feel like it's more likely that old 11 plays the Legion and DY plays the 5 Tide. And PYW plays the Monkey, or PYW plays the 4 Tide. That could also be it. We've had 5 Monkeys showing up too.
Yeah.
We're, yeah, not sure where this is going. Maybe you just pick a 5 too. Like this could just be DY's hero, and that would also be an amazing lineup here for Vici.
After that last game, I'd take Vici with Arc Warden as their next pick. Like
what?
I don't care. They
you mean SG?
No, I'd take Vici as being even if they picked Arc Warden next.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. Okay.
The way it's gone.
They could see they can't Morphling because like there's a Terrorblade. I mean that one's like not as good. I know with like the Morph versus the TB, but then there's also Duel and there's Ravage. So Lincoln's doesn't help you.
But you also feel like you have to go for it.
Well, I know I did quote the ever genius of BSJ earlier, but we had another discussion about Terrorblade and false things because he's a carry player, so he likes talking about Terrorblade.
Okay.
Don't pick Leshrac.
That's
And
what I was wondering
we
about. I
saw
was
that
literally
in
about to
practice.
ask.
Yeah, don't do it. It is not the play. You think it's good because like PL and stuff. Well, they are going to go for the more. See, they just got baited, but we'll go over that in a second. Leshrac doesn't kill the illusions fast enough, and TB just kills them. And like you saw it in the Quincy versus LGD.
Yeah.
Game 2, Quinn just got absolutely eviscerated. All right, so I said they can't pick Morphling. Here's why they can't pick Morphling. Morphling is good versus TB because you copy, you have the meta, you do a lot of damage, you get reflection. It's pretty sick. But in this game, if this is a core Legion, this Morphling has to buy a Lincoln's and a BKB because you have too much stuff to worry about between Ravage, Wukongs, and Legion Commander and Boundless Strike. Like, I feel like you got to go too defensive here. And I feel like that's a really hard way to play Dota.
The only way I could see it working is if they can get a Shaker last. But I don't know if you can fit that into the draft based upon what they need and how those lanes work.
Oh, they could do some sauce here. They could do the 3 Ogre, 4 Mirana, Adriano on the Bat, and then a Willow 5.
It does feel like it's going to be a Bat mid to me, but I don't know about that Ogre 3. Maybe it'd be good.
The sauce.
You know, you build a Dagon, just kill all of the Terrorblade illusions.
If you managed to multicast it every time, that would be incredible. You would be the biggest genius ever if that worked. You know, that added to Dagon, and it never gets used. And, well, they're going to play it safe. They're going to ban the Shaker and be like, yeah, we don't know what your roles are exactly, but we definitely don't want that because that one's annoying.
Yo, what if Vici take Willow now? Oh, that's the play.
I don't even think SG will pick it. I think Willow's much harder to fit
But I
in.
think that's the only way you win if you're SG is if you take that Willow.
No, they're gonna try and play it straight.
Remaining.
Okay.
They're gonna try and just pick some other hero that they like, and whatever rolls left, like
5
just pick
seconds
some mid or
remaining.
some 3, depending on where they want this bat. Probably a 3. They're gonna pick like Underlord and lose. That's my theory.
Oh, it's Darkseer.
It's Darkseer. Is Darkseer even good this game?
Okay,
Okay, that's TB. That's true. That always feels nice.
It's really annoying against the Legion. That's the only thing.
Oh, hey, wait. We don't have a tide answer yet, bud. Remember that whole discussion about the tide answer?
They don't have one.
They don't have one. Doom? Doom 3? We could go down that road? That sounds like an awful lane.
VG Gaming's
Oh my
turn
god, wow,
to
Void
pick.
Spirit gets very upset when he gets banned. Curmudgeon-y old man.
Dude, you know what would actually be sick? You go Darkseer, have Morphling swap into Darkseer, vacuum.
Why do you need 2 vacuums? In case they're too far away from the wall?
Yeah,
In case the
exactly.
first guy
10
misses,
seconds
you just
remaining.
vacuum again?
Totally.
I got ya.
It's good damage. All right, I'm done.
5 seconds remaining.
Vici have so many outs here, there's not even a point in trying to guess what they want to do.
Yeah, it's such a flexible draft. So many different options to go down.
Okay, I'm going to pick one anyway. Venge. They're going to Venge. It's really good with TV. Gives them a swap thing anyway for the bat. It's kind of cool with minus
SG
armor.
Esports
Lion.
turn to
Oh, they
Oh,
went
why
back for
they-
the ET. Why did I... Oh, I'm so
You
stupid.
messed up.
I even predicted it earlier, and
This
they pick
is-
a Morphling, and I
this
don't
isn't
go
you.
back for ET. I'm a fool. It's DY's best hero. The DY ET. Love to see it. Could also be PYW. He can play it as well. They switch it up depending
Dude.
on which lane they want to go to.
The 5 melee
10
lineup.
seconds remaining.
Not
You know what that
often
means.
seen. What's that?
Techies.
5 seconds
Ooh.
remaining.
Right?
Nice.
There,
Speaking
that's
my
how you
language.
save this game.
Is that how you save it?
I mean, can it get any worse?
It ain't looking great. God, you need some team fight. I don't know. I think
Lena?
Dark's. I think
They
Dark's
got a
pretty
3.
good.
Pick a 3. Brewmaster. Okay, that's a lot better than Underlord. It has the Dispel Illusions, right, on the Storm Panda, which is pretty cool.
Is
You
it
can
enough
utilize
to kill
that.
Terrorblade when he gets a couple items up, though?
No, not after items, but for like the point where a Brewmaster might be able to save this game, I would
Yeah.
consider it relevant. It is not going to be an easy game. That Mirana mount. Why?
It looks interesting. Look at him. Is it
I
smiling?
feel like it's questioning all the choices I've ever made in my life.
But here's the thing: if you cover,
Really? You want to cast esports as a job?
if you cover,
Is
the
that
eyes,
really a job?
It looks like it's smiling.
Yeah, but then the eyes are there.
Yeah,
They're not covered,
but
and
you
they're
just cover 'em.
disapproving
Yeah,
of every decision you've ever made.
10 seconds
Look where you
remaining.
are.
son, why would you do this?
5 seconds remaining.
God, okay, I can't look at that anymore.
No,
Dota 2.
we're ready.
No mix-ups here on the picks, right? Everything looks standard across. Oh, well, there's an Oriental Legion Commander. That's a little, I guess, not standard. There were some questions about like where PYW was going and where Old Levin and DY were going, but this is what we got. We got the mid Legion Commander with things shaken out in the end to be the Bat Rider, and that makes sense, right? Like they've committed to the Bat mid. There's not really many other options for SG with their setup, right? Pretty unlikely they're going to do Brew and Bat side lane, so you're free to send that Legion in the mid lane for Ori, and you're going to have the Dispel versus the Napalm. Perfect.
It seems very good, and it seems like it's going to be another strong draft from Vici. SG throwing in that curveball at the end with the Brewmaster. We'll see if it's what they need to pull this one out. But game number 2.
What they need, Lyrical?
I mean,
look into my eyes.
Get out of here.
The Sapphire Crown disapproves.
Is that what that is?
I
It
don't
doesn't
know.
look like a sapphire.
What that be? What's it? Aquamarine. There you go. All right,
It's
I
like
sniped that one.
shifting.
That's got to be it.
No.
Yeah, but what about the gem in the middle? There was one in the middle.
I didn't see
Oh,
it.
please be
You're
the
a
please be
liar.
Moran in the middle, please.
No.
Gaben, if you want to give me anything ever, this is it. Ice Frog, I'm gonna ask for one. Ah, boo!
This ogre. How can you boo this
Last match is
ogre?
Ogre 3, 7, and 20. All right, well,
That's a win if I
that's
ever saw
good.
it.
Yep, let's
Well,
go.
Game number 2, Vici facing off against SG. Game number
Você
1
é
was a
muito
hell of a
bem,
stomp,
Luiz.
if we're going to be honest about it.
Prepare
And
for battle.
game number 2, I mean, again, like, there's some awkward little wrenches thrown in the draft right now from SG. You do have, at the end of the day, a Morphling versus a Terrorblade. There's potential there for kills, but it's going to come down next.
That's Dota. That's why we love it, right? You know, it doesn't matter what the draft is. Doesn't matter who the players are, the teams are. Anybody can win, right?
Yeah, nothing matters.
Nothing matters at all. We don't matter. All right, perfect. So, PYW has a ward. It's out here, you know, just mischiefing around, trying to see if there's a little sneaky spot here. We have some sentries placed down early, so Dire straight away going to go for this block. I did a lot of ward research leading up to TI. This is a very popular ward here, guys. All right, so you actually have to walk through that line of trees to see this ward, even when you have a sentry down. It's pretty annoying, all right? It's a very frustrating one to deal with. Actually, that one might be a little bit... Oh, no, they're not in the right spot. Ah, see, you can actually sneak one in a little to the left right there, and then it's a little more hidden. But that's okay. Maybe next time.
We'll see if they get it.
Or maybe that'll be the spot. We'll see. It's very tricky there.
The battle begins.
Meantime, moving on over, trying to contest. Vici able to pick up, I believe, 3 of these runes now. So off to a hot start already, and that was a big old spirit, which means, or oh god, if he has to level leap there, that would be quite bad. But no,
that's like half your HP is just gone though.
It's crazy. Hero is very strong. In the meantime, Ori starting in the mid lane with the magic stick. Well, obviously get a ton of value out of that against the Bat Rider. It does have the press the attack, and things get a little bit dicey there. Any lane that you particularly see having kill potential, or is it all fairly, no?
I would definitely say mid, nothing should happen. If anything, it'll happen at level 3, and the Bat might go for a suicide play after a press the attack, but probably not, right? It's pretty unlikely that you want to take that risk versus, like, not sure when the time is going to come back, and, like, you have to get the extra stacks down. So probably not mid. Top lane, I could see KJ dying. This is actually one of the worst matchups for an Ogre, is to be playing versus a support Monkey King. It's one of the only times that before Monkey was good again, people still played Monkey 4 if they saw an Ogre 5. Because you negate Ogre's biggest strength, right? Of just running up and punching you. You run up and punch a Monkey, he can actually punch you back and win.
This hero is kind of insane. Already 5 armor, and then of course being able to stack up that Jingu if things get a little bit scary. Such an annoying hero to have to play against.
Yeah, and then the problem is that he gets the boundless strike too, right?
Oh yeah.
So then, like, if you commit to trading, you're fully committed.
Yes.
Because you can't get away. You try and run, he's gonna hit you with the boundless, and then his friend's gonna come over. They'll have minus armor at some point.
Time down bottom, you have that Terror Blade paired together with the ET.
Ooh. Yeah, you can see there, Theolacor body blocking the camp, right? So they don't have access to a pull, but they have to block it anyway, despite being dire, or else DY gets too strong and they can't contest. So that means if you don't have that pull, what do they do here?
I mean, there's not a whole lot except trying to contest Boyo's farm and I guess ensure their own.
Arrow range creeps.
Yeah,
that's the answer. And you gotta hope that they don't tank the arrows, because they think that would actually be beneficial. Oh, nice sleep into the meta play down bottom. Tavo, he's in trouble.
Dude, the body block's coming out there. The right click.
Drunken Haste. Oh, it just came back too, but he couldn't get the luck.
And they find the finish. Yo draws first blood. It's a good hero to get it on.
They're in so much trouble.
Yeah.
They actually have to let the camp respawn. Like I don't know if blocking it was the play. But at the same time, versus ET, like if you let it spawn, there's a very, very good chance he just sends out the spirit and stops you from getting the pull anyway. And then he's just juiced up too. So no really good answer here.
It's incredibly difficult to play that one. And I mean, all across the lanes right now, it's 3 minutes in and it's already 1,000 gold lead. They're winning everything.
Yeah, and with the kills and the wave stacking up a little bit, he just runs home on DY.
Yeah.
Like HP was fine or whatever, but just like, yeah, I want my full mana back. I'll grab my Endless Right TB because I'm the courier now. And back to the bottom lane he'll go.
19 and 10 on this Terror Blade.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, 9 and 2. Now, another thing we haven't even discussed yet is that this is a Tidehunter versus a Morph lane. So, supposed to be late.
Ooh.
Tidehunter's damage reduction is based on your base damage. So just your flat, just your white damage, as we say, right? Just from your stats.
Yeah.
That's all Morphling gets. Morphling just buys stats. So the entire game, pretty much, he's going to be subtracting up to 60% of Morphling's damage if he gets hit. Which makes it really hard to, like, turn fights when you get ravaged.
It's a really frustrating matchup usually as well in like the laning stage. 'Cause it feels like it's really hard. Like you have to all in old 11 kind of.
This is a great punish though. They had a ward in the middle, and they saw the fact that PYW wasn't here. Oh, they're getting so much value here.
No Kraken Shell. Can't take any
This
of
is
that
amazing.
off. Can they finish him off though? Could think about the turnip burn.
He didn't have a tango going for a second there? Oh. He just gets out.
That hurts.
Oh, if only. At least they burned that south, right? All for just like knowing that they had that ward in the river and seeing PYW. But PYW making, oh, top lane, he just died.
Whoa.
He just got boundless into a jump and a gush, and he was gone.
How does that happen?
He was low.
All right, that's on me. Sorry, y'all. Nonetheless, I mean, God. When something like that happens, when you like turn around what could have been a kill onto this player that's not supposed to go down in 11, and then you end up dying as the carry, it feels bad.
Meanwhile, what is DY doing? I'm just looking over here. He's planting a very deep ward in here. Probably looking to see if they're doing any sort of stacks and everything. He has spotted it like, oh yeah, look at that. We got some Ancients being able to have it. Already a triple stack for SG. That, not incredible farming anymore, but can still get it done.
Counts up to 4 on PYW, jumps in, and can't feel all that comfortable. It has a Morphling right now. It's gotta be said. Still a little ways away from having Ravage online, but I mean, at level 6, like, can you even really stay in the lane as the Morph? It feels like there's a potential for a kill if you just drop anywhere too low.
He just needs to get his Morbid Mask, and then it'll just be faster to jump.
Yeah.
Right? That's really all you can do. And unfortunately, though, they have an Ogre who cannot hold towers.
Tabo.
Much
Down
like
bottom.
me.
Now the turn.
He's snuck it in there. Up top, KJ, also fighting PYW. Oh, all right, he's not deep diving, my bad.
Yeah, they turned off the meta down bottom too, so.
All right, we're all good then.
Just out and away. Tabo heading back home. He's gotten some good levels on him, this brew.
Shout out to KJ with this like naked
Dyer's
Reaval.
middle
Amazing.
tower
That's
is
old
under
school.
attack.
It's good.
PYW just jumps down the other side of the tower. Doesn't even care. All right, here we go. They're going to start guessing here. It's okay, it's okay. We're guessing with the Quelling Blade. That's obviously completely worth missing the mid die.
His lane, and then ends up dying.
Unexpected. Looks like they attempted to go for some sort of a play with the Mirana as well.
Now the stun, PYW overextending slightly here. Oh, not able to get out.
See, this is what we were waiting for. Aren't you guys glad that we missed the mid-hero dying?
That was good.
Yeah. Clearly more important. All right, well, maybe when the Brewmaster is 6, we could try that play again, but unfortunate misadventure right now for ADR. Oh, Adriana, what do you want to do? I guess you're just back to sit mid. You're like, well, that didn't go so well. Don't think I'll try that again. Try and grab some creeps here. Has the bottle and so pretty far away. The boots of travel. Hey, nicely done by Theolacor. Gets the D ward on the back side of the Ancients. Notice that the stack didn't work last time. And so DY pings that out and says, you know, we might have to go and do something about that.
Get himself out of there. That's the way to be. I think that if there is a way back into this game, like you said, it's got to at least get into those boots of travel before too long and like make some space on the map for this to be like they can't afford for the pace of this game to continue this way. Look at the net worth.
Look at DY. Look at finding these stacks here. He's getting with the Spirit. It's like, oh my. Legion. Should we be up here? Should we do something about this?
I don't know if they can really take them themselves, though. It feels like it has to be much more of a just contest when they're going for them type of thing.
Adriano rotates over, though. Catches the sentry there with one of his own, and maybe gets the stack in time? Not able to get it here. Alright, has to commit with the napalms now, but oh, they're fighting over this stack. Something's going down. Oh, the pump fake on the Boundless, though.
Tries to go. Thinks about it. They have a great ward right on top of him that's spouting this entire vision. And gives him the taunt. Nice. Let him know how you feel.
He's still holding that. Oh, he's stone cold. Oh, yo, Theolacor.
Oh my god, and
he's
now
stone cold. He leaps away from the potential duel.
They might catch Poyo here too. This could be a kill.
If he arrows.
Dude, Tabo.
Is he a legend?
The chase
Theolacor.
down
Finish
from
the play.
Downtown. Make it happen. The ulti wearing out soon, and oh, that wasn't going to work.
Wait, no, it's okay. The arrow's going to come. Praise the moon of Mayne.
Dude, it ain't happening.
All right, it's not
Get
happening.
over it.
I don't even care. That was amazing. I can't believe he juked that Boundless with those like tiny little side steps. And then he saved that leap the whole time.
And he
from when
saved
the
that
Legion gets
arrow
in.
for that creep. That was good.
Hey, that is huge. What? Theodore's on fire right now, okay? Just can't comprehend it. Massive plays.
The old walk-in into kill potential here. Tavo down low, tries to get the duel off. Getting into range, press the attack, run in, found him. Now Theodore dropping low, has to back out of there as well. So Vici, tired of messing around, gonna run in, take this bottom tier 1 tower. Now, in this time, 4DR has been able to finish off this ancient stack.
KJ is insane. This is gonna work. This isn't even worth the risk. He's like, I'm gonna get a few creeps. And then want to dive an ogre.
Perfect.
Alright, well, tower, of course, surely to fall. What are they getting in exchange?
They just got that ancient stack finished. So DY comes and checks on it, realizes, hey, we can't have this anymore. KJ walked back in. Tavo's down here also. I mean, they don't have split. This is deadly. Oh my god, dude, they're setting up for it perfectly. He tries to leap away, not gonna happen. Tavo 2 goes down. The tower was already dead.
I think they thought that the rest of them would rotate out. Because like, the tower is dead. They were thinking that Vici were like, moving away.
And they pull him in and take him down. Vici punishing Hubris.
Yeah, their catch is just so good right now. Between like the Spirit and the Stomp, and the fact that you have the Boundless Strike, like there's such low movement speeds and low mobility right now for SG. So like these heroes are just kind of like sauntering around a little bit, right? Like brown boots over, brown boots, brewmaster. It's not easy.
Never is. You got Morphling that's trying to play catch up here. All 3 cores right now for Vici are sitting top of the net worths. And these are the types of ones that really cause some issues.
Okay, who was passing here earlier as Dota 2 anime quotes was their last thing they Googled.
That's
Who
great.
was dropping the anime quotes? Well, definitely wasn't Lizard.
No, that's not
that
the
we
one.
know.
A little stun. A little action there. Wait for the crack. No, okay, the Kraken shell comes out, and now, oh my god! Look at that combo! Double kill comes out from Ori after the fact. Dude, they got hit by every AoE in the game. Literally all of them.
Not looking too good. No denies either there. As Field Horse still plays around pretty tight.
By the way, I think it was Purge that was looking up the anime quotes.
Of course.
Devastating. Well, a 6,000 gold lead is 9-1. Is far and away gotten past all of us. This game has fallen off the rails. Tavo still getting his taunt in. Has Bruce split back up as DY and 11 melees. Swapping back, gets stomped. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! Oh, he wanted so much and he got so little.
That is a tough hero to beat in this game, right? We always talk about Morphling and Terrorblade specifically versus the Elder Titan.
Right.
And the reasoning being that much like the damage being lost, as it's mostly stats that's been giving to the Morphling, the armor is the same way. ETO is ready to help not only reduce that, but your magic resistance too. You're already pretty susceptible to big nukes as a Morphling, right? That surprise damage there, and certainly showing.
Well, that was an unfortunate series of events for him. He wanted to get the big old stomp off, but did not end up happening.
Would look cool though.
It would have.
Yeah.
We can all agree to that. UIW scouting out the way. Meantime, 11. Gonna find KJ in the jungle, taking the Quelling Blade to the tree and then the rundown. As it just feels like everywhere they're going, they're getting caught and killed.
There's 3 points of Kraken here too,
Oh
so that's dropping Tavo as well.
Brew just dies. Everywhere they go, SG just cannot catch a break. And like, look at this positioning of where Vici is on the map. Like, they've just sort of suffocated SG out of the game, it feels like.
Yeah, we've seen this build on, I think it was maybe Yapster or someone else grabbed this build too with the Atos on the support monkey. I think it's really good. You're going to have the keen optic there too for the extra cast range, so just catching people from all over, and they just have no idea what's happening. So you can like Atos into a boundless after too, so you just have so much lockdown.
Oh, that's nice. Bottom lane, hold 11 TP. Start to push out this side one as well. So where do you see this game going over the next couple of minutes? If you're Vici, do you need to worry at all about anything, or you just like go Roche? Uh-oh.
I mean, this would be great. This is all you can hope for is SG at the very least. It's just little pickoffs, right?
Pop the ulti.
He really doesn't want to lasso, so... That was good, because I think PYW was trying to force the lasso. He was just like, yeah, I want you to like be scared and feel like you need to spend this on me so that I don't have to be worried about you going after one of my cores while I'm down. Ideally, they should be like smoking right now, I think.
They literally just did on Vici.
I was kind of hoping for SG, but yeah.
Okay. Oh my god.
There you go.
Yeah, that's a DD with an armlet on this Legion.
They're armlet gamers here for Ori, huh?
Yeah.
He's getting all kinds of chances.
What's the item?
I hope it goes on to some of his teammates. Maybe DY will grab one. Oh, they want it.
Good blink. He has pressed the attack
yeah, they
afterwards.
pressed the attack just waiting here, though.
Oh,
he actually did it early because... Oh.
The arrow, he knew. Dude, they're so big brain.
They really are.
What the hell?
Oh, well, they also had a big ward, but we won't talk about that.
No.
No. They're just never there. In fact, they have a lot of great wards still remaining here side of Vici. I mean, Dire have great defensive wards. Unfortunately, it's not really saving them.
No, and that's a problem if you're playing stuff.
Monkey?
Ooh, okay. I feel like I've seen this before. Lasso this time.
This was good. This kill was not free. This one you actually needed the lasso. I am okay with that.
That's what you get.
W is, I mean, this is, I guess, sort of...
Oh, no, dude, again? We're just doing the run back here? PYW dies, Tavo dies?
Enemy has vision. Enemy has vision. Yeah. That game is tough. 14-3. SG. All right. Maybe because he doesn't have the lasso. Everything just feels a little bit tough for him.
Dire are
Or he's
scanning.
getting duels off cooldown.
Wow, I didn't realize that PYW was such a feeder. He's the only one who's died. He's all 3 kills. Impressive. Tanking them for the team, that's a real support.
That's how you know it's good play.
And now he's upset because he's boundless striking creeps. So this is when the support player says my cores aren't doing enough and I'm feeding, so I'm going to get my own items.
I like that.
Yeah, that's typical attitude of a pro team. They are going to smoke up now, though. PYW doesn't get a chance to finish out the Atos, but respects the decision by the team that they need to smoke and get aggressive. So they're going to follow their fearless leader, Poyo, towards the tier 2 mid, while an attempt at an arrow is lined up from Piola Core, triangulating, checking the wind speed, checking the line of the planets and their orientation at the moment in his horoscope, before throwing this at Poyo, or running away slowly.
And they get the duel onto the Brewmaster again. Tavo will die. It's the third one try.
Where's the arrow?
It's not. It's coming. Yeah,
where's the tower?
They take down the tower. They take down the Brewmaster. Third duel in the mid lane in the past minute and a half. Everything right now is going into the favor of Vici as they will walk into the Roche pit, just clean this one up. Now, Lineacore does still have that arrow available in a second here. Could think about tossing it. Radiant scan. Recognize, hey, we've got some visitors that are chilling around our area. Arrow goes out. Gonna connect onto the Terrorblade.
Nice, nice.
Classic. Good way to start it. And there's the Boundless Strike now, looking for the chase down. KJ gonna get dueled. Another victory as Ori's damage 120 at 18 minutes.
That's pretty high. They've now, all right, Firefly's running low.
Rider.
What are they hoping for here? Are they just waiting for a potential Bruce split? Because he's there, just don't get dueled.
Looking for it, looking for it. Down low, gets the Bruce split off. Can they find anything here? PYW. I'm thinking about the ulti, but they're able to cut the tree. They got him. PYW goes down. This is looking like a decent fight here for SG. On the other side, though, Lasso, Terrorblade. Oh, Puyo gets it off. The Sunder comes out in time, but Costa Mile's still right on top of him. Wait for him too, but the Ravage to turn it! Oh, it's devastating. Tavo finally gets a little bit of retribution as Puyo goes down, but can Vici clean up with the rest? Another duel onto Tavo. A god-like Ori
they had to work so hard for that kill. So many things were put in place. They had the early toss-up from the Panda, finding the Legion, so there wouldn't be a save available for the TV no matter what. They finally catch the TV, and then they actually stun the Legion on the way back down, actually kill him, and then they all just die.
Beyond godlike on Ori. Yeah, it's crazy. And even still, like, you end up losing a lot of heroes for it. But the most important part is that you were able to take down the Terrorblade as SG. They needed that so badly. And it will lead into a Roche, but... I mean, do they save the... I might just put this on Ori.
Look at Ori fighting Roche. 355 damage, the attack speed whenever you get to press the attack up. Just needs to go for the shard next to.
I think this is the right play, by the way, to give it to Ori. Like, he has such a huge streak. If he gives that up, it's so much
Yeah,
gold.
he's going in. Hard to believe that they lost the TV before losing the Tide or the ET.
Right.
We only have 2 feeders on this team now. Wait, that can't be right. Oh, right, PYW died again.
Yeah, there you go. That's the one. Shadow bladed in. Do they? Oh no.
Oh, no, this could be. No. Wait, well, he could waveform and he like, hey, nice.
Oh my god.
All right. He's too rich to have a Quelling Blade left because he has an Aegis. So if they gave that Aegis to the TV, the Yellow Core maybe dies, but probably not. Because, more than Aegis. But
It's one of those classic I shouldn't be alive moments.
PYW.
Oh,
Feeding.
PYW. What are you doing?
Scouting.
SG. Not going out without a fight.
They have a smoke.
I mean,
should go.
Again, you keep on finding these pickoffs one after the other on SG. It's not insignificant.
Oh, not again.
Dude, how many times? Poor Tavo.
Just like how it gets faster and faster every time. It does just so much more damage. Good news is Midas at least is only 5 seconds away from being used, so there was some time that was still down while you're dead.
It's half their deaths. It's been a rough game
He's
for
110
Tavo.
He is 110 and 2.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
160 dual
attack.
damage right now for Ori.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You know what it is? I mean, look at that ward that's just sitting there in the mid lane by the tier 3, right? It's
Yeah.
stuff like that. I mean, how many times have you been caught right there? They even tried to de-ward now and they miss it.
Well, let's see. AJ drop another.
Dire's top tower is
De-ward
Hang
is
in.
so good.
Oh, they're gonna smoke, and I think.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, but wait,
man.
They're over the big wraparound.
That's a huge one.
That's a big. Ooh, who made the other line? Ooh,
Dire's
that was
top
tied.
tower is
11 thinks
under
they're going
attack.
bottom. No, don't do it, don't do it.
Dude,
it's like he willed them into it.
Oh my god.
He's controlling them.
Hold 11. No, you know what he said? He said they're gonna go bottom. That's what he said. And then they did it.
But why?
I don't know. He knew though. Ori just walks
He
into the
knew
middle of
before
all
they
of them.
knew.
Yeah, he did. He was well aware. But the wraparounds. Gotta be careful. Down low. That's one Aegis. Old 11 has Blink ready. Round 2. Do they get the lift up? Just pops the Ravage, connects onto all. They're keeping him alive and healthy. Boyo slowly backs out. I don't know exactly how we got here, but you gotta be careful. Summons the illusion, gets hit by the arrow. Now the turn. Thinking about going. PYW, big boundless strike. Gonna connect there onto 4DR. And Vici standing tall, ready to go for round 2 if people step too far forward. There's the jump in, the duel, gonna connect onto the Ogre. And, well, he lives for a second and doesn't end up getting the duel victory. And, in fact, down low and dead.
That E-Blade save.
They take down the Legion. Can they find any more after the fact, though? Trying to walk away, no. Kostabile goes down. There's the down. The buyback comes from the Ogre, but it will not be enough as 3 are dead.
TY burning down.
Trying desperately. So they do manage to take him down. But a tier 3 tower claimed by Vici here.
Jeez, that Veil was doing some serious work.
It was strong. How much gold did they get for Ori, by the way?
Oh
my god, it's a lot of damage.
Not that much.
765?
Alright, that's not much, right? In this circumstance, is that much?
I mean,
definitely not enough. Let's say that.
It almost gave him the BKB.
Ooh, the double charge of the Flame Break being used there. Now into the Veil, so the big damage.
Atos. Gotta run.
You're not mischiefing your way out of that one.
They're starting to pull it back together here.
Oh, come on.
What do you mean? What was that?
Don't give them false hope. It takes a lot more than that to say that they're pulling it back, all right?
Hey, listen, SG, you know, they're not listening to me.
I just don't want you to mislead our fans here. This is still, you know,
You think we got fans?
this is a sorry, I meant the players' fans. That I'm well aware of. All right, so we have a lurking Bat Rider. Smoke pops. Oh, at the same time with the illusion, that was rough. At least it was an image, not an actual image. That could have been bad.
Jumps in, duel again. E-Blade comes out, trying to get him to live. Will survive the duel. It's been a good answer so far, that E-Blade, but I don't know if it's enough. Oh my god! Look at the minus armor. Heliocore getting chased down and finished. Tabo has got to run away with these Brewlings. They're not going to be able to survive the
They're going to follow that
onslaught.
Earth Panda.
They're looking.
Chase it. Don't let it go.
Want to go, Kosabile. Trying to back out. There's the lift up, but right on top of him. It's going to be poor old Tabo. Caught, killed again. Beach just all over him here in this game number 2.
PYW not even handing the kill over to the carry. Just takes it for himself.
Thinking about all the space that he gave Podio.
Yeah, you know, this is the rebate. You know? I gave you so much early. I died a few times in your name, so I need some gold back.
This is the way the world works. As, again, all of the lockdown that you have from Vici, and then you keep on getting these D-wards. SG just don't really feel safe being anywhere on the map, it feels like.
They shouldn't. I mean, VG's wards, you know when Techies gets the talent and the mines to start advancing towards your throne? That has been the ward so far. Oh, did he find those wards in their base? KJ? Oh, he got one, but he missed the second. Because, I mean, who doesn't place one ward here and one there? Like,
Wait a minute.
How does that even happen?
He got him again. 40R played together with Unicorn, and then they find a kill on the Legion.
Is there anything more class than me distracting you with ward talk and missing a kill?
Nothing at all.
That's a good one. So it looks like it was arrow into lasso. Well, lasso and arrow, more likely. Excellently done. That's obviously gonna be enough chain stun that you do have. If you have time as Bat Rider, you can kill anything, right? With napalm and everything. So
yeah. Well, as we close in on this 27-minute mark, next round of neutrals coming up soon. The game has definitely still consistently gone into the favor of Vici the entire time we've been watching it. But there's been glimmers of hope. A couple of moments where it felt like maybe the world wasn't falling apart for SG. And again, they've got this Morphling, has the BKB done, you know, got a brew that's going towards the Midas, what, about a little bit over halfway towards Aghanim Scepter. You can see the path towards the team fights not being absolutely terrible, but it's not easy.
Feels like VG maybe just needs to like tighten it up a little bit.
Yeah,
they could kind of, you know, clean this one up here. We do have 12 seconds till Roche is going to spawn. It will be 46 seconds for Roche to spawn here in just a moment.
Okay.
Yep.
See if that ends up being accurate or if you're very live. Oh, wow, that was pretty good.
4 seconds off. One of these times. One of these times. All right.
Dire
We'll get there.
scanned.
Got a lot of games to catch, so
True.
eventually we'll find it.
Oh, Ogre's going for the shard. Interesting. The little fire shield action that pops out there. Very nifty.
What's the total? 85% for 3 attacks. I mean, that's very good versus TV. Right?
Super value.
Like in the, especially specifically when you have a Morphling versus ET. Because those are big attacks.
They're incredibly powerful. Okay, reflection on the old 11. Roche to respawn now.
He has +2 armor. When ET is on him,
yeah,
that's not good. I'd like to see the shard, speaking of which, from ET. I want to see him with like the teleporting power.
Oh yeah.
I love that one.
That one's nifty. But you can see right now the line drawn.
Geez, they're going to apparently curve out of their base.
Yeah.
It's part of the plan here. Go high ground and come back down towards them.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Tide's still sitting pretty with 3,500 gold.
All right, all right.
Unspent.
Does Tavo get dual to die before? I think he does.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, the save.
Throwing him away, trying to kill him off the duel.
Oh, my God.
He won the
happened.
duel.
He won.
Are you kidding me? Tavo's the one that gets it. But Puyo might be the real winner in the end.
I don't know. That was kind of best case scenario. I mean, he has the buyback ready. He didn't waste the ulti or anything, obviously.
Looking for more now. Old 11 has to back away. SG, okay, good sleep afterwards with the waveform through. Ravage comes out, but they already BKB'd. This is not going to work. DY gets demolished.
SG.
Don't look now. Suddenly,
why didn't they play chill? I mean, that was okay. That wasn't chill. They went high ground because it worked so many times. They watched this OG game.
Roche is up.
Yeah.
Oh man, Vici made some mistakes here.
Okay, see, this happens sometimes when I play support. When I place a ward in a spot like that where it's like, hey, look, guys, now we can see high ground. Now you guys can jump them in their base. Like, really, whose fault is this? Is this really Ori's fault? Or do you have to take responsibility as the support for giving the keys to your child and letting them drive the car? The support placed the ward on the high ground. Ori doesn't jump without that ward, all right? He gave that 12-year-old the keys and said, go drive, son. You're ready. But he wasn't ready. And now look where they are. They lost Roche.
I can't believe that you just said that.
Radiant's top tower has
Am I wrong?
I thought you were a support player. What the
I
heck?
am, and I know that sometimes you can't lead them so easily to, like, knowledge is power, but sometimes
we gotta get you to talk to Dr. K.
Improperly used knowledge creates problems.
Oh God, 28.
It was too much knowledge. He wasn't ready for it.
That's fair.
You know, now this game's just off the rails completely. Okay, it's not. It's still very much, I would say, favorable towards Vici, but SG are doing an absolutely fantastic job because what it takes in these games is your opponents make mistakes and you to capitalize on them, and that's why. While the better teams, they still tend to win games that go a little bit later, and maybe they flub a little bit because it's very hard to capitalize on mistakes in a very powerful way because so many things need to line up, like winning a fight at your base, getting catch-up kills, and then getting Roche, like it did just there.
Absolutely. And that's the biggest thing. And now the question is, can they win a fight here on Mark? Okay, that's a good one to go on! They blow Ori! Looking for more. Old 11, what are you going to do, buddy? Oh, but that's a big Earth Splitter coming through onto both of them. KJ throws out that Fire Shield. They want to go in for more now. Terrorblade has to be careful. Again, Aegis is still being held. And they even force out that Sunder. Long duration arrow. Dude, SG, they might be able to pull something together here.
Excellent lasso. That was really well done.
Perfect hero.
Yeah, I think that might be a message to Ori of just like, all right, you got to go back. You have a Blink, you have a Shadow Blade. Maybe you shouldn't be at the front at this point. We kind of need you.
And again, like, so here's the thing. Oh, wait a minute. Silence. Now right-click, arrow comes out, but the sleep is there. The reflection doing a lot of damage. Pops the BKB, takes him down. Looking for more. This train has no brakes as they get the lift up now. Onto the Terrorblade.
I don't know. Is this too much, though? Legion's coming back. This is much.
Deadly.
Get out.
Deadly.
Don't do it. Baby steps.
Pump the brakes.
Yeah.
Find the brakes.
Don't make the same mistakes your opponents did.
So here's the thing, right? Like, remember where we were in the game. It was 10-0-9 for Ori. And, like, the E-Blade come out with the saves. The dives come out. He has 4 deaths now. Each of those deaths, I think, have all gone to the Morphling at this point.
Look at Kostabile.
He's
I am
huge.
superior TV. Hear me roar.
They've still got another 2 minutes left on this Aegis. This would be the biggest upset that I think we've seen for today if SG is able to take this game off of Vici here.
Yeah, not even just like net worth-wise, but just like pedigree-wise too of your expectations of these teams.
And what that means for the group stage going forward.
PYW, someone else who also maybe took a bit too much gas earlier on in this game and found himself some trouble. He's been playing a little bit more reserved, you know, hasn't been doing these like very aggressive scouting jobs either, and maybe that's something that's going to continue because he's going to be a little bit more worried about feeding with how this has been going.
Tough game. It's game number 2 for Vici. What was looking so good is getting a little bit testy. Now BKB is done for Terrorblade along with the Scotty. With 3,000 gold on top of that, which is high enough as Satanic.
All right. I think they're just going to keep running into the brick wall here. So they're going to try another just jump duel.
Dude, this
More
fire
flank, more
shield.
flank, more flank.
Oh, they got him. They chase in now. Is there enough? Monkey King down very low. Costabile still living through this one. Trying to switch over to that strength form. Poyoyo down to half HP. Has to walk away from this one. The lift up now afterwards. Still hanging on to that Aegis. Over on the left-hand side, Bat Rider could look to reinitiate into this fight. If they can find the right angle, jump into the illusion! Ori!
Oh my
that
god,
was
the
not
bait.
the play,
That
dude.
was
What a
so
sick
sick.
thing. And now look afterwards. Reflection out, the better TP.
They got him! They got Ori!
Can they get him though? Costabile down low, they pull him back in to take him back down! Ravage to try and salvage it, but it's only the Aegis! Old 11, are you able to do enough? It's a lift up, long duration, onto this Terrorblade, triple kill for Costabile. With the Glimmer Cape, it's keeping Poyo alive.
He's still up.
And SG, can they go for any more? Looking for this chase down, given that taunt. Poyo thinks about reinitiating, but the arrow! I don't know if he didn't see it coming or what happened. But there's a Sunder, good play now, and gonna also get that lift up on the Mirana.
Adriano,
TP'd in.
he's back.
Looking for round 2 of this one now. This man has waited for so long to be playing a TI, and he's finally doing it. SG, with a roar and a rundown mid, are taking this game against Beachy.
Who does a 35-minute illusion rune bait? In the most, like, that's like the best. That was such huge brain. I've been playing Dota mentality, like, forever. Like, this guy's just long time veteran, been around the whole time. Oh, beautiful replay right here. This was after the successful bait, I believe, where then you get the chase down onto Ori, gets the lasso. Such an important kill. Because not only is he the save, of course, but he also hits really hard right now. You guys have probably noticed.
Oh my god, so it's
Adriano, he wants more too. He's chasing down on that bottom lane. He wants to grab him UNW.
Tries to TP out of there. They have the
right.
gem.
Ah, he's good. Got no cancel.
Can they go on anybody down here? I mean, this is a full set of Brax now, a 5k goal lead. Look at the swing over the last couple of minutes.
This had to be 99% at some point.
This is insane. What a huge comeback right now. And SG take the second lane of barracks against Vici Gaming. Again, this team, everybody wrote them out of the tournament. Everybody's got them in their lowest to go out in groups. And they're coming down and taking games off Vici. What more could you want?
A game that, by all rights, was pretty much over. I mean, Vici made... And it comes back to how close Dota is now. Between, like, the gap between the best teams and, like, these, you know, this next-in-line team of, like, the teams at TI has never been this small. Because this was one mistake. They, you know, sometimes you watch a game and you think, like, man, why aren't they just going high ground? Why, like, because they're waiting for Roche, you know? They didn't wait for Roche.
They didn't.
They were just doing, like, a little silly smoke play to try and catch one kill and then go Roche. They got ahead of themselves. They jumped the high ground. They make the mistake. Amazing stuff from SG to capitalize on that. And the swiftest and most reversing punish that you're going to see in this group stage could be this match.
You know, they didn't respect it. They did not respect it, and they're going to pay the price unless something changes quickly.
With the ward. That smoke's going to pop.
Now,
he just kept walking.
Is,
oh my god, that's a slow blink.
Oh, this is deadly.
I thought he was dead.
Gotta be careful. Are SG going to respect the potential damage here? Gotta be careful. Jump in, Tavo. He's caught again. Oh, in trouble. E-Blade, it's not enough, but there's the lasso. Able to get that Lotus Orb off. Oh, this is why Vici are so damn good. They find themselves an opening. Now Theocore in some trouble. Costabile looking for an opening. He has a DD now. Turns onto Ori. Blows him up. Oh, but he gets away with the Shadow Blade. Invisibility, invincibility. As the walk down, can they find any more?
He's got this DD. Someone died.
They have to go for it. There's the Ravage for the turnaround of Costabile.
It'll be him.
Oh, they take it away. They give him a sense of hope and then pull it all out. I can't look anymore as KJ has to run out of there. With Costabile dead, no buyback, how can they possibly hold on now?
I can't even imagine the hearts of an SG fan right now.
Oh no, not like this.
To have it ripped away like that. They have to find more opportunities now. You need more. Hey, now there's one.
If that's a kill, they get it. Oh my god, all right, they're making it work without their highest net worth hero. They're still able to find that pickoff onto Ori.
They'll never suspect us running back to their base and catching creep waves, they think. And they were correct.
Oh, Poyo wants to do it, but they're cutting these waves. They know that they need to wait it out 50 more seconds.
That was excellent. Let them just run right away and grab waves. And even up top, Fuel, of course, going there too, right? So they can catch the next one, but oh my gosh, that's an absolute mess of a team fight there. I can't believe he got away with that invis.
Again, if anybody out there wants to know more about this SG team, you know, there's a bunch of, you know, they showed the video of them qualifying for TI, all those players just like cheering and going crazy in their practice rooms. We had a beautiful little breakdown from it from Avo as well. You can check it out. There was an interview at the very end after they qualified for the event. There's so much history with this team, and you know that need that they have to make it to TI and perform well, and they want to get out of groups. This match would put them well on their way to doing it. Get a chance to play on that main stage. But right now, it is still a 2K gold lead for Vici. Roche capable of respawning right now. Walk in. Oh, wait. He's clipped the arrow. Yo. Oh, the bait. That's a good play. That was a good play. Lotus, as well as having the Legion nearby. And he's just going to TP
really slowly.
Back to a couple feet away from him. But Roche is up.
With the Aghanims as well. Flying in wait. Who is getting an Aghanim? Shall it be the Terror Wave?
I like that one.
Will it be a...
Oh, but SG can't get there in time. It's going to come a bit too late here. They take the fight afterwards, though. I'm not sure. They're thinking about going in. They get the Aegis SG. They have to make a decision right now. Do they go all in for the fight, or do they wait?
Terror Wave is online. Aegis is on Ori on the Legion.
Smoke on smoke.
Oh, there's an Arcane Rune too. You know Ori wants to jump in now. Wants that first duel.
SG have been able to pull themselves back into this, but Vici showing why this is the team that everybody came in favoring. This KJ Fire Shield has been amazing, by the way.
Yeah, you see some of these moments where they're just like barely escaping.
Makes all the difference. Pretty good range on that too. But at the 41-minute mark, Vici gonna go back to playing safe. They're still down 2 racks, but they have an opening here with the top racks being down as well that they could just go on in, break backdoor, and end the game. If there's ever an opportunity.
I will say that as SG, it's Adriano that I would want on the hero. Like, his hero is the one that can make the big play right now, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I think in this clutch situation, this is who I want on the hero if they're going to try and turn this back. You know, he's the one who's already done it before, too. In combination, of course, with a very good defensive play of Costa Bile. He's obviously well known for, like, these crazy team fights and being able to prioritize the damage so well, which is why he got that unbelievable clip with Terrorblade before, of just being able to, like, pick apart the most important, essentially triage his opponents in the order of most important death. To be able to also play like that in team fights with these big saves has been very impressive. Really, that last fight was the first time he wasn't close enough for the save with the E-Blade since he's bought it.
Just like that, we've got ourselves the DD rune spawning down bottom. So often, this can be the one that just decides everything.
You know, it's only fair. You know, Morphling had it last fight, so
that's true.
I don't think this tower is going to last very long.
No, it's going to be gone. But again, it's this weird situation where SG, they have to wait out Roche. You're still going to have that cheese ready, but they can keep this constant pressure on, which is pretty nice as well.
They don't even want to go for it. They're actually leaving. Go back to the top lane instead. Ooh, 11 getting close to a refresher here on the tide. A Wind Waker for Theolacor. We have a second save. He's got it finished. Man, you do not see this item very often. It is so expensive. 68.25, and heroes that buy Yules and everything, supports, like, you know, a lot of them can't farm that well.
It's a really interesting choice. And I guess that some of this is just for the duel, probably.
Yes.
I mean, this is not going to be
just
revealed, right?
No, they just wants to save people who are dueled.
So, as you mentioned, potential for double Ravage. Still a ways away. Any other big neutral items that are coming out that make any difference here? We've got the Witchbane.
He is not far away. He actually has it.
Is this Fire Shield dispellable? It is. But still, that's only the, yeah. Purge target enemy or ally. It's not the AoE one anymore.
I was thinking he could sell. Maybe can he sell his sword? Quick maths. He's farming up as fast as he can. Yeah, he's yeah, it'll be a little tight, but it'll be okay. Doesn't have the arcane, so there's always a little bit of a question there when you're playing Tidehunter, right? You're just like,
yeah, if you have enough
I got
mana.
like 300, and I got 625. That's already looking kind of scary.
Yeah. Well, and if you have to cast any more spells along the way too.
Yeah. Which you know you want to, because you got the Aghanims.
Yeah, of course. A couple of big moments here. Ori has the Lincoln Sphere done now. Still 190 gold.
You know? SG,
damage.
Yeah, they just got away with an Aegis of no punish, right? Like, sure, VG got it. You know, that's unfortunate. They would have liked to have it, but they didn't gain anything with it. They just stabilized for a little bit. They gained a little bit more of a net worth lead, but part of that problem is that, you know, they have a 2-Rax lead right now on SG, so it takes more than one Aegis to get back into it.
Buyback status is the other thing, where it's like relatively across the board. Like, there was this long window where SG also didn't have buybacks, and that was not punished. So a couple of opportunities missed for VG in this one. Obviously, the flip side to that is that VG definitely got punched in the mouth really hard and sort of had to take stock of their situation and didn't want to just lose the game, which it felt like was very possible.
Do they have a save for Duel now, though, besides Ori? They don't, right? There's still nothing? Well, other than the Lotus. I mean, the Lotus has been crazy good, but if they don't get the Lotus, Ori's not going to buy back after the Sages. So in 8 seconds, it's gone, and he is far away from buyback. He needs to farm that up really quick. Because if he gets lassoed and just gone, then a lot of their fighting prowess is just out the window. He actually just TP's home after losing the Aegis.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Realizes that could just all go wrong. SG up on a high ground. Don't know if this one is scouted at all, but Poyo is there. And they're just going to TP back afterwards on SG, farm up the map as they head off on the other side of it. Game is hard.
Game is scary for both teams, right?
It really is.
VG do not want to toss this one. They almost did before. They got some control back. Don't want to make that mistake again.
And to be honest, if you're SG, it's also that kind of scary, because this is the type of game that can make or break your group stage. Like, the momentum that you get from taking one off of VG is insane, and then like the gut punch of like, you know, feeling like you had won it and then letting it slip away at the last second, also devastating.
Well, at least it's not the last second. You know, they managed to drag it out.
That's true.
So we're up to 46 minutes now. I think we can go for another 30 or so. You guys in? Sounds like a fun time.
Terribly,
but
it's
it's tense fights here. Adriano, will he find the big fight?
Oh,
the big.
That's they get the vision. DY done. That is a pick-off and a half.
That's no lasso too. Didn't need it.
Wow. Video standing right in the middle of it. They see him. They have vision.
They have the buyback though.
That is
okay. Forced ulti.
He has an Aghanims.
Yeah. That's still one though.
Yeah, that's true.
Pop the Lincolns.
Chasing down, looking for the start of this fight. I mean, they have the lift up. This is looking
lasso.
weird. Buyback though on ET. Terror wave afterwards.
You're on going.
Trying to chase in. There's the duel. It gets it off in time at the top, but it's not looking like it's enough. Old 11 staying alive, just barely stunned. Take him down. Has buyback though. Round 2, Poyo goes on into this one. 40R has to back away. Velocore on the outside of this one. And it looks like Adriano will die. Dead for 2 minutes.
Oh no.
We
had a problem. There was some sort of massive miscommunication there on SG. Adriano went for the mid creep wave. He left. He went down the lane, and they started fighting in the river. He walks back in, and he lassoed the Lincolns because it wasn't on cooldown anymore.
Arrow off the mark now. Theodocore jumps into this one and has to get away. Just dies. Oh, that is not how that was meant to go.
His buybacks have been forced for nothing.
Yeah, this is rough now. Another round of ultis used. No buyback on the Mirana. PYW hoping to chase this. SG unclear if they want to try and go in on this one or not, but it's a taunted ogre. He will end up falling as they chase him down eventually.
Oh, he might get him.
That was close, but not enough.
That's a Legion, yeah, of course. Doesn't matter.
Wow, back up to 20k gold lead now. Like, part of me feels like some of this is trying to bait out Poyo's BKB. He has been so rock solid with just keeping a hold of that.
And then if he has that and the Satanic, how are you ever going to kill him?
Yeah.
You really don't have the tools. It's so hard for Adriano to deal with that by himself too. Like, it has to get like sort of an E-blade into a lasso play and hope that it works.
You have to deal with pretty much everybody else. I mean, you're seeing Vici just group together as Sanya keeps on calling it this big ball, and he's not letting the fight ever break out in a bad position for themselves.
Oh, it's another relatively quick Roche here, 30 seconds. That's gonna be back.
Double Ravage ready.
Buyback. What's my buyback this year? What do you got going on here?
Right now, only Terabyte and Legion, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bit interesting. Yeah, I said nothing. I guess, you know, it was a tie buyback, an ET buyback, so. Shouldn't say that cost them nothing. I love this cheese for the tide, though. Lasso's back up, though. Adriano getting back in the again. Oh, very quick there.
Good play.
Easy save. Popping the Lotus on there, too.
So, looks like we are going to reach the 50-minute mark on this one as SG back out. Also going for a refresher on the bat. Realizing just need to be able to get this off no matter what. Smoke up.
It's one way to get around a Lincoln's. It's like the noob way. You just keep lassoing until it works.
Roche back up again. Aegis, Cheese, Refresher, Aghanim.
Oh, who's getting what here?
Oh, they're going to miss it again on SG. These Roches have been backbreakers.
Oh, ETX.
Okay.
Let's go.
DY.
Oh, it's so good.
DY. He's got it. So again, Magic Community.
Sorry, did you say 2 Ravages?
Yeah.
I think you meant 3 Ravages.
Oh, no. Dude, what if he dies, though, because he doesn't have a hood? Then he has no Ravages.
Where'd the cheese? No, you need the cheese, 11. You can't do 3. Get the cheese back. You don't have the mana. Someone please help this man. Why do you have Aegis?
He can do at least 2, though, right? Like, he can do it
well,
with the
not
refresher.
with the Arcane Room being gone, I don't think he can.
With the Refresher Shard, he can.
Oh, yeah, that's true, that's true. Well, okay, don't cast anything else. It's a little tight.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
The creeps are going into your base.
There, you got to be careful here if you're Vici.
There is a Morphling. You know,
yeah.
he finds a DD.
Oh.
It's been seen before in the past.
They're gonna back out of there for a second, and well, it does mean that with no Ori here, do you decide to try and like head out of the base? I don't know. Even without the Legion, it feels like it's a very hard fight to take. Are we gonna get there?
Well, I'm just doing the math. I'm thinking, how long does it take you to cast your spells? He would be okay, because it's 12:25 right now for him just to do triple Ravage.
Okay, you're talking about the Titan.
Yeah. So he actually doesn't have enough mana.
Okay.
So, but he would regen the mana in the time while he was ravaging. That he'll be okay, and he can probably throw out 1 Gush or an Anchor Smash. If he did want a theoretical all 3 Ravages at once, which is pretty unlikely. You probably don't want to just drop them all.
It's true.
Unless it's like literally all of them.
Good push back there again.
It's the 15 hero Ravage. Are you ready for
time
that? To get that prepped.
Down bottom, the creep wave pushing in continuously and starting to hit the tier 4 towers. The slow, steady siege coming through. Tavo taking a lot of damage onto that Earth Panda, breaking the Lincolns. There's going to be the Lotus Orb, the lift up, long duration, still creeps in the Radiant base.
He's so far back, he's waiting, right?
He's looking for that opening.
Doesn't want to get caught first. Wants to make sure he's there for the save.
Waiting for the moment, thinking about going on that ET. Showed for a moment there off to the side. Good sleep. Now on to that Morphling. But again, tier 4 towers getting brought down. Vici have to back out. It's not good enough.
Took about a third of the HP or so of that tier 4 tower, just from creeps, so not bad. Good hold there from SG. Not worth fighting them, I would agree, with the Aegis, right? Make them try again in 2 minutes or so. What was that?
Refresher for Tavo, I think. Is that right?
Okay, all right. Yes it was. Yeah, he's got 2 charges. Yep, that was the play.
Up.
Good play.
Radiant are scanning.
And he has the Void ruling too,
Radiant
eh?
scan. They know. They know it's coming.
That could be okay with the Moonlight.
4DR, Boundless Strike. There's the opening. Atos afterwards. Lincoln's out. Poyo a little bit isolated, moving in. Old 11, though. The big Ravages could come out in a moment.
Missed.
He's waiting.
He's
thinking about it. The jumping, they got him! Oh no, Adriano gonna get caught, gonna get killed!
That was amazing.
Goes down, 2 minutes on the sidelines. The Ravage afterwards. Tamo does manage to get the ulti off, but with Mirana dead and that Bat Rider, the game is looking tough. SG gotta back out of there again. Tamo trying to run his Brew Panda away. Has one more left, it's the Storm one. Eventually dies there. Oh, he's got another one. The Fire Earth Panda off to the side here.
That was actually a straight up just reaction check.
Yeah.
So Bat went in, popped the Linkies with the E-Blade, and then before he could get the second click for the lasso, he got dueled and just died.
Crazy.
Yeah, could have turned that maybe. So it would have been tough to get that Legion all the way back to the teammates, but obviously not going to happen. Tavo probably okay here.
You can swap to any of the Brew ones, but it looks like, oh no. And now he gets caught, and the Monkey King ulti down. And just like that, Vici going to walk in. 2 minutes, no Brewmaster. There is a buyback from the Mirana, though. Is there any way that they can hold this? He has almost 6,000 gold on Costabile. Looking for more. Stun is there. Waveform in, does a couple hits. Reflection afterwards. Needs to be careful. There's the meta. Gets the BKB off in time, though. Nice reaction. Costabile trying to live here. Can they find any more? Has the heal. Has the waveform out. Still living. Rooted. Chase it. Trying to get out of there. Not going to happen. They turn their sights onto the Ancient. And in a devastating fashion, Vici will take the game. SG, they were right there. They were right there. But it slipped through their hands. And in the end, Vici finished this off 2-0.
Talk about a scoreboard that does not do a game justice.
No.
You look at this. Oh, they lost by 20. Yeah, 40K lead at the end.
I mean, look at that. that was where we thought we were all going. It didn't happen, though. Well, an unfortunate series of events for SG, but Vici doing what we expected, if maybe not in the way that we expected it to happen. Man, what else can we say about that game?
It was very emotional. I am so sorry to all the SG fans. I feel like that's, you know, we all have a team like that in our lives. Sometimes it's the Maple Leafs, and you believe when it looks like they're going to make that big comeback, and you can't believe it. It's such an exciting moment. And your friends are like, yes, you're doing it. And then it's all just taken away like that. So that's what, that's what being a fan's all about, though. And unfortunately, that's what being a player is about. It's striving to get through that adversity, pick yourselves back up, and win some more Dota games. We'll see if SG can do that.
Well, I think they're going to have to wait until at least tomorrow because we're moving on to the last round of games right now. But that's going to do it for this series, Vici versus SG.
I'm not like you said that's so confidently. You have no idea if they play next series, do you?
What?
See, he doesn't know. He doesn't know if they play next series. You say it so confidently. Don't believe everything people on TV say. He doesn't know.
We're not on any TVs. They just have monitors or like a little phone or something.
Yeah, all right. Whatever. We got another series coming up.
See y'all then.
Hi, everybody. We don't want to look at this at all. Go ahead into the game. Yes. Making up for the fill time earlier. You guys get all Dota, no camera talent.
You cut me off. That was
50 minutes of camera talent. That's enough for one day, I say. You want to watch some Dota.
Think about all those
remaining.
makeup ladies that were helping us
They did
out
work
and
really hard.
And now we're just like
5
leaving.
seconds
Unbelievable.
remaining.
They spent like 35 minutes on you.
Yeah, they did.
Just making you look nice and pretty, and I just cut you right off.
That's the way it happens.
It's all right. It's for the people, all right?
That's true. That's what they want.
They waited all day.
Well, we have ourselves another wonderful game, all you
Team
fine folks out there.
Aster's
Team
turn to
Aster
pick.
facing off against Undyne. It is,
Undyne's
again,
turn
I think a little bit of an upset happened earlier. Undyne able to take a game off of
Undyne's
IG.
turn
Oh, yes. We
Team
caught
Aster's
towards the end of that one, yeah. Undying helping me out with my predictions. I went for the Bane. I felt like he'd be pretty popular this tournament.
Oh.
The Nightmare Elemental comes back very popular, mostly for them, honestly. I feel like every time I see them, they're playing it. So Dubu appears to be a fan.
We've got a lot of chat going on here, don't we? They're using
10
the AS
seconds
Monaco
remaining.
Gambit one. Interesting. An Alliance one.
Tomato's
to
very
ban.
cultured. I
He
feel like
is.
he gets all around globally, both for playing for teams as well as purchasing chat lines.
I did a long interview with him, and I felt like he'd grown up so much. Like, I remember his days on Twitter, and that
10
there were some
seconds
dubious
remaining.
things going on.
Aster's
There were some
turn
times
to
where I
ban.
was like, all right, man, you got to stop. You got to take yourself on a little bit of a less of a crazy time. But he's grown up a lot.
Undyne's turn
You
to
know,
ban.
he rose up on the spotlight as a 16-year-old, and came to TI back then, and now he's trying to go for a round 2, playing under the wing of the one and only Moon Meander.
Major winner, Moon Meander.
That's right.
You know,
Major Mander.
10
Major
seconds remaining. Aster's
Moon
turn
Major.
to ban.
all right. Well, Major Moon Meander. He's off to Mars. But there's another squad here besides North American Undying. It is Team Aster. And Team Aster, they have been in the news. You've probably heard all kinds about them on the mainstream. And
Undying's
obviously,
turn to
they
ban.
unfortunately are playing from a quarantined location. But fortunately, we're able to continue playing. And that's the main thing. Unfortunately, once again, they don't have White Rabbit. White Album.
White Album. There you are. You
I-
mixed up a
I
couple of the older
got a little
players
excited.
there. Yeah.
10
They don't have
seconds
White Rabbit
remaining.
either.
No.
But
They do have 86, though.
That's
5
right.
seconds
He's going to be coming
remaining.
on in and helping them out here. You know what's interesting? Lenham has just been around forever. And there was something, we were having a talent meeting, and
Yeah.
there was something that somebody said.
It was
well,
Tsunami,
what
I
was
think,
it?
wasn't it?
I don't remember who it was. I think
It
we're
was
thinking of different
Tsunami.
things.
No. Okay, maybe we are. What are you thinking of?
I was thinking of the fact that people always talk about this player has been at every single TI, and it's
yes,
basically
yes.
just Puppy, right?
Uh-huh.
And now, because of that, people forget that Lenham's been at so many different TIs that at this point it's
Undying's
his
turn
ninth.
to pick.
Yeah, he
hit-
only missed the
Team
one.
So
Aster's
he
turn
has
to
the same basically pedigree that Kuro did at that point as well. A player that not a ton of people talk about in that way. And so much so, in fact, that at the start of today, Lanham had more games played than all of Virtus Pro combined.
That's what I was thinking of.
10
Yeah, it's just
seconds
crazy.
remaining.
That is an insane stat. Like, obviously an extremely young team, but I
5
mean, he was a
seconds
legend in
remaining.
Dota 1. He was well known. All Dota players around the world would know about him, and he's still playing Dota 2 in the 10th International.
It's crazy. Old as dirt. He is
Aster's turn
31 years old, just a couple days younger
Old
than
as
me.
dirt. Yeah.
Just a couple days younger than me, which is great. But he's still getting it done out here, drafting for his collection of young and old guns as well.
Yeah, again, like, let's say you
10
maybe haven't watched Dota
seconds
in a while. You probably
remaining.
remember Baboka.
Boba,
However you want to go for it.
5
This is
seconds
actually him as
remaining.
Borax. He's changed his name to Borax, so get used to
do you
that.
want to tell the people why?
I will tell the people why. It's an
Undying's
homage
turn.
to Jerax, who he emulates and respects to the highest order as a 2-time TI winner. And upon his retirement was like, nice, I'm stealing that.
I got it.
And turned his name to Borax.
Which is really awesome.
Yep.
I think that it's always good to show a little bit of that
10
cross-regional love that
seconds
occasionally
remaining.
happens, which is, the way that Jarek started out as well. He made the
5
move away from
seconds
Europe, headed on
remaining.
over to Southeast Asia, played there,
True, yeah.
dominated the region, and, well, who knows, maybe you were going to have some other players playing in other regions in the next season. Who's to say? There's a chance.
True.
Dare to dream.
Now, I have a question. XXS, you know,
Yes.
back in the day, I always remember the Magnus.
Yes, I was thinking of that too.
And Magnus is huge right now, but it's mostly like a 1. Like the 1, to me at least, feels the best right now. So that's a little unfortunate, but maybe we can see that mixed in here, some of these drafts. I don't know if they've been pulling that one out quite yet.
You think the mag looks best in the 1? That
I
surprises
like the
me.
1. You don't like the 1 to carry mag?
It's not that I don't like it. I just always think of it as like the 2.
I don't know. I think it
Number
looks
2.
really nice as safe lane.
I'm down. That sounds fine. I don't have anything against that.
Well, either way. It is indeed Undying's slot here. So let's talk about heroes that are in this game. Frankly, it just looks very familiar to what we've been seeing throughout the day, so nothing too shocking here. The Abba coming out at this point, very good versus the Tidehunter. If there's a Ravage, you can just pop your ulti and shield someone else. Boom, 2 heroes out of Ravage. If there's a Fiend's Grip, for some reason, you can just Aphotic Shield and it goes away. Sorry, Bane players.
And that's sort of devastating.
It really is. That's a big cooldown to just go, whoop, shield.
Dunzo.
It's a noise it makes.
But the other thing that you can do, hypothetically, is
Team
just
Aster's
grip somebody
turn to
that's
bat.
not near the Abba. That's
True. It is
yeah.
actually a pretty short save.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
That's good.
And also, you know, just rotating into a lane, I feel like Bane can go and make something happen. Sometimes you'll catch a carry unawares or what have you. It is a little bit scary against the Lycan. I
10
feel like
seconds
taking this Bane
remaining.
first, it's like kind of nullified what this hero wants to do, with the
5
exception of
seconds
securing a
remaining.
lane, which it will be able to do well for the
Turn to
Stairblade.
ban.
That's true. Lycan is one of the worst heroes because obviously he's a bunch of units and you have single target spells, barring getting yourself the AoE brain sap, which probably isn't going to happen.
Now, I'll say this. Some people were thinking that Undying was going to go out in groups. I don't necessarily believe that, but this is a really
Aster's
important match
turn
for
to
them.
ban.
I think they need to take at least 1 game and probably 2. I mean, the one against IG kind of helps. It's definitely salvages some stuff, but to me at least, it feels like for Aster, if they want to make their way out of the groups, they need to get a win here because, like,
10
I don't even know if
seconds
1-1 is good enough. I feel like Aster kind of need to make sure that they get a 2-0
5
because like
seconds
Undying is
remaining.
one of the main ones they're competing for to sort of beat out in the group stage. And since Undying got that win against IG, it just makes things sketchy.
Right, you just want, you're trying to win, like,
Undying,
you know, there's certain
turn
matchups
to
where you're
ban.
like, you're kind of counting those points before they hatch, as they say.
Yeah.
And these are the kind of teams that maybe you're hoping to grab that one. So
I mean, the other people that you're sort of looking at in these groups are like the Thunder Predator. I mean, maybe the way that Alliance is playing
10
potentially.
seconds remaining.
That could be another target or T1.
5 seconds
Like those
remaining.
are the ones that really stand out. Maybe a Thunder Predator. Like, but it kind of gets
Aster's
sloppy and
turn
weird.
to
Like there's a
pick.
very clear top of Group A, and down here at the bottom of it, any of these games are like vital for both these teams.
well, it will be a last pick mid here available for Undying. So something for Bryle to
10
figure out here.
seconds remaining.
Bryle Heroes, I see Invoker is still in.
Okay.
That
5
looks pretty
seconds
nice in its current state. You know, Alacrity looks pretty good. More team fight. It would be nice. Like, I can definitely see where Invoker gets picked and the Quaspex happens and you don't get enough early game kills and the game's kind of sad, so maybe you want a Spirit Hero instead. I'd also be fine with a Spirit.
Those feel kind of weird though, right? Like you have a bunch of big tanky strength heroes here. Ooh, what about Timber?
Undying's turn to pick.
That's a bit spicy. Well,
Sneak it.
you know, for Aster's hero, I'd probably say Invoker would be perfect, just like Undying. So, you know, they're going to grab it first.
Interesting.
Any good Invoker combos? They have Avatar, Sunstrike.
Yeah.
That's okay.
10 seconds.
They don't really have a great
remaining.
shoot-in hero. I guess if you manage to get the Aghanims, like sending in the Tiny's
5
kind of okay.
seconds remaining.
I feel like you don't play. I feel like you have to play Quaswex though. Can you play Exort in this?
No,
game?
no, it would be Quaswex for sure. I just
Okay.
mean like, you know,
Later
later on
stage,
when
yeah,
Tiny's
yeah.
got his thing, you know. We saw it earlier with our Tiny Invoker. Like, you got a couple helped out kills.
Maybe Death Prophet or something. I don't know. I think you need.
What about your buddy Kunkka again? Kunkka and Tide
Okay.
versus Invoker.
Yeah, that sounds
Admiral
sick.
Yeah,
Good
Kunkka.
let's
call.
bring it out. I just copied your homework the last time we had an Invoker. Because you said Kunkka. I said, oh, wow, looks really good.
Why are people not banning Kunko when they pick Invoker?
I don't know. It definitely looked great last time.
It's so strong. Dude, you know what it is? I literally think that like that game at TI8 or maybe had the like infamous Kunka, and he just said it so sick. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
In True Sight, remember?
No, I don't. He just said Gonka.
Yeah, they asked him like, "What do you want? What do you want as your hero?" And then he just says Kunka. He's playing against Thompson Invoker, and he just absolutely wrecked him and won the whole game. There was just like this like sort of defining scene where he like says, "Yeah, that's the hero I'm gonna play." And ever since then, I just feel like every time I see an Invoker get picked, somebody picks Kunka.
5 seconds remaining.
Dominates.
It's clearly a good plan here. And everything's sorted out here for picks. I don't see any surprises. The offlane Lycan returns. We've seen quite a bit of that. We saw some Aghanims. No shocks on the side of Undying as well. Everyone's in their respective roles. So we're just going to kind of slowly drift into a match here. I think that both teams look pretty comfortable with what they have. I would say Undying's looks a little easier to execute and very cookie cutter compared to Aster. Aster, I feel like, has a lot of moving parts that are kind of complicated.
But they are also pretty on brand for what's strong right now. I feel like we've seen a lot of Tinies with success, a lot of Snapfires that have success. The ones that maybe are a little bit more funky are like the Abba Invoker in a way. I mean, Invoker less so, but Abba to me is maybe the one that feels the most weird. It's like a lot on this Tiny to get stuff done, and for Bobica, also known Borax, to get those cookies landed with like wolves or something, right?
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about the Snapfire, because like the best Snapfires I've seen has been like Soxa and Xingqiu, and I feel like they always have a combo that they use the cookie with,
right?
And that's what makes it feel strong. They just have like really good cookies in general, nothing even like crazy, but it's usually like, oh, cookie this hero who then has a follow-up stun, and it's chained, and it's a bunch of damage. It lets you close the gap, get your damage in. This game, I see that there's a Phoenix, so we're gonna little Shredder the egg. That's cool, but I think outside of that, I'm not that convinced by the Snapfire pick.
You know what? I feel like I actually, when I see a Snapfire picked against a Phoenix, I actually feel worse about it, if that makes sense. Because I feel like they're thinking about the egg too much.
They're not thinking as much about like the hero in itself. I would agree with that.
And now, again, that's not always the case, but to me at least, I feel like I like the Snapfire games more when there's like, you're picking it like with the Snapfire, Mortimer Kisses combo or something else like that. Oh, what a bunch of great Hippomaniac lines. Wow, this is the height right here.
Is that like the European version of Wombo Combo?
Yeah, I guess.
Wombo Combo!
It's so good. Wait, is it? I don't know what they're saying.
Combo Bombo, something Mambo, Wombo?
Combo,
it sounds like it's some version of Combo. Of course, I don't know that, so.
No.
If it's in Dota, it can't be that bad.
That's true.
You know, that's not on me. If I'm saying I get in trouble, you know, it's on Val.
The other thing that I was going to mention is like the cookie stuns and stuff. It's pretty easy to nightmare dodge those, right? So that's something else to think about. Is like you potentially got a pretty telegraphed stun that could be salvaged.
True. Oh yeah, how good are the nightmares on other heroes too this game?
Step lively now.
Not much. That's kind of the best one, huh?
Yeah.
Everything else is a little bit difficult.
Maybe Nightmare's like Avatos thing or something like that. It gets
Plus,
a little funky.
Nightmare in general though versus Lycan can be a bit rough because he can just like send a unit.
Yeah, that's annoying.
And remove from his own allies.
Your admiral is on board.
Top 3 taunt. Probably my favorite music. It's very Maritimes, it makes me think of home. It's good.
You know which one makes me that I like a lot is the Murano one, but only under certain circumstances.
I already know what you're gonna say.
If you like pull your cursor in a circle and do it slowly this way, Murano just jumps up and down and stands perfectly still. Try it at home for everybody. Just go in a very slow counterclockwise circle as you're taunting at Murano, and you'll see what I mean.
Well, now that we've got the important stuff out of the way here, bounty runes are spawning. Doesn't look like... Oh, we got one contest. Saberlight Lonham.
Oh, got it.
He's like, you think you're going to outclick me?
How long have you been doing this?
My hands are clawed. They don't even work anymore except on a mouse.
Do you know what I had to give up to get that click speed?
Everything. Well, he gets the bounty rune because of it.
It's true.
All those years were well worth it.
Surely.
All right, Kunkka versus Invoker. Kunkka, was like 10 CS, I feel like, at maybe 6 or 7 minutes ahead. It was pretty bad, our last matchup. It was quite a thwomping, if I recall.
It's a little bit interesting. He decided to go all the way back to dodge that EMP. Like 100 mana at this level 1. It's just not usually there. But you can see Bryo really valuing that, even here at these early levels.
I wasn't watching. What's because of the range creep? Did he get denied because of it?
No, he just didn't get the denied because of it.
I was curious.
Yeah. But something to watch for indeed is how well he's able to play this. Bryo, obviously, I'm sure plays against Kunkas all the time as an invoker and knows some of the annoying things he has to deal with.
Oh, nice place. Now, we talked to Fog a little bit earlier, who did get to cast some of the Aster games. And he said he felt like that 86 was actually the best player in one of those games, and that he was doing a very good job as a stand-in. So clearly coming in a very difficult situation. So impressed to hear that he's already doing pretty well, and I'm hoping to see a little bit more of that here, because obviously the expectations for him themselves are relatively low.
Well, to be fair, if he's saying he's their best player, is that saying he's doing it really well? They are 0-2.
The best.
They are 0-2. That's the only thing to keep in mind.
Yeah, okay. Right. No wins here. All right, I got you. That's fine. Just total beatdown commentary. You've got it, buddy. Hopeless here from the Radiant side.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
All right, how's Tomato doing? 8-4 versus the Lycan Snapfire lane. Not really something you think of as applying a whole lot of pressure right away. So we'll get off to an okay start. Should make it, I would guess, all right to that next meta, you know. But at minus armor, Phoenix obviously a very low armor hero here. That does kind of stink.
That's interesting. Decision to go on in there for the dive. It does obviously leave Moon a little bit vulnerable if things get spicy, but keeping it cool for the moment. And yeah, so far, so good it looks like. Lycan and Tide both a little bit behind their counterparts, and you can see that Monet coming back in here is just going to try and deal with it, but the wave is pretty far pushed up. Easy to deal with. Bryo there is going to try and farm up this camp before heading on back into the lane, and this is why, you know, dodging those EMPs earlier, make sure you get the farm speed going.
Yeah, sometimes this happens in the bottom lane where like you're blocking off their camp and you don't want them to get a pull into anything, but now it's kind of stuck a little bit too close to the tower, and you don't really have the heroes to punish this. So like, what's Lam supposed to do right now? Should he go back and like pull the small camp? Let's say he's gonna get that space, but then do lose a Bane, right? So there's pressure on the Monet.
Doesn't feel great.
How much region do they have? They only have one Tango left.
Yeah, so we'll get the pull off at the very least, and still Monet is missing out a little bit. Does manage to get a couple of hits there, so stuff to watch for.
There was also a Radiant Glyph, which I think might have ruined what they were going for with that pull.
Oh, interesting.
It's causing Monet to like try and micro this out of here, trying to like drag the wave a little bit. Does get the range creep, but I think Saberlight's relatively happy with this. It's going to get pushed out a little bit, but I'll tell you what, this is giving a ton of free time to Jubu. He is just out. He's doing stacks. He's checking on runes. We'll even get a full loop-de-loop back around. Could even grab a wave if he wants to. But he's going to go for a really deep ward for potential courier snipes. Oh, speaking of which, he might actually get this courier on the way back now. Oh, runs into Lana though.
To back away. Now, do they send the courier back in a safe way? Does look like they're going to be able to. So that's exactly what you needed. But yeah, as you mentioned, a couple of stacks built up there for the Kunko later, most likely. And I thought we saw one maybe over in the jungle as well, but it doesn't look like it. Top lane, we haven't talked about it a whole heck of a lot after leaving, but right now, across all three, is Undyne in the lead.
Very minimally, by the looks of it here, you know? And, the chat lines come out. We're, all right, who's dying first? It's going to be a 5-minute post of his blood.
I don't know, it feels like it might be Moon.
I was going to say Moon, too. I think it's Moon as well. Like, got the low armor. Yeah. I feel like they're kind of, you know, you're getting level 4 on Snap soon. There's going to be a lot of damage. That cookie might come out.
It can happen so quickly, too.
He's the one now pressuring on the Borax. Yeah, Moon really thrives when people doubt him, so this is the most powerful thing we can do for Undying.
Gotta be careful. No one man should have all that power, as they say. But yeah, you can see at least now Borax gonna back over and try and secure this rune. obviously super important for the Kunkas to be able to make rotations happen when the 6-minute mark comes back around here.
Your admiral is on
At the
board.
very least, it looks like 86 should be able to secure topside checking it. But likewise, Undying make a move. Who gets luckier? And it's Undying. Picking up a regen for Bryle. Not bad.
This game is just so static feeling right now.
It
Everyone's
really
just
is.
hanging out in their lane. Dude was coming mid, but that's only because there's a hood on Tide. Stabilizer's still. Oh, we got an X mid.
Okay.
Nah, that he's fine.
Step lively now.
Very
Your
interesting.
admiral is on board.
I mean, again, it's like able to get a deny off the back of that, but
I vote for denies.
he's got
I'm
his
a pretty
regen.
serious mid laner.
Oh my god. Baited him into right click.
That was pretty sick.
That was good. Oh, then that
Radiant's
guy got
courier
two.
has been killed.
Do manage to take down the courier here, as Dubu won't quite get into range to find the tinies at the very least.
That word though, paying off already.
Absolutely.
What you need, little snipes.
You know, it's interesting. It does feel like, you know,
lively
both
now.
teams
Your
very
admiral is on
comfortable
board.
just sitting back and not really putting any significant pressure on. Making
gold for
rotations,
you.
change up the laning stage.
All right, if we do, you know, no rush 20 minutes, who is the better lineup?
I feel like this is what I was supposed to ask you.
Okay, well, my answer would probably be Undying.
Okay.
I mean, unless it like the floodgates just open at 20 and you have the perfect items on Aster, then I could see that being a bit of an issue. But I don't know. I feel like right now there's a better opportunity for Aster to put pressure on in the first 20 minutes than there is for Undying. So I think that Aster will probably be the first ones to start shifting the pace here relatively soon. The hero you'd want to do that off of the back of, it has to be your Invoker, right? But our Invokers today, they have struggled to really get a whole lot going. I feel like the hero just doesn't have that same attitude towards creating space and kill opportunities that like the Spirit heroes do.
And to be honest, I feel like I haven't seen almost any hero be particularly good at like running around and making space. That hasn't really been the way that Dota has been looking, at least. It feels like it's been much more like trading towers, dodging away from fights, like sort of not going into engagements.
5-man Dota.
Yeah, that's definitely what it feels like. Now, whether or not that's going to remain the case or not, time will tell. We'll see. That's what
Dire's
people are
top
doing.
tower is under attack.
They got a read of the patch.
Or it's a nervous day one group stage.
Yeah, that probably
could also
is
be that,
more
right?
likely.
You know, nothing feels worse than going for plays like a smoke or something, getting like 3 hero wipes, and then you don't even want to like keep playing that game.
Or just like getting nothing.
I've
Like,
seen these
over
guys in
and
the
over
pubs.
again.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you try and make moves and they're not successful, you're just losing. Because the enemy team's not making moves, they're all farming, and now you've just like lost some of this like gold balance that you had. And well, as expected, it is the Invoker, rotates top, but there's a great ward there. Spotted the whole thing, spotted his courier, tagging along behind him too.